Chapter 1 Pangu opens heavens, the six realms in turmoil. In the primordialcos, the great deity Panguan, the celestial of creation emerged. Onadi, the four spirit jewels were born, and four divine lights frolicked throughout chaos. Pango, stirred by this, began the creation of the heavens and earth, establishing six realms. The various Nagias between heaven and earth nurtured myriad beings, with Qilin clan being the fierce Tories, accompanying the great Penguin his monumental task of creation. The six realms were divided into Thunderworld, Mortal Realm, Celestial Realm, Demon Realm, Divine Realm, and the Heavenly Demon Realm, with Divine Realm and Heavenly Demon Realm representing the most formidable powers. Among them, the leader of Qilin clan, Qi, the Beast God King, stood supreme. After Pangus erection of the heavens and earth, the spatial stability among the six realms was tenuous. Top Reventra Turntos, Panga transformed himself in Toth passageway connecting the realm, stabilizing the interrealm space. Before his transformation, Penguin trusted four spirit jewels and the celestial axito Emokai for safekeeping, for online these artifacts could unlock the passage between realm. Ha proclaimed the thenceforth, Qi, as the supreme ruler, would adjudicate matters concerning the six realms. Thus, the Qilin clan governed six realms. After several millennia, Mokis wife, Yuchi, Boreasanum Tianchi. Over this centuries, the Qilin clan's unyielding nature had ned them numerous in crossed realm. Taken jadvantage of the situation, a coalition led by the divine realm Skinkswinu and the demon realm Semperorki u fine ed celebration fortune Kisbirth to deceive Mickey, using four spirituals to breach the passage between realm. When the gods and demons converged upon the Qilin clan, they launched a sudden attack. Despoteth Qilin clan's profound cultivation, the overwhelming numbers of their foes proved insurmountable. Fearing thought continued conflict to disrupt the energy of soft realms and plunge them back into chaos, Mokisot negotiations with Xuanyuan and Qiyu. Xuanyuan and Qiyu, flanked by a host of gods and demons, fixed their gazes intently upon Moki and the Qilin clan. With a heavy sigh, Mokai addressed them, Xinyuan, Qiyu, esteemed guests, where'll part of six realms. Why must we descend into such strife? If with continuous conflict, where is returning Tokos, rendering Panga's sacrifice in vain? Ha ha, what Hannibal's intimate for the emperor favored be Pangu. However, if Phio wished to shes hostilities, surrendered for spirit jewels and Celestial lakes, or fast the destruction of Phio Euronascence, Xuanyuan and Yu exchange glances, smirking lightly. Chiuno de dandadded, this is your condition, Emperor. The choice ears. Their presentatives from the Celestial Realm, Demon Realm, Underworld, and Mortal Realm on the Deeden Agreement. Mokilaketsky word, lamenting, O Pangu, Ihave fail Dayu? Toll present, I custo self-destruct my essence today. I hope Heo will honor your promises, or not blame me for my ruthlessness. Behind him, Yukai held their newbornson, Tianchi, tears is streaming down her face. Thufenly recently born, Tianchi, as a member of Qilin clan, way securely where reefed unfolding tragedy. Ashwacheth's mother weep and his father prepare for self-destruction, tears cascaded down Himmel cheeks. Seeing Tian kind distress, Yukai hastily comforted him, Midi arson, don't it Cree. Your Fatherisor pride, the everlasting pride of Qilin clan. The Qilin clan members rise at here of Wasis in a mournful howl, their lamentations resonating throughout Hink's realms. Turning toward Shizan Fonson, Mocha spoke softly, Tianer, I am sorry I cannot be three to Ugro. You must take care of Phio Yermo Thurandurkin, be good and behave. Tian kissedinly opened his mouth, declaring, Father, I will be good child. The Qilin clan repeated in astonishment, even Mokai himself the Ondathard to believe. Traditionally, members of Qilin clan, blessed Bithi heavens, couldn't lie speak after reaching their first ear, unlike the divine beast would transition from beast to human form. While Mokai was sans held Agenius, Hahadon lie spoken after a month. Yet, here was Tian Chi, speaking mere days of his birth. Xuanyuan and Theathers were taken aback, aware of Qilin clan's traditions, and resolved to eliminate Teth's young Qilin, for his existing posed of future threat to their ambitions. Qi, why do you hesitate? If I did not self-destruct the hour since, vu will fight to the bitter end. Xuanyuan urged, growing impatient. Qi embraced Tian Chi, placing gas special Jedi in his arms. He whispered to young Qilin, if circumstance change, protect Tianer. Heist the Hopia for Qilin clan. Tian nodded, wiping Istir Sashwatch Timo Kislo Licit cross-legged, a cataclysmeistergico alessa around Chi, and a blaglor up Ted from his mouth, forming seemingly ordinary anti-intax, sound remarkable Thetan coup de Laforgetites appearance. Yet, the seeming mundane qui installadas and zav despair among the gods and demons, for it bereth power to annihilate them all the Selishulakov creation. However, Theox's overwhelming power is sketchering the balanceo energy samong therium, thus emoquiel dedit miliasadarant. Xinyuan, Chi-Yu, and Thircohort stewed transfixed Bethesitoft Hiki and Theblacorb, which contained Emoka's essence. Without lighting, the axe's blade grazed Emoka's essence, causing Gaspertov golden blood to erupt from his mouth hashaseseth flidentwo. An unfathomable dark light surged forth from the fracturedance, shrouding thwirled in darkness, unnoticed said Bethegathered crowd as a black light enveloped the orb, entering Tion Kispody. Chapter 2 The Qilin Clan's Annihilation, a Moment of Crisis. On Setranquilla turned, Mokiga sped weakly, Xinyuan, Chi-Yu, Ehava now self-destructed missants. Will you withdraw your forces? After conferring among themselves, Zuanyuan and Chi responded, since you wave self-destructed orescence, shall honoro your agreement and withdraw, however. Noticing Zuanyuan's hesitation, Mok inquired, however, what? Haha, however, your Qilin clan must thenceforth vanish from the 6 realms, haha, seize them, Swanyuan laughed before ye and Chi lung datimochi. Despite you kind fielder soft Qilin clans enzing the impending danger, Itwality tremendous divine forces strugmokus we can form. Boom! Trudeau his status asked Qilin clan leader, Imochi, having cultivated this divine body to perfection, withstood the combined attack of Zuanyuan and Chi-Yu, even without this essence. Yuer, Mikan, Arhopolis and Tianer, you must protect Thimital costs. Once hirichus the pinnacle of divine realm, Hekanuseth for spiritual stupina passage and save his life. Tianer, must depart now. Bestrong the futurio for clan rests upon your shoulders. With that, Mok erupted in a fierce black light, launching Galni RB Qilin clan members away before Vialingstrufer. A magnificent black Qilin angle fed in white flames. As white flames collided with the gods and demons, Asaria Soph explosive zounds echoed. Zuanyuan and Chi-Yu, witnessing the chaos, quick-liar treated to Thebako Pharynx, leaving Gonlai about Thalfoft 6 realms forces intact. The Qilin clan, witnessing the fall-off their leader, transformed into their divine forms, remembering Imokis words, Yuka Swift-Lyle Tion Kaido ward the pinnacle off divine realm. Tion Kizis burned with Ottard, an indelible grudge. The black light that the enveloped them was the Celestialax, while a Tebla Corp contained Imoka's essence, thought his essence held mucho Femokis divine power. Tion Kikuden Li absorb a fraction due to his current form, resulting in a ni seal spliced upon Thesence. Utilizing Themanu Skilly Mountofab absorb divine power, Mo Chimerjed for spirit jewel sand the celestial entity on Kispody, forming Gonik mark on his forehead. A tit center lay a Qilin of shifting colors, grasping gay black Hakinit's mouth, with a turquoise dragon coiled above, a fiery vermilion bird below, a power fuel white tiger to the left, and Doginal blacktards to the right. This mark was ephemeral, vanishing almost immediately, leaving Tungle with on Lia's light dizziness, unbeknownst to Theather's Thath, for spirit jewel sand the celestialaxa had food within him. Seeing Emokai completely dissipate, Swanyuan and Theather's revealed their true intentions, encircling the Qilin clan. Haha, with Emokigoni, I suggest you rendereth for spirit jewel sand the celestialax, or will annihilate our clan, Zuanyuan taunted. The members of Qilin clan revealed their divine forms, albeit incomplete, yet her power had nearly doubled. Observing Theirdish Prater solve, Zuanyuan quickly remarked, do I not fear betray in your leaders the malign intentions? Since ye seek to bring a boo toward demise, where is certainly not the certico where in fear of death. It trust the clan leader will not hold it against us. Fellow clansmen, Latus Avenger leader. The Grand Elder of Qilin clan, Fire Qilin, charged directly towards Zuanyuan and his companions. A fire spat lean sud that despite the formidable strength of Qilin clan, the wary outnumbered, as sown Qilin after Anathurful. Own Lysix elders remained to fight valiantly. Elders, Irgi Outa Shesi our resistanced. The Qilin clan hassle redimetsend. Xinyuan, Donotharber suck illusions. Our young clan leader will return, Anthem shall witness the resurgency of Qilin clan. Just you wait. Humph, brothers, we have livid long enough fight us to meet a Hoiner leader. Ha ha ha. The fire elder shared de knowinglands with Theather 5 elders. The sound off Sixtraman do explosions reverberate through the air. All Buthimist powerful beings, like Zuanyuan Anchio, where Rejustoshes. Watermarkable Qilin clan. I refusido belly eva thought that little Qilin and its mother can annihilate a usul. Everyone, search for them. The canathavi vesca peth divine realm without for spirit jade, the cannot flee. Capture them, and there will be substantial word. At Zuanyuan's command, all the deities synth divine realm frantically sought Tianqi and Yuli. Meanwhile, Yuli, carrying Tianqi, found herself at the pinnacle of divine realm, gazing at the Asima stand the sinister winds before her. She halted, recalling Thadal Thalmoki had mentioned that for spirit jade Kudapanapasejathashade. She had no dahara the jaduas located. Yuli anxiously looked at Tianqi, Hohadal Reedy caught Saitoff te pursuing figures. Observing his mother's worried expression, Tian Kairkal at his father's words, Kuth for spirit jade p sav deathetis father had placed in his embrace? Yet, that jade Hadal Reedy fused with his being what misthedo to summoned for spirit jade? Tian keependered fervent lehao to manifest for spirit jade, and suddenly, a mark appeared on his forehead. Yula gazed in astonishment at the strange mark on Herson's brow. Tianer, what is this? How did you come to have such an unusual mark? At that moment, Tian Ki Waisimer Seeden his understanding goffed for spirit jade. To activate Saitan tear through space, an immense amount of energy was required either from Theaser's divine power or from an external force. Tian Ki's current divine strength was far from sufficient. Mother, the for spirit jade cannot na spatial passage, who tighter quiristrum into energy. Up in hearing her since Yulishert stirred. Tianer, I will hold them off for no. You must exertly our strength to activate teth for spirit jade. No matter what happens, don't it stop, understood? Tianer, that futuria for Qilin clan rests upon you. You must bestringander. With that, Yula set Tian down and turned to confront Yuan and Theathers. A moment, Swanyuan and his companion shade approached Themotharan's son. Yuli, will you wandor chilled surrender willingly, or will you resist Athene? Consider your koi scareful-eyed Qilin clano consists soliof tetwafayu. Yuli Qilin manifest a divine Qilin form, a formidable represents a second in la tomoki within the clan. Shin Yuan, you have driven me husband to his death and Dana highlighted Miklan. You will not let this transgressing unpunished. Today, one of shall perish. Empowered be her divine physique, Yuli Qilin charged towards Inuan and his group, while little Tian Kai remembered his mother's words sand concentrate donchanelling the power of for spirit jade. The mark on his foreger increasing lit distinct, yet teener jeer fully inadequate. Chapter 3. The self-detonation of Yulinkalin and the arrival in another world. Upon seeing Yulinkalin charging towards them, Xian Yuan and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. No matter how formidable Yulinkalin might be, could he truly annihilate all of them? Xian Yuan and Qi Yu drew their weapons, the Xian Yuan sword and Qi Yu banner, while Xingtian and Haotian joined the fray. Yulinkalin, amidst the onslaught from the four, fought with reckless abandon, his form enveloped in a radiant hue of jade. The strikes from the four merely chipped away at the surface, inflicting little damage. After invoking the jade of Qilin, Yulinkalin knew it could only be sustained for a brief period. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, Wu Ming and Xie Ming stealthily approached Tianqi. Recognizing the danger facing Tianqi, Yulinkalin bore the brunt of Xian Yuan and Qi Yu's attacks to reach him, scaring off Wu Ming and Xie Ming in the process. Although Yulinkalin had activated the Jade of Qilin, he was already injured at the Yuan Dan level from the assaults. A stream of golden blood erupted from his mouth. Tianer, you must live well. Mother can no longer accompany you. A blinding light emanated from Yulinkalin as a tremendous explosion ensued. He detonated his Yuan Dan. The colossal energy finally unleashed the four spirits jade, which manifested a mark on Tianqi's forehead and formed a vast black hole before him, instantly engulfing Tianqi. In that fleeting moment, as Tianqi vanished, he turned his tiny head back, gazing deeply at Xian Yuan and the others. I will definitely return. Those words escaped Tianqi's lips as Xian Yuan and the others beheld his eyes, which had transformed from the black pupils of the Qilin clan to pure white. His diminutive form slowly disappeared into the black hole. Everyone, the portal between the 6 realms is now open. Seize this opportunity to return swiftly. What we just witnessed was a spatial black hole. Even if we encountered it, escape would be nearly impossible, let alone this young lad, who has likely perished within the rift. Even if he miraculously survives, he will have to wait until he can break through the barriers set by the Great Pango before he can return for revenge. So, rest assured. Upon hearing Xian Yuan's words, the deities and demons finally felt at ease. Although the four spirits Jade had opened the portal to the six realms, it would soon close again due to the lack of control. The gods, demons, and fairies returned to their respective worlds, leaving only Xian Yuan and his subordinates in the divine realm. Now, we shall unify the divine realm, and later we will gradually encroach upon the other five realms. First, we must eliminate all opposing forces within the divine realm, and then we shall achieve dominion over the six realms. The chaos of the six realms had finally reached a temporary calm. Without the four spirits Jade, the passageways between the realms could only be traversed by the weakest of gods and demons. But what of Tianqi? Could he truly perish within the spatial rift? Where would he go? Within the rift, Tianqi had succumbed to unconsciousness as his body was repeatedly destroyed and reformed by the chaotic currents of time and space. Were it not for the protection of the open heaven divine axe and the four spirits Jade, Tianqi would have met his demise long ago. As the chaotic currents accelerated, the rate of destruction and reformation of Tianqi's body increased. He continuously absorbed the surrounding chaotic essence, enhancing his physique and evolving. Suddenly, a hand appeared beside Wenfeng, a hand as translucent and pure as jade in this tempest of chaotic currents. That hand remained unaffected, gently grasping Tianqi's form. A perplexed man emerged. Who is this little fellow? How can he remain unharmed in such turbulence? Just then, the man let out a cry of pain as his hand was cut by a black axe. He quickly withdrew his hand and manifested a shield of divine power to protect Tianqi. What is this? It can actually injure me. The aura of this axe is truly terrifying. Little one. Since you are so intriguing, I shall save you. With that, he grasped Tianqi once more and carved a portal of light before casting Tianqi into it. Little one, you must live well. I will await you at the pinnacle. The mysterious man vanished, leaving Tianqi bewildered by the events that had transpired. When he awoke, he found himself in a watery realm. Surrounded by darkness, as he gently tested his body, moving his limbs, he suddenly heard an exclamation from outside. Ha, dear, our son is misbehaving again. Come and discipline him. My love, could it be that she is about to give birth? What shall we name our son? Upon hearing the conversation, Tianqi realized his situation. He had indeed been reborn. These two must be his parents. Reflecting on this, he remembered Machi and Yuli. Indeed, the mysterious man was the creator god of this space, who had discovered Tianqi wandering in the spatial rift and found him fascinating, thus bringing him into this world. This world was divided into the divine realm, human realm, demon realm, and underworld, with Tianqi now born in the human realm of the Tinya continent, specifically in the Kate Empire. The Kate Empire was one of the four great powers of the continent, which consisted solely of the Tinya continent surrounded by oceans. The continent boasted hundreds of nations, among which four were the most powerful: the Kate Empire, known for its formidable military strength; the Feet Empire, which thrived on its robust economy; the Holy Empire, influenced by the Church of Light; and the Magic Empire, a sanctuary for mages. The primary professions in the Tinya continent included warriors, knights, mages, archers, thieves, and summoners, all categorized into 9 levels: novice warrior, junior warrior, intermediate warrior, senior warrior, bronze warrior, silver warrior, gold warrior, grandmaster warrior, and martial saint. The known holy level powerhouses numbered only in the 50s, with the 4 great empires having 10 in Kate, 7 in Feet, 6 in the Holy Empire, and 5 in the Magic Empire, while the rest were powerful beings from other races, such as elders and queens from the Elven race, and dragon elders and kings, as well as beast kings and leaders of formidable fighting races. Tianqi was born into the family of the Marshal of the Kate Empire, the Kate Lane family. Kate Lane, the current head of the Kate family and Tianqi's grandfather, was over 60 years old but still in his prime, standing as a peak holy-level powerhouse. His grandmother, Luina, was not only the sister of the Queen of the Magic Empire but also a Grand Water Mage. Tianqi's father, Kate Lon, was the commander of the Kate Empire's Cavalry Legion and a holy-level master. His mother, Caillou Lance, was the eldest daughter of another noble family, the Caillou family, and was married to Lon. She was also a water mage, with great potential to attain the holy level and become a grand mage. This was the family into which Tianqi was about to be born. a lineage so illustrious that even the ruler of the Kate Empire held them in awe. As time passed, Tianqi finally came into the world. Opening his eyes to familiar yet strange faces, he began to cry, and upon witnessing the little master finally crying, everyone sighed in relief, having feared that he would be silent. The entire marshal's residence was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Chapter 4. The Turmoil of Birth. Named Tianqi. Tianqi's birth captured the attention of the entire Kate Empire, yet the atmosphere within the marshal's residence was somewhat tense. He is my son. Naming him is my right as a father, and you cannot strip that from me, even you, father. Qilin exclaimed defiantly, his face flushed. The old marshal's beard bristled with indignation. Ha! What a spirited lad. Daring to talk back today, I shall decide this grandson's name. How about a duel? It has been ages since we last sparred. Grandmother Luina and Mother Qilin exchanged wry smiles as they observed the father-son duo. All right, old man, it's just a name as long as our little darling likes it. Any name will do, right, Lance? Indeed, mother is correct. Lon and father should cease the argument. Why not share your suggested names with the little treasure and see which one he prefers? Qilin said as she cradled Tianqi, bringing him before Lon and the old marshal. Fine. I refuse to believe this little rascal can come up with anything good, the old marshal huffed. Still irked, Lon took Tianqi in his arms, gazing at his adorable son with a smile. How about I name you Kate Invincible? Our little darling is invincible, though everyone had anticipated Lon would not come up with a decent name. Invincible was simply outrageous. The old marshal promptly tapped Lon on the head. You rascal! What kind of name is that? If you name him Invincible, everyone on the continent will come to oppose my grandson. Very well then, I shall think of a good name for my dear grandson, Kate Zifeng. What do you think? Little Tianqi observed the warm scene before him and could not help but giggle. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy, Mommy, please do not quarrel. I shall be named Tianqi. I want to carve out my own domain in this world. His tiny form emanated an astonishing aura. Good grandson. No wonder you are a fine boy of the Kate family. From this day forth, you shall be known as Kate Tianqi. Tomorrow, I will take you to meet the emperor for a physical examination, so those old codgers can see the lineage of our Kate family. The old marshal declared, laughter erupting from him. And when the time comes, I shall have the emperor bestow upon you a title, upon witnessing his beloved grandson speak immediately upon birth, and with such remarkable vigor. The old marshal could hardly contain his joy. Lon En gazed dreamily at his precious Tianqi, whose name truly resonated with greatness. Indeed, his son surpassed his father in prowess, eliciting hearty laughter. Luina and Lan Xing couldn't help but share in Lan An's delight. By the way, dear father, Lan Xing inquired with a hint of concern, is it true that Tian will undergo a physique assessment in the Grand Hall tomorrow? What if the outcome is unfavorable? My dear daughter, fret not. The old marshal reassured, I can guarantee that Tianqi possesses an extraordinarily rare constitution, one that appears only once in a millennium. Just moments ago, I tested his body with my own fighting spirit and found no reaction whatsoever. Can you imagine a physique capable of devouring even my peak sword saint energy? Lan En, astonished, exclaimed, Father, you just stated that Tian possesses the void physique, akin to that of the legendary master Kuang Shao. The only one of his kind in millennia. Does this not imply that Tian too shall ascend to the ranks of divine prowess? My goodness, a divine master. Despite the excitement, Luina remained somewhat apprehensive. How can you be so certain that Tian possesses the void physique? The old marshal stroked his grizzled beard thoughtfully. Kuang Shao, originally named Kate Xiao Tian, exhibited a similar phenomenon during his own assessment. Conducted by his father, our first clan leader, at that time, even his peak sword saint energy had no effect on him. Later, in rebellion against an arranged marriage, he fled on his wedding day, leading the clan leader to expel him from the Kate family for the sake of our reputation. These accounts are recorded in our family's secret history. Everyone nodded in understanding, incredulous that a legendary master hailed from their own lineage. Tian, be prepared for tomorrow, they urged. I in truth, Tianqi had little comprehension of the so-called magic and fighting spirit of this world. He was immersed in the practice of the Qilin decision. Although his body had transformed from its original form, the restructuring through the spatial tunnel made him more suited for the Qilin decision. Hearing the exchange between his father and grandfather, Tianqi inquired, "Grandfather, what must I do tomorrow?" "Ah, my dear child," the old marshal chuckled, "for the physique assessment, all you need to do is relax. The esteemed Cardinal Burencate will personally bless you during the process." "All right, grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. I shall take my leave to rest now, for I feel rather fatigued." He promptly drifted into slumber, for it was the nature of the Qilin to be exceedingly lazy, reluctant to exert themselves unless circumstances were of utmost importance. Seeing Tianqi fall asleep so easily, the others could only smile wryly, aware that his earlier words had emanated a formidable aura, sensed even by the holy-level masters throughout the capital. They resolved that should anyone inquire, they would attribute the aura to a breakthrough by the family guard, suggesting it was Cain who had indeed ascended to the holy level some years prior. Lan En nodded in agreement. "Understood. By the way, father, what shall we do regarding the matter of the betrothal?" "Let it unfold naturally," the old marshal replied. "His Majesty the Emperor is akin to family. The fates of Tian and the young princess shall determine their union. I've heard the princess was also born today, so prepare a gift for her. We shall see what this potential granddaughter-in-law is like. If Tian takes a liking to her, I shall bring her to live with us, lest she be tainted by the palace's corruption. If not, we shall not force the matter. Indeed, I shall heed my father's words. Additionally, regarding the congratulatory gifts from the other families, the clans of the capital are quite generous. Save for that old curmudgeon Chester, who sent us a Wulong herb, an outright insult suggesting Tian is simple-minded." Lan En fumed. For in Tianya continent, presenting Wulong herb was a blatant affront, as it was specifically used to treat intellectual disabilities. The old marshal's ire was similarly ignited. "Humph, that old fool, relying on his position as the Minister of Finance to look down upon us, sending Wulong herb as a gift. Tomorrow, we shall showcase Tian's true capabilities. Now it is late. Everyone should retire early, for tomorrow we shall introduce Tian to the Emperor." And so, each retreated to their chambers. Little Tianqi, however, was not truly asleep. He was engrossed in practicing the Qilin decision. Utilizing the Yuan Dan left by the Emo Qilin, despite the 9 layers of seals, his body underwent continual reformation and destruction within the spatial tunnel, eventually breaking the first seal, leading to significant changes within him. Chapter 5. Cursed Physique, Martial Arts Ineptitude. The following morning, old Marshal Kate Lan En, accompanied by his son Lan En and Tianqi, arrived at the imperial palace. Upon sighting the arrival of the Kate family, Emperor Lok Tianya hastened to greet the old marshal. "You have worked hard, ha ha, and this little darling must be my future son-in-law? Indeed, he is quite a handsome lad. Come, summon Cardinal Sate and the princess." Kate Lan En and Lan En quickly knelt, expressing their gratitude for the emperor's praise. "His name is Kate Tianqi. Tianqi, do not forget to greet His Majesty." Laughter erupted in the grand hall, as the attendees found amusement in the old marshal's eagerness, given that his grandson had only just been born. The Minister of Finance led the mirthful chorus. "Humph, is it so amusing? I find you all the jesters here. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the world. Your Majesty, greetings. I am Kate Tianqi, wishing our Kate Empire invincible in battle and enduring in prosperity." A childish voice rang out, leaving the assembly in stunned silence, with Locke being the first to recover. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Our Kate Empire gains another prodigy. Truly, the Kate lineage is remarkable, and soon we shall dominate this continent," he chuckled, lifting both Kate Lan En and Lan En to their feet. The Minister of Finance Chester and his entourage hurriedly echoed the Emperor's sentiments, proclaiming, "Our Kate Empire shall surely reign supreme." Observing the lively scene, the old marshal merely smiled faintly, knowing the true surprise lay yet ahead. "Your Majesty," Cardinal Burencate, cradling the little princess, entered the grand hall. Locke nodded. "Lord Sate, how fares the Star Princess's physique?" "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Star Princess boasts not only remarkable magical talent but also possesses the exceedingly rare dual-element light and water physique." "Ha ha ha, excellent. My dear daughter has indeed not let me down. Lord Sate, please proceed to assess my son-in-law's physique and reveal the nature of this prodigious talent." Locke beamed as he approached Tianqi. Holding the Star Princess, Lord Sate nodded and approached Tianqi. O Almighty God of Light, grant your servant the ability to discern the essence of things. Light appraisal. As Sate chanted, a brilliant white light enveloped Tianqi, only to vanish instantly. Sate's eyes widened in surprise. The light appraisal should not have failed. Attempting once more, the result was the same, and he furrowed his brow. Your Majesty, there are only two types of physiques that can render the light appraisal ineffective: the legendary void physique or the cursed physique. The renowned Master Kuang shall possess the void physique, a rarity of millennia, while the cursed physique is virtually unheard of. I have merely encountered these records in ancient texts of the Holy See. Locke anxiously pressed, then what is Tianqi's true nature? Is he of the void physique or the cursed physique? Sate cleared his throat and responded, Your Majesty, the cursed physique is said to be afflicted by the god's curse, rendering one incapable of cultivating fighting spirit or magic throughout their life. In contrast, the void physique is favored by the divine, allowing for extraordinarily rapid cultivation of both fighting spirit and magic. Kuang Shao was not only a sword god but also a grand mage. The only distinction lies in the fact that the void physique absorbs all fighting spirit and magical elements, while the cursed physique repels them entirely. My two attempts at the light appraisal met with no response, suggesting that Tianqi's body repelled the appraisal. Therefore, he must possess the cursed physique, incapable of cultivating magic or fighting spirit. What? How can this be? A cursed physique? Father, did you not say Tian was of the void physique? Lanin exclaimed, distraught at the revelation that his son was deemed inept in martial arts and magic. The old marshal placed a calming hand on Lanin's shoulder. Lanin, it is not so straightforward. Have you forgotten his words upon birth? He spoke of creating his own sky, and that aura was no mere pretense. Lan An's demeanor shifted as he recalled, indeed, Tian did declare his desire to craft his own realm, and the intensity of that statement was palpable. The grand hall erupted in fervor once more. Lord Sate, can you guarantee that Tianqi is indeed of the cursed physique? This matter bears significant weight. Please deliberate carefully. Locke could not bear the thought of his brilliant daughter wed to an inept Tianqi. Your Majesty, I swear upon the honor of the God of Light that every word I utter is the truth. Should there be any falsehood, I shall descend into eternal darkness, Sate solemnly vowed. Only then did the assembly come to accept that Tianqi was indeed the fabled cursed physique. Your Majesty, in light of this, I wish to annul the betrothal between Tian and the Star Princess. I implore you to grant this request, the old marshal lamented. Fear not, old marshal. Even if Tian is unable to cultivate fighting spirit or magic, he can still pursue military studies, he can still lead troops into battle. The betrothal between the Star Princess and Kate Tianqi shall remain intact, with an engagement ceremony to be held upon their coming of age. Locke swiftly assisted the venerable marshal to his feet. Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty. We shall take our leave now. Indeed, dear marshal, do not dwell too long in sorrow, and please take care of your health, he replied. I appreciate your concern, Your Majesty. After finishing his words, the old marshal departed the palace accompanied by Lanin and Tianqi. Meanwhile, the news of Marshal Kate's grandson, Tianqi, being a magical and martial arts waste had spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Upon returning to the marshal's residence, the gathered individuals cast worried glances at Tianqi. Do not fret. Even if I cannot cultivate secret techniques or martial aura, grandfather will still love me just the same. Yes, Tianqi, do not be disheartened. Moved by the concern of his grandparents and parents, Tianqi reassured them, do not worry, I am fine. Starting tomorrow, I will begin learning to read and study, and I hope grandfather will allow me access to the family library. With a hearty laugh, the family felt their worries ease as they saw the joy on Tianqi's face. He nearly divulged all his secrets to them but ultimately refrained, realizing that doing so might alter familial relationships. Time swiftly passed, and 12 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. The once young Tianqi had grown into a small boy, now immersed in a sea of books. The Kate family's library was vast beyond imagination. Ever since he had learned the written language of this world, Tianqi spent his days within the library, dedicating himself solely to reading. Apart from eating and sleeping, in truth, he primarily practiced the Qilin technique within the confines of the library. This continued for 12 years, and Tianqi's strength had now reached that of a silver warrior. The reputation of the so-called waste of Tianqi had spread across the entire continent. Most infuriating to the noble young men of the imperial capital was the fact that this waste was the betrothed of the Starlight Princess. The radiant Starlight Princess had illuminated the entire continent, having reached the realm of a magus at the tender age of 12, and she possessed a dual affinity for light and water. The hierarchy of mages consisted of apprentice mage, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, magus, intermediate magus, grand magus, mage lord, and grand mage, totaling 9 levels. Yet, the Starlight Princess viewed her waste of a fiancé merely with curiosity. Now, at the age of 12, Tianqi was set to enter the Kate Royal Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy, where the Starlight Princess would also be attending. An exciting academic life was about to unfold. Chapter 6. The Royal Academy. The Qilin's chant. The Kate Royal Junior Magic and Martial Arts Academy stood as the foremost of the 4 prestigious institutions in the Tinya continent. The academy comprised both junior and senior divisions, allowing entry to those of apprentice to intermediate strength in the junior division, while the senior division was reserved for those of senior strength and above. The admission criteria focused solely on strength, disregarding age, embodying the academy's principle of valuing prowess above all else. In addition to magic and martial arts classes, there were also classes in strategy and politics, specifically designated for students who, due to unique circumstances, could not cultivate magic or martial aura. Tianqi was destined for the strategy class. The entrance of the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy. An ordinary carriage stood out remarkably. The attention it garnered was not due to the carriage itself, but rather the individual within it. Whispers arose among the gathered crowd, speculating who could be riding in such an unassuming vehicle to the Royal Academy. The Academy's entrance served as a battleground for families to showcase their wealth, where each clan endeavored to present their finest carriages. Observing this peculiar carriage, the crowd buzzed with discussion. As the carriage came to a halt, a young boy emerged, accompanied by an elderly man. Although he was not particularly tall, his gaze compelled those present to avert their eyes. Oh, is that not the steward of the Kate family? Then this must be Kate Tianqi. They murmured. Look, the one cursed by the gods has appeared. Ha! He is the disgrace of the Kate name. The derisive voice belonged to a rotund figure, none other than Chester Kashu's grandson, Chestabadi. The crowd gasped at his words. Realizing they were indeed witnessing the so-called waste of the Kate family, the one labeled as cursed by the divine in the ensuing chaos, the old steward furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to intervene and reprimand these individuals. However, Tianqi grasped the steward's arm and, with a calm smile, unleashed a formidable roar that silenced the assembly. Blood began to seep from Batty's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as he fainted. His guards finally roused from their stupor and hurriedly carried him away. The old steward stared in astonishment at Tianqi, while the onlookers regarded the so-called waste of martial arts with a mix of shock and intrigue. Greetings, everyone. I am the so-called waste of martial arts. Kate Tianqi. I do not mind this title. However, you must remember this. Do not insult my family. The Kate clan is beyond your comprehension. Without the blood of our forebears, how could you enjoy your lives today? Otherwise, you may meet a fate akin to that of the rotund figure. With that, he disregarded the gazes of the crowd and strode confidently into the academy. Behind Tianqi, a pair of curious eyes followed him closely. Xiao Dai, do you think this Kate Tianqi is truly the waste of martial arts that father spoke of? How could he so easily incapacitate Batty with just a roar? Even we were affected. What is happening? The girl addressed as Xiao Dai turned to the princess, Starlight Princess. I am uncertain. Just now, I sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation, and then I lost track of everything. It seems that Kate Tianqi is not to be underestimated. Your fiancé possesses remarkable abilities. The Starlight Princess blushed and retorted. How dare you say he is my fiancé? I believe it is you who has taken a liking to him. Princess, we should make haste inside. Otherwise, we will be surrounded by those noble scions again, Xiao Dai suggested, swiftly steering the conversation. This carriage belonged to the Starlight Princess, and the girl named Xiao Dai was actually Luo Lai Dai, a young lady from another prominent family in the Kate Empire. Noticing the old steward's unwavering gaze upon him, Tianqi explained, Grandfather Lake, are you wondering about my earlier display? I am not incapable of cultivating magic and martial aura. So how did I manage to incapacitate Batty? The steward nodded in confusion. Indeed, young master. Even I would find it challenging to knock Batty unconscious from such a distance using martial aura, yet you merely roared. Grandfather Lake, this is a special technique of energy manipulation. To illustrate, when you throw a large stone into water, the resulting waves quickly dissipate and the energy is lost. However, if you divide the stone into 12 pieces and toss them one by one while controlling the timing, you can generate multiple waves of energy. What I did just now is akin to that. I utilized just a modicum of energy to knock that rotund figure unconscious. It appears he was also carrying some magical artifact that was damaged in the process. Ha ha! Grandfather Lake nodded in understanding, clearly impressed by Tianqi's prowess. Young master is indeed remarkable, even possessing such knowledge. That rotund figure brought this upon himself by provoking you. Ha ha! However, to execute that chant requires energy. But if you cannot cultivate magic or martial aura, where does that energy come from? Ah, Grandfather Lake, you are astute. I discovered a special book in the library that details the cultivation of that energy. It refers to it as Yuanli. Tianqi fabricated a fictitious book. Oh, I see. Young master, you are fortunate, Grandfather Lake exclaimed, delighted for Tianqi. As they approached the entrance, an elderly figure greeted them. You must be Kate Tianqi. I am the head of the strategy class, Carlo Lick. It is a pleasure to have you join us. Here is your key. Your dormitory is just ahead on the left, room 301. I wish you a vibrant life at the academy. Tianqi offered a noble bow to Carlo Lick, expressing his gratitude before he and Lake proceeded to dormitory 301. The room was spacious, containing 4 beds, yet only Tianqi had arrived thus far. Lake unpacked the necessities from his spatial ring, arranged the bed, and then stood before Tianqi. Young master, this purple crystal card is a gift from the owner. It contains 100,000 purple crystal coins. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Grandfather Lake, do not worry. Please inform grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother that I will not bring shame to the Kate family. They can rest assured. Lake nodded and departed, leaving Tianqi to gaze around the unfamiliar surroundings, filled only with anticipation and challenge. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Tempest. The 4 waste gathered. Tianqi silently observed his new abode, the place where he would reside for the next year. Despite having read extensively in his family's library, most of the books were focused on martial aura, with scarce literature on magic. His primary objective for attending the academy was to explore the library. As he contemplated how to obtain a library permit, he was approached by a fellow student. Greetings, my friend. I am Quang Zhan. It is a pleasure to meet you. With the sound of a rugged voice, a colossal figure emerged before Tianqi. A hand, as large as a bear's paw, extended towards him. Hello, I am Kate Tianqi. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shaking that immense hand, Tianqi smiled at the overly mature young boy before him and responded. Ah, so you are Kate Tianqi, the so-called magic and martial arts waste of the Kate family. My apologies. I was merely taken aback. I hope we can become good friends in the future. The wild warrior, initially astonished, then sincerely apologized. Haha, it's quite all right. I don't mind at all. I hope we can get along well. Yes, indeed. Once our roommates arrive, let us go out for a meal. It's on me? Haha, Tianqi chuckled, but suddenly he realized that the physique of this wild warrior was not ordinary. His meridians were filled with the essence of heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a living creature within his body. Noticing Tianqi's intense gaze, the wild warrior instinctively stepped back. Brother Tianqi, this is my first outing. I'm not even married yet. As Tianqi pressed closer, the wild warrior exclaimed, Ah, please don't. A chilling scream escaped his lips. What are you doing? I simply noticed something peculiar within your body. Where on earth did your thoughts wander to? Haha. Tianqi laughed at the wild warrior's expression. Boss, why didn't you say something sooner? You nearly scared me to death, by the way. Is there something special within my body? Tianqi nodded. You must have quite the appetite and occasionally faint, correct? Yes, boss. From now on I'll call you that. You quite remarkable. We've only just met, and you already know. Haha. Did you experience anything unusual during your childhood or consume something extraordinary? Well, I don't recall anything unusual, but I do remember one thing. When I was young, I witnessed a battle between 2 strange magical beasts. They ultimately perished, leaving behind an egg, small and no larger than a regular magical chicken egg. I swallowed that egg whole, but nothing significant happened afterward. Ha ha, you lucky rascal. I suspect that egg was from some powerful magical beast. One of those beasts was likely guarding it, while the other sought to steal it. You fortuitously consumed it, and rather than being destroyed, the egg has been absorbing your energy, enhancing your body in the process. It is now on the verge of hatching, and I shall assist you, as a gift for acknowledging me as your boss. Ha ha, Tianqi explained with a smile. The wild warrior, brimming with excitement, responded, "Thank you, boss. Please act quickly. I am eager to see what magical beast has been within me for 13 years. Ha ha." Tianqi nodded and approached the wild warrior, letting a drop of golden blood fall from his fingertip. That drop of golden blood instantly melded into the wild warrior's body. A resounding roar erupted from his mouth as the silhouette of a Qilin, accompanied by the apparition of a dragon from this world, appeared above him. A beam of golden light burst forth from his body, landing before the two. As the golden light dissipated, a diminutive figure leapt into the wild warrior's embrace. Brother, I am finally free. Ha ha. The playful voice belonged to a unique dragon, slender in form, with sharp claws. Its original wings had vanished, replaced by a pair of rainbow-hued wings, while its head retained the likeness of the dragons of this world. Originally part of the dragon race in this realm, it underwent a special evolution due to Tianqi's drop of blood. Now, it had transformed into something unrecognizable, yet anyone who remembered the dragon god would surely be astonished. If those rainbow wings were removed, it would resemble the dragon god perfectly. The wild warrior gazed at the little creature in his arms, laughter spilling from his lips. Ha ha, since you call me brother, I shall name you Quangfeng. How does that sound? I like that name, thank you. Fathered up by the way, Quangfeng, you owe your birth to my boss here. He will be your boss from now on. Ha ha. Upon hearing the wild warrior's words, Quangfeng paused momentarily, then flew before Tianqi. Thank you, my lord. From your blood, I sense your unparalleled power. From now on, my brother and I shall heed your every command. Tianqi chuckled, silly child, don't be so serious. We are only in our teens. Hardly old men, haha. Since you acknowledge me as your boss, you shall be my brothers from now on. Yes, good brothers. Indeed, good brothers, haha. They clasped hands together in camaraderie. Why is our room 301 so lively? A boy with fiery red hair entered, accompanied by a cold-faced youth. Hello, I am Huoyan, and this is my cousin Binghan. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Tianqi, observing the starkly contrasting personalities of the two, suddenly recalled a book he had seen in the library about the God-Blessed clan. The God-Blessed clan consists of 8 families, each favored by a deity, bearing surnames derived from the attributes of their respective deities. For instance, the family that worships the fire god bears the surname Hua, while those who honor the war god are all surnamed Zhan. The 8 God-Blessed families include those of the water god, fire god, ice and snow goddess, thunder god, light god, demon god, war god, and dragon god. These 8 deities are also the principal gods of the divine realm. The 2 individuals before him surely hailed from the fire god and ice and snow goddess families. It was puzzling why they had come to the strategy class. Haha, here I am, a magic and martial arts waste, and it seems Quangzhan is also viewed as a waste in their families. With the 2 from the God-Blessed families here, all 4 of us wastes have gathered. Tomorrow, I shall make the world tremble because of us. Chapter 8. The Iron Men of Room 301 and the Princess Turmoil. Hello, I am Kate Tianqi. This is Quangzhan, and this is his pet. Quangfeng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tianqi walked slowly toward Huoyan and Binghan to introduce himself. Upon hearing Tianqi's name, they merely glanced at him before turning their attention back to Quangfeng. Gentlemen, please don't frighten Quangfeng by staring at him like that. Ha! Tianqi's words drew their focus back to him. Huoyan and Binghan quickly apologized. We're sorry. We've never seen such a unique pet before. Haha. Well, now that we're all acquainted, let us head out for a meal together after we tidy up. It's on me. Let us make friends. With that, they began to make their beds. Observing the peculiar brothers, Tianqi noticed that several crucial meridians within their bodies had been blocked using some special technique. Curiously, he inquired, since we'll be living together, let me help you out. I've discovered that your inability to utilize fighting spirit and magic is due to important meridians being obstructed. Meridians are the channels through which fighting spirit flows. I can help you open those channels, and then you will be able to train in fighting spirit again. Huayan and Bing Han stared in astonishment at this so-called magic and martial arts waste. If what you say is true, it must be the work of other heirs from our families. They fear we might seize their positions, so they prevented us from cultivating our fighting spirit. This way, we cannot compete for the chieftainess position. Please, if you truly can help us, we will do anything you ask. As victims of familial strife, they had endured scorn from a young age. Now, hearing that they might have a chance at rebirth, it was only natural for them to be overwhelmed with excitement. Even Bing Han's eyes gleamed with desire. Haha, don't be like that. I have but one request. You must diligently cultivate to reclaim your rightful place. Friends help each other out. There's no need for such formality. Sit back and relax. Then, he smoothly opened the meridian channels for Huayan and Bing Han, who began to feel the flow of fighting spirit. Although they had been told since childhood that they could not cultivate fighting spirit, they had secretly practiced, but any fighting spirit produced had remained stagnant within their bodies. Now, they could distinctly feel the flow of fighting spirit. From today onwards, you, Kate Tianqi, shall be our boss. My brother Bing Han and I will follow your lead, Huayan and Bing Han declared respectfully as they knelt before Tianqi. Ha ha ha, I am indeed fortunate today. I've made so many good brothers in this dorm room. And this wild warrior has also acknowledged me as his boss. Tianqi laughed as he playfully nudged Quanzhan forward. Huayan and Bing Han did not find it strange to become brothers with Quanzhan. Since the elder brother arrived first, Quanzhan became the second brother, while Huayan took the title of third brother and Bing Han the fourth. How does that sound to everyone? Ha ha ha, good brothers. Let us go. From now on we shall be known as the Iron Men of Room 301. Ha ha, boss is treating us to a feast. The four of them, along with the dragon, marched toward the cafeteria. The academy's cafeteria was divided into junior and senior sections, with the senior section located on the third and fourth floors, while the junior section occupied the first and second floors. The junior cafeteria was already bustling with people. Upon Tianqi's arrival, murmurs spread through the crowd. This is the magic and martial arts waste. I heard he injured Chester Batty's hefty pig today. I wonder if that pig was just too stuffed last night, lacking the strength to fight back or what? How could a waste defeat it? The bustling cafeteria fell into an instant hush with the arrival of a girl, her long silver hair shimmering like starlight, and her resplendent eyes captivating the gaze of all present. Although she was still petite due to her youth, it was evident that she would grow into a beauty who could bring nations to their knees. This girl was none other than the Princess of Stars, accompanied by 2 girls and 3 boys as she entered the dining hall. Your Highness, I have long advised against dining in such a place, yet here you are. I truly fail to comprehend what draws you to it, remarked one of the girls, her haughty demeanor dripping with disdain. As if the cafeteria were a mere lavatory, the crowd gasped at her audacity. They had not anticipated such arrogance from someone so seemingly charming. The first to voice his discontent was Quanzhan, his rough voice resonating throughout the hall, startling everyone. Upon hearing Quanzhan, the girl strode directly towards him. At that moment, Princess of Stars' attention was also piqued. When her gaze fell upon Tianqi, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Though she quickly masked it, yet it did not escape the notice of the 3 boys beside her, who also approached Tianqi's group. The onlookers in the cafeteria watched in glee as the formidable trio advanced towards Tianqi. Chester Buddy, the hefty pig, has recovered thanks to the priest's treatment. Ha! This is going to be entertaining. Those 3 are not to be trifled with. They belong to the divine clans, Thunder God Clan, Water God Clan, Light God Clan, and Dragon God Clan. Let us see how this waste will meet his demise, they chortled. His followers quickly chimed in. Indeed, young master, he is doomed, they laughed. Tianqi regarded the approaching group with a calm demeanor. As the girl confronted Quanzhan directly, you're the one who said you didn't tea like me, right? Quanzhan, feeling bashful, retreated behind Tianqi. My lady, I sincerely apologize for my brother's earlier words and hope you can forgive him. The girl, noticing Tianqi's defense of her, felt her ire dissipate. Fine, I shall let it go, she chuckled, returning to the side of the princess. By the way, do you remember me, Tianqi? I am Xingchen. As Tianqi gazed at the adorable girl before him, He racked his memory but ultimately shook his head. I apologize. My lady, I have been confined to my home since childhood and have not ventured out, so I may not recall you. The Princess of Stars was taken aback. Pouting slightly, you truly don't remember? I have always wished to meet you. Unexpectedly, you. This is your fiancée, Princess of Stars, Lakshingchen. You are exceedingly rude, interjected Lola Yedid. Ah, Your Highness, my sincerest apologies. I was under the impression that the engagement had been annulled. I truly regret the misunderstanding, Tianqi exclaimed, astonished. Chapter 9. The frenzied duel. The Iron Men of 301 were taken aback by their leader's words. They could hardly believe he would disregard a princess. Showcasing his formidable nature, Quangfing was left out of the conversation, oblivious to what was being discussed, as it comfortably slept on Quangzhan's shoulder. Upon hearing Tianqi's explanation, the princess felt somewhat reassured, eager to inquire about how he had injured Buddy. Suddenly, one of the taller boys among the trio proclaimed, Tianqi, I, Lei Ju, challenge you to a duel in the name of the Thunder God Clan's young noble. Though you are but a wasted talent, you have insulted the goddess in my heart, and I must defeat you. The second boy, stout yet earnest, echoed, I, Long Quang, challenge you as well, for the same reason. The final boy, who was rather clever, stood up and added, I apologize, but we three have sworn to advance or retreat together. Thus, I, Guangta, also challenge you in the name of the Light God Clan's young noble, for the bond of brotherhood. Tianqi smiled at the trio of youngsters before him, recognizing Guangta's slyness in seeking a noble excuse to make him look foolish before the princess. Very well, I accept your duel. You may choose the time and place, but I have but one condition. You must all face me together, for I have little time to spare. The hall erupted in astonishment. The princess initially intended to prevent the duel, but since it was initiated in the name of the divine clans, interfering would be seen as disrespectful to the gods. Thus, she had no choice but to step back. However, she had not anticipated Tianqi's daring to challenge all three at once. This fool, must he seek to impress me in such a manner? She mused. The trio, initially hesitating out of respect for the divine clans, could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing the princess's demeanor. Fine, if you seek death, we shall oblige. Tomorrow at 10 in the arena. Do not dare to shy away, Lei Ju declared after a brief discussion. We will be there on time, Your Highness. But for now, I must take my leave. I have to treat my brothers to a meal. Farewell, Tianqi responded, leading his companions to a table to order food. Boss, we are acquainted with those three. They are all advanced warriors. You must be cautious, Huiyin warned. Ha. Thank you for your concern, third brother. Rest assured. They cannot harm me. Even if I merely stand there, they will not be able to touch me, Tianqi replied with a grin. Since our leader is confident, we shall trust you. Let us enjoy ourselves and drink merrily, Quangzhan declared as he began to order fervently from the menu. Their lunch concluded amid the crowd's scrutiny. The entire academy buzzed with the astonishing news of Tianqi, the Cursed One, a martial arts wastrel daring to challenge three young nobles from divine clans. Upon returning to their dormitory, the Princess of Stars turned to Xiao Dai. Do you think this fool will be in danger? Giggling, Princess, who is this fool? It seems your heart is stirred, Xiao Dai teased. How vexing. I merely worry for him. For he is my nominal fiancé. Moreover, he is dueling for me. What if something happens? Xingqian argued anxiously. Xiao Dai nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness, you are correct. While your fiancé may possess some strength, facing three young nobles from divine clans is a different matter altogether. He could be in grave peril. What shall we do? Ah, I will gift him my necklace. Mother once said it was a blessing from the goddess of life. As long as he draws breath, it can save him. Yes, that is it. I shall find him tonight, she resolved, giggling. Observing the princess's self-talk, Xiao Dai sighed, realizing that the princess had truly developed feelings for Kaite Tianqi, even willing to part with her mother's relic for his protection. This matter needed to be reported to the emperor promptly. The Academy's classes officially commenced the following day, while today was designated for students to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Throughout the afternoon, Room 301 engaged in playing games from the Tinya continent. Boss, while we trust your abilities, the opponents are three young nobles from divine clans. Shouldn't we prepare some magical artifacts? Qilin still felt uneasy. Rest easy, my friends. Though I am cursed and cannot cultivate fighting spirit or magic, I have mastered a unique power. Power that I assure you, even a saint-level expert cannot harm me. Tianqi grinned, eliciting astonishment from his companions. That is absurd. It cannot be true, they gasped. Tianqi smiled softly. Do you not believe me? I cannot prove it now, but you shall see. Now, let us head to dinner, my iron brothers, he declared cheerfully. A knock sounded at the door as Tianqi approached to open it. Tianqi, I've come to give you something. This necklace is a blessing from the goddess of life. It can protect you. It doesn't hold any special significance, but I merely hope you can keep your life tomorrow. You must do your best, Princess Xingqian exclaimed, her face flushed, before hurriedly departing. Staring blankly at the necklace in his hand, Tianqi thought to himself, perhaps this engagement not being annulled is such a bad thing after all. He chuckled, Boss, the princess has already left. Why are you still staring? One of his companions teased, Oh well, the princess only worries for me. There's nothing to misconstrue. Now, let us go, my iron brothers. It's time for dinner. Tianqi quickly deflected, and the group returned to the lively cafeteria. Chapter 10. The War of Gods and Demons, the Legacy of Godslaying. After dinner, the members of Room 301 decided to take a stroll to aid digestion from their evening meal. The four boys and the dragon felt fortunate for the day's events. Tianqi felt grateful to have such good brothers, while the others rejoiced in having such a formidable leader, alleviating their status as martial arts wastrels. Little dragon Quangfing merely felt awe, as it had yet to inherit its parents' memories. When that time came, it would finally understand its true nature. Boss, we are truly fortunate to share a dorm with you. The third and fourth brothers remarked in unison. Indeed, it is fortunate that I was assigned to the seniors' dormitory. Otherwise, we would have remained as mere novices in martial arts, thanks to the senior. We have been able to rise, and now the world appears to me so much more expansive. Ha ha. There is no need to stand on ceremony. It is only natural for brothers to assist one another. From tomorrow onward, you all must train diligently. Given your physical constitution, your progress should be swift. Third and fourth brothers, you possess your own methods of cultivating fighting energy, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. As for you, second brother, if you lack a method, I can impart a set of techniques to you. Xiao Feng, the senior has been exceptionally kind to you. I have decided to share my techniques with you. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the three of them and the dragon were taken aback. In the Tianya continent, the cultivation techniques of various families are treasured and closely guarded. The senior, however, is willing to share his. The others shook their heads. Senior, while we are eager to learn your techniques, your family would surely disapprove. Perhaps it is best to let it be, Qilin said, disappointed at haha. Do not take offense. My family will not object. These techniques were discovered by me in my family's library, and they are quite ancient. Our family has never utilized these tomes, treating them merely as collectibles. Rest assured, I wonder if you have heard of a group of exceptional individuals that emerged during the War of Gods and Demons. Their power surpassed that of divine class practitioners. They were known as demigods. Tianqi began to explain the origins of his techniques. Demigods, above divine level? How remarkable, senior. I have never heard of this, Quangzhan remarked. Intrigued, Qilin and Binghan pondered for a moment. Senior, we too have not heard of these demigods. Tianqi contemplated before responding. It is likely that this segment of history has been forgotten or intentionally altered. During the War of Gods and Demons, the battlefield was the human realm, where the demon race held significant power and the divine race was at a disadvantage. At that critical juncture, 12 brave warriors emerged from our human race. They were the demigods, each possessing strength beyond the divine level, nearing the threshold of the supreme god level. It was the inclusion of these 12 warriors that enabled the divine coalition to triumph over the demon race and drive them back to the demon realm. If that is the case, then surely the 12 warriors would have been documented. How is it that we are entirely unaware of this? Binghan asked, perplexed. That is a tale to tell. Initially, the 12 warriors shone brightly in the War of Gods and Demons, attracting more races to ally with humanity. Although humanity was nominally part of the divine coalition, their strength had become formidable. After defeating the demon race, the senior dragon knight, Alan Shibwa, decided to lead the human coalition in challenging the divine race. As humanity was entirely under the control of the divine race, much like the current situation. Despite their valiant efforts, the 12 warriors ultimately met with defeat, earning them the moniker of Godslayers. Although they were vanquished, they succeeded in slaying 2 of the 8 supreme gods of the divine realm, the demon god and the thunder god, along with countless lesser deities, which is how they earned their title. Tianqi held a deep respect for those brave warriors who dared to resist. The 3 and the dragon were utterly stunned. Although Quang Feng had yet to inherit memories, he was aware of the gods. Senior, are you saying that the demon god and thunder god were both slain by the 12 warriors? That cannot be. Moreover, according to the teachings of the Church of Light, there are no demon gods among the 8 supreme gods. Indeed, the 8 supreme gods do include the demon god, as established by the creator god. However, due to his nature being incompatible with the other deities, the divine beings gradually neglected the demon god. And over time, they forgot about him entirely, mistaking the demon god for the deity of death. Thus, it is quite normal for you to be unaware as for the demon realm. After the creator god established the divine and human realms, he discovered an abundance of negative energy and subsequently banished it to another world, which became the demon realm. However, unexpectedly, the negative energy in the demon realm began to evolve. After a prolonged period, the demon race emerged, with their leader, Satan, possessing powers rivaling those of the creator god. The creator god was astonished by the existence of the demon race but lacked the strength to eradicate them. Thus, he acknowledged their existence. The demon realm's power is nearly on par with that of the divine realm. While the divine realm has its 8 supreme gods, the demon realm boasts formidable races such as fallen angels, abyssal dragons, and vampires, 3 races powerful enough to contend with the divine beings. As they listened to Tianqi's words, it was as if they were transported back to that glorious era. Senior, during the war of gods and demons, how could the demon race, led by someone as powerful as Satan, have been defeated by the divine race? Quang Feng inquired, tilting his small dragon head. Tianqi patted Quang Feng's head. Well done, little Feng. The reason is that Satan did not participate in the battle. The creator god had made an agreement that none could intervene, allowing the 2 races to fight amongst themselves. The demon race, which was on the brink of victory, faltered due to the intervention of the 12 warriors. In turn, the 12 warriors faced annihilation for challenging the gods. What I wish to impart to you is the technique of the demigods, also known as the Godslayers techniques. You must carefully consider whether you are willing to accept this. Huayan and Bing Han fell silent, while Quang Zhan, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Senior, whatever you ask of me, I shall do it. Even if it means becoming a Godslayer, I will comply. His resolute words and rugged voice moved Huayan and Bing Han's hearts. Senior, we too will follow suit. Even if it means slaying gods. As long as you ask, we will comply. Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since that is the case, Quang Zhan, you shall cultivate the thunder blade of the thunder warrior. Huayan, you shall train in the fire cloud palm of the fire cloud warrior. And Bing Han, you will practice the frozen sword of the absolute zero warrior. As for you, Xiao Feng, you shall train with me in my Qilin technique. I am curious to see what kind of Qilin will emerge from a divine beast with Qilin blood in this world. Here is the parchment containing the techniques. Keep it safe, and once you have memorized it, destroy the parchment. The 3 of them gazed at the thin parchment in their hands, deeply moved. Senior, we will definitely train earnestly and will not bring shame upon you. They declared in unison, the techniques I provide are merely for your protection. As long as you honor the 12 warriors, that is sufficient. Now, let us return and rest early. Tomorrow, I must face a duel. Senior, what about me? Quang Feng's youthful voice piped up. Oh dear, I almost forgot about little Feng. How could I forget you? For now, simply absorbing the power of the drop of my blood will suffice. After you grow a bit more, I will teach you the Qilin technique. Let us go, brothers. Tomorrow, you shall witness how I deal with those so-called divine favored ones, Tianqi said with a smile. Daring to vie for my beloved. That is truly Tianqi's intent. Under the moonlight, the figures of the 4 slowly elongated, their laughter and chatter fading into the distance. What will transpire tomorrow? That remains a mystery to all. Chapter 11. The Divine Favored Ones and the duel begins upon returning to their dormitory. The group was so excited that sleep eluded them. The three were thrilled to have acquired such powerful cultivation techniques, while Quang Feng was simply delighted to have such a formidable senior leading him. Meanwhile, Tianqi quietly gazed at the necklace in his hand, reflecting on the words and actions of the Star Princess. Recalling the expression on her face when she gifted him the necklace, he chuckled to himself. She is truly adorable. Senior, who are you talking about? Is it me? Xiao Feng chimed in, aware of her own cuteness, but wishing for it not to be openly acknowledged. Giggle. Xiao Feng, your voice sounds a bit strange. How did you end up on my bed? Weren't you with your brother? Tianqi asked, puzzled by Quang Feng's peculiar tone. Quang Feng lazily sprawled across Tianqi's stomach. I don't care about him. I've been watching that piece of paper. I don't see what's so interesting about it. Senior, from now on, I want to sleep with you. It feels so comfortable beside you. Giggle. Xiao Feng, your voice does sound a bit odd. Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Tianqi's concern, Quang Feng burst into laughter. Giggle. Senior, you're too funny. This is just my natural voice. After all, I am a girl. With that, Quang Feng wriggled playfully on Tianqi's stomach. Tianqi was startled and sat up abruptly. You're a girl? Oh, well, you need to be careful. Although you are just a dragon and not a human girl, it's still not appropriate to be so unruly on my stomach. By the way, since you are a girl, shall I give you a new name? What do you think? Sure. I'll follow whatever senior decides. Giggle. The little dragon squirmed atop Tianqi. Then, I shall name you Wan Xian, hoping you will embody the grace and charm of a girl. How does that sound? Wan Xian. I like it from now on. I shall be called Wan Xian. Giggle. Wan Xian laughed as she burrowed into Tianqi's blankets. Wan Xian, please don't squirm too much. The pleasant night passed just like that. As the sun rose the next day, Tianqi looked at the slumbering Wan Xian in his arms and smiled. He had not anticipated that this little one was a girl. Gently placing Wan Xin down, I noticed that the three warriors were still in a deep slumber. Likely having practiced their skills late into the night, it was best to let them rest for a while. Glancing at the magical clock, I saw it was already 9 o'clock. I stepped outside the dormitory and hastily grabbed a bite to eat in the cafeteria before heading to the Academy's dueling arena. The dueling arena of the Kate Royal Martial Arts Academy was established at the inception of the school, serving as a venue for students to resolve their disputes. At this moment, the arena was surrounded by a throng of students, not just from the junior division, but also a considerable number from the senior division. After all, this was a duel involving the young clan leader of the divinely favored lineage, and what made it even more shocking was that the challenger was a so-called martial arts failure. A person cursed by the gods. Even Emperor Locktian of the Kate Empire and the imperial ministers had arrived, along with Tianqi's grandparents and parents, all seated several hundred meters away on the observation platform. The old marshal thought to himself, my son-in-law seems rather impulsive this time. After all, he is facing 3 young clan leaders from the divinely favored lineage, and this duel may pose a significant danger. Last night, Locktian received a report from Xiaodai and was taken aback to find that his daughter had truly fallen for that martial arts failure. Looking at his daughter's worried expression, he secretly hoped that Tianqi would be defeated, as it would provide him with a legitimate reason to annul their engagement. Your Majesty, if Tian'er cannot even protect the one he loves, then he does not deserve to have her, the old marshal declared. However, despite his words, the deep anxiety in his eyes did not escape the notice of those around him. Father, rest assured, Tian'er would never attempt anything without confidence. Have you forgotten what Uncle Lake told you? Seeing his father becoming somewhat agitated, Ranon quickly reassured him. Upon hearing Ranon's words, the old marshal's furrowed brow relaxed. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Let us all enjoy the duel. At this moment, Tianqi stepped onto the dueling stage, his slender frame unexpectedly exuding a heavy pressure that captivated the crowd. Standing at the center of the arena, Tianqi bowed to the observation platform and then to those around him, earning a resounding applause from the audience. Kate Tianqi, you are commendable. For the princess, facing 3 opponents at once, should you lose, we shall still support you. A rather abrupt voice rang out. Upon closer inspection, It belonged to a handsome blonde student from the senior division. Tianqi nodded in acknowledgement. Kate Tianqi, remember my name. I am Ebol Latin. I would like to befriend you. After the duel, wait for me, haha, my friend. If you do not befriend him now, you may not have the chance later. As duels can be perilous and accidents can easily occur. Don't you agree, Kate Tianqi? A haughty voice interjected. Ebol Latin furrowed his brow. Who do you think you are? Do not assume that the divinely favored lineage is something to be trifled with. Tianqi, I have faith in you. Tianqi regarded the three arrogant individuals before him and smiled faintly. Indeed, Ebol Latin, we shall be friends. Watch my performance. I will seek you out shortly. Haha, as this esteemed classmate of the Thunder Decision mentioned, dueling is indeed dangerous, so do take care. You can boast now, but let us see how you meet your demise. Judge, may the duel commence? With that, Lei Ju turned to the referee. Given the significance of this duel, it was presided over by the Academy's headmaster, Abraham. The old headmaster slowly drew his wand, invoking, Great Water Deity, bestow upon your servant a shield to withstand all. A pale blue barrier enveloped Tianqi and the three challengers, forming a vast space. The spectators were taken aback by the old headmaster's display. Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor was a 9th-level spell, effortlessly conjured by the Grand Water Mage. After establishing the Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, he cast an amplification spell, announcing, the duel begins within the barrier. Tianqi smiled lightly. It has begun, and why three opponents? Do make your move swiftly. I have little time to spare as a friend awaits me. He glanced back at Ebol Latin. The crowd was stunned by Tianqi's reaction. Was this not too audacious? Ebol Latin, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter. Haha, there's promise in you. Tianqi, hurry and finish. I want to treat you to a meal afterward. The three challengers, seeing Tianqi mock them, nodded in unison and charged toward him. Chapter 12. An exciting duel. The dragon appears among the trio. Lei Ju was a warrior wielding a large sword, while Long Quang was a knight. Although he had not summoned his steed, the knight's lance in his hand testified to his profession. Lastly, Guang Te was a light mage who first cast a shield on himself, and then enhanced Lei Ju and Long Quang before taking cover behind them to prepare his offensive spells. Wrath of the Thunder God. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Lei Ju's sword, causing it to flicker with radiant energy. Dragon's flame rend. Long Quang's knight's lance suddenly slipped from his grasp, erupting into a torrent of flames that spiraled at the tip, hurtling toward Tianqi. Holy Light Sword. Guang Te finally completed his lengthy spell, summoning a massive sword composed of light that descended upon Tianqi. While everyone knew the divinely favored lineage was formidable, they were still astonished by the ferocity of their initial onslaught. These three strikes were, in fact, the most powerful techniques they could currently unleash. Due to Tianqi's incessant mockery, they resolved to utilize their strongest moves to obliterate him. In the observation platform, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, it was the Kate clan who bore the brunt of the worry. I can't believe the divinely favored lineage is this powerful. Tian'er is in danger. Get out of the way, cried Kaiyue launching, the first to spring to her feet. To everyone's surprise, the princess also stood up, shouting, Tianqi, dodge! The old marshal and Ranon exchanged knowing smiles, astonished that the princess had truly developed feelings for Tian'er. Xinger, princess, fret not. Tian'er will not be easily defeated, they reassured. Although the old marshal and Ranon had faith in Tianqi, they knew that facing such powerful techniques would require considerable effort, even for themselves. The old marshal is overly optimistic. These three techniques are divine arts of the divinely favored lineage. It would not be easy to counter them. Even for a blade saint like yourself, Chester remarked, adjusting his bulky frame. The princess and Launching were momentarily speechless. None of the men in our Kate clan are cowards. We believe in Tian'er, the old marshal retorted fiercely. Enough, my loyal subjects, cease your bickering and watch closely, exclaimed the emperor. What is Tian'er doing? As the emperor spoke, the crowd's attention returned to the dueling arena. Everyone was captivated by Tianqi's actions. He slowly reached into his robe just as the three attacks closed in on him. What would he do? Suddenly, Tianqi withdrew his hand, revealing an astonishing object. an item that left the audience dumbfounded. Third brother, fourth brother, look at what the eldest brother is doing. What he holds does not appear to be a weapon, but rather a scratcher. No, it is indeed a scratcher. Heavens, the eldest brother is scratching an itch. Quangjun's voice jolted the entire arena. Ha ha, second brother is not mistaken. This is indeed a scratcher, and I am scratching an itch, Tianqi exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Quangjun and the others. Facing the three divine arts, he was merely scratching an itch, which was utterly astonishing. What followed was even more astonishing. The wrath of the thunder god, dragon's flame rend, and holy light sword struck Tianqi directly, resulting in a massive explosion accompanied by anguished cries. Dust filled the air, obscuring the spectator's view, and even the water curtain heavenly splendor trembled slightly. When the dust finally settled, the scene that unfolded before the audience was both comical and tragic. The three so-called young clan leaders of the divinely favored lineage were left beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, while the so-called martial arts failure stood nonchalantly among them. Thank you for your restraint. Everyone, it appears I have won this duel. Henceforth, do refrain from targeting my fiancée, Tianqi said, slowly approaching the edge of the water curtain heavenly splendor barrier, gesturing for the duel to conclude. Wait, we have not conceded yet. We still have our ultimate moves to unleash. The duel is not over, Lei Ju protested, struggling to rise. Long Quang and Guangte nodded in agreement, stating, that's right. The duel is not finished. We have yet to concede. There was a hint of reverence in their gazes as they looked at Tianqi. Although the crowd was bewildered by the recent events, they understood that they had witnessed Tianqi being struck by their ultimate techniques. Just as they were about to cheer, they saw Tianqi smile and clap his hands, sending Lei Ju's sword flying. Then, using his abdomen, he gently pushed against Long Quang's knight's lance, effortlessly reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. Just as the holy light sword was about to descend, they witnessed this failure open his mouth, inhale deeply, and the entire sword disintegrated into light elements, which he subsequently absorbed into his body. A merciless onslaught ensued, with each of the three challengers receiving no fewer than 100 blows to their faces, realizing too late that this martial arts failure was the true genius. Haha, have you not had enough of a beating? It seems I was too gentle earlier. You have yet to learn your lesson. In their eyes, Tianqi's smile was nothing short of a devil summons. No, do not approach any closer. If you truly possess strength, then stand there and wait until we are prepared. The trio of Leijue retreated frantically. Observing their demeanor, Tianqi nodded and replied, very well, I shall wait for you. But do make haste. The spectators in the duel arena were left agape, their jaws nearly touching the ground, while those on the observation platform were equally astonished. Father, did you witness the events that just transpired? Lan asked curiously. The old marshal, brimming with joy, chuckled, regardless of what happened. The important thing is that Tian'er emerged victorious, is it not, Your Majesty? The Emperor, jolted back to attention by the old marshal's words, responded, indeed. I never anticipated Tian'er to possess such prowess. Xing'er, you shall have a splendid husband in the future. Ha ha ha, father. How vexing. I am going to Aunt Longjing's. Princess Xingqian shyly retreated to Kaiwei Longjing's side. Longjing chuckled, ha ha, Your Highness, you can no longer call me aunt. It is time to refer to me as mother. Heh. Ah, Aunt Longjing is the same. Princess Xingqian buried her little head deep into Longjing's embrace, her heart brimming with joy at the revelation that her fiancé was not a mere magic and martial arts wastrel, but rather incredibly formidable, and she had a mother. Giggling softly as she pondered, laughter escaped her lips. That aura, it is the Dragon Clan. Quickly, safeguard His Majesty and the princess. This is an adult dragon, at the very least a holy level master. The old marshal exclaimed in alarmed eye. In an instant, the observation platform was surrounded by guards, while the crowd in the duel arena stood frozen in awe of the immense dragon's might. Even the old principal was taken aback by the fact that this divine family could summon a holy-level dragon. Hastily casting a water curtain to protect the students. Chapter 13. The divine fire of Qilin, underlying currents before Tianqi. A colossal figure emerged from a portal, intricate runes swirling upon its surface. The luminous gate slowly opened, revealing a gigantic fire dragon that gradually stepped forth, letting out a roar that resonated throughout the imperial capital. The fire dragon regarded the diminutive figure before it, opened its mouth, and turned its head towards the trio of fools. You are the ones who summoned me with the dragon's summoning flute. The three of Lejue, terrified by the dragon's overwhelming presence, collapsed to the ground. Dragon Quang, being of the dragon god lineage, possessed some resistance to dragon might. Quickly knelt and declared, Great Flame Dragon, Audric, I am Long Quang, a minor clan leader of the dragon god lineage, and it was I who summoned you. I beseech you to slay that brat, haha. Who would have thought that our initial agreement would lead to the slaying of merely one person, and a child at that? I wonder how furious your ancestors would be to learn of this. Very well, considering the dragon summoning flute, I shall assist you this once, but from now on, I owe you dragon god lineage nothing. Humph. Audric finished, turning its head to gaze at Tianqi. Brat, why do you not fear my dragon might? Apologies, but though I do not know you, I must still slay you. It chuckled darkly, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames towards Tianqi. Tianqi. Princess Xingqian fainted instantly, while the old marshal and Lan closed their eyes in despair. Tears welled in Lanjing's eyes, and the old principal mourned the impending demise of Tianqi, lamenting the loss of such a prodigy. If he were to survive, their academy would surely triumph in the upcoming Inter-Academy tournament. The warriors among them closed their eyes in hopelessness, yet only Wan Xin, the peculiar little dragon, firmly believed that Tianqi would emerge unscathed. Just when everyone thought Tianqi was doomed, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ah, why do you not fear my dragon flames? This little fellow is truly peculiar. All eyes returned to the duel arena, where they beheld that Audric's dragon flames were repelled by a layer of white flames encasing Tianqi's body. Heavens, this is astonishing. It can even withstand dragon flames. Go, Tianqi. Ebulitin was the first to shout, and soon the arena erupted with thunderous cheers of Go, Tianqi, Go, Tianqi, resounding above the duel arena. Tianqi waved his hand with a smile. Old lizard, I refuse to acknowledge you as a dragon. Even if you are a dragon, you must grovel beneath my feet rather than brandish your fangs before me, understand? With a flick of his hands. The Qilin fire sent the dragon flames back towards Audric, enveloping him in a blaze of white flames. The pressure emanating from his very soul deeply shook the fire dragon's heart. Such overwhelming might was something even the dragon emperor lacked. What on earth was this? Before Audric could comprehend, the pallid flames were already upon him. A mournful dragon's roar echoed throughout the imperial capital, and moments later, the majestic fire dragon, a holy level powerhouse, left nothing behind. Utterly disintegrating into ash, the arena fell into a profound silence. What kind of magic could extinguish even a dragon? Heavens! The cheers erupted once more. Dragon Slayer, Kate Tianqi. What about you? Do you still refuse to concede? Tianqi regarded the trio of fools with indifference. Ah, we concede. We concede. Lejue's three members hastily acknowledged their defeat and exited the duel arena. After their departure, Tianqi too collapsed. In truth, the Qilin fire could only be wielded after cultivating the Qilin decision to its second level. Earlier, Tianqi had intended to unleash the first level of the Qilin decision, revealing the Qilin Divine Claw to vanquish the dragon. However, upon witnessing the dragon's arrogance and provocation, the blood of the Qilin surged forth. Being of the beast god emperor lineage, all beasts were beneath him. Yet, this audacious dragon dared to challenge him, prompting Tianqi to harness the power of his father's Yuan Dan to unleash the Qilin fire. Albeit at a great cost to himself, leading to his fainting. The Qilin fire, embodying the wrath of the Qilin, had effortlessly extinguished the holy level dragon. Emperor Locke promptly returned with the Kate clan to the palace for an emergency meeting. While Tianqi was taken back to room 301 by the warriors. After examination by Cardinal Barunsate, it was confirmed that Tianqi had merely exhausted himself and required rest for a few days. At this moment, the palace was embroiled in heated debate. Old Marshal, how has Tian'er become so formidable? The emperor inquired, perplexed. Your Majesty, I too am at a loss. For the past 12 years, Tian'er has been studying in the family library, and we are unaware of how he cultivated to defeat a holy level fire dragon. The old marshal replied, equally puzzled. Old Marshal, if Tianqi became so powerful by studying in your family library, there must be some secret hidden within. Your Majesty, please allow us to investigate, Chester said insidiously. The old marshal shot Chester a fierce glare. Your Majesty, only members of the Kate clan may enter the family library, as per our ancestors' decree. I hope your Majesty understands. Lok Tianya contemplated for a moment. Winter is approaching, and the northern beast clans will surely become restless. We will still rely on the Kate clan to lead the military. Very well, we shall set this matter aside for now. With Tianer now a dragon-slaying hero, I plan to bestow upon him the title of Dragon Slayer Count and arrange his engagement to Shinger when he turns 16. What do you think? Old Marshal? Although surprised, the old marshal nodded. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. The highest noble title in the Kate Empire was Duke, followed by Marquis, and then Count, with Viscount and Baron following behind. The direct appointment of Tianqi as a count was indeed astonishing. Although he had slain a dragon, it hardly warranted such an elevation, leaving the old marshal utterly perplexed. Very well, my esteemed ministers, it is thus decided. Winter is nearly upon us, and we shall rely on the old marshal to secure the empire's borders. Now, everyone may return, Lok Tinya declared before departing. In truth, he was still preoccupied with the Kate clan's library, for it was immensely tempting. After just 12 years, a mere magic and martial arts wastrel had defeated a holy level master. If such cultivation techniques fell into his hands, and he nurtured a group of loyal subordinates, the entire continent would be under his heel. When a military family capable of challenging the Kate clan emerges, it will be the downfall of your family. Such were Lok Tianya's true intentions. When Tianqi awoke, it was already the following morning. Wanxin was still curled up on his chest sleeping, while the warriors were sprawled along the bed's edge, each one fast asleep. Observing his loyal comrades, Tianqi felt a deep sense of gratitude. Days later, the title of Dragon Slayer Count spread across the continent. Among the warriors in the academy, there was one more addition, Ebulitin, who was none other than the inheritor of the Wind Warrior from the legendary 12 god-slaying warriors. However, he had only received the weapon without mastering the cultivation technique. Thus Tianqi imparted the technique of the wind sword to him. Since the duel, Princess Xingqian had grown increasingly close to Tianqi, and now it was only a matter of time before they shared a living space. Whenever the warriors encountered the princess, they greeted her with, "Sister-in-law." No one in the entire academy dared to challenge Tianqi. Thus, in the blink of an eye, 4 years passed, and their campus life was nearing its end. The 16-year-old Tianqi was about to face a significant life decision. While the turbulent imperial capital had woven an intricate web for the Kate clan, as the scheming Lok Tianya plotted the complete destruction of the Kate lineage to seize Tianqi's cultivation techniques. Chapter 14. Imperial Crisis. Returned to office on this day, 4 years later, the palace of the Kate Empire was surprisingly quiet. Emperor Lok was enraged, deeply furious over the revelations of 2 years prior. When Chester, the fat pig, claimed to have discovered a peculiar family, the Blant family. The influence of this family within the military is second only to that of the Kate family. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Kate family, many remain oblivious to the existence of such a family. Consequently, Lok began to favor the Brandt family, whose patriarch, Karl Brandt, although not at the saint level, has been at the pinnacle of the Grand Martial Master rank for many years. The 4 great legions of the Kate Empire, the Wild Cavalry Legion, the Fiery Legion, the Royal Legion, and the Brandt Legion, each consist of 500,000 troops. The most formidable among them, the Wild Cavalry Legion and the Fiery Legion, are commanded by the Old Marshal and his Son. The name suggests, the Royal Legion belongs to Emperor Lok, while the Brandt Legion is under the command of the Karl Brandt family. 2 years ago, as Lok began to undermine the power of the Kate family, he gradually stripped the Old Marshal and his son of their military authority, absorbing the Wild Cavalry Legion and the Fiery Legion into his own forces. The Old Marshal and his son voluntarily resigned and returned home, causing a stir throughout the Kate Empire. Upon learning of this, Princess Star directly moved to the Marshal's residence. Lok found himself in a precarious position. He too wished to use Princess Star to restrain the Kate family, so he turned a blind eye to the situation. The relationship between the princess and Tianqi has progressed rapidly, and now that they have both matured, the stakes are even higher. Recently, in the ongoing battles against the orcs, Karl Brandt led the original forces of the Wild Cavalry and Fiery Legions, totaling 1.5 million troops, to confront 2 million orcs. The northern border fortress of Tyler City serves as the Empire's frontline defense. After several fierce battles on the Frost Plains, the Imperial Army suffered heavy casualties, dwindling to just 1 million as they retreated to the fortress. They now faced the 1.8 million strong Orc army, relying on the towering city walls and magical barriers to hold their ground. Should the fortress fall, the Empire would be doomed. The string of defeats has plunged Locke's spirits to an all-time low. You fools, you useless wretches, at this critical juncture, not a single one of you proves useful. Chester stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is all due to Karl Brandt's incompetence in leading the troops. You could summon the old Marshal Qilin. I believe he can surely defeat the orcs. At this moment, many ministers recalled the existence of the Kate family, the Empire's guardian. Locke's eyes lit up. It was not that he did not wish to seek the Kate family, but rather that he had personally stripped them of their military power. How could he, as an emperor, admit to such a thing? Moreover, the old marshal had already resigned. Even if he were to summon him, would he even come out of retirement? Rest assured, Your Majesty, Chester reassured. Although the old marshal has resigned, given his character, he will undoubtedly rise to the occasion upon realizing the Empire's plight. Indeed, Your Majesty, the old marshal will certainly come. The ministers chimed in support. Locke nodded. Very well, let us go to the marshal's residence. He then made his way there, arriving to find the residence enveloped in tranquility. The old marshal sat comfortably, sipping tea, while Yin and Lanxing watched Princess Star quietly as Tianqi practiced magic nearby. Tianqi's progress in the Qilin decision has reached the peak of the second level, and the Qilin fire, which once obliterated Odric, is now formidable due to its superior level compared to ordinary dragon flames, compounded by the pressure from the beast god lineage. Currently, Tianqi's mastery of the second-level peak of the Qilin decision is equivalent to that of a grand martial master in this world. While the strength of the wild warriors has reached the pinnacle of Silver Knights, an extraordinary feat for their age in the Empire's history, they are currently at the academy but return occasionally to check on Tianqi. The princess has also attained the peak of an intermediate magus, while the little dragon, Wanxin, is nestled in Tianqi's arms, wriggling around. She has just begun her training in the Qilin decision and has already reached its first level's peak. Her innate talent as a dragon making her extraordinarily powerful. As Tianqi occasionally conjures enormous fireballs, water orbs, and ice spheres, Locke's eyes glint with greed, a martial arts waste, now not only proficient in fighting spirit but also in magic of all elements. His covetous gaze reflects his desires. Old Marshal, His Majesty has come to see you, Chester announced, startling the Kate family, who promptly bowed in unison. We greet Your Majesty. Haha, no need for such formalities. Star, are you comfortable staying here? It has been quite some time since you returned to the palace. When will you come back to visit? Little Di has been eager to see you, Locke inquired. Yes, father, Princess Star admitted, revealing her longing for little Di. Locke nodded in satisfaction. Old Marshal, the Empire's borders are currently ravaged by orcs, and our military has suffered greatly. I implore you to return to the battlefield and restore the glory of our Kate family. Although the old marshal was already aware of the Empire's urgent situation, he had long wished to return to the fray. Despite Emperor Locke's unkindness, he felt a sense of duty to the Empire. However, he did not expect Locke to swallow his pride and personally request his return, indicating the seriousness of the orc assault. Your Majesty, I am willing to take up arms and protect our borders, the old marshal declared as he and Lien knelt before Locke. Ha ha ha, excellent, truly the guardian of the Kate Empire. Starting tomorrow, we will assemble the National Defense Legion and commence recruiting soldiers nationwide. Anyone over the age of 16 may enlist, and participation is voluntary, no coercion. Recruitment will conclude in 1 week, with Qilin serving as the Legion commander. Reinstated to the rank of Marshal and Qilin as the Deputy Legion commander, restored to the rank of General. We shall march towards Tyler City in a month, at which point all military command will be entrusted to Marshal Qilin. The future of the Empire rests upon your shoulders, Old Marshal. After delivering these orders, Emperor Locke returned to the palace with the ministers, while the Marshal's residence remained abuzz with discussions. Chapter 15. The National Defense Legion is preparing for battle within the Marshal's residence. A heated debate over whether or not to engage in battle was underway, with Tianqi, Star, and Wanxin serving as judges. Tianqi, Princess, Wanxin, what do you think? Should our Kate family take part in the battle? As part of the Kate Empire, our nation is in peril and requires our strength. How can we refuse due to personal grievances? Where did grandfather go wrong? The old marshal, representing the pro-war faction, presented his argument to the judges. The two young ones and the dragon shook their heads in unison. Grandfather is correct. As members of the empire, we share the responsibility when our nation is in trouble. We should fight. Tianqi was also moved by his grandfather's words. Stand down, Tianqi, Star, Wanxin. Our Kate family has defended the empire for so many years, yet what has become of us? If we engage in battle, even if we win, we will merely return to the status quo. If we lose, the Kate family will be utterly destroyed. This is no exaggeration. Star, your father has changed, and regardless of the outcome, our family is in grave danger. What do you think, grandmother? The old staff tapped Tianqi on the head. Grandmother, you are not wrong. But the reality is that if Tyler Fortress is breached, it will be nearly impossible for our empire to drive away the orcs. Imagine, if our nation falls, what will become of our family? Am I right, grandmother? Tianqi reasoned, stroking his head. Moreover, grandmother, your concern lies with the family's safety, does it not? This time, father will remain behind, and I shall take his place on the battlefield. With me, we will have a sword saint and a grand magus, along with another grand magus on the verge of a breakthrough. Plus, Grandpa Lake has many experts at home. Even if His Majesty wishes to act, he must think twice, correct? Tianqi fell silent, waiting for everyone to absorb this. Dad, I believe Tianqi has a point. It would be beneficial for him to gain experience on the battlefield. Lien was the first to express his support. Indeed, Lien is correct. Mother, you can rest easy. As for Tianqi's safety, you need not worry. Remember, he was the Dragon Slayer Baron 4 years ago. Launching chimed in. This moment, Wanxin, still nestled in Tianqi's embrace, declared, Big brother is always right. I want to follow him to the battlefield. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, Tianqi, I am sorry. Princess Star sobbed softly. It is all because of father that you are in this situation. He has become someone I feared. I am sorry. Everyone fell silent as Tianqi approached Star, saying, Silly girl, your father is your father, but you are you. His mistakes do not reflect upon you. You are still my favorite Star. His gentle words and warm embrace brought comfort to Princess Star. Halting her tears, yes, Star, you are our treasure. Your father's issues are his own. You are your own person. Do not dwell on it too much. Launching softly reassured her. Seeing everyone comforting her, Star felt deeply moved. This was the essence of family. The palace had lost this warmth since her mother's passing. Thank you all for your concern. I will be strong and not overthink things anymore. All right, since everyone agrees to engage in battle, I shall say no more. Just remember, while you are out there fighting, do not forget the loved ones waiting for your return at home. Grandmother Luina concluded with a summary. The return of the Kate clan has instilled immense confidence among the citizens of the Kate Empire. The recruitment of the National Guard proceeded with remarkable efficiency, as citizens from major cities clamored to enlist upon hearing that Marshal Kate would lead the Legion. After a week of recruitment, the National Guard was officially established. Initially, the position of deputy commander was to be held by Qilin, but it was ultimately assigned to Count Kate Tianqi, the Dragon Slayer. The original recruitment of 800,000 was rigorously reduced to a mere 200,000 elite soldiers, following the stringent selection criteria set forth by Qilin. After a month of training and the selection of officers, the National Guard was ready to commence its operations. Set to march to the front lines following today's oath-taking ceremony. All officers of the National Guard were chosen through a series of competitions, where merit held paramount importance. On the first day, 200,000 soldiers gathered at Tinya Square, standing before the venerable Marshal, Tianqi, and the leader of the Family Guard, Commander Kane, a master of the sacred level. Before the assembled throng stood the commander of the National Guard. Myself, Qilin, at the pinnacle of sacred power. Beside me is the deputy commander, Kate Tianqi, whose strength remains unknown, and this is Commander Kane, the vanguard leader, also of sacred caliber. Any of you may step forward to challenge us. Should you defeat one of the three of us, you may take our place. This has all been sanctioned by His Majesty. Now, let us begin. Who dares to challenge? A deep voice resonated, captivating the attention of the 200. 000 soldiers. N01 stepped forth. A thunderous roar erupted from the mouths of the assembled, a display of formidable spirit. The old marshal nodded. Very well. As no one wishes to challenge, we shall now proceed with the selection of officers. Our National Guard currently lacks any officers. From this moment forth, all ranks, even that of a mere squad leader, will be appointed from among you, based solely on merit. I wish you all good fortune. Suddenly, numerous small arenas appeared in Tianya Square, nearly 1,000 in total, each presided over by a referee, 2 recorders, and 2 guards. You shall be divided into 1,000 groups of 200, entering the arenas to duel. The competition will last for 3 days. At the conclusion, all ranks will be assigned. It is entirely dependent on your own abilities. Once again, I wish you all the best. Having spoken, Qilin departed Tianya Square alongside Tianqi and Kane. Now, the National Guard has officially commenced. The valiant warriors have been appointed to the rank of general. The Grand Assembly of the National Guard convened at Tianya Square, where Qilin, Tianqi, Kane, as well as the generals Quangzhan, Huayin, Binghan, Ebulatin, and several others stood upon the oath-taking platform, as Emperor Locke approached with Princess Xingqian and a retinue of ministers. Chapter 16. The Oath of Departure. The emergence of the demon clan. Though the weather was not particularly favorable, the clouds that had loomed over the hearts of the citizens of the Qilin Empire had now dispersed. Witnessing the 200,000 National Guard standing in perfect formation at Tianya Square, the entire imperial capital turned out to bid farewell to this force, which bore the hopes of the entire populace of the Qilin Empire. At this moment, Emperor Locke Tianya, accompanied by the princess and numerous ministers, arrived to see them off. The old marshal, exuding dignity, stood tall upon the oath-taking platform. Upon seeing the emperor and the princess approach, he and Tianqi performed a noble salute but did not kneel. However, Commander Kane, General Quangzhan, and the entire National Guard knelt before them, as did the surrounding citizens. Adhering to the imperial tradition, on the oath-taking platform, the commander and deputy commander are not required to kneel, for their status is equal to that of the emperor at this moment. Emperor Locke gestured for everyone to rise. Slowly, he and Princess Xingqian approached the old marshal, and unexpectedly, Emperor Locke knelt before the old marshal. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Chester was the first to react. The citizens of the imperial capital were astonished by the emperor's actions, prompting the old marshal to quickly kneel as well. Your Majesty, please rise. Locke, with a face full of regret, replied, Old Marshal, I kneel before you on behalf of all the people of the Empire, pleading for your assistance to defeat the orcs and rescue the Qilin Empire from peril. The reason I entrusted the Valiant Cavalry Corps and the Blazing Fire Corps to Brant Carl was that I had succumbed to the dark magic that clouded my mind. It was only a few days ago that the esteemed Cardinal in Red discovered my affliction and lifted the dark spell. I beseech your forgiveness for my unintentional transgression. Father, why must you do this? Princess Xingqian also knelt down. The emperor's words significantly elevated his image in the hearts of the people. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. It is entirely the doing of the dark sorcerers, and you should not be blamed. Indeed, Your Majesty, you cannot be held responsible. Voices of agreement echoed throughout the square, as the emperor's heartfelt apology moved everyone present. After all, it is not every day that an emperor kneels before the people. However, was it truly sincere? At that moment, Tianqi noticed Chester's smug grin, sensing something amiss, though there was no time to investigate with the battle imminent. The old marshal hastily supported Emperor Locke and Princess Xingqian, saying, Your Majesty, there is no need for such humility. I harbor no ill will towards you. Please, both of you, proceed to the viewing platform. I must begin. Emperor Locke slowly rose, nodding in acknowledgement as he and Princess Xingqian departed the oath-taking platform. As they walked, Princess Xingqian glanced back at Tianqi, who suddenly retrieved an item from his garments. The princess smiled and nodded. Leading Emperor Locke away in that moment, Tianqi took out the necklace of the elven goddess's favor that he had kept close, feeling warmth at the sight of the princess's figure. Suddenly, a fierce surge of battle aura emanated from the old marshal. who raised a massive two-handed sword, the peak of sacred energy radiating brilliantly. Tianqi also drew forth a great sword, with pale golden energy soaring into the sky. This was merely ordinary vitality. Over the past 4 years, Tianqi had grasped the essence of magic and battle aura in this world. What is termed battle aura and magic is merely a method of utilizing energy. His Qilin technique could absorb any energy, thus allowing him to replicate any form of energy. Hence, the golden battle aura was effortlessly conjured. Then, another wave of golden battle aura surged forth from Qain's shoulder, illuminating Tinya Square, which had been dimmed by the weather. The simultaneous release of battle aura from 200,000 soldiers was a sight to behold. "Comrades," spoke the old marshal, "the orcs are currently ravaging the border at Taylor Fortress. Our compatriots are valiantly defending the honor of the Empire with their lives. For our fallen brethren, for our loved ones back home, for our Kate Empire, let us raise our weapons and eradicate the orcs, returning triumphant. Eradicate the orcs, return triumphant." The rallying cry resonated from 200,000 voices, shaking the very foundations of the imperial capital. "Now, as the commander of the National Guard, I issue a command. The entire army shall advance swiftly. The supply convoy will depart in 1 hour. Destination Taylor Fortress, and must arrive within a day and 1 minute. We shall commence our rapid march." With this proclamation, the old marshal, Tianqi, and the other commanders positioned themselves at the forefront of the ranks. Eschewing the use of the horned horse beasts, the primary means of transportation on Tinya continent, instead joining the ranks of the rapid march, begin. With a single command from the old marshal, he surged forward, and thus the 200,000 National Guard embarked on their expedition. The grand procession moved swiftly, and after a grueling 16 hours of rapid marching, Taylor Fortress loomed in sight. The cities along the route saw the National Guard and eagerly cleared a path for them. Upon reaching the outskirts of Taylor Fortress, the National Guard halted to set up camp, and the old marshal, accompanied by the commanders, approached the fortress walls. Imperial Marshal Qilin and the National Guard have arrived to provide support. Please open the city gates. The soldiers stationed at the gates, having been informed of the National Guard's arrival, rushed to notify Brant Carl. Soon, a silver-haired Carl appeared atop the walls, hastily opening the gates to welcome them. "Old Marshal, I am deeply sorry. The Blazing Fire Corps and the Valiant Cavalry Corps have perished under my command, and I have failed your trust." Carl knelt before the old marshal, when Emperor Locke had pressured the old marshal to relinquish command. The old marshal had entrusted the military authority to Brant Carl, as Carl was indeed a commendable leader. The old marshal had admonished him to utilize those 2 legions wisely, ensuring that their sacrifices would not be in vain. It was a painful experience to hand over decades of hard work to another, but the old marshal merely wished to see his efforts yield fruit for the Empire, regardless of who wielded them. That was the essence of his conviction. "Carl, I understand this is not your fault. Please rise. We shall discuss this within. With your capabilities, you should not have suffered such a defeat." Although the old marshal had long anticipated such an outcome, he still felt a profound sense of distress. Carl gradually rose to his feet and led the group to the Lord's mansion of Taylor Fortress. "Marshal, initially, our strength was on par with that of the Orc clan. But suddenly a group of mysterious figures clad in black emerged among the orcs. Each of them possesses power surpassing mine, totaling nearly 20. Our holy level experts, despite sustaining injuries, managed to slay one of these black-clad beings, revealing a horrifying form akin to a monster, complete with a singular horn atop its head and a pair of black wings sprouting from its back. To our astonishment, that creature rapidly regenerated, causing our army to descend into panic. Faced with an enemy that seemed impossible to defeat, no one had the courage to confront them. Subsequently, we began to retreat, with the Flame Legion and the frenzied cavalry voluntarily taking up the rear to cover our withdrawal. I agreed at the time, and we retreated back to the fortress, but the Flame Legion and the frenzied cavalry are likely now annihilated. Listening to Carl's account, the old marshal furrowed his brow deeply. A singular horn and wings. This must be the minions of the demon race. These minions lack intelligence and only obey commands. Yet their strength is formidable, each akin to a great swordmaster. It seems there must be a high-ranking demon among the orc forces. Tianqi's calm words left everyone stunned. Chapter 17. Tian Chi's Proposal. Brotherhood. Inside the Lord's mansion of Taylor Fortress, everyone gazed at Tian Chi, not daring to breathe. The demon race, what did this signify? The demon race signified death and destruction. Historical records from the age of the Divine Demon War, as chronicled by the Church, only highlighted the divine races leading various factions against the demon race, with the 12 heroes cruelly abandoned in the annals of history. The accounts of that battle, aside from recounting the deeds of the 12 heroes, remained relatively objective. At that time, the demon race had mobilized all its main combat races, including the fallen angels, the underworld dragons, and the vampires. While the strength of the 16 demon commanders from these three races may not have reached the level of a supreme deity, 2 demon commanders were sufficient to contend with a supreme deity. In the initial stages of the war, the situation was dire, with the Divine Coalition suffering heavy casualties and many elite warriors from various races perishing. Numerous lower-level deities of the divine race also fell. It was only due to the appearance of the 12 heroes that the demon race was ultimately defeated, although it was later distorted into a narrative of the Thunder God and the God of Death sacrificing themselves in a self-destructive explosion, annihilating 6 of the demon commanders' armies. Thus, the scales of war began to tip in favor of the Divine Coalition, leading to the eventual defeat of the demon race and sealing off the entrance to the demon realm. Yet now, to hear of the demon race once more, Tian Chi, can you confirm that it is indeed the demon race? This matter is of utmost importance. If it truly is the demon race, then the continent of Tianya is to endure yet another tempest of bloodshed. We must hasten to relay this news back to the Empire and alert the entire continent to prepare for war. Tian Chi nodded affirmatively. Grandfather, I am certain. This is information I once encountered in my family's library. Let us all take a look with that. Tian Chi produced a piece of parchment from his bosom, and the others began to pass it around. This is the mark of the frenzied sword god. Observe the lower left corner of the parchment. There is the insignia of the demon wolf howling sky. This is indeed the emblem of the frenzied sword god. Carl exclaimed. Everyone was taken aback, scrutinizing the mark closely. After a brief silence, the old marshal sighed heavily. It appears the demon race has truly returned. Immediately summon the captain of the magical battalion. May the gods protect the continent of Tianya. The group fell into silence, with only Tian Chi expressing immense curiosity about this so-called demon race. After a while, a middle-aged mage arrived at the Lord's mansion. Marshal, I am Amanda, captain of the magical battalion of the Guardian Army. Reporting in. Good. Now, immediately establish a connection with the palace using the communication magic, and inform them of an urgent military situation. Understood. Then, a massive crystal began to take shape in Amanda's hand, and a figure gradually materialized within it. Old Marshal, what urgent matter necessitates the use of the communication crystal? The old marshal approached the crystal and knelt, prompting everyone in the Lord's mansion to kneel as well. Your Majesty, the demon race has returned. Return to our continent of Tianya. Please, you must urgently announce to the entire continent that the demon race has resurfaced, and darkness looms once more. What? Are you saying the demon race has appeared? And they are among the orc forces? This is impossible. The demon realm's passage was sealed by the gods. It's inconceivable. Moreover, the Holy Empire is safeguarding that seal. How could the demon race possibly emerge? Locke clarified in panic. Your Majesty, please remain calm. We have confirmed the presence of the demon race within the orc army, which explains why Carl has suffered defeat. You must announce this to the entire continent. The demon race has returned? The old marshal said earnestly. Suddenly, the crystal transformed into a cascade of water, swirling in the air, indicating that the Emperor had severed the communication spell. All right, everyone rise now. We must prepare to take action. Even if they are the demon race. For the Empire, we shall eradicate them. First, let us analyze the enemy's strength. Carl, please elaborate on what you know. Carl nodded and approached the map, pointing to a vast plain. Marshal, this is the current position of the Orc clan. Just beyond the fortress, at the edge of the icebound plains. As time progresses, the weather will grow colder, and the entire icebound plains will soon be covered in a thick layer of ice. The massive moat before our fortress will transform into a frozen river, allowing the Orc clan to commence their siege with ease. For now, we rely on this moat to hold them at bay. The old marshal fell into contemplation. Let us think of a way to counter the freezing of the moat. Within the Lord's mansion, numerous generals pondered the matter, when suddenly Tianqi spoke up. I have an idea. Given the current weather conditions, the moat will freeze quickly. Within 3 days, it will surely be encased in ice. The Orc clan is likely waiting for this moment. Why not utilize this to our advantage? We could lay an ambush of earth mages and fire mages near the moat, then send a detachment to lure the Orc clan into attacking. When they reach the center of the moat, the catapults will start firing, and the earth mages can prepare their stone spells while the fire mages ready their meteor strikes. We don't need these mages to kill the enemy. Simply shattering the ice will unleash the frigid waters, swiftly freezing the orcs in their tracks. Then, our archers and warriors can charge out of the fortress to slay them. What does everyone think? Excellent idea. Truly, the grandson of the old marshal is remarkable. Carl laughed. The Orc clan is doomed. Even with the demon race among them, do we have to fear 20 demons with so many of our soldiers? The old marshal nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. However, the team tasked with luring the enemy will face considerable risk. Should the enemy send demons in pursuit, that unit will be in grave danger. The old marshal contemplated another issue. The members of the frenzied warriors gazed at Tianqi with admiration. Upon hearing the old marshal's words, Quangzhan, Huayin, Bing Han, and Aibu La Ding knelt down together. Marshal, we are willing to go. Tianqi suddenly knelt as well. Marshal, I too am willing. Ha ha ha. I see your brotherly bond runs deep. This task shall be entrusted to you. Amanda, the forthcoming ambush will rely on your magical battalion. The old marshal commanded. Tianqi and his brothers exchanged smiles. Big brother, don't forget about me. A small dragon head emerged from Tianqi's bosom, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Laughter echoed throughout the Lord's mansion. Would everything proceed so smoothly? Let us wait and see. Chapter 18. The River of Blood. The resurrection of the demon commander. The frigid icebound plains of winter were exceedingly cold, which explained why the Orc clan launches relentless assaults on Kate during this season. The bitter cold renders waiting on the ice plains tantamount to awaiting death. Thus, they would rather fight, even if it meant dying in battle, for their families would receive sustenance. This is the driving force behind the Orcs' willingness to fight. However, this year, an unexpected 20 black-clad figures appeared. Upon their emergence, they were swiftly brought into the main camp by Bartbach, the deputy chief of the Golden Lion clan, who was leading the Orc forces. At this moment, the Orc camp was deliberating on how best to breach Taylor Fortress. Commander Bart, with the assistance of our demon allies, we need only to mount a direct assault. What can those weaklings do? A heavily scarred giant declared with a fierce expression, an elder with a fox tail and ears sneered. It seems Chief Husha has forgotten that 2 of our legions were left behind to provide cover just days ago. Without the aid of our demon allies, your Tiger clan might have faced extinction. Then, Archibald, the leader of the Wolf clan, stood up. Adolf, the national master, speaks wisely. The forces of Kate are not to be underestimated. Let us heed the national master's counsel. The Bear clan chief, still gorging himself, swallowed his food and chimed in, indeed. Everything the national master says is correct. Ha ha. Seated at the head of the table, Bart glanced at the demons beside him and nodded. National master, please share your plan. The cunning fox, Adolf, stepped forward slowly. Commander, tomorrow marks our day of assault. The moat of Taylor Fortress is already freezing. By tomorrow morning, the ice will be thick enough for our attack. We need only charge across the moat and allow our demon allies to take to the walls and eliminate the defenders. The fortress will then be ours. Ha. I see, very well. I shall heed the counsel of the Grand Master. The entire army must prepare for the assault on the fortress tomorrow. I trust that the formidable Andre, the demon general, will lend us his considerable assistance. As Bart spoke, he turned to regard the figure clad in black beside him with utmost respect. Heh, Commander Bart is too courteous, the demon general replied, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Since your Orc tribe has allied with us, the demon race as allies, is it not only fitting that we assist one another? When the time comes, my 19 summoned minions shall be sufficient to seize the city walls. You can anticipate the breach of Taylor Fortress. As Andre slowly removed his black attire, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. He clutched a ring tightly in his hand, a sinister grin manifesting across his face. "Humph, you lowly orcs, if it were not for the resurrection of the great demon lord requiring a copious amount of blood and souls. How could the noble blood Marquis Andre Avon ever consider an alliance with the likes of you? Once we have gathered sufficient blood and souls for the resurrection, the illustrious demon lord Aubrey, one of the 4 great blood demon generals, shall return to this world, and that ring is the vessel of his soul. At present, numerous high-ranking demons in the demon realm are recuperating. During the divine and demonic war, 6 of the 16 demon generals were obliterated, and the remaining 10 sustained grievous injuries. Should we successfully resurrect Lord Aubrey, he would undoubtedly unify the demon realm, for Satan typically does not manifest unless the demon realm faces a colossal crisis. Thus, everything in the demon realm is acquired through strength. Given the current state of the demon realm, if Aubrey truly returns, there exists a genuine possibility of his unification of the demon realm, thereafter leading the demon race to obliterate the human realm. The gods of the divine realm have already suffered substantial losses in the previous war, and later fell victim to the 12 heroes who vanquished 2 supreme gods and countless lesser deities, rendering them incapable of countering any threats. Thus, the human realm stands a genuine risk of annihilation. Now, the old marshal is executing Tianqi's plan. The orc tribe is enacting the Grand Master's strategy, while the blood clan's Andre harbors his own nefarious schemes. All shall be unveiled come the dawn of the following day, at the break of day. The orc soldiers, beholding the sight before them, erupted into cheers. The entire moat had frozen over. With a lion's roar, Commander Bart declared, "Today is the day we breach the fortress and secure provisions. For our families and the glory of the beast god, charge forth." Suddenly, the cunning old fox emerged, causing everyone to halt at the riverbank. "Let us first send a few to test the thickness of the ice before commencing our assault." Upon hearing the old fox's words, 1.8 million orcs roared and charged towards the moat. As they reached the riverbank, they all came to a stop, cautiously sending forth several of the heaviest elephant warriors. Suddenly, a small squad of several hundred appeared before them. "Orcs, come forth. Are you not the progeny of the beast god?" "The beast god is no coward. Ha ha!" The boisterous voice of the berserker enraged the orcs completely in a frenzy. The 1.8 million orcs surged forward, disregarding the durability of the ice with a grin. Tianqi led his companions in a hasty retreat, while countless orc warriors fervently pursued them. Upon reaching the designated spot, Tianqi's great sword gleamed with golden energy, and in an instant, countless boulders and meteors rained down upon the orc army. The massive ice sheet shattered completely, causing the entire surface of the river to collapse, with countless orcs plummeting into the depths, instantly transformed into ice blocks. "Charge! As long as we cross this river, victory is ours." Bart's eyes had turned blood red, while the leader of the main tribe found himself in a perilous situation. With a resounding crash, the entire ice layer shattered, leaving only Bart and the old fox, approximately 800,000 strong, remaining on the riverbank, while all others had succumbed to the icy depths. Countless warriors and archers burst forth from the fortress, their arrows raining down upon the ice blocks, reducing them to shattered remnants adorned with flesh. As rivers of blood began to stain the moat crimson, even the sky seemed to weep, as if mourning this brutal conflict. Tianqi and the berserkers stood transfixed, while the soldiers of Taylor Fortress, having exterminated the ice blocks, too were left speechless, gazing at the river now entirely composed of blood, enveloping all in silence. Amidst the collective shock, a piercing laughter erupted. "Ha ha ha! Thanks to your fervent efforts, I am able to gather so much blood and souls. I must extend my gratitude to the geniuses of the Kate Empire for devising such a method." Ha ha ha! A strikingly handsome man, with a pair of blood-red wings fluttering behind him, plunged his hand into the moat. The ring upon his finger began to emit a dazzling red light, continuously absorbing blood and souls, surrounding him with a radiant shield composed entirely of blood. Chapter 19. The iron-willed essence, a colossal blood orb swelled above the moat of Taylor Fortress, perpetually growing and spinning. Observing this situation, the old marshal commanded, "Tianqi, you and the others retreat to the fortress. archers and mages, commence an assault on the blood orb. Countless spells and arrows were corroded upon striking the orb's periphery, revealing agonized faces intermittently amid the swirling mass, accompanied by Andre's chilling laughter. Creating a scene of sheer horror, Tianqi and his companions felt the formidable presence of the blood orb. Big brother, what is that terrifying thing? Wan Xin trembled, drawing closer to Tianqi. Everyone, remain calm. Retreat to the fortress. Quickly, second brother, lead the others back first. I will assess the situation, Tianqi urged anxiously, gazing at the ever-expanding blood orb. The berserker nodded, leading the troops that had rushed out of the fortress back towards safety. On the opposite bank, the remaining orcs sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. The rapidly spinning blood orb had enveloped the entire sky. Suddenly, numerous tendrils composed of blood emerged from the orb, reaching towards the fortress. Though the tendrils were shattered by the mage and archer team's onslaught, the orcs remained entranced by the preceding horror, only to be met with piercing screams as those touched by the tendrils were reduced to mere husks. Their blood and flesh entirely siphoned away, making the tendrils even more formidable. Hundreds of tendrils surged towards the berserker and his companions. The unique energies within them erupted, managing to repel the initial wave of attacks. Everyone, retreat. We shall be safe once we reach the fortress, the berserker commanded, wielding his blade while directing the fleeing troops. Fire Flame, Ice Cold, and Ebol Latin unleashed their full powers, scattering the tendrils, which quickly began to reconstitute and surged forth once more. With lightning coursing through his blade, the berserker raised it high and swung down with force, unleashing a bolt of lightning that obliterated dozens of tendrils. A colossal hand of pure flame erupted from Fire Flame's palm, annihilating yet more tendrils. Both Ice Cold and Ebol Latin unleashed their ultimate techniques to fend off this wave, with only 100 meters remaining to the city gates. Everyone, push forward. We are almost there. Charge! The berserker shouted, as he and his brothers brought up the rear, encouraging the front lines to hasten their pace. Yet, just as victory seemed within reach, the tendrils attacked once more, and their energies were nearly depleted. The iron-willed brothers exchanged knowing glances, halting in place as they faced the multitude of lethal tendrils. They stood resolute, witnessing their comrades dash into the fortress, a sense of fulfillment gracing their faces. Brothers, our mission is complete. Ha ha ha! Their maniacal laughter echoed, even drawing a smile from the typically reserved Ice Cold. The old marshal, observing the chaos below, declared, "Ah, truly, our soldiers of the Kate Empire do not bring shame upon our name. Tianqi has not misjudged his brothers. Ha ha ha! You are the pride of the Empire, true heroes indeed." As he spoke, tears of emotion glistened in the old marshal's eyes. The hundreds of tendrils loomed closer, and the iron-willed brothers, moved by the marshal's words, turned to pay him a military salute before closing their eyes, calmly awaiting the inevitable end. Brothers, what game are we playing? Why are we all closing our eyes? Let the big brother join in the fun. The four opened their eyes in confusion. Big brother. Ha ha, I knew you would come to save us. They embraced Tianqi tightly, their youthful faces now stained with tears. Tianqi, gazing at his dear brothers, smiled with pride. You are truly remarkable, my brothers. I will protect you. Now go back. I shall hold the rear. These mere minions pose no threat to me. All right, once you've cried enough. Rise up, for we are the Iron-Willed 301. Ha ha, indeed. I haven't cried at all, woo-woo. Look at me, I'm smiling, Wan Xin exclaimed, emerging from Tianqi's embrace, tears still glistening in her eyes. Seeing Wan Xin's expression, the Iron-Willed brothers burst into laughter. Big brother, take care. We shall await your return in the fortress. Ebulitin was the first to rise, followed by the Iron Warriors who began to sprint towards the city gates. At that moment, the tentacles launched another assault. Tianqi tightly gripped the great sword in his hands, furrowing his brow as he observed the advancing appendages. Were these tentacles truly indestructible? They had just been shattered by his strike, and yet they had regenerated. A sudden realization sparked in Tianqi's eyes. He was confident that his strategy would succeed. With a flourish, he summoned the flame blade, igniting his great sword in a blaze of fire. Even if they were reduced to mere fragments, they could be restored. But what if they were reduced to ashes? Ha! Tianqi plunged into the melee of tentacles, a flash of fire erupting as all those appendages were reduced to cinders, as he had surmised. These tentacles were vulnerable to flames, grandfather. These tentacles fear fire. Summon the fire mages to take action. Archers, douse your arrows in oil. The old marshal, perplexed by how to combat these seemingly immortal creatures, quickly dispatched men to prepare upon hearing Tianqi's command. Armed with the flame blade, Tianqi relentlessly cleaved through the tentacles. Those he incinerated would not regenerate. Thus, he swiftly made his way towards the remaining orcs, who were now in complete disarray, utterly helpless against these relentless creatures that could not be killed and would cause death upon contact. At that moment, Bart was leading several clan leaders and the old fox, the national master, in a frantic escape, pursued by dozens of tentacles. Commander, take the national master and flee. He is the hope of our orc clan. Only he can lead us. You must protect him. The leaders of the tiger, bear, and wolf clans halted in their tracks as the tentacles drew ever closer. Very well, take care of yourselves, national master. Go. Bart gritted his teeth and continued fleeing with the national master. Tianqi, having overheard their conversation, approached them. Do not worry. I am here to rescue you. You all should leave. I will cover your retreat. I know you have merely been used by the demon race. Hurry, go. Upon witnessing this unusual youth, Bart and the others felt neither disdain nor aversion, but rather a profound sense of awe. They sensed an overwhelming power emanating from him, a reverence that resonated from the depths of their souls. Thus, they all paused, watching as Tianqi engaged the tentacles. With both hands wielding the flaming great sword, he relentlessly struck down the appendages. Suddenly, a peculiar ethereal figure appeared behind Tianqi, an apparition never before seen in this world, exuding an astonishing aura of pressure. The old fox knelt down, pulling Bart and the others to their knees as he gazed at the figure behind Tianqi with palpable excitement. Chapter 20. Blood Tears of the Qilin. Unbeknownst to Tianqi, the left to him by his father had been steadily evolving over the past 4 years of relentless training, and the second seal was on the verge of breaking. Although the Four Spirits Gem and the Kai Tian Divine Axe remained unresponsive, Tianqi's cultivation of the Qilin technique transformed all energy into divine essence. Just moments prior, the divine essence within him finally breached the second seal of the, and the energy of the surged forth. Manifesting as ethereal figure behind him, at that moment, Tianqi felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his being, while Xiaolong Wanxin also reaped significant benefits. Big brother, the energy emanating from you feels divine. She chirped. Sheener, be cautious. Those tentacles are peculiar. Suddenly, Tianqi halted, staring at the swirling blood sphere. All the tentacles began to retract rapidly, the massive blood sphere shrinking as if drained from within. Just as the sphere diminished to the size of a grown man, it abruptly split open. From within emerged the earlier figure of Andre, alongside a man with golden wings. The man stepped forth, traversing the void with deliberate strides, his wings unfurling motionlessly as a palpable aura of murderous intent began to spread. He surveyed the fortress and the remaining orcs before drawing forth a sword shrouded in blood energy from the rift in space. With a mere flick, he cleaved the air, an act possible only for a deity of the highest order. Yet, this man was assuredly not a god. What, then, was he? This question lingered in the minds of all present. The man brandished the blood sword, proclaiming, "Soul Devourer, it has been too long. My old friend, it is time for us to battle once more. The hypocritical divine race shall fall beneath the blood-red skies. Ha ha ha, Lord Aubrey, we should return to the demon realm swiftly. The divine race has likely sensed your presence," Andre, who had remained silent until then, cautiously urged. Aubrey, the demon lord, turned with an air of disdain. "Though you believe the great blood race fears the divine? Humph! I still have yet to indulge in this feast." He laughed maniacally. Andre hastily shook his head. "No, my lord. It is only that you have just revived. Your body and spirit are still unstable. It is perilous. Indeed, you appear to be a loyal subordinate. Very well, I shall commence my feast now. Once I am satiated, We will return to the demon realm. You keep an eye on those orcs. I will handle this lot first. It has been far too long since I savored fresh blood. How nostalgic! The blood sword trembled with anticipation as Aubrey began his approach towards the fortress. The old marshal, Qilin, and the other commanders, upon witnessing this terrifying creature advancing towards the fortress, quickly issued orders for a retreat. Everyone, fall back. Retreat as far as you can. Generals, stay behind with me. With that, the old marshal and the rest of the generals took their positions atop the city wall. Brandishing their weapons, hundreds of silver and golden energies surged forth. Aubrey, observing this, chuckled softly. It seems the food is putting up a fight. Soul Devourer, what do you suggest we do? With a gentle wave of the Soul Devourer's sword, the fortress was sliced cleanly in half, beginning to collapse. Countless soldiers and civilians perished beneath this one strike, their vengeful souls flying towards Aubrey's mouth as their anguished cries echoed over the fortress. Thus began the great catastrophe of Tyler, the deadliest disaster in the history of the Qilin Empire. Tianqi had already begun his retreat as Aubrey approached the fortress. Be careful. I harbor no ill will towards the Orc clan. In fact, witnessing your earlier actions, I find you commendable. Take care of yourselves. With that, Tianqi raced towards the fortress, when suddenly, 20 figures clad in black appeared around him. Boy, do you seek to interrupt the great Lord Aubrey's meal? Tianqi cautiously observed these 20 demons. So, he is the demon lord. No wonder he is so formidable. I have no time for idle chatter. I must rescue my brethren. With that, Tianqi activated the Qilin technique, transforming his hands into massive claws, wreathed in white flames, the Qilin fire. Upon his transformation, his speed and strength surged significantly. In an instant, he reached one of the demons, striking down with a claw. The demon was instantly reduced to ash. And thus, the 20 demons were swiftly vanquished. Andre, witnessing this strange creature and the formidable flames, felt a pang of fear. His own physical resilience paled in comparison to that of the demons, and if they could be reduced to mere dust, he was certainly in grave danger. With that thought, Andre took flight, soaring to Aubrey's side. My lord, be wary of that peculiar boy. The flames he wields are most unusual, he warned, pointing at the rapidly approaching Tianqi. Aubrey paused, eyeing Tianqi with curiosity. Could that be the dark flame of Lord Satan? Surely not. Boy, who are you? Tianqi grinned broadly. Who am I? I am Tianqi, vice captain of the Qilin Empire's Guardian Legion. Allow me to witness the might of the demon lord. At that moment, the old marshal, alongside numerous generals, charged forth. Tianqi, be careful. Do not forget that there are those waiting for you at home. The voice of concern from his comrades touched Tianqi's heart. Smiling, he turned to Aubrey. Might I ask for a moment of your time? Aubrey nodded. Very well. You cannot escape anyway. I am eager to see what you truly are. Tianqi reverted from his transformation and knelt before the old marshal. Grandfather, I implore you, please promise me one thing. The old marshal, having anticipated Tianqi's request, shook his head. No, we cannot leave you behind. Indeed, big brother. We are comrades. Yes, came the resolute voices that stirred Tianqi's heart. Wanxin, you too must follow the others. Grandfather, brothers, that man is Aubrey, the demon lord of the blood race, nearing the power of a true deity. We stand no chance against him. Rather than meaningless sacrifice, it would be wiser for me to bear this burden. He is currently intrigued by my presence and will not slay me immediately. You must flee. Take care of Wanxin and Princess Xingqian. Upon your return, please return this necklace to her, and tell her that if I survive, I will surely return. Now, go. He entrusted Wanxin and the favor of the elven goddess to the old marshal. No. We shall fight together. Be it demon lord or demon king, we will stand our ground. Yes, we shall fight. We fear nothing as long as we stand with our big brother. Tianqi finally shed tears. Tears of the Qilin, crimson droplets that fell to the ground, striking heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. A Qilin is not meant to weep, for their tears are the essence of their life force. When their lifeblood is exhausted, it signifies the end of the Qilin. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the ground where the blood tears fell was beginning to writhe slowly. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roared as a sudden storm unleashed its fury. Tianqi gritted his teeth, summoning the so-called fighting spirit. The golden light radiated with an overwhelming brilliance. "Grandfather, brothers, if you do not depart now, I shall self-destruct." As they beheld the dazzling golden glow, the old marshal nodded solemnly, urging everyone retreat. Do not let Tian'er sacrifice himself in vain. The crowd clenched their jaws and remained rooted in place. "What is the matter? I command you to retreat in my capacity as the commander and the marshal of the protective regiment." Only then did they begin to withdraw. Huangzhan and the others did not shed tears. Yet their hearts bled. "Boss, we will wait for your return." Wanjin too began to weep. "Boss, Exiner will wait for your return." Watching as the crowd hurriedly vanished from his sight, Tianqi smiled and waved farewell. Then transformed once more, the flames of Qilin ignited again. Yet, the Orc clan did not seize the opportunity to flee, for their deity was in battle in their eyes. Tianqi was the new beast god, as foretold by the creator god. Chapter 21. The divine axe opens the heavens and enters the demon realm under the gloomy sky. Amidst the violent lightning, the area outside Tyler Fortress was illuminated by a white flame. Tianqi. At this moment, the shadow behind him grew clearer. He fixed his gaze intently upon the demon Marshal Aubrey before him. The divine essence within him surged fervently, and the Qilin flames blazed ever more intensely. Now tinged with a hint of blue, Aubrey grinned at the young Tianqi. "You are Kate Tianqi. Allow me to pose a question. What are the shadow behind you and the flames enveloping you? I have never seen anything like them. If you tell me, I shall spare you. What say you? First, I do not require your mercy. Second, the flames I wield are the Qilin flames to as for the shadow behind me." Tianqi turned to look. "Father, how can you be here?" he exclaimed with excitement. "Kate Tianqi, that is merely an unconscious soul. Likely your father's spirit left behind to guard you after his death. Alas, the price is steep. This soul has lost all awareness, acting solely on instinct to protect you. Seems your father loved you dearly." Aubrey chuckled. "Such a soul is quite delectable now. I am hungry, and I apologize for what is to come." With a sinister laugh, he lunged at Tianqi with his soul-devouring sword. Aubrey, wielding the soul-devouring sword, suddenly vanished, reappearing directly before Tianqi's chest, tearing through the fabric of space itself with each movement. The sword breached the boundaries of space, but then it halted, as did Aubrey, for behind him, a rapidly spinning orb of multicolored light hurtled toward him. Aubrey paused momentarily, smirking. "It seems I should devour those little ants below before feasting on you. You shall not harm our beast god, even if you are a demon marshal, for this is the prophecy of the creator god," declared the cunning old fox Adolf, along with the leaders of the tiger, bear, and wolf clans, who launched the multicolored orb in reverence for Tianqi. Their eyes reflected nothing but admiration. Tianqi stood in shock. "Beast god? How could I possibly be the beast god? And how could the creator god have prophesied me? I do not belong to this world." No matter how hard he pondered, he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Suddenly, the sounds of explosions and cries of anguish erupted from below, jarring Tianqi back to the grim reality of the terrifying demon marshal. "My friends of the Orc clan, flee! This is beyond your capacity to withstand. And I am no beast god." Hearing Tianqi's words, the old fox and the others did not retreat. Instead, they fought with even greater fervor. "Clan members, our beast god has appeared. The future of our Orc clan is bright. As long as we protect our beast god, there is hope for our kin. Let us fight for the beast god. For our Orc clan." A thunderous roar erupted. Aubrey chuckled. "So, you are indeed the beast god. How delightful. You will be all the more delicious. Just wait, I will first devour the ants below." Each swing of the soul-devouring sword claimed hundreds of souls. Watching as countless orcs fell beneath the sword to protect themselves, Tianqi's blood boiled with fury as he charged towards Aubrey. With a fierce swipe, Aubrey laughed. "Soul-devouring domain. First layer. Devour the body." A crimson light radiated from Aubrey, and Tianqi was sent crashing back to the ground. Staring blankly at the orcs perishing under the soul-devouring sword, Tianqi questioned, "Why? Why is this happening? Why are my attacks ineffective against him? Who can explain this?" His claws carved deep furrows into the earth, How does it feel, young one, to face the power of the demon marshal? This is merely the first layer of the demon marshal's domain. Do you think you can contend with the demon marshal? You seek death. Await your fate as the demon marshal prepares to devour you. This is strength, understand? Cackled Andre. Suddenly, Tianqi awoke to the reality. Everything required strength. If I possess power, I can defeat this demon marshal and drive him back to the demon realm. Strength. It is all my fault for being weak. Yet within him resided not only the essence left by his father, but also the Force Spirit Pearl and the divine axe of creation. Tianqi fervently attuned himself to the axe and the pearl within his heart. Come forth to aid me. Bestow upon me your strength. Suddenly, an image appeared in Tianqi's mind. A colossal figure wielding a black axe. Accompanied by a black Qilin, the axe was raised slowly, each motion imbued with natural grace, an unmatched aura gathering upon its blade. With a mighty roar, the heavens shall be cleaved. The axe descended, and everything faded from view. When Tianqi opened his eyes again, he found a simple black axe in his grasp. A smile, brimming with joy, spread across Tianqi's face. Andre, you were right. Everything hinges upon strength. He swiftly ascended to hover above Aubrey. Raising the divine axe, vividly recalling the movements of the Pangu god as he opened the heavens, sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding essence, as Tianqi's voice resonated, the axe began to descend. The shadow behind him opened its eyes. Emitting a black radiance, Aubrey, who had been pursuing the orc clan, froze mid-motion, while all the orcs halted in awe. The area surrounding Tyler Fortress within 1,000 meters came to a standstill then, as if cleaved by an unseen force. The space around Aubrey split apart, severing him in two. A piercing scream echoed, and an overwhelming surge of blood energy spread forth. Everything returned to normal. Aubrey's body lay divided. You have destroyed my body. My soul, he cried. Andre, bring the ring. My soul is fracturing. Hurry. A crimson light then surged into Andre's ring. You are Kate Tianqi. We shall remember you. Await the day the demon marshal returns. With that, he cast aside a scroll, and a black portal materialized before him. Andre, alongside Aubrey, stepped through as they vanished into the demon realm. Tianqi fainted, plummeting down. Yet, the portal's energy had not yet dissipated, and he was drawn directly into the demon realm. Just as the portal closed behind him, Beast God. Where is our beast god? The old fox cried out in alarm as Tianqi fell into the portal. Seems the beast god has been transported to the demon realm. Replied the bear clan leader, his tone earnest. Let us return and inform the beast emperor. Our orc clan is saved. The beast god will surely return from the demon realm. Thus, the orc army began its march back to their stronghold in the wilds. While the old marshal and his party continued their solemn journey back to the imperial capital, their hearts heavy with thoughts of the one who had been cursed by the gods. Now regarded as a hero, even as all believed Tianqi had no chance of survival. Unbeknownst to the old marshal, the imperial capital awaited his return, and he was oblivious to the fact that the magical battalion was already in contact with Emperor Locke and Chester, preparing for the old marshal's homecoming. Alas, the old marshal only wished to return and share the ill-fated news with his family. Chapter 22. The beginning of the great change in the imperial capital of the Cade Empire. Within the palace's secret chamber, Emperor Locke was engaged in a clandestine discussion with Chester. Your Majesty, if we seize this opportunity to pin the blame for the destruction of Tyler Fortress on Qilin, claiming he colluded with the demon clan, then all charges shall fall upon the Kate family. You would also have just cause to investigate their library. What do you think? Chester's rotund face bore a sinister grin. Emperor Locke nodded in satisfaction. A splendid idea, Chester. You are becoming increasingly astute. However, I fear it may be difficult to convince others. Chester chuckled softly, producing a pouch of black powder from his bosom. Your Majesty, this is what I acquired at the auction. It is known as puppet powder, exceedingly rare. It is colorless and tasteless, utterly undetectable. Once the old marshal consumes it, he will heed our commands, though its effects will last only 2 hours. Regardless of one's strength, unless one possesses divine prowess, they will be under its control. With this, we can have the old marshal speak for us. Ha ha. Oh, such a thing exists. Chester, you wouldn't dare to use it against me. Would you? Locke squinted at Chester. Ah, your majesty, how could I? You know my loyalty to you. I would never betray you, your majesty. Chester was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the peril of serving a capricious ruler. Ha ha ha, very well, Chester. How could I doubt you? Prepare yourself. When the old marshal returns, bring him to the palace, and then we shall administer the puppet powder, Locke said with a smile. This fat fool seems to have many secrets from me. Yes, your majesty, I shall prepare at once. Chester departed the palace, thinking, that old fool shall meet his end once my allies arrive. Now that Lord Demon has been resurrected, uniting the continent will be but a blink of an eye. At the marshal's residence, Granny Luina sat in her chair, the rocking motion reflecting her anxious state, while Lanin paced restlessly in the courtyard. Blue Star and Starry eyed the entrance with concern. Suddenly, the guards burst in, announcing, the marshal has returned. Then, the old marshal entered, accompanied by the brothers of the Berserk battle and Qilin. Upon seeing their return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Princess Starry rushed forward. Grandfather, where is Tianqi? Why hasn't he returned? Confusion flickered in her eyes as she looked at the old marshal. He nodded solemnly. Berserk, Exiner. You tell the princess. Berserk handed over a necklace. Starry took it slowly, examining it closely. In an instant, the world around her lost its color. No, he promised he would return. He promised. Memories of the years spent with Tianqi flooded her mind, and tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. She suddenly collapsed, and Blue Star hurried to support her. Feeling her own heart ache, tears brimming in her eyes. No, Tian'er cannot be in danger. I beseech the gods to protect Tian'er, she fervently prayed, seemingly oblivious to the curse laid upon Tianqi by the gods. Lanin rushed before Berserk. Berserk, tell me, what has happened to Tian'er? Boom, Berserk, fire flame. Ice cold, and Abel Latin knelt down. Sister-in-law, we are so sorry. Not only did we fail to protect the boss, but the boss also had to protect us. To ensure our safety, he faced the Demon Lord alone. Ah, the Demon Lord? You mean the one from the era of the Divine Demon War? Lanin asked, puzzled. Indeed, they nodded gravely. At this moment, despair enveloped everyone. The Demon Lord was a being of near-divine status. Princess Starry, who had just regained consciousness, fainted once more. Even Blue Star could not withstand it. Lanin gritted her teeth. Tian'er has truly departed, just like that. Never again will anyone pull my whiskers, nor will I hear that familiar voice again. Ah, Demon Lord, I care not who you are. Since you have taken Tian'er from me, I shall seek vengeance upon you, regardless of the cost. Her vow echoed within the marshal's residence. The old marshal gazed at Luina, whose face was stained with tears. Enough of the weeping, everyone. Tian'er was a brave soul. None of us wished to leave him behind, yet he forced us to retreat by self-destructing. He is a hero of our Kate Empire. Now that the demon tribe has returned, we must transform our sorrow into strength and avenge Tian'er with the blood of the demon clan. Old Marshal, His Majesty has hosted a banquet at the palace and has invited you and several generals to join him. To further clarify what has transpired, Chester's voice echoed. Very well, Berserk, Fire Flame, Ice Cold, Abel Latin. You shall accompany me. Exiner, please stay with Starry. When she awakens, comfort her well, the old marshal instructed. Little Dragon Wanxin raised her tear-filled eyes. Yes, I will take good care of sister-in-law. The old marshal nodded and, accompanied by Berserk and the others, followed Chester to the palace. The palace courtyard was currently filled with the citizens of the empire. Awaiting news of the war, soon, with the old marshal's arrival, they would drink and proclaim that the Kate clan had met its ruin at their own hands, thus acquiring the mystical scrolls to unify the continent. Ha ha ha, this was the true intent of Emperor Locke. Meanwhile, Tianqi remained in a state of unconsciousness. The demon realm was vast. Would he ever return to the human world to save his family, loved ones, and brothers and rescue the Kate clan? The answer was soon to be revealed. Chapter 23. A great change in the imperial capital. The princess is imprisoned in the marshal's residence, in Tianqi's former chamber. A human and a dragon sat in the space where Tianqi often sat, reminiscing about the warm moments of the past. Boss, when are you and sister-in-law getting married? When I grow up, I want to marry the boss too. Wanxin cooed in Tianqi's embrace. Haha, by the time little Wanxin is as old as Starry, the boss will have wed you both, but don't regret it later. Hee hee. Tianqi gently stroked Wanxin's small head. Yes, giggle, I will marry Tianqi together with my sister. She doesn't mind, giggle. Princess Starry chimed in, amused. All right, when I grow up, I will definitely marry the boss, hee. Laughter echoed in the air, yet the person was no longer present. Exiner, do you think Tianqi will truly die? Princess Starry asked softly. Wanxin raised her dragon head. Sister-in-law, I know the boss's strength better than anyone. He once gave me a drop of his blood, and from that blood, I sensed a power that was immensely strong. Yet it seems that power has been sealed. If the boss can break free from the seal in a moment of crisis, he will surely survive. Otherwise, I believe Tianqi will return, for he is a man of his word. He will keep his promise, Exiner. Would you accompany me in waiting for Tianqi's return? Yes, the boss promised us that he would marry us when we grew up. He will definitely come back. I am willing to wait with sister-in-law until the boss returns, Wanxin said, flying beside Princess Starry, and the two continued to gaze out the window in silence. The Kate Empire's palace. The old marshal and his entourage arrived. Your Majesty, the old marshal and his group have arrived, Chester reported. Emperor Locke hurried over. Old marshal, please take your seats. Let us dine and converse. He gestured for the old marshal to sit beside him. The generals have worked hard. Please, everyone, sit and eat. Berserk and the others took their seats as well. Once everyone was settled, the old marshal began recounting the events that had transpired. Although Emperor Locke and Chester had already learned everything from Captain Amanda of the Magic Brigade, they feigned surprise. Old Marshal, are you saying the Demon Lord has been resurrected, and my son-in-law, Kate Tianqi, faced him alone to protect the main force's retreat? Truly, he is worthy of being my son-in-law, a hero of the Kate Empire. Let us raise our glasses to honor our hero. Chester personally poured wine for everyone, and the puppet powder had already been mixed into the wine. Locke's drink had been prepared long before. Let us forever remember the hero Kate Tianqi. Emperor Locke was the first to drink from his cup, followed by the others. Ha ha ha, the destruction of Taylor Fortress was due to the collusion between the old marshal and Kate Tianqi with the demon clan. Correct? Chester asked with a mischievous grin. What is happening? Everyone suddenly felt their bodies were no longer under their control, unable to speak. It was as though their bodies were being manipulated by an external force. The old marshal quickly attempted to channel his fighting spirit, but Chester chuckled. Stop struggling. This puppet powder will control you unless you are a divine-level expert. Listen closely. When we go out, you will say that the old marshal of the Kate family and Kate Tianqi conspired with the demon clan, leading to the destruction of Taylor Fortress. They did this to resurrect the demon lord, and Kate Tianqi has since returned to the demon realm. Do you understand? Yes, master, we all understand, they replied in unison. Their eyes devoid of spirit, reduced to mere puppets. Though they were conscious, they could not control their bodies and could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. Outside the palace, in the square, many citizens awaited news of the war. The old marshal and his companions slowly emerged, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone, quiet down. Let Kate Lane himself clarify the sins committed by the Kate clan. Chester's ominous voice rang out, plunging the square into silence. Sins? How could the old marshal have committed any sins? The Kate clan, it seems, has become quite the spectacle, with this corpulent pig appearing to have indulged excessively, chuckling. The crowd below erupted into fervent discussion. I am Kate Lane, the commander of the Guardian Corps. It was my grandson, Kate Tianqi, and I who laid waste to the Taylor Fortress in this war in our quest to resurrect the Dark Lord. We required a substantial quantity of blood and souls, which is why we obliterated the Taylor Fortress to gather sufficient offerings. The Dark Lord has now been revived and will soon lead the demonic legions to invade the realm of mortals. My grandson, Kate Tianqi, has already returned to the demon realm with the Dark Lord. Upon finishing his statement, the old marshal retreated. Impossible. How could this be? The populace, unwilling to believe that their guardian deity could commit such atrocities, voiced their disbelief. We can attest to this. We are generals of the Guardian Corps, and we can confirm that what Qilin has said is true. We witnessed the destruction of the Taylor Fortress with our own eyes. At this moment, the likes of Quanzhan stepped forward. Heavens! How could this be? The transformation of what was once a revered deity into a demon ignited a terrifying wave of hatred. Kill him, slay Qilin. This devil and wipe out the entire Kate clan. The square, steeped in shock for a moment, began to stir. At this juncture, Emperor Locke emerged, urging silence. Upon hearing this news, I too am deeply grieved. I never anticipated that the old marshal could be such a person. Therefore, I hereby declare the annulment of all titles held by the Kate family, the dissolution of the betrothal between the princess and Kate Tianqi, and the imprisonment of all members of the Kate family. In 1 month, Qilin and the 4 others will face execution here. Princess Xingqian shall marry the Prince of the Holy Empire in 1 month's time. Long live the Emperor! The crowd below erupted in cheers, while the Kate family found themselves thoroughly encircled. Lady Luina, Grand Sorceress, we do not wish to cause you distress, as Qilin is in our custody. I advise you to comply, lest the old marshal find himself in peril. Resigned, the members of the Kate family abandoned their resistance. Lane, launching, let us go with them, sighed Luina. Very well, Chester interjected. Put these on. These magic-suppressing collars will bind all your martial energies. While they may be ineffective against those of saintly rank, I trust you will be compliant. Chester produced several collars, distributing them among the group. Chester, what is the meaning of this? Where is father? I demand to see him, Princess Xingqian exclaimed, rushing forward. Your Highness, His Majesty requires you to return and prepare for the wedding. In 1 month, you shall marry the Prince of the Holy Empire. I strongly advise against any resistance. Otherwise, His Majesty may take severe measures against the members of the Kate family. Fine, I will return with you. But you must not harm the Kate family. Rest assured, Your Highness. Thus, the members of the Kate family were all imprisoned, while the princess and Wan Xin were placed under house arrest within the palace. All would unfold in 1 month's time. Chapter 24. The loyal peace of the Nether Dragon Eye and the sky of the Demon Realm. 2 suns shone, one large and one small, yet both devoid of warmth. This was due to Satan's envy of the warm sun in the mortal realm and the divine light in the celestial realm, prompting him to create these so-called suns in the demon realm, which remained cold regardless of his efforts. At that moment, within the territory of the 3 great races of the Nether Dragon clan, a young golden Nether Dragon leisurely patrolled its domain, safeguarded by several silver Nether Dragons. Uncle Anthony, I've told you, who would dare to confront me on our own territory? I merely wished to enjoy some fresh air, and you all insisted on accompanying me. Alas, my father is truly overprotective. I possess considerable strength myself. After all, my father is merely at the level of Dark Lord, whereas I have attained the rank of Demon King. Who could possibly be my match? The silver Nether Dragons could not help but chuckle. Young master, please refrain from complaining. The clan leader acts out of concern for your well-being. Recently, several high-ranking demon clans have been assassinated under gruesome circumstances, their blood completely drained, and even their souls not spared. The clan leader suspects either the Blood Clan or the Demon King is behind this, but the 3 Dark Lord-level experts of the Blood Clan were killed during the Divine Demon War, and the Yalan brothers are still recuperating. Thus, it is highly likely that the Demon King is responsible. The golden Nether Dragon shivered in fear. Uncle Anthony, please do not frighten me. I am terrified just at the sight of that Demon King. His icy presence can freeze a person to death upon mere proximity. How could he commit such acts? Has he not always remained neutral? He did not participate in the Divine Demon War, and with his strength surpassing that of a Dark Lord, why would he resort to such methods? Furthermore, he is closely allied with Lord Satan. What could compel him to drain the blood of high-ranking demon clans? Indeed, young master makes a valid point. This is also a perplexing matter for us. Anthony remarked, a smile gracing his face as he praised the golden Nether Dragon. Proudly raising his head, the golden Nether Dragon suddenly spotted something peculiar below. Uncle Anthony, stop. Let us investigate that strange object. It appears to be a human. I have never seen a human before. I've only read about them in books at school. Now, encountering one in person is exhilarating. With a laugh, the golden Nether Dragon swooped down. prompting the silver nether dragons to follow suit. Upon reaching the peculiar being, the silver nether dragons landed as well. Uncle Anthony, is this truly a human? Cold sweat instantly beaded on Anthony's brow. Well, young master, to be honest, I cannot recall. I only remember that humans possess a delightful flavor. They are quite delectable, he chuckled. I want to taste too, exclaimed the golden nether dragon, saliva dripping from its mouth. Where am I? What kind of monsters are you? Tianqi awoke to find himself covered in an unknown sticky substance, feeling utterly repulsed. Upon looking up, he beheld several enormous creatures, prompting him to leap up in shock. Where is this? I must have fainted, but I shouldn't be here. These monsters appear quite formidable. I must tread carefully. Haha. Uncle Anthony, this human is so amusing. I've decided not to eat him. I shall take him back to play with me. And when I grow tired of him, then I will eat him. The golden nether dragon laughed, observing Tianqi's nervous demeanor. Understanding their intentions, Tianqi realized they sought to devour him. Humph! Though I am injured, I am not so easily consumed. The Qilin divine fire ignited once more, and the Qilin divine form began to manifest. Suddenly, Tianqi discovered he had broken through to the third level of the Qilin decision, entering the Qilin cloud phase. And he soared into the air effortlessly now. He could fly without expending any divine energy, gliding through the clouds as the Qilin would, reaching an entirely new realm of speed, and his physical strength had evolved again. Even if a nether dragon attempted to bite him, it might not succeed. Sensing the aura emanating from Tianqi, all the nether dragons felt a stirring deep within their souls. Uncle Anthony, why does this human exude such a terrifying presence? It seems even more formidable than the Demon King. Several silver nether dragons nodded in agreement. Then Anthony stepped forward, transforming into human form, a robust figure standing before Tianqi. Dear human friend, we mean you no harm. Please descend. Brothers, revert to your human forms. Without hesitation, the nether dragons transformed back, demonstrating their respect for a formidable being. 4 burly men and a youth of similar stature stood before Tianqi, who gazed at them in confusion. Only moments ago, they intended to devour him. Why the sudden change? Slowly, Tianqi descended. Who are you, and where is this place? The youth approached Tianqi. Greetings, human friend. I am Arnold Avon, the young clan leader of the Nether Dragons. My human name is Arnold Jomping, bestowed upon me by my father, derived from a hidden empire in the Tinya continent of the mortal realm. You may call me Jomping. It is a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that they harbored no ill intentions, Tianqi relaxed. I am Kate Tianqi. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. You claim to be the young clan leader of the Nether Dragons? So we are indeed in the demon realm, correct? Indeed, this is the demon realm. By the way, how did you end up here? Jomping nodded. Sighing, Tianqi replied, I never expected to find myself in the demon realm. I wonder how my grandfather and the others are faring, as well as the beast men and the princess. Alas, my head aches. What must I do to leave the demon realm? Anthony stepped forward. Kate Tianqi. There are only 2 ways to exit the demon realm. One is through the demon realm portal, which is currently sealed by the divine clan. Ordinarily, any of the 4 elder leaders of our Nether Dragon clan could assist you. But since the divine demon war, they have all sustained injuries and have yet to recover their strength. Thus, your only recourse is to seek out the Demon King. The high-ranking demon clans I consumed a few days ago were hardly satisfying. Today, I have encountered a few plump dragons. This is truly a feast. An arrogant laughter accompanied by a peculiar body and a handsome man materialized behind the crowd. The body was grotesquely severed in 2. With the half-open mouth still twitching, a truly revolting sight. Chapter 25. Patriarch of the Dark Dragon Clan. The soul contract, the bizarre creature, and a strikingly handsome vampire appeared before everyone. Jomping, upon witnessing the creature, immediately retched. Uncle Anthony, what on earth is this monstrosity? It's utterly repulsive. Anthony's expression was equally grim. You are responsible for the recent deaths of those high-ranking demons. Who exactly are you? The creature cackled. This esteemed individual is none other than Aubrey, one of the 3 demon lords of our vampire clan. You might as well resign yourselves to your fate. Anthony was taken aback. Demon Lord Aubrey? Wasn't he killed alongside Brooke of the fallen angel clan by the 12 warriors? The The 12 warriors were indeed formidable. Along with the demon lords Brooke, Bruce, Blair, and Blake, as well as your own Dark Dragon clan's Bowen. All perished at their hands. That is precisely why your Dark Dragon clan currently boasts the most demon lord-level experts. Hemph, but now I have returned. By continuously absorbing the blood and souls of other high-ranking demons, I shall swiftly regain my strength and unify the demon realm. Ha 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 ha. Aubrey laughed maniacally. The crowd stood frozen in shock. Jomping weakly protested, "Aren't you afraid of inciting the wrath of the demon lord Satan?" Hemph. The demon lord Satan will not concern himself with us. If he had intervened back then, our demon realm would not have fallen to such depths. Enough of this chatter. If I consume all of you, my power will return to its peak, and I shall eradicate the heavily wounded demon lords. Aubrey's revolting body trembled with madness. Brothers, he has lost his mind. Let us attack together. As for you, dear human friend, remain here with the young master. We shall protect you. Anthony quickly organized their defense. Upon hearing this, Tianchi stood up and stepped forward. Aubrey, I already cleaved you in two. Do you think that 2 halves are insufficiently impressive? Should I make it 4? Aubrey let out a terrified scream upon seeing Tianchi. You have also arrived in the demon realm. I will return and find you. Just wait, Andre. Let us go with that. He hastily fled. The crowd stared at Tianchi in disbelief. How absurd. A dignified demon lord frightened away by a mere human. Boss, from now on, you shall be my boss. I never expected you to be so powerful. Scaring off Lord Aubrey like that. You are truly remarkable, Jomping exclaimed, throwing himself onto Tianchi. Anthony and the others could only smile helplessly. This is Tianchi for you. Forgive him? He is still just a child. They chuckled. Tianchi smiled and returned. It's all right. Jomping, since you recognize me as your boss, I have 4 brothers in the human realm. Now, with you, you shall be the 5th brother. I believe they will be delighted to meet you. Great. Then you shall be my 5th brother. All right, boss, let me take you to our home for a visit and inquire about the Dark King's precise location. Yes, that sounds good. With that, the Dark Dragons revealed their true forms, and Jomping insisted that Tianchi ride on his back. Reluctantly, Tianchi complied, and the Dark Dragons began their flight towards the city of the Dark Dragon clan, Dark Dragon City. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion of Dark Dragon City, Anthony and the others transformed back into human form, as the Dark Dragon clan seldom appeared in their dragon forms, finding human forms much more convenient. At this moment, a middle-aged man and 4 elders emerged from the mansion. Watching Jomping and his companions with concern, Pinger, see? I told you not to go out, and look what happened today. You encountered that Aubrey. His soul-devouring sword even poses a threat to me. Fortunately, you were lucky enough to meet Tianchi. Otherwise, you would have been doomed, the middle-aged man admonished. Jomping approached helplessly. Dad, see? I'm perfectly fine now. I've grown up. Please don't treat me like a child anymore. What do you mean, grown up? You are still just a child. I wronged your mother. She told me not to participate in the divine demon war after having you, yet I went. When I returned, I found you, but your mother had vanished. If I hadn't taken care of you. How could I face your mother? The middle-aged man's face was filled with anguish. The onlookers could only offer wry smiles, having grown numb to this scene, as it repeated itself time and again. Boss, this is my father, Arnold Ihua, known by humans as Arnold Poshianchin. Since my mother was from a hidden empire, our human names might seem a bit strange, Jomping explained, pulling Tianchi to meet Poshianchin and the 4 elders. Patriarch Poshianchin, esteemed elders, greetings. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Kate Tianchi. Tianchi introduced himself earnestly. Poshianchin hurried over. Tianchi, I've heard from Anthony. I never imagined you would be so formidable as to scare off that lunatic Aubrey. It was mere luck, Tianchi replied modestly. I understand you wish to return to the human realm, but to do so, you must locate the Dark King, for we are still too injured and lack the strength to breach the dimensional barrier. However, I can divulge the whereabouts of the Dark King, and I can send Anthony and the others to escort you, but I have one condition, Poshianchin stated slowly. Tianchi looked puzzled. Dad, what are you doing? I have already acknowledged Tianchi as my boss. How can we impose conditions? Poshianchin shot Jomping a glare and pulled Tianchi outside. Tianchi, may I call you that? In truth, Zhongping's mother perished because of me. She was an ordinary human, and our union took everything from her life force. Upon my return, she only said one thing. Po Xianqian, do not mourn. I have concluded our love story beautifully. I have never regretted it. But you must take good care of Pinger. This was the name I bestowed upon him. I vowed to safeguard Zhongping with all my might. My condition is that you and Zhongping enter into a soul contract, allowing him to leave the demon realm with you. The demon realm is in turmoil, and I do not wish for him to be harmed. Thus, I must entrust him to you. Seeing the sincerity in Po Xianqian's expression, Tianqi recalled his own family, his brothers, as well as the princess and Wan Xin. Rest assured, even if you didn't ask, I would take good care of Zhongping, for we are already brothers. I will ensure he reaches the human realm. Po Xianqian nodded in satisfaction. Very well. The Dark King resides beneath the abyss of darkness, where a river flows, the River of Souls. The source of this river is the Dark King's palace. I can send Anthony to escort you and Zhongping there. But whether the Dark King agrees depends on your efforts. You can trust that I will take Zhongping to the human realm, Tianqi affirmed resolutely. All right, then you both shall sign the soul contract now and proceed to the Dark King's palace. Po Xianqian directly led Tianqi to Zhongping. Son, since Tianqi is your boss, you must sign the soul contract with him. Will you sign or not? Of course, why wouldn't I? My boss is so impressive. Following him will surely lead me to a wonderful wife. Zhongping replied playfully. You little rascal, always thinking about wives now. Let us begin, Po Xianqian said, playfully rapping Zhongping on the head. Chapter 26. Marching to the Dark King's palace. Within the ruling center of the demon realm, the Lord's mansion of the Dark Dragon clan, the young lord of the Dark Dragon clan was currently engaged in signing a soul contract with a human, and this news spread rapidly throughout the demon realm. Tianqi, first drip a drop of blood onto Zhongping's forehead, then recite after me. Po Xianqian instructed Tianqi on how to sign the soul contract in the Tianya continent. There are 3 methods for magical beasts and humans to form contracts. The first is the master-servant contract, where the magical beast loses all autonomy and must obey its master's commands. The second is the partner contract, which treats the magical beast as a battle companion, typically signed by those who genuinely cherish their magical beasts. Finally, there is the soul contract, which imposes no restrictions, allowing both parties to share thoughts and life, making everything transparent between them. Tianqi and Zhongping nodded. Then, Tianqi forced a drop of blood onto Zhongping's forehead. Upon seeing the golden blood, Po Xianqian and the 4 elders nodded in satisfaction. Seems my gamble paid off. This Tianqi is indeed no ordinary human. Pinger will certainly not be at a disadvantage. Po Xianqian chuckled, beginning to read the contract. Kate Tianqi, hereby swear to the Creator God that I am willing to use everything to protect my partner. Arnold Ihua, Tianqi recited. Following this, Zhongping also spoke. I, Arnold Ihua, hereby swear to the Creator God that I am willing to use everything to protect my partner. Kate Tianqi. As soon as Zhongping finished speaking, a mark appeared on his forehead, identical to the one that had once adorned Tianqi's brow. A black Qilin clutching a divine axe, surrounded by the 4 spirits as guardians. Everyone gazed curiously at the mark on Zhongping's forehead. Pinger, do you feel any discomfort there? The wise elder, Patian, inquired with concern. Surely not. How could the soul contract possibly fail? This mark should be the emblem of the Creator God. Although we belong to the demon race, we were also fashioned by the Creator. Thus we ought not to deviate from the rules of the soul contract. The leader of Patian was utterly perplexed. What's the matter? I'm doing well. By the way, boss. Why do I feel as though my mind has been flooded with numerous thoughts, yet no matter how hard I try, I cannot recall them? Zhongping gazed quizzically at Tianqi. That moment, Tianqi was equally bewildered, for he could inexplicably discern Zhongping's current thoughts. The entirety of Zhongping's past experiences replayed vividly in Tianqi's mind. I truly do not know. Do not fret. This is merely a characteristic of the soul contract. Now, I shall have Anthony escort you to the demon realm, Patian interjected suddenly. Fundy nodded. Very well. Leader. I too wish to return swiftly. I wonder how things are at home now. Dad, at the very least, you must ensure that the boss has something to eat. We may forego sustenance, but the boss is human. How can he possibly go without food? Zhongping suddenly recalled another pressing matter. Tianqi chuckled, patting Zhongping's shoulder. Fifth brother, there's no need for that. I can abstain from food. I can directly absorb energy. Now, leader, we shall take our leave. Rest assured, I will take good care of Zhongping. The leader of Patian nodded in satisfaction. Ping heir, I know these years have been tough on you. Now, your father permits you to go out. But once you do, you must heed Tianqi's words. Understood? All right, Dad, I understand. Take care of yourself. Haha, let us go, boss. After finishing his words, Zhongping transformed back into his dragon form. Tianqi soared onto Zhongping's back, and they followed Anthony as they began their flight towards the palace of the underworld. After several days of travel, they finally beheld the river of the underworld. True to the reputation of the underworld dragon clan, they had not taken a moment's rest along the way. Tianqi practiced the Qilin technique atop Zhongping, continually absorbing the energy from the air, while the divine essence within him gradually grew stronger. Boss, we are almost there. We must proceed on foot now, for the domain of the underworld king forbids flight, Zhongping announced suddenly. Very well, then let us descend. Although Tianqi was puzzled, he nodded. It was indeed strange that the underworld king held such power that flight was prohibited within his territory. The trio landed and began their slow walk toward the palace of the underworld. Fifth brother, tell me, what kind of person is this underworld king? Thus, the three engaged in conversation as they walked. Meanwhile, in the human realm, a fortnight had already passed. Time flowed differently between the demon realm and the human realm. One day in the demon realm equated to 2 days in the human realm. Tianqi had been in a stupor for a week, and with the passage of another half-month in the human realm, time had slipped by unnoticed. In the dungeons of the Qilin Empire's royal palace. 3 massive circular cages stood at the center of the cell, intricately designed and hollowed out. Occasionally, a flash of lightning flickered outside the cages. These cages had been specifically crafted by Chester in collaboration with a dwarven master forgesmith, sturdy and capable of blocking magical energies. Currently, everyone wore magic suppression collars. Though the old marshal, Luina, and the others, Ran and Kane, were all elite holy level experts, they remained cautious. Even if they managed to escape, could they possibly take so many people along with them? Despite the Qilin Empire publicly having only 8 holy level experts, who could say how many lay hidden? This was the reason the old marshal and his companions refrained from taking action. Initially, after the effects of the puppet powder wore off, all members of the Qilin family had been captured. Meanwhile, the families of the likes of Quangzhan severed all ties with them. Even the prince's title of Eberlatin was stripped away. They were merely a group of magical warriors, and when crisis struck, they were inevitably abandoned by their families. Emperor Locke compelled the old marshal to disclose the location of the family's library. The old marshal demanded an explanation from Locke, and upon learning that Locke sought the secrets of Tianqi's mysterious techniques, he sighed and revealed the library's location. Haha, old marshal, an old friend has come to see you. Chester's sinister voice suddenly echoed. I bring you joyous news. Princess Xingqian is soon to wed the Prince of the Holy Empire. Haha, on that day, you shall also face execution. Cherish these remaining days. Chester chuckled as he departed, leaving the others seething in rage, wishing they could rush out and slay him. Everyone, do not rush. Let us ponder our options. We still have 15 days, the old marshal implored. Thus, the captives within the cages began to contemplate their predicament. Chapter 27. The Underworld King appears. 7 days of special training at long last. Tianqi arrived at the palace of the underworld. Upon witnessing what was purported to be the palace, Tianqi was utterly dumbfounded. A dilapidated thatched hut, cloaked in cobwebs, with a wooden sign reading Palace of the Underworld. Seeing Tianqi's astonishment, Zhongping chuckled, Boss, this is the Underworld King. When I first arrived, I was equally taken aback. This is even the worst of it. The most terrifying aspect is the Underworld King himself. The murderous aura he unconsciously radiates could freeze a person to death. Be careful, boss, do not listen to the young master's nonsense. The Underworld King merely has an eccentric temperament, but he is actually quite amiable, Anthony interjected, stepping to the door of the palace of the underworld. He knocked gently and respectfully announced, Your Majesty, the Underworld King. This is Anthony of the Underworld Dragon Clan, here to seek an audience with the young clan leader, Arnold Avon. From within the thatched hut came the sound of things being shuffled. And suddenly, a red-haired old man burst forth, rushing directly to Zhong Ping. Ping heir, it has been far too long since you last visited. You bear a striking resemblance to your mother. I have always adored your mother-esque cooking. Just look at your skin, your face, and those bright, big eyes, little one. This pet is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha. The underworld king began to pinch Zhong Ping's cheeks playfully before turning to Tianqi with a beaming smile. Tianqi mechanically nodded, gazing quizzically at Anthony. Indeed, your majesty is often like this, playfully teasing the young master. When the clan leader returned to the demon realm with Fei Ron, it caused quite a stir. The underworld king was present at the time. The clan leader's wife was formidable. Although she possessed neither combat prowess nor magic, her culinary skills captivated all the demons present. Since then, the underworld king has resided with us. Until the passing of the lady and the birth of the young master, who has always been like this, he has grown accustomed to it. Anthony explained with a smile. If the underworld king is present, how could he possibly not save fifth brother's mother? Tianqi suddenly recalled that Zhong Ping's mother had died after giving birth to him. If the underworld king were indeed present, how could such a fate befall her? The underworld king then released Zhong Ping, chuckling, little fellow. Although I am the underworld king, I am not the creator god. Only he has the power to create life and souls. That old fellow is quite deranged. I don't know how he has managed to maintain his youthfulness despite his age. Seems you are the one he spoke of. I sense several energies within you that even I find somewhat daunting. At one time, I was engaged in mundane discussions with my brother, Satan, when that old pervert suddenly appeared, claiming that a peculiar little fellow had entered this space, one with extraordinarily terrifying energy. Ha, he was even wounded by a black axe at that time. And he instructed us to assist you if you arrived in the demon realm. Ha, it appears that old pervert was indeed accurate. You have truly come to the demon realm. Tianqi was left utterly bewildered. Your Majesty, but isn't Satan an enemy of the creator god? Ha, enemy? Nonsense. Everything in our space was created by that old pervert. Even my brother Satan is included. Do you genuinely believe a father and son would engage in a deadly struggle? What about the divine demon war? At that time, they were preoccupied with addressing another matter. When creation occurred, those negative energies birthed us demons, but there existed an even more dreadful race, the Undying Clan. They are truly immortal. Even my brother Satan and the Creator God could only seal that race. They could not annihilate it. The Creator God, that old pervert, never anticipated the emergence of such a fearsome race. Be why the time they sealed the Undying Clan. The divine demon war had already concluded, and they completely abandoned the matter. It wasn't until 8 years ago that my brother Satan and the Creator God returned. That old pervert concluded his tale and left, while my brother Satan appeared weary and went to sleep, and has remained so until now. Well then, little one, I have shared all that I needed to. Now it is your turn. What assistance do you require from me? Finally, Zhong Ping stepped forward. Your Majesty, I seek your help to break the space, allowing him to return to the human realm. Returning to the human realm is indeed somewhat challenging. Simply breaking the space is insufficient. It requires delicate control, otherwise you could be devoured by the rift. However, with my strength, it is not an issue. The critical aspect is your body, Ping heir. You must be contained within the pet space. The key question is whether your body can withstand the pressure of the spatial passage. Pluto meticulously observed the physique of Tianqi. Meanwhile, Tianqi pondered. Although his physical strength was formidable, he remained uncertain about its limits. Should he falter beneath the pressure of the spatial passage, it would not only affect himself, but also his fifth brother. Your Highness, Pluto, I am uncertain about the true extent of my physical strength, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, Pluto nodded decisively. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall initiate an intensive training regimen for you over the course of a week, ensuring that your physical prowess reaches its zenith. Enter now. For the moment you step into the palace of Pluto, the training shall commence immediately. You need only to defeat my little flower. Nothing else matters. Now, hurry inside. With unwavering resolve, Tianqi nodded. Driven by the desire to return to the human realm and reunite with his family, brothers, and loved ones, he stepped into the palace of Pluto. Upon hearing Pluto's words, Zhongping and Anthony were taken aback. "Your Highness, you don't mean the Cerberus, do you?" Zhongping exclaimed. "Ha ha, Pinger, you still remember Little Flower? Splendid." Pluto chuckled, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Zhongping fainted on the spot. "Boss, take care of yourself." "I can't handle this," he mumbled before losing consciousness. "Young master, are you all right?" Anthony called out anxiously. Hee, it wouldn't he be good for Pinger to know what's coming next, so I put him to sleep. "Don't worry, he'll be fine," Pluto reassured, his smile sending a chill down Anthony's spine. As he gazed upon the kind visage, he recalled that the clan leader had once dubbed Pluto a demon. In the demon realm, the term referred to individuals of considerable terror and perversion, and Pluto was indeed perceived as such by the clan leader. Chapter 28. The conclusion of special training with a beaming smile. Pluto approached Anthony, patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, I am the one who rendered him unconscious. Pinger has found himself an extraordinary master. Although he may not fully grasp the extent of his own physical capabilities, I am well aware. The Creator God discovered him amidst the spatial rifts, and at that time, he had lost track of how long he had been within the spatial passage. Yet, those chaotic currents of space and time storms posed no threat to him. Hee. Then what is the purpose of this training? Anthony queried, still perplexed. If Tianqi's physical strength could withstand the pressures of the spatial passage, why not allow him to proceed directly without the need for special training? Pluto sighed with resignation. Although this lad possesses an extraordinary physique and an even more remarkable energy within, he still cannot harness it. Hence, Little Flower will accompany him to stimulate his potential. Now, let us go and witness the spectacle. Bring Pinger along, off we go. As they entered the palace of Pluto, the seemingly humble straw hut revealed its true grandeur. Tianqi stood in awe at the sight before him. Massive structures loomed everywhere, and numerous tower-like edifices encircled the true palace of Pluto. "Well, Tianqi, are you surprised? My palace of Pluto is rather impressive, isn't it?" "Haha, come, I will take you to find Little Flower. For the next 7 days, he shall be your opponent," Pluto announced as he, along with Anthony and the unconscious Zhongping, entered. "What happened to my fifth brother? Why is he unconscious?" Tianqi questioned. Noticing Zhongping being carried on Anthony's back, he hurried over. "Haha, Pinger has always been terrified of Little Flower. The mere mention of its name sends him into a faint. Once, when they were young, I forgot to feed Little Flower, and in his hunger, it almost swallowed Pinger whole. Thankfully, I arrived just in time to rescue him. Ever since, he has fainted at the sound of Little Flower's name," Pluto explained slowly. "Oh, I see. Your Highness, please take me to meet Little Flower. I must return to the human realm." Gazing into Tianqi's determined eyes, Pluto nodded in approval. "Very well, but I must forewarn you, Little Flower possesses power at the level of a demon lord. However, I will restrict its strength to the apex of a demon king, equivalent to the pinnacle of the holy level in your human realm. Now, this is where Little Flower resides. You may enter." Before a colossal structure, Tianqi nodded and approached the entrance. With a forceful push, the massive doors swung open, revealing nothing but the carcass of a bloodthirsty magic tiger. Upon closer inspection, Tianqi noticed a small creature wriggling within the tiger's belly. It was a miniature Cerberus, though astonished. Caution prevailed in Tianqi's mind. The bloodthirsty magic tiger was a formidable beast even in the demon realm, equivalent to a holy beast in the human realm, yet it had been bested by such a diminutive creature. "So, this is Little Flower. You have 1 minute to prepare. Little Flower, control your strength to the peak of the Demon King level," Pluto's voice echoed from above the arena. "Understood, Master." The 3 heads of Little Flower spoke in unison. 10, 9, 8, begin. Before Pluto had finished speaking, Little Flower charged forward. Despite his prior preparations, Tianqi found Little Flower's speed overwhelming. Although he had reached the 3rd level of the Qilin decision, known as Qilin Cloud, he was still unaccustomed to its application. Had he mastered Qilin Cloud, his speed would have far surpassed that of Little Flower. However, at present, his speed was insufficient, and with a resounding crash, he was sent flying. "Your Highness, please tell Little Flower to stop." The boss cannot withstand it, Zhongping suddenly awakened. Hee hee, no longer afraid of little flower, I see. You've made progress, Pluto chuckled, ruffling Zhongping's hair. For the boss, I fear nothing. Wait, that is not the point. Your Highness, hurry, or the boss will perish. Zhongping implored, shaking Pluto's arm anxiously. You foolish child, even I might struggle to injure your boss, let alone little flower. Just watch, Pluto replied. Zhongping's gaze returned to the arena. At that moment, Tianqi had returned to his original position, his only injury being a tear in his clothing, while little flower licked its claws, bemused. This human is truly extraordinary. I strike him, yet he remains unharmed, while my claws ache. Truly, the master's friend is formidable. Meanwhile, Tianqi felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Indeed, confusion was the right word. Despite having faced formidable foes like Aubrey without hesitation, he now found himself perplexed. Although his physical strength was commendable, if he was not struck, it amounted to nothing. Was his power inferior to that of Little Flower? No, it only possessed the strength of a peak holy level. Yet, with his own prowess at the third level of the Qilin decision also at the holy level, how could he be so easily dispatched? As Tianqi wrestled with his thoughts, Little Flower launched another attack. A single paw swipe sent him flying once more. This cycle of being struck and returning continued. But as time progressed, clarity began to dawn upon Tianqi. Little Flower relied on speed. Once a certain velocity was attained, it transformed into immense power, allowing it to effortlessly send him sprawling. Gradually, the number of times Tianqi was knocked down diminished, and he even managed to counterattack on occasion. Though he could not land a hit on Little Flower, it marked progress. Before long, the seventh day arrived. The arena was in disarray, and our Tianqi was locked in a fierce battle with Little Flower. As the answers awaited in the human realm would soon unfold. Chapter 29. The storm approaches in the arena of the Palace of Pluto. The sound of clashing metal resonated continuously as two rapidly moving figures darted about. Pluto, Anthony, and Zhongping sat in the audience, discussing the unfolding battle. Zhongping wore a triumphant expression. Haha, Your Highness Pluto, Uncle Anthony, do you see this? This is my boss. Isn't he impressive? Just 1 week in, and he can already hold his own against Little Flower. Haha, with a master like him, who would dare to challenge us? Anthony nodded with a smile. Indeed, young master speaks the truth. Tianqi is undeniably formidable. No, to be precise, he is a genius. However, Pluto slowly shook his head. You think this is merely a matter of talent? The creator god referred to him as a monster for a reason. Now, let me show you his true power. Suddenly, Pluto appeared in the arena as the two figures split apart. Little Flower, from this moment, you may unleash your full strength. Tianqi, today marks your 7th day. You must defeat Little Flower to return to the human realm. Do you understand? With a swift motion, he returned to the spectators' area. In the center of the arena, Little Flower began to change. Its 3 heads grew larger and larger. Once everything settled, Little Flower towered 10 times the size of Tianqi, its 3 heads fixated on him. Tianqi, you truly are impressive. Within just a week, you have managed to keep pace with my speed. I commend you for that. However, I shall now unleash my full power, so brace yourself. With a smile of determination, Tianqi shed his beggar's garb. Little Flower, thank you for being my training partner these past 7 days. I too will give it my all. As the Qilin decision commenced, the transformation began. Tianqi's hands had now fully morphed into the claws of a Qilin. Clouds of ethereal mist gathered beneath his feet, and scales adorned his 2 massive claws as the white Qilin flames blazed ferociously. Xiaohua, satisfied, nodded at the 3 dog heads, and with a great leap of its colossal limbs, it soared into the air, lunging directly at Tianqi. The 3 enormous dog mouths aimed to bite. At this moment, Tianqi had already assumed the initial form of a Qilin. With a gentle movement, he ascended into the air. Xiaohua, this is a technique I comprehended during our battle. Be cautious. Upon uttering these words, Tianqi's body suddenly inverted, rapidly spinning, as a massive tornado began to take shape. The Qilin flames continued to burn, with Tianqi at the center of the swirling vortex. Where black winds churned amidst the white flames, creating a strikingly peculiar sight. The entire arena trembled. Once the gigantic stones were caught in the tornado, they were instantly torn to shreds. Xiaohua had now come to a halt, its rational mind urging it to flee. Yet the dignity of a demon lord-level beast would not permit such a retreat. In the audience, the three individuals were thrown into chaos. Grandpa Pluto, will this not affect us? It looks tremendously powerful. The smug expression on Zhongping's face had vanished, replaced by fear. Anthony furrowed his brow deeply. Young master, we should withdraw. This place is perilous. Fear not, with me here, what could possibly happen to you? Tianqi thought to himself, astonished that he had yet to extract the several forces from this brat's body before he unleashed such a monstrous technique. The destructive power was indeed terrifying. Everyone, stay put. Even Pluto's face reflected a hint of concern, for Xiaohua was still engaged in battle. The three dog heads of Xiaohua glanced at one another, then nodded in agreement. The central head began to enlarge once more. Swallowing the other two heads whole, a violent black light erupted from Xiaohua, as dark elements surged wildly before it, while a mysterious incantation was chanted within the enormous dog mouth. Dark Ultra Forbidden Spell. Left Hand of Satan, a colossal left hand, entirely composed of dark elements, gradually formed before Xiaohua, shimmering with a black luster, exuding perfection. At this moment, the tornado reached its zenith. The winds swept away all remnants. With Tianqi's voice, the tornado charged towards Xiaohua, and the left hand of Satan was now complete. The enormous black hand met the tornado head dash on. As the fist collided with the vortex, Tianqi's claws suddenly felt an immense resistance, and his rotating body began to decelerate, the tornado gradually shrinking. Am I about to be defeated? Is this where my journey ends? Tianqi repeatedly questioned himself. No, it is not yet over. The image of the Pangu god opening the heavens resurfaced in Tianqi's mind, and a small black axe manifested in his hand once more. Gazing at the heaven-cleaving axe, Tianqi smiled faintly. Old friend, you must come out to see me more often. Everything hinged on one's own will. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed within Tianqi's heart. Who are you? Where are you? Tianqi gripped the divine axe tightly. Ha ha, foolish boy. I am the spirit of the Pango axe, henceforth known as the Pango axe. The title heaven-cleaving divine axe lacks charm. Ha ha, now, enough of that. Let us deal with the matter at hand, the aged voice chuckled. Tianqi nodded, slowly raising the Pango axe, as the words "open the heavens" slipped from his lips, instilling a tremendous pressure upon the three in the audience. In an instant, they found themselves unable to move. Pluto froze for a moment before returning to normal, while Anthony and Zhongping could only stare blankly at the unfolding scene. Watch closely. This is Tianqi's true power. This axe can even injure the creator god, Pluto stated solemnly. With a sound akin to fabric being pierced by a blade, Satan's left hand split apart from the fist and began to shatter. This was the ability of the Pangu axe. It could cleave through anything, even space itself. Once Xiaohua unleashed Satan's left hand, it reverted to its original form, returning to Pluto's embrace. After the left hand of Satan was shattered, the arena's walls followed suit, as a straight line of 1,000 meters of all structures turned to ashes. Young man, to wield me, one requires not only strength but, more importantly, heart. Remember this now. Until next time. The ancient voice faded, and the Pangu axe vanished. Though Tianqi felt weary, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. He transformed back to his dual hands and flew to the audience. Pluto, what do you think? Can I head to the human realm now? Pluto nodded gravely. Indeed, well done. Your special training has been highly successful. Rest for now. How can you safely traverse the spatial passage in your current state? I shall escort you at dawn. Tianqi nodded and began to cultivate the Qilin decision. While Zhongping and Anthony remained in a daze. In the human realm, the Kate family faced execution at noon the next day, which equated to 6 o'clock in the morning for the demon realm. Would Tianqi arrive in time? Chapter 30. Return to the human realm. The night in the demon realm was breathtaking. The sun, devoid of warmth during the day, transformed into 2 violet moons at night. Gazing at these twin purple moons, Tianqi recalled the violet-haired princess of stars and her gem-like purple eyes, letting out a sigh. Alas! Tomorrow, I must return. How can I possibly sleep tonight? Zhongping lay beside Tianqi. Chuckling softly at his words, Boss, didn't Grandpa Pluto say he would send us tomorrow? It's already midnight. Technically, it is the second day. If you're truly eager, we can depart now. Ha ha. Tianqi paused for a moment, then affectionately patted Zhongping's head, gazing into his golden eyes, and asked with a smile, Well said, but I see that you are the one eager to explore the human realm. Ha ha. Well, boss, don't you wish to go to the human realm sooner? Forget it, let's go together. Uncle Anthony, you may head back for now. My fifth brother and I will set off for the human realm shortly. Do not worry. I will take good care of him. Suddenly, Tianqi sat up, addressing Anthony beside him. Anthony nodded slowly, stepping in front of Zhongping and regarding the grown child with a hint of reluctance. Young master, take care of yourself. Heed Tianqi's guidance as directed by the clan leader. Remember, Uncle Anthony will return now. Zhongping felt a pang of sadness as he replied, Uncle Anthony, rest assured, Boss will protect me. But you must take care of yourself, as well as father and the four esteemed elders. I will certainly return to see you all. Foolish child, I am leaving. Take care. With that, Anthony transformed back into his dragon form and soared into the sky, his massive silhouette appearing solitary and melancholic against the night. Enough staring, let us go. His Highness Pluto awaits us inside. Tianqi led Zhongping to the true palace of Pluto, who had been waiting for Tianqi's arrival. Have you made up your mind? If you wish to go now? I have no objections. It is entirely up to you. Pluto spoke leisurely. Tianqi glanced at Zhongping. Yes, we wish to go to the human realm now, and we hope for your assistance, Your Highness Pluto. Haha, very well. Pinger, you should enter the pet space first. Your body cannot withstand the pressure of the spatial passage, Pluto said with a smile, gesturing for Zhongping to proceed. Zhongping reluctantly returned to the pet space as Pluto extended his gnarled, branch-like hand, gently slicing through the air to create a spatial rift. A sword flew forth and landed in Pluto's grasp, after which the rift vanished. Pluto examined the sword with a gleeful expression. My dear, it has been a while since we last met, haha. Your Highness, what sword is this? Why does it emit no killing intent? Tianqi inquired, noticing that the sword felt as cold and lifeless as scrap metal. Pluto caressed the sword gently, then made a small cut on his finger, allowing a drop of purple blood to fall onto the blade. This sword was personally crafted for me by Brother Satan. It is called the King of Hell Sword. Only my blood can awaken its true power. For anyone else, it is but worthless scrap. With Pluto's words, the King of Hell Sword erupted in a burst of purple light, transforming entirely into a radiant purple hue, adorned with intricate runes and exuding an unmatched aura that filled the entire palace. Now, I shall take action. With the King of Hell Sword, I can accurately transport you to your desired location. Speak. Where would you like to go? I can send you there directly. Pluto waved the sword in his hand. Tianqi pondered for a moment, then send me directly to the Marshal's mansion of the Kate Empire. Pluto suddenly froze, his face flushing as he replied, That might not be appropriate. I haven't visited the human realm in ages, and while I'm aware of the imperial capital's location, I am not familiar with the Marshal's mansion. In that case, just send me to the capital, Tianqi reasoned, confident that reaching the capital would allow him to find his way home. Pluto nodded, slowly raising the King of Hell sword, then striking it down heavily. A spatial passage appeared. All right, young man, hurry through. This space is somewhat unstable, so you must be swift. Tianqi quickly flew into the rift, calling out, Your Highness Pluto, I shall take my leave now, if all goes well. I will return with my fifth brother. Farewell. Upon finishing his words, he stepped into the spatial corridor. Pluto gazed at the slowly vanishing figure of Tianqi and sighed. Alas! The emergence of this lad raises uncertainty about whether it heralds good or ill for our realm. Is he truly the one foretold by the Creator God and Brother Satan, the individual capable of shattering the shackles of fate? Within the spatial corridor, Tianqi sped forth. After a brief passage of 10 minutes, he emerged from the corridor into the Marshal's mansion of the Kate Empire. Suddenly, a black hole manifested, startling the guards stationed there, who hurriedly rushed to ascertain the situation. Out of the void flew a youth, indeed. It was Tianqi. Observing the multitude of guards at the Marshal's mansion, he approached to inquire. The guards, upon seeing Tianqi, were rendered speechless, and in a moment of panic, one of them shouted, "The devil has returned. Everyone, flee!" In an instant, fear consumed all but one guard captain. "Do you know who I am?" Tianqi asked, perplexed, as he regarded the last captain. The captain mechanically nodded. "I know you are Count Tianqi of the Dragon Slayer, grandson of Marshal Qilin, and vice commander of the Guardian Brigade. Since you are aware of my identity, why do you flee?" Tianqi found the situation increasingly bizarre. If they knew who he was, why refer to him as a devil? The captain stammered, relaying all recent events to Tianqi. At that moment, the Qilin fire instinctively erupted from him, causing the captain to faint entirely. Grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, all captured. Even my second brother and his companions have been seized, and they are to be executed tomorrow. Xinger is to marry the prince of the Holy Empire. Ah! The roar of the Qilin echoed. With Tianqi's current might, his furious bellow reverberated throughout the entire imperial capital, awakening loyal Ping, who flew forth. "Boss, no matter the circumstance, I shall assist you." Tianqi nodded appreciatively, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Chapter 31. The storm rises and clouds gather. The execution begins last night. The entire imperial capital was thrown into turmoil. The news of Tianqi's return spread like wildfire to every corner of the city. Within the palace, chaos reigned as an emergency meeting convened. "Chester, what shall we do now that Tianqi has returned? He has escaped from the Demon Lord. Yet we do not even know where he is." Emperor Locke paced anxiously in the grand hall. Chester replied hastily, "Your Majesty, there is no need for alarm. We shall proceed with the execution as planned. Tianqi will undoubtedly appear to rescue them, and we shall simply dispatch more skilled fighters to the square. When the time comes, he will emerge to meet his demise. Don't you agree?" Emperor Locke halted in contemplation, realizing he need not rush. "Indeed, summon all the holy-level experts and place Sha under your command. Capture Tianqi alive, remember, alive." Chester nodded respectfully. "As you command, Your Majesty." "The Prince of the Holy Empire has arrived. Shall we invite him to join us this noon?" Locke replied, "Not just him. Bring the princess as well." "Humph! I shall ensure the princess's heart is utterly crushed." A sinister smile crept across Emperor Locke's face. "Your Majesty is wise. I shall make the necessary arrangements." Chester then exited, followed by the other ministers. Meanwhile, within the palace's dungeon, the atmosphere was unexpectedly lively. The guards had been reassigned by Chester, who believed these prisoners could not possibly escape. Yet, everything was about to change. The mad warrior and his companions were overjoyed. "Marshal, I knew our boss would not perish. He would surely return." "Are you certain that roar just now was from Tianqi?" The old marshal still harbored some doubt, considering Tianqi faced the nearly omnipotent demon lord. "We are absolutely certain. That sound could only belong to our boss. No one else can produce such a unique roar. We have heard it many times before. Rest assured, he will come to rescue us." Huiyin exclaimed excitedly. However, Lane, Launching, and Luina were not as optimistic. "Dad, now that Tianqi has returned and knows we are to be executed tomorrow, he will certainly come to save us. But the Emperor is also aware of this news. If he dispatches more experts to the square, it will be perilous for Tianqi." Lane pointed out the critical issue. The group fell into silence. The old marshal had anticipated this dilemma and pondered a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he approached the mad warrior, channeling a surge of fighting spirit into the magic suppression collar. Indeed, the collar proved ineffective against holy-level fighting spirit, and he meticulously manipulated the energy within, carefully probing the collar. The others watched in curiosity as the old marshal acted. Suddenly, a light sound echoed, and the collar fell from the mad warrior's neck, eliciting gasps of astonishment. "Marshal, what just happened?" Tianqi once told me that every magical item contains an energy core. Destroying this core would dismantle the item. I just realized that this magic suppression collar is no exception, so I decided to give it a try, and it worked. Now, those with holy level power, help those around you to remove their collars. Then return. This way, when Tianqi arrives, we can also take action." The group regained their strength in a magnificent building within the palace, A joyful commotion erupted. Sister-in-law, I knew the boss would be fine. You doubted him? But did you hear that roar? Do you believe now? Although Wan Xin was still tearful, her heart brimmed with joy. Yes, I believe. I believe Tianqi has truly returned. He did not perish. The words of happiness mingled with low sobs. As Princess Xingqian's face bore the traces of tears. But grandfather and grandmother are to be executed at noon, and I must marry the prince of the Holy Empire. Even if Tianqi returns, what difference will it make? This fate is beyond remedy. I only wish for his safety. As sorrow consumed her thoughts, tears streamed down her face once more. Sister-in-law, you must believe in the boss. He will definitely rescue everyone, and he will save us too. He can accomplish it. We must have faith in him, Wan Xin urged with determination. Princess Xingqian lifted her gaze to Wan Xin. Yes, I believe in Tianqi. Her soft voice radiated profound trust. As time ticked away, noon approached. The square was soon packed with citizens who had arrived early, eager to witness the downfall of the demon's minions. Despite the midday hour, the sky remained overcast, casting an ominous shadow over the crowd, who had gathered to witness the fate of what they believed were traitors aligned with the demon clan. As time passed, Emperor Locke, along with his ministers, Princess Xingqian, and the Prince of the Holy Empire, arrived at the very stage from which the Guardian Brigade had once sworn to defend the nation. Soon after, the old marshal and his companions were brought forth, standing in rows before the crowd, which erupted into chaos. Traitors, demons, we trusted you completely. I entrusted my own son to you on the battlefield, yet you used his blood to resurrect the demon lord. You are traitors, criminals of the empire. In the distant sky, a small black dot moved steadily. Riding upon loyal Ping, Tianqi utilized water magic to peer into the unfolding scene below. Witnessing this spectacle, he gritted his teeth. Locke Tianya, you shall pay for your transgressions. Ah, there's Xinger. Suddenly, Tianqi caught sight of Princess Xingqian's weary figure and felt an overwhelming urge to descend immediately, but the circumstances did not permit it. In the square, the old marshal and the others found themselves facing guillotines. Flanked by two formidable warriors, their sharp blades glistening ominously. The death penalty in Tianya continent was decapitation. Emperor Locke stepped forward, commanding silence. These individuals are traitors who conspired with the demon clan. Today, in the name of the God of Light, I hereby announce their execution. Let the proceedings commence. As Locke's voice resonated, Princess Xingqian and Wan Xin closed their eyes. The crowd below fixated intently on the unfolding events as the warriors began their grim task, restraining each individual's head to place it within the guillotine. The crowd remained passive, waiting for one person. The old marshal and his companions were waiting for Tianqi. Chapter 32. Tianqi makes his appearance. Blood and tears reappear in the Tianya Square of the Kate Empire, the site from which the Guardian Brigade had once embarked on their mission, now transformed into the execution ground for the Guardian Brigade. Emperor Locke scrutinized the reactions of the onlookers below. If Tianqi were to return, he would surely be among the crowd. I refuse to believe you will not show yourself. The moment you do, your fate is sealed. As soon as these words escaped his lips, a roar echoed from the sky, reminiscent of the one from the night before. Instantly, the square fell into a profound silence, and aside from the old marshal and the holy level experts, everyone else was rendered unconscious by the force of the sound. The holy level experts dared not move, forming a protective circle around Emperor Locke. A golden-winged underworld dragon descended before the crowd, and Tianqi gracefully alighted from the dragon. Kneeling before them, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, dear brothers and sisters, I apologize for the suffering you have endured. The crowd suddenly rose to their feet, casting aside the magic restraining collars that bound them. Hunter, we knew you would return. Ha ha! The old marshal helped Tianqi to his feet. Big brother, all of this is the Emperor's doing. He covets the secret scrolls of your cultivation and has manipulated us using puppet powder. Humph! Quangzhan glared furiously at Emperor Locke. The words of Quangzhan ignited a fire of indignation within the crowd, and as they recovered from the influence of the Qilin chant, they beheld the towering figure of the infernal dragon. Instantly, chaos erupted. That was the infernal dragon, a beast of the demonic clan. serving as undeniable proof of the collusion between the Kate family and the demon race. Everyone, charge! Slay this minion of the demon clan! Boomed the voice of Chester, the corpulent figure in that brief moment. All the holy level experts lying in ambush within the square sprang into action, including those by the side of the Prince of the Holy Empire. Princess Xingqian had been dumbstruck since Tianqi's arrival. This was not merely the effect of the Qilin chant, which had been dispelled by Wan Xin. He had truly returned, and he stood right before her. Without a second thought, Princess Xingqian began to chant a spell, "Winds, gather around me. Wings of wind." The 6th level wind magic activated instantly, conjuring a pair of wings made of wind elements behind her. She soared directly into Tianqi's embrace. "Tianqi, you have finally returned." Silent tears dampened Tianqi's garments as he held Princess Xingqian tightly. "Xinger, I have come back at last. I shall never leave you again." The familiar voice, the warm embrace, it was all so profoundly comforting. "Big brother, be careful." Wan Xin suddenly dashed forward. The dagger appeared in Princess Xingqian's hand, aimed directly at Tianqi's chest. Clang! The dagger halted mere inches from him. Why? What is the meaning of this? Tears of Qilin blood began to flow once more, each drop striking the hearts of the crowd. The old marshal and the others were equally stunned. "Xinger, what has happened to you?" Guangzhan's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Sister-in-law, why is this happening?" Lan and Lanqing were equally bewildered. And the once chaotic square fell silent. "Xinger, can you explain why this is happening?" Tianqi gently took the dagger from her hand, gazing into her eyes. Princess Xingqian suddenly stood, wiping the tears from her eyes, and began to laugh maniacally. "Why? Heh, why? Because you are cursed by the gods, because you conspired with the demon race, because I am to marry the Prince of the Holy Empire, because I no longer have feelings for you. Is that not enough?" At that moment, on the platform, Emperor Locke was berating Chester. "Chester, did you not claim this tactic would surely work? What of that dragon-slaying dagger? It seems utterly useless, incapable of even piercing a single skin while boasting of dragon-slaying." Seeing that the dagger wielded by Princess Xingqian had no effect, Emperor Locke scolded Chester furiously. Chester quickly explained, "Your Majesty, it may be that Her Highness is too weak. After all, she is merely a mage." Emperor Locke shook his head in anger. "Then what now? Your Majesty, we must first retrieve Her Highness. Time is of the essence. Once she regains her strength, she will undoubtedly flee," Chester suggested, glancing at the time. Tianqi slowly approached Princess Xingqian. The tears of Qilin blood had ceased, leaving his face devoid of expression, filled only with endless desolation. "Xinger, this shall be the last time I call you Xinger, though you may no longer love me. Heh, I shall always cherish you, forever and ever. Now, return quickly. It is perilous here." At that moment, Emperor Locke stood as well. "My dear daughter, come here. It is dangerous." Princess Xingqian took measured steps toward Emperor Locke's side. Meanwhile, 12 holy level experts and 24 shadow killers surrounded the group comprising the old marshal, Luina, Kane, Lan, and Tianqi, each standing resolutely at a corner, poised for confrontation. "Big brother, are you all right?" Sister-in-law was not like this before. "She has changed since this morning. It's so strange. It's as if she has become a different person." Wan Xin had returned to Tianqi's embrace. Tianqi shook his head. "Do not worry, Xiner. I am fine. This is not the time for such matters. Allow me to resolve the current predicament first. Xinger, please inform everyone that when I take to the skies, retreat as far back as you can. I must show these rabble what true power is. Fifth brother, take my place and protect everyone." With that, he soared into the air before the 12 holy level experts. Zomping transformed back into human form, standing in Tianqi's stead. "Grandfather, Big Brother told us to retreat as far as possible. It seems he is about to unleash his fury," Wan Xin said, her gaze filled with concern for Tianqi. "All right then, everyone, follow me as we withdraw. Let Tianqi face the battle alone. If he cannot express the pain within his heart, it could spell disaster. Rest assured, Tianqi will escape from the Demon Lord. How could he fear such trifling fish?" The old marshal reluctantly led the retreat. The 12 sword saints and 24 shadow killers, witnessing the old marshal's withdrawal, attempted to charge forward. Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from Tianqi. I challenge all of you. His resolute tone, remarkable battle spirit, and overwhelming killing intent compelled the 36 individuals to halt their advance. The citizens below remained in stunned silence. The events that had transpired were astonishing. The infernal dragon of the demon clan, the princess's assassination attempt, and now this challenge. All were so unexpected. The stage for slaughter was set, and the emotional groundwork had been laid. What fate awaited the princess, and could Tianqi and his companions break through the encirclement? The answers would unfold on the morrow. Chapter 33. The Zodiac Warriors. The confinement barrier, the square of the Empire, was now suffused with a chilling atmosphere. Upon hearing Tianqi's declaration, the 12 holy-level experts and 24 shadow killers did not find it amusing. The young man before them instilled a deep sense of dread. Emperor Locke, Chester, and Prince Alexander of the Holy Empire, however, erupted into wild laughter. Your Majesty, I have heard tales in the Holy Empire of a man cursed by the gods from the Kate Empire. I never imagined he would be so confident. It seems Princess Xingqian truly has remarkable taste. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? Alexander's handsome face was devoid of the divine aura typical of the Holy Empire, instead radiating murderous intent. Though displeased, Emperor Locke concealed his emotions behind a mask of confidence. Indeed, my dear daughter, you need not worry. All of this is worthwhile. You know Tianqi was once a mere waste in martial arts, but look at him now. What secret cultivation method has transformed him so? Once I grasp this method, unifying the continent will be within our grasp. Ah ha ha ha. The mad laughter shattered Princess Xingqian's heart. Father, you will surely regret this. You will, I promise. I can no longer face Tianqi. Farewell, father. The dragon-slaying dagger was poised against Xingqian's chest when an eerie sound echoed. Confinement barrier! A mysterious energy enveloped Princess Xingqian, restricting her every movement as 12 oddly dressed individuals appeared around her. Alexander sauntered over, extending his hand to effortlessly breach the barrier, gently taking the dagger, with a flick of his finger. He playfully tapped the dagger. My wife cannot take her own life. If she must, it shall be for me, and not for that waste. Heh, rest assured, I will ensure he dies before your eyes. Emperor Locke and Chester were taken aback. Who are these 12 individuals? What is this confinement barrier that can restrain a person's every action? Noticing Emperor Locke's astonishment, Prince Alexander strolled over leisurely. Your Majesty, there is no need for surprise. These are the divine guardians bestowed upon the Alexander family by the great god of light. They are chosen by the divine guardians of our lineage for generations. This is the first time they have revealed themselves in the sunlight. Emperor Locke nodded, still stunned. Impressive, indeed impressive. Suddenly, Chester exclaimed, Your Majesty, look, Tianqi's body is beginning to change. All eyes turned to Tianqi, who was engulfed in Qilin fire, his hands transforming into Qilin claws as his body gradually ascended into the air. What kind of monster is this? By the heavens! Everyone, run! This is the demon clan. The citizens below screamed in panic, fleeing for their lives, while Emperor Locke and Chester stood in shock. Chester, what is happening? How has he transformed into this? Your Majesty, I do not know. Chester stammered. Chester's face quivered with flab, his heart heavy with fear. Although Princess Xingqian could not utter a word, witnessing Tianqi in such a state filled her with profound guilt. She felt certain that Tianqi had transformed thus because of her actions. It had to be so. Lost in thought, she recalled the blood and tears of Tianqi, which deepened her anguish, and tears began to flow once more. Prince Alexander, though taken aback, merely chuckled, remarking that the lad had likely lingered too long with the demon clan and had succumbed to their dark aura. It was no great matter. A mutated waste would remain a waste, incapable of blossoming into genius, so there was no need for fear. At that moment, Tianqi felt an overwhelming sorrow, his mind fixated solely on the need to vent. The blood coursing through his veins ignited with fervor, and his body, suspended in the air, suddenly flipped and began to spin rapidly. The dark tornado that wreaked havoc in the underworld palace re-emerged. Yet this time it was even more terrifying, imbued with a tinge of crimson, the color of Qilin fire. What had once been white Qilin fire had now morphed into a sanguine hue, hinting at the presence of something extraordinary within. The 12 Saint-level masters managed to retain their footing, but the 24 members of the Shadow Killers, possessing only 8th-level strength, were instantly swept into the blood tornado, disintegrating into mere fragments, further intensifying the scarlet hue of the vortex. Fortunately, the populace below fled swiftly. Otherwise, they would have perished in mass. The old marshal and his comrades were left in a state of shock at Tianqi's display. "Father, do you think Tian'er can withstand this attack?" Lanin asked, bewildered. The old marshal slowly shook his head, then broke into a smile, saying, "I certainly cannot withstand this move. It appears Tian'er has stumbled upon something fortuitous." "Ha ha!" The warriors of the Iron Clan could only look up at Tianqi in admiration. "Brothers, our leader has progressed again. We must also strive to improve." Suddenly, Zhongping approached. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Arnold Zhongping, the newly recognized brother of our leader." "You may call me Zhongping." "Very well. Since you are the leader's brother, that makes you one of us. I am the second brother, known as Quangzhan." The Iron Clan members introduced themselves one after another, welcoming him as the fifth brother. "Ha ha, another warrior joins our ranks. Second brother, it would be wise for everyone to retreat a bit further. I am aware of the power of the leader's move, and we are not safe here." Upon hearing Zhongping's words, everyone was taken aback. If they weren't safe here, where could they be? Reluctantly, they followed Zhongping back several dozen meters, halting to await the impending explosion. Chapter 34. The Blood Tornado and Frenzied Battle. As a forbidden spell of the wind element, tornadoes have always inspired fear. Yet, the Blood Tornado at Tianya Square surpassed any forbidden spell in horror, instantly annihilating 24 8th-level strongmen while the 12 Saint-level masters were rendered immobile under its pressure. All this chaos stemmed from that cursed magic martial waste, Tianqi. The oppressive aura of the Blood Tornado deeply unsettled everyone present. "Your Majesty, we should leave. This place does not seem safe," Chester exclaimed, rushing to kneel before Emperor Locke. The Emperor, equally startled by Tianqi's Blood Tornado, conceded, "Indeed, this is not safe. Allow me to escort you to a secure location." Suddenly, Alexander interjected, and the 12 individuals swiftly gathered around him, re-establishing a confinement barrier that ensnared Emperor Locke, Chester, and the guards along with other officials. Meanwhile, the confinement barrier surrounding Princess Xingqian remained intact, showcasing the unique abilities of the 12 Zodiac warriors. "You may watch as I dispatch that waste, along with my beautiful wife. I will personally ensure his demise." "Prepare for the spectacle," Alexander cackled madly. Beneath the Blood Tornado, the 12 Saint-level masters felt an overwhelming pressure. "Let us join forces, otherwise we shall all meet our end." They resolved collectively. 10 powerful auras combined with the 9th-level light magic, Sacred Judgment, and the 9th-level fire magic, Infernal Lotus, surged towards the Blood Tornado. The rapidly spinning vortex emitted a disdainful snort. "Behold, my wind sweeps the clouds." The Blood Tornado charged forth, obliterating the 10 formidable auras and magic in an instant, consuming the 12 Saint-level masters who were swept into its depths, becoming part of the sanguine maelstrom. Gradually, the Blood Tornado slowed, reverting to Tianqi, who turned to gaze at Emperor Locke. Yet, Locke and the others remained frozen, unable to move. "Do you still intend to obstruct us?" His voice, once calm, now resonated with terror. "Ah, you must be Qilin Tianqi. I am Prince Alexander of the Holy Empire, and the betrothed of Princess Xingqian. It is a pleasure to meet you." Alexander approached Tianqi with a broad smile. Tianqi regarded him coldly, realizing this was the man Xingqian intended to marry, the Prince of the Holy Empire. "Do you seek to stop us? Or is it the same refrain?" Alexander slowly shook his head. "It is not me, but them. 12 Zodiac warriors, arise." Instantly, the 12 figures materialized beside Tianqi, casting a confinement barrier that enveloped him. Tianqi felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile. "Not so arrogant now. Are you? You were quite boastful before." "Humph, a waste will always remain a waste." "Allow me to bring your story to a close," Alexander proclaimed, brandishing a dragon-slaying dagger. He lunged towards Tianqi's eye with all his might. Gasps of alarm erupted among the onlookers, and Quangzhan and his comrades surged forward, only to be halted by the old marshal. "You must trust Tian'er." His single statement restrained them all. Princess Xingqian watched in deep worry. While Emperor Locke and Chester exchanged peculiar expressions, torn between laughter and dread, a light clang resonated as the dragon-slaying dagger met Tianqi's eyelid, which absorbed the blow. Alexander, enraged, frantically stabbed at Tianqi's body, exclaiming, "Impossible! I am a 7th-level Golden Knight. How can I not pierce your skin?" The clanging continued until it abruptly ceased. "Allow me to explain why. You lack the qualification." Tianqi's left hand seized the dragon-slaying dagger with a vice-like grip, and the roar of the Qilin resounded, causing the barrier to fracture and ultimately shatter. Tianqi grasped Alexander by the neck, casting a glance at the anxious 12 warriors, then laughed, casually discarding the dragon-slaying dagger to the ground. "You used this hand earlier, did you not? I trust one am not mistaken." With a swift motion, Tianqi tore off Alexander's entire left arm, a shriek of agony piercing the air. "Young master! Young master!" The 12 voices cried out in alarm. "You monster! You had better release our young master, or you will not escape unscathed." The leader of the Zodiac warriors, Leo, glared fiercely at Tianqi. "Ha ha ha! I detest being threatened." Another anguished scream erupted as Alexander's right arm met the same fate. Tianqi laughed maniacally. "What can you do about it?" With that, he hurled Alexander back towards them. The Zodiac warriors hastily surrounded Alexander, and the blue light of the restoration barrier shimmered as his arms began to regenerate rapidly. Moments later, he returned to his former self. "You clever boy. Failing to kill me directly was your mistake. You have left yourself no room for regret." 12 peculiar beams of light shone forth as each began to summon their respective beasts. Subsequently, 12 portals opened, and radiant holy light descended, enveloping Tianqi. 12 uniquely shaped magical beasts appeared beside the Zodiac warriors. Kaitian Tianqi, my Zodiac warriors possess the strength of early sword saints, and with the addition of 12 holy beasts, you shall be utterly obliterated. The dual confinement barrier was activated as the Zodiac warriors and the magical beasts initiated their assault, constructing a dual confinement barrier around Tianqi. The 12 Zodiac warriors and their holy beasts launched another barrier, the purification barrier, cleansing all combat elements within into light elements. They surged into the confinement barrier, attacking Tianqi relentlessly. Holy light and aura erupted within the barrier, and Tianqi could only endure silently. The pressure from the dual confinement barrier was insurmountable, rendering him immobile. The Zodiac warriors and their holy beasts, composed of light elements, remained unaffected within the purification barrier, growing ever stronger as they attacked, sustained injuries, and healed continuously. Meanwhile, Tianqi stood motionless, recalling the words of the Pango Axe's spirit, which emphasized that wielding the Pango Axe relied not solely on strength but on the heart. With a roar of Qilin, a black axe materialized in Tianqi's hand, and an overwhelming aura repelled the Zodiac warriors and holy beasts. The blood-red Qilin divine fire reignited, and his hands transformed into enormous Qilin claws. The Zodiac warriors and their holy beasts were momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the Leo warrior shouted, "Young master, quickly use the sword in the stone and the angelic armor. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." Upon hearing the words of Leo, Alexander emphatically nodded and began to summon the sword in the stone and the angelic armor, a radiant holy light emanating from his being. Chapter 35. The White Tiger of the Four Spirits. In the disheveled Tianya Square, the black Panga axe re-emerged. "Kid, just like that. Heh, not bad. You've made progress," came a voice filled with the weight of time. Tianqi smiled faintly. "I shall commence now." Gradually raising the Pangu axe, the barriers of the opening and purification were annihilated in an instant, and the 12 Zodiac warriors along with the 12 holy beasts were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Alexander found himself in another location, a testament to the teleportation capability of the angelic armor. The intangible axe blade cleaved through all obstacles, while Tianqi slowly descended to the ground, his divine power nearly depleted. "Kid, remember this feeling." The ancient voice gradually faded as the Pango axe vanished and Tianqi reverted to his original form, turning to face Alexander. Witnessing the destruction of the Zodiac warriors and holy beasts, Alexander's heart bled. These were the culmination of millennia of the Holy Empire and the Church of Light. The lineage of the Zodiac warrior family had been passed down through generations, and the contracted holy beasts had shared the same fate. Now, all was obliterated in an instant. Alexander glared fiercely at Tianqi, his incantation hastening, "Great God of light, please send forth the holy angels to purify this world's filth. Holy angel, descend." A blinding holy light cascaded from the heavens, and a massive portal opened. An angel, indeed a genuine angel, appeared, his pristine wings signifying nobility, and his handsome visage accentuating perfection. The luminous holy sword in his grasp shone brilliantly, though angels were merely instruments of the divine. To the people, they were akin to messengers of the gods. The distant populace knelt in reverence, including Emperor Locke and his companions, all transfixed by the angel's presence. Even the princess knelt, and except for the brothers of the berserker, the old marshal and the others followed suit, for in their hearts, the divine was eternally the highest and the greatest. The angel, enveloped in gentle holy light, approached Alexander, who had already knelt. "Great holy angel, this man before you is but a puppet of the demon race, responsible for countless lives lost in his quest to resurrect the demon lord. Please, eliminate him." Alexander spoke with utmost reverence while kneeling. The holy angel turned to glance at Tianqi, questioning, "Is it he?" "Indeed, he bears the aura of the demon race." The angel's voice was melodious. "Sinner of the gods, I shall purify you on behalf of the deities." Sword of holy light. A colossal light sword descended from above, aiming directly at Tianqi's crown. Tianqi merely smiled faintly. "Come forth, let me see how you intend to purify me." Heh! The light sword struck Tianqi's head accurately, shattering into fragments and dissipating completely. How can this be? Even the demon race could not withstand such a blow. The holy angel gasped in shock. "Birdman, what is your name? And what is your status in the divine realm?" Tianqi inquired. The holy angel, still contemplating, instinctively replied, "I am Saint Lot, one of the 16 seraphim of the God of Light, a subordinate of Lord Gabriel." "How dare you call me Birdman?" Realization dawning, Saint Lot unleashed divine retribution. A massive bolt of purple lightning struck Tianqi, the immense pressure creating a deep crater in the ground. Tianqi slowly ascended, shifting to another location. "What other tricks do you have, Birdman? Feel free to show me. I'm eager to witness your purification," he taunted, maintaining his defiant demeanor despite his tattered attire and disheveled hair, which stood on end from the electric discharge. "Heh, even in such a state, you persist in bravado. Very well, I shall indulge you." Saint Lot began to chant a lengthy incantation. Finally, as the incantation concluded, a colossal meteor engulfed in searing flames hurtled towards Tianqi. Tianqi glanced at the meteor, merely smiling as he stood his ground. In truth, since earlier, an energy within him had been stirring, and he wished to fully unleash this power through external force. The enormous meteor descended with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire imperial capital. Where Tianqi once stood was now merely a massive meteor. Emperor Locke and Chester erupted in jubilant cheers. "This monster is finally dead. Ha ha ha." Alexander gazed in disbelief at the massive meteor. "Indeed, Saint Lot is formidable. If he doesn't perish now, ha ha." The Star Princess and the old marshal firmly believed Tianqi could not possibly perish in such a manner, especially since he had survived in the hands of the demon lord. In the divine realm, the mightiest angels were the 6-winged seraphim, equivalent to the peak of the demon emperor, while the 4-winged cherubim possessed powers at the pinnacle of the saint level, albeit capable of wielding unique magic and techniques. Along with the holy sword, their strength undeniably surpassing that of the saints. However, at that moment, Saint Lot was not laughing, for he sensed a terrifying power. Yes, a truly horrifying force erupted from within the meteor. Suddenly, the entire meteor began to fracture, roar filled with murderous intent reverberating through the art. An enormous white tiger manifested before the crowd. At that instant, Tianqi had succumbed to unconsciousness, the appearance of the white tiger draining his energy completely. The violent force emanated from the Western spirit, the white tiger, contained within the 4 spirits jade. The white tiger gently placed Tianqi beside the old marshal and his companions, saying, "Take good care of him. I shall seek vengeance." A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the white tiger. In an instant, it vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Saint Lot. You dare bully him, Birdman? You seek death. The massive paw of the tiger struck down, sending Saint Lot crashing into the ground like a fly, his four wings flailing helplessly. Just as Saint Lot managed to crawl out, the white tiger swiftly followed, seizing one wing in its jaws. A piercing scream erupted as the tiger's claws tore through, blood gushing and white feathers scattering in a gruesome spectacle. The ensuing scene was one of bloody torment. One by one, Saint Lot's four wings were ripped away, followed by his hands and feet, until finally, his head. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger exhaled flames, incinerating Saint Lot's remains. Disinfecting, biting such a Birdman. One mustn't get poisoned, it remarked, shaking its massive jaws. Meanwhile, Alexander had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Emperor Locke and Chester stood frozen in fear. The distant onlookers were equally awestruck. This was a being rivaling the divine, slain so effortlessly. This was his magical beast, capable of slaying gods from that moment forth. The title of God-Slayer would echo throughout the continent, and the challenge to the divine would commence. Chapter 36. A conclusion, a new journey. The legend of the God-Slayer was born at this moment. The white tiger returned to Tianqi's side, saying, "Fear not. This lad is merely exhausted. I shall return, and he will awaken shortly. Until next time, this Birdman truly stinks. It's rather nauseating." Upon finishing, the white tiger transformed into a jade, re-entering Tianqi's body, a mysterious mark shimmering on his forehead. At the same time, Wanxin and Zhongping experienced the same phenomenon, and then Tianqi slowly awoke. Gazing at the concerned faces around him, Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. What happened? Why did I faint? Right, and that holy angel, Saint Lot. With this thought, Tianqi rose to his feet. Observing the unconscious Alexander and the astonished expressions of Emperor Locke and Chester, Tianqi found it peculiar. What transpired? I merely unleashed the energy within me, and after that, I blacked out. What is going on? He questioned the crowd, confusion etched on his face. Boss, you summoned a terrifying entity that swiftly dealt with that Birdman. Even commenting on his foul odor. Ha ha ha! The berserker laughed heartily. For now, the divine no longer seemed untouchable. They could be defeated or even slain. Indeed, boss, that magical beast was truly fearsome. I saw that Birdman lacked the courage to resist. Zhongping remarked, his legs still trembling. As a being of magic, he could most acutely sense the white tiger's overwhelming presence. Tianqi remained stunned. What terrifying entity? I have no recollection at that moment. Wanxin intervened. Boss, it was a white tiger. So frightening. A white tiger? Tianqi's heart ignited with hope. Could it be the Four Spirits Jade? Then I might have a chance to return. With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tianqi, perhaps it's best not to laugh just yet. We need to address the matters at hand, including Locke and Chester, the old marshal advised. Tianqi nodded gently. Let us proceed together and see how Emperor Locke intends to address this. The group approached Emperor Locke, who appeared utterly defeated. If even the gods can be slain, how could I possibly be a match for you? Do as you will. I have nothing further to say. However, I must clarify one point. Tianqi, my daughter, the Star Princess, acted as she did due to having consumed puppet powder. She has now returned to normal, and this cannot be blamed on her. Father, why must you say such things? Princess Xingqian's face was streaked with tears as she collapsed into the embrace of Emperor Locke. The emperor gently patted her head, murmuring, Xinger, I am so sorry, my dear. Everything is past. You must now live well with Tianqi. I have said all that I needed to say. Now, do as you wish with that. Emperor Locke pushed the princess away and rose to his feet. At that moment, the old marshal knelt heavily before the emperor. Your Majesty, although you have treated us this way, we remain citizens of the empire. However, from this moment forth, each of us shall have no further ties with the Qade Empire. After speaking, the old marshal stood up. Tianqi slowly approached Princess Xingqian, gently cupping her face in his hands. Xinger, I need you to tell me with your own lips whether what your father just said is true. Princess Xingqian nodded slowly. Tianqi, even though I was manipulated by the puppet powder to act as I did, I still cannot forgive myself. I am sorry. Please go now and allow me some time to think. If, by the time I come to a conclusion, You still have feelings for me, then return to me. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke those words. Very well, Xinger, I will not rush you. Take your time to ponder. I shall leave Wan Xin by your side. Although I have been through much, I assure you that I will not harm you. Your Majesty, we have no other requests. We simply wish to leave this place of sorrow. The old marshal's voice rang out. Emperor Locke nodded and waved his hand. You may go. I am sorry for what has transpired. Alas, it is too late now. Go, go. Thus, they returned to the marshal's residence. After organizing their affairs, they gathered at the marshal's estate. Grandfather, where are we headed now? Tianqi asked, looking at the old marshal with confusion. The old marshal smiled. Now that everyone is present, let us begin. We are to journey to the elven territory in the Misty Forest. For those who do not wish to go, I shall not force you. Each may take 10,000 gold coins home. Those wishing to join me should come here. Those wanting to accompany Tianqi may do so. Now, let us commence. 3 minutes later, only the Iron Men, Kane, and the old steward, Lake, remained willing to venture into the Misty Forest. The old marshal nodded in satisfaction. The Misty Forest poses no danger to us. Are you familiar with the sword god of Howling Fury? He is from our Kate family. Due to certain special circumstances, he left the family. He once saved the life of the Elven Queen, who left behind a ring as a token of gratitude, promising that if ever assistance was needed, one could present the ring in the Misty Forest, and the Elven race would do everything in their power to aid the bearer. That ring is now in my possession. So our trip to the Misty Forest will be safe. But grandfather, what exactly are we going to do in the Misty Forest? Tianqi still felt curious. Now that you have become a godslayer, the followers of the light god across the continent will pursue us mercilessly. We shall first hide in the Misty Forest for a time. The carriage is waiting outside. Let us depart, the old marshal concluded. Leading everyone to the carriage, the two carriages sped toward the Misty Forest. Would this long journey be smooth sailing? Chapter 37. Qilin, the Misty Forest, the Devil's Sea, the Frozen Abyss, and Dragon Island. These are the 4 great forbidden lands of the Tinya continent. Alongside the Valley of the Undead, the Thunder Marsh, and the battlefield of gods and demons, they form 3 areas of absolute peril. Now, Tianqi and his companions were headed for one of these forbidden lands. The Misty Forest. The 2 carriages raced along the road leading to the Misty Forest, unaware that discussions were underway in the palace of the Kate Empire concerning how to deal with Tianqi and his entourage. Princess Xingqian looked at Emperor Locke, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. Father, did you not just say you would let Tianqi and the others go? Ha, let them go? How could that be? He has subjected me to an unparalleled humiliation. How could I possibly let him escape? Prince Alexander, how should we eliminate that monster? At this moment, Emperor Locke had shed the despondency he exhibited in the square and had transformed into an entirely different person. With gritted teeth, Alexander replied, We need not act ourselves. We simply need to spread the word of his God-Slayer status throughout the continent. He will become the enemy of all, and then we need not fear for his demise. Ha, excellent suggestion. However, we currently have no idea where they are. The usually shrewd Chester asked a rather foolish question. Chester, have you lost your wits? All we need to do is send their likenesses to the church. Soon, every church, mercenary guild, and assassin organization across the continent will turn against them. Dio, you think they can escape then? Emperor Locke said with a sinister smile. Father, you have truly disappointed me, Princess Xingqian said indignantly. Bring the princess back to her quarters from now on. She is not to leave without my command. Prince Alexander, why not propose an alliance between our 2 nations? I am a devout believer in the great light god. And if you do not mind, the princess can marry you at any time. Emperor Locke approached Prince Alexander with a flattering smile. Princess Xingqian was left utterly speechless. Father, you would treat me so? She did not shed tears, for her heart had already been shattered by her father. Slowly, she followed the guards out of the grand hall. Prince Alexander chuckled. Your Majesty, I indeed wish to marry Princess Xingqian. But that must wait until after we have dealt with Tianqi. I want the princess to be utterly devoted to me. As for the alliance, we have but one condition. Your Kate Empire must become a vassal state of our Holy Empire. If you agree, I shall immediately relay this to the Pope, my father, using a transmission spell. Agreed. I wholeheartedly agree. Before Prince Alexander could finish his sentence, Emperor Locke had already given his consent. Seeing Emperor Locke's frenzied demeanor, Alexander laughed, summoned a transmission crystal, and activated the spell. He then relayed all that had transpired to the Pope, his father. Soon, every church, mercenary guild, adventurers association, and other organizations across the continent received a message from the Church of the Light God. People of the Light God, the minions of the demon realm have begun to act. The Kate Empire's Taylor Fortress has been reduced to ruins, and all of this is their doing. The images of Tianqi and his family, along with Quangzhan, Kane, and Steward Lake were disseminated, each marked with a bounty. 5 million gold coins for Quangzhan, Huayin, and others, 7 million for Kane and Lake, and 10 million for the old marshal, Luina, Lannan, and Lanqing. Tianqi, being the most wanted, had a bounty of 20 million gold coins. The entire Tianya continent began to mobilize in search of Tianqi and his companions, who remained blissfully unaware of these developments as they continued their journey to the Misty Forest. After several days of travel, the group finally arrived at the border town of Qilin, adjacent to the Misty Forest, as one of the 4 great forbidden lands. The Misty Forest is home to not only high-level magical beasts and fearsome elves, but also numerous mid- to low-level magical creatures in the border area, making it a paradise for adventurers. Thus, Qilin town flourished at the edge of the Misty Forest, and it was here that Tianqi and his companions found themselves. Although they were being followed by numerous individuals along the way, Tianqi chose not to reveal their presence, as he was curious to discover their intentions. Upon their arrival at Qilin town, they were swiftly surrounded by adventurers. "Boss, what do they want? Why are they pestering us?" Zhongping asked, visibly frustrated. The old marshal furrowed his brow deeply. "Tianqi, Lannan, Kong, Lake, be vigilant in protecting everyone. I sense several powerful presences hidden among the crowd." Indeed, the danger was palpable. "Everyone, be cautious. There are dozens of Saint-level experts among them. It seems that half of the continent's Saint-level forces have come to capture us." "Ha ha ha," Tianqi chuckled lightly. "May I inquire as to why you are surrounding us?" The old marshal asked politely. "Ha ha, what do you think? You minions of the demon race have harmed our human kin." "Everyone, attack!" shouted a warrior. Chaos erupted as they began to assault Tianqi and his companions. The water barrier, conjured from the 9th-level water magic, formed a protective blue shield around them, absorbing the onslaught from outside. Granny Luina slowly retracted her wand. "Grandfather, this won't do. I'll use Qilin's chant to stun these people, and then we can fly directly into the Misty Forest. You must stay with everyone. The token is in your hands. Rest assured, I will be fine." "They cannot harm me," Tianqi replied, preparing to hold the rear. The group exchanged glances and smiled. "We are not worried they will injure you. We merely fear you may end up killing them. Tianqi, remember to show mercy. If possible, avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Killing too much is never a good thing. Now, prepare yourselves," the old marshal advised gravely. Tianqi nodded. "Grandfather, I understand. Everyone, do not worry. I will catch up with you. Be cautious, my eldest, for the brethren await you within the forest." Tianqi nodded, and as the sound of the Qilin's chant resonated, the crowd fell into a stupor. They hurriedly surged toward the Misty Forest, with Tianqi closely trailing behind, scrutinizing every movement of the surrounding throng. The over 20 holy-level masters were evidently unaffected by the Qilin's song. They were surely biding their time for an opportunity. Chapter 38. The Elven Empire. The charming princess at this moment, the small border town of Qilin, adjacent to the Misty Forest, buzzed with activity. News of the Pope's proclamation had reached this town the previous day, and upon Tianqi's arrival, chaos erupted. As he safeguarded the retreating group, he fixated on the crowd, dazed by the Qilin's melody. Noticing that the old marshal and his companions were nearing the entrance of the Misty Forest, the lurking holy-level masters could no longer contain themselves. Over 20 figures lunged toward Tianqi, fully aware that he posed the greatest threat. Seeing that the others had already entered the Misty Forest, Tianqi chuckled and charged towards the 20-odd figures. They scattered at an even swifter pace than before, retreating to the ground. This individual was of the demon clan, his power unfathomable. He had effortlessly vanquished 12 holy-level masters, and a terrifying beast had devoured a 4-winged angel. Although gold held its allure, without life, all was but a mere illusion. This encapsulated their thoughts at that moment. Tianqi erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, since you are so courteous, we shall take our leave for now. We shall return. This is undoubtedly the machination of Emperor Locke and Alexander. Go back and inform your organization that I, Kate Tianqi, shall return, and when I do, it shall be a time of regret for you all. Ha ha ha! With that, Tianqi ascended higher into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. The holy level masters stood dumbfounded. Indeed, he was of the demon clan, capable of such flight. They began to return to their organizations to relay this information while our Tianqi pursued the old marshal and his party. The old marshal and the berserker cleared away the lower-tier magical beasts as they advanced deeper into the misty forest. Suddenly, the old marshal halted, for before them stood the legendary elves in the Tianya continent. Elves were favored by the gods. After the divine and demonic war, the entire elven race retreated into the misty forest, and the so-called elven slaves seen in the current Tianya continent were, in truth, half-elves who had been deemed unworthy to enter the misty forest, thus reluctantly integrating into human society. Observing the legendary elves before them, the crowd felt no fear, only profound curiosity. Brazen humans, how dare you intrude upon our elven forest? Humph! Everyone, slay them, commanded a red-haired elven woman, directing her kin. Arrows imbued with various magics whistled through the air. Just as Luina prepared to cast the water curtain heavenly splendor once more, the old marshal tugged at her hand. Tiana is here, fret not. Hee. A figure descended from the heavens, and the 13 magical arrows struck Tianqi with precision. Instantly, magic swirled, fireballs, ice blades, wind blades. An array of spells assailed him, startling the Tian Qilin, the elven girl. Taken aback, forgot to issue another attack command. At that moment, the old marshal approached. Elven friends, we are not your foes. Behold this ring. She raised her left hand. The multitude of elves immediately knelt. We pay our respects. Your Highness, we beg your pardon for any offense caused. Not long ago, a human thief stole our sacred artifact, the blessing of the elven goddess, which prompted our attack upon you. The old marshal nodded. Then rise. Given the circumstances, we cannot hold it against you. We have come seeking an audience with the elven queen. Please guide us to her. The red-haired elf nodded. Your Highness, I believe Her Majesty will be most pleased. The queen is currently in conference with the elders at the elven sanctuary. Please follow us. The group followed the red-haired elf through the misty forest until they arrived at a massive green barrier. Your Highness, this is the protective barrier of our elven race. Only we can open it. She began to perform intricate gestures with her hands, uttering strange incantations. Soon, an entrance the size of a door opened, and they all stepped inside. Instantly, they were awestruck by the breathtaking scenery before them. A lush expanse of verdant beauty enveloped them, teeming with life. All traces of fatigue from their journey vanished. Observing the astonished expressions of the newcomers, the elves beamed with delight. Your Highness, I shall take you to meet Her Majesty. By the way, what is your name? You have yet to tell us, Tianqi suddenly inquired. The red-haired elf hesitated, then blushed. I apologize. I was so overjoyed that I forgot the most basic introduction. My name is Kaishi. It is a pleasure to meet you all. The group began to introduce themselves as they followed Kaishi toward the elven sanctuary. Along the way, many elves cast curious glances at Tianqi's party, yet none dared to impede their progress, as Kaishi led the way. Upon reaching the elven sanctuary, Kaishi whispered a few words to the guards at the entrance. The guard glanced at the old marshal's ring and promptly knelt. Welcome, Your Highness. I shall report to Her Majesty at once. Please wait a moment. With that, the guard hurried inside, leaving the group to wait outside. Suddenly, a young elven girl, nearly the same size as Kaishi, burst forth from the sanctuary. Where is the princess? Which one of you is the princess? The girl dashed around, peering at everyone, then approached Kaishi with wide eyes. Princess, how could you run out alone again? If Her Majesty finds out, she will surely scold you. Kaishi sighed, pointing to the old marshal. This is the prince. At that moment, Tianqi stood before the old marshal, and the little princess clung to him, examining his face with curiosity, mumbling, Is this the prince? Nothing special, just a bit tough-skinned. Can't seem to pinch him. Suddenly, Tianqi's left hand transformed into a Qilin claw, causing an uproar among the crowd. Tianer, what are you doing? The old marshal exclaimed, rushing to intervene. The onlookers were astonished by Tianqi's actions, while the elven princess remained intrigued, continuing to poke and prod. Chapter 39. The Dark Elf Assassin at the entrance of the Elven Sanctuary. The situation grew perilous. The elven princess, curious about the identity of the prince, clung to Tianqi, who, for reasons unknown, had suddenly transformed. The old marshal and the others rushed forward to intervene, with Kaishi and another elven guard sprinting towards Tianqi. As the crowd charged toward him, Tianqi's gaze remained fixed on the area behind the elven princess. Suddenly, an assassin leaped from the shadows, dagger aimed directly at the elven princess. The group was momentarily stunned by the assassin's abrupt appearance, and as the dagger threatened to pierce the princess's delicate form, Kaishi's attempt to intervene came too late. The old marshal remained composed, realizing it was merely an assassin and not Tianqi about to strike. Tianqi swiftly turned, using his body to shield the princess from the dagger's assault. "What is your name, prince?" "I am Aisha. My mother and the elders call me Shar." The little girl giggled, blissfully unaware of the danger. After blocking the dagger, Tianqi swiftly pierced through the assassin's chest with his claw, reverting back to his hand. "Little Shar, my name is Kate Tianqi. Remember it well, hee. Seeing the adorable expression on Shar's face made Tianqi smile. Kaishi and the others rushed over, kneeling. "Your Highness, Kate Tianqi, are you unharmed?" Little Shar hopped off Tianqi, shaking her cute pointy ears. "How could I be in danger? I was just asking for the prince's name." Giggle. "The prince's name is Kate Tianqi, giggle." Tianqi shrugged and smiled. "No worries, the assassin has been dealt with. You should go check on him." At that moment, Shar realized the gravity of the situation. "But I clearly saw the assassin's dagger strike your body. How are you unscathed?" Kaishi inquired, still puzzled. Little Shar, her eyes wide, approached Tianqi, blushing. "I'm sorry, Tianqi Gidge. I didn't know there was an assassin. I just wanted to know your name." Seeing Shar's pitiful demeanor, Tianqi chuckled. "I was quite pleased to shield the adorable Shar from the dagger. Thus, there is no need for apologies. Besides, it seems that the assassin's dagger was ineffective against me. It merely pierced my clothing." He turned to show them the spot where the dagger had struck. Not far away, the old marshal and the berserker observed this scene, chuckling. "Marshal, it seems our leader possesses not only extraordinary strength, but also impressive skills in charming the ladies. It appears that both the elven princess and Kaishi are now quite captivated." The ferocious warrior leered. "Old marshal," he said with a smirk. The old marshal smiled and nodded. "Indeed, one need only consider whose grandson it is. Without the illustrious genes of the Kate family, how could one be so formidable?" He chuckled, reminiscing about his own days as a roguish libertine. However, before the old marshal could finish his thought, a sudden chill pervaded the air. The sight of grandmother Luina smiling while brandishing her wand was enough to send shivers down their spines. "What were you just saying, old man? I could have sworn I heard something about a roguish libertine." "It seems you need to calm down," she remarked, conjuring a massive ball of ice that plummeted from above, striking the old marshal and instantly encasing him in ice. Before he could explain himself, he found himself frozen, enduring the bitter cold. How this old hag still harbored such jealousy was beyond him. Perhaps it was best to let her cool off. After all, acting rashly would only lead to dire consequences in the future. Alas, thought the frozen old marshal. The crowd quickly distanced themselves from him, fearing collateral damage. At that moment, Tianqi approached with Shar in tow. "These 5 are my brothers, and this is my grandfather." "Huh. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Do you feel hot?" Tianqi questioned, puzzled by the old marshal's predicament. Princess Shar beamed with delight. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Guangzhan. The second eldest, I am Huiyan. The third," another introduced, "he is Bing Han. The fourth, though he is not very fond of conversation, so please forgive him. I am Abulatin. The sixth, I am Arnold Jomping. The fifth, it is a pleasure to meet you all," she responded. "Huh. Why do I detect a scent of the demonic race on you?" "Jomping?" Princess Shar asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Indeed, it is the scent of the demonic race. Yet it seems to carry something else," she murmured softly. Shar, Zhongping is actually the young chieftain of the infernal dragon clan from the demon realm. He is now my pet due to a mine contract we formed. So do not worry, Tianqi explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Since he is Tianqi's pet, he must be harmless. By the way, who is this grand ice block? Shar inquired, pointing at the frozen figure. Tianqi grinned. This is my grandfather, Qilin. He has become this way due to certain special circumstances. The old marshal in his icy prison nodded with a smile. Oh, grandfather, please continue to rest. Shar said, her expression one of understanding. Subsequently, Luina, Lannan, and Lanqing introduced themselves, and the group was captivated by Shar's innocent charm. Finally, the old marshal managed to break free from his icy confines and hurried over. Well, I merely felt a bit warm earlier and asked your grandmother for a bit of ice. Now I feel much better, he chuckled. Laughter erupted once more. Suddenly, Kaishi let out a gasp. Isn't that man an elder of the Dark Elf clan? Why is he here to assassinate Her Highness the Princess? It was then that everyone noticed the assassin's lifeless body and its distinctive black-pointed ears. At that moment, Queen and the elders emerged, and Kaishi hurried to inform them of the recent events. Princess Shar also rushed forward. After a while, the Queen approached Tianqi and the others, her voice calm yet commanding. May I inquire who the prince is? The old marshal suddenly placed the ring in Tianqi's hand, declaring, he is the prince. The elven queen nodded. Very well. I extend my gratitude to your highness for saving my daughter. Please, let us discuss this further inside. The queen led everyone toward the conference room within the sacred hall. Shar then ran to Tianqi's side, linking her arm with his. It feels so comfortable beside you, Tianqi brother. Observing Shar's content expression, Tianqi could only smile helplessly. Chapter 40. The resurgence of the blood dragon spiral. Following the elven queen through the intricate halls of the elven sanctuary, they finally arrived at the conference room. Once everyone was seated, Shar approached. You are a princess of our elven clan. How can you act this way? Upon hearing the queen's words, Shar pouted and walked over. I suppose everyone is aware of what transpired earlier. Since you are indeed a prince, we would typically fulfill any request you make. However, our elven clan is currently divided between the dark elves and ourselves. They now occupy a significant portion of the northern elven forest. Having stolen the blessings of the elven goddess, they conspire with humans to fully dominate the elven forest, placing our clan in grave peril. Thus, if your highness's requests prove too challenging, we may have to defer until after the conflict. Upon hearing the queen's words, Tianqi stood. Your Majesty, we have no extraordinary demands. We merely wish to reside temporarily within the elven forest. We will not impose without contributing. We will aid you in defeating the dark elves. Ah, so it is merely this request, the queen replied. Rest assured, even if you do not assist us, we can still accommodate this modest request. I trust you must all be weary. I shall have food brought up immediately. As the queen finished speaking, 2 guards dashed off. I will join you, Shar exclaimed, skipping along after them. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was laid before everyone. In truth, they had been quite hungry, although the elves typically subsisted on fruit. This time they had gone so far as to slay several magical beasts to prepare roasted meat for Tianqi and his companions. The group devoured the feast ravenously, while Tianqi observed the queen and the elders with a puzzled expression. Shar had vanished, having accompanied the 2 guards, and yet she had not returned. Tianqi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It seemed they had not offended the elves. On the contrary, they were princes. Surely, they would not turn against them. Suddenly, one by one, the guests began to collapse. Tianqi gasped, rising to his feet. Your Majesty, I must ask for an explanation. Observing that only Tianqi remained upright, the queen replied, Your Highness, this is merely for your comfort. I am genuinely curious about your true identity. We infused the meat with the intoxicating fairy herb, powerful enough to incapacitate even a dragon. I am astonished you remain awake. As such, I strongly advise you to cooperate. If you surrender the blessing of the elven goddess, specifically, the ring in your possession, we shall allow you to reside in the elven forest. Otherwise, we will be forced to take action. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, had you approached me directly, I would have willingly handed it over for Shar's sake. But now that you have chosen this course of action, I hope you will not come to regret it. Tianqi retorted, invoking the Qilin technique as crimson flames materialized, manifesting enormous claws before the Elven Queen. Kaishi was taken aback, never having anticipated the situation would escalate to such heights. Although she harbored feelings for Tianqi, her loyalty to the Queen compelled her to adhere to her wishes. Tianqi, you mustn't resist. Your friends will be in danger. Tianqi smiled coldly. If anyone dares to harm my friends, I will not hesitate to assist the Dark Elves in extinguishing you. The Elven Queen and the elders were taken aback by Tianqi's fierce aura, realizing his strength exceeded their expectations. Yet she was no weakling herself. It has been a long time since I have fought. Today, I shall see if this generation's prince is as formidable as the first. Why mother holds the first prince in great esteem. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, she drew a bow and unleashed 6 glowing arrows. However, as the arrows approached, Tianqi did not evade. Instead, he charged forward, incinerating the arrows with his blood flames before they could reach him. The current Qilin fire had merged with the White Tiger's ferocity and malice, rendering it far more powerful than before. The Elven Queen was taken aback. As Tianqi surged toward her, she quickly dodged and began to maneuver, hoping to leverage the Elven clan's speed to outmaneuver him. Magical arrows imbued with various enchantments rained down upon him. In response, Tianqi decided to surprise the Elven Queen even further. Now, his speed had escalated to the point of being nearly invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, Tianqi's figure vanished before the elves' eyes. As everyone searched for him, Kaishi exclaimed in alarm, "Your Majesty, Tianqi is beside you." The elders turned to see a blurred figure beside the queen. "How is this possible? Your speed is unfathomable," the Elven Queen gasped, flustered. Tianqi smiled serenely, "Your Majesty, I advise you to concede. If you surrender the antidote, I will withdraw and return the blessing of the Elven Goddess to you. What do you say? After all, you are Shar-'s mother. I do not wish to act excessively." Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the Elven Queen paused, her pride momentarily wavering. "I am the Elven Queen. I cannot concede so easily. Elders, let us all engage together." Though the Queen contemplated surrender, she knew that yielding in such a manner would tarnish the Elven clan's reputation. Seeing that the Elven Queen refused to relent, Tianqi's temper flared. "You disregard my good intentions. Do not blame me for being unyielding," he warned coldly. The Elven Queen and the 5 elders encircled Tianqi, who was relentlessly bombarded by magical arrows from the elders. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen chanted an intricate incantation. With a cold snort, Tianqi ascended into the air, and a blood-red tornado materialized once more, its unmatched pressure reverberating through the hearts of every elf. The 5 elders hastily intensified their assault, while the Elven Queen quickened her spellcasting. The fury of the Elven Goddess manifested as a beautiful ethereal figure behind the Elven Queen, a woman wielding a colossal green longbow, aiming a golden arrow directly at the core of the blood tornado, Tianqi. With a swift whoosh, a beam of golden light shot towards Tianqi, and the ethereal figure vanished, leaving the 5 elders to support their weakened queen. The blood-red tornado surged forward to meet the golden arrow. Yet, the tornado continued its relentless advance, while the golden arrow dissipated into the as the blood tornado approached with terrifying speed. The Elven Queen felt a pang of regret, but it was too late. Only the 5 elders would accompany her to the grave. The Queen and the elders exchanged knowing smiles and closed their eyes, while Kaishi succumbed to utter despair. Chapter 41. Resolving conflicts and heading to the sacred land in the conference room of the Elven Sanctuary, Tianqi's blood-red tornado rushed towards the Elven Queen and the elders, its violent force and terrifying aura striking fear into the hearts of every elf. Just as despair enveloped the gathering, a petite figure suddenly stepped in front of the Queen. Facing the dreadful blood tornado, Shar felt no fear, only sorrow. Seeing her daughter in front of her, the Queen's heart ached, and she urgently called out, "Shar, you foolish child. Why did you come here? Quickly, leave. It's too dangerous. Indeed, Your Highness, please retreat. Otherwise, we are all doomed," the Grand Elder added anxiously. Shar shook her head, wiping the tears from her face. "No, I must protect you all. I believe Brother Tianqi would never harm me." As the blood tornado drew near, it suddenly began to dissipate, leaving only Tianqi descending slowly, approaching Shar. Observing her tear-streaked face, Tianqi gently stroked her head and said, Shar, for you, I will not hold grudges for this ring. Take it if you desire. But you must return the antidote. Shar fainted, collapsing into Tianqi's embrace. The Elven Queen and the elders hastily conferred. Your Highness, we apologize for our earlier actions. I will provide the antidote immediately. The Elven Queen handed over a vial of potion. Tianqi entrusted Shar to the Queen and proceeded to administer the antidote to each elder. After a while, everyone awakened, and Tianqi promptly inquired if anyone felt unwell. No, I feel quite well, much better, in fact. The burly warrior chuckled. Everyone reported feeling no discomfort. Instead, they were invigorated, the fatigue seemingly lifted. Tianqi recounted the events that had transpired, after which the old marshal led the group forward. Your Majesty, should you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform us. We will do our utmost to assist you. The Elven Queen sighed. Ever since the Dark Elves hired thieves to steal the blessings of the Elven Goddess, our life-giving spring has been drying up, and the tree of nature is withering. Without the goddess's artifact to provide life energy, our race faces extinction. But wouldn't the Dark Elves face extinction as well? Tianqi suddenly asked. The Queen shook her head with a bitter smile. The Dark Elves possess their own life spring and tree of nature. Thus, they will not perish. Therefore, I implore you, Your Highness, to return the goddess's protection to us. Tianqi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. I see. Very well, I shall provide it to you. He handed the ring to the Elven Queen, who placed it upon her finger. Instantly, a radiant green light illuminated the entire sanctuary before gradually fading away. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Accommodations have been prepared. Kaishi, please escort His Highness and his companions to their quarters. The Queen, accompanied by Princess Shar and the elders, exited the conference room. Kaishi approached Tianqi and his companions, saying, Your Highness, I will guide you. The group followed Kaishi to a grand treetop dwelling. Your Highness, this is where you will be staying. I must take my leave now. Should you require anything, simply inform the guards outside, and they will assist you. Farewell. Kaishi nervously finished her sentence and hurried away. Why is she so anxious? I wouldn't harm her, Tianqi mused, perplexed by Kaishi's hasty retreat. True, you wouldn't harm her, but you've certainly frightened her. After all, you single-handedly challenged the Elven Queen and 4 elders. The burly warrior chuckled. Laughter erupted among the group. By the way, grandfather, what do you suggest we do next? We cannot remain with the elven race indefinitely. The entire continent is searching for us, and if we step outside, we will surely be besieged. Tianqi furrowed his brow in concern. The old marshal nodded gravely. For now, we can only stay here, however, since we are to remain with the elven race for a time. We must assist them in defeating the Dark Elves. This way, the elven race will owe us a favor. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, let us each find our rooms and rest. It is quite late. The old marshal remarked, glancing at the magical clock, which indicated it was past 11. He urged everyone to retire. After finding their respective rooms, Tianqi lay alone, his mind occupied with thoughts of the tearful Shar and Princess Xingqian. Their images haunted him, growing more vexing by the moment. Determined to cultivate the Qilin method and reach the 3rd level of Qilin Cloud, he realized he had not practiced for some time. His current abilities were limited to Qilin Chant, Qilin Fire, Wind, and Cloud, along with the Pango Axe and the mysterious 4-Spirit Jade. The Yuan Dan left by his father had already broken through the 2nd seal. And with his own strength, independent from the Pango Axe and 4-Spirit Jade, he believed he could achieve peak holy level prowess. But was that sufficient? Thus, Tianqi began his cultivation, channeling divine power to refine his body. The energy surrounding him was absorbed and transformed into strands of divine essence, accumulating within him. Once a certain threshold was reached, it would convert into Yuan Dan, allowing him to become a true Qilin. The following morning, as Tianqi completed his training, the old marshal arrived. Honor, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence at the Life Spring. Why must I go? Isn't that where the elven race? Before he could finish, the Queen entered, accompanied by Princess Shar. Your Highness, you are permitted to enter the Life Spring. This is an order from my mother, the previous Queen. The reason for your presence is simply to express our gratitude and apology. Tianqi chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. We are no longer upset. He then approached Shar. Shar, you weren't hurt yesterday, were you? Did I frighten you? Brother Tianqi apologizes. Shar rushed into Tianqi's embrace. No, how could I be angry with Brother Tianqi? I trust you. All right, Your Highness, let us depart, the queen interjected, noticing the princess was on the verge of tears. Tianqi nodded, holding Shar as they followed the queen towards the life spring. Kaishi, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sadness and quietly fell to the back of the group. Chapter 42. The Tree of Nature and the Secret History of Gods and Demons, the sacred site of the elven race. The life spring lay behind the elven sanctuary within the misty forest. En route, numerous magical barriers were erected, which the elven queen and the elders worked in unison to dismantle. Before Tianqi's eyes, a scene reminiscent of paradise unfolded. It was the first time Shar and Kaishi beheld the life spring. Shar, having left Tianqi's embrace, stood beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment. At the center of the life spring stood a colossal tree of nature, its vibrant green life energy circulating between the spring and the tree. Yet, at this moment, the life spring was nearly depleted, and the tree of nature had begun to wither significantly. The queen raised the elven goddess's protection high, and life energy surged forth, revitalizing the tree of nature and gradually replenishing the life spring. Witnessing this spectacle, the elves erupted into joyous laughter. Brother Tianqi, thanks to your timely delivery of the goddess's protection, we have been saved from peril. Thank you, Brother Tianqi. Tianqi smiled. Silly girl, since you call me brother, how could I not assist my own sister? Shar beamed with joy. The queen gently placed the ring into the life spring, exhaling in relief as she returned to the group. Rest assured, with the goddess's protection, the life spring can sustain us for at least another 10 years, as long as we can defeat the dark elves and reclaim the goddess's blessings within that time. Everything will return to normal. The fairies erupted into joyous laughter, when suddenly, the tree of nature began to extend a branch adorned with leaves towards Tianqi. A voice, laden with age, resonated. O child of the gods, destined to save the world. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for a long time. Grasp my hand, and I shall gradually elucidate the mysteries to you. The multitude of fairies, including their queen, knelt before the tree of nature, which had been a steadfast companion to the fairy goddess since her inception. Tianqi regarded the tree of nature with a perplexed expression. You claim I am the child of the gods. What does this truly mean? The tree of nature trembled its branches. Child of the gods, take hold of my hand, and I shall explain. As soon as Tianqi grasped the branch, he vanished from the sight of the fairies, and everything returned to its former state, except for the absence of Tianqi, who felt as though he was traversing through a spatial conduit. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated his surroundings, revealing a magnificent palace. Child of the gods, this is what the goddess has prepared for you. We now reside within her memories. The recollections she has bestowed upon you lie within. Upon hearing the tree of nature's words, Tianqi inquired, why do you refer to me as the child of the gods? This was a question he had long pondered. All will be revealed once you enter, the tree of nature replied. Thus, Tianqi approached the grand entrance of the palace, where the words Creation Temple loomed large with the majesty of a sovereign. He pushed open the grand doors, only to be met with a heated argument within. A middle-aged man exuding authority and a benevolent matron occupied the highest seats in the Creation Temple, while a young man knelt below, flanked by a striking woman and two men whose temperaments were starkly different. At that moment, the voice of the tree of nature echoed once more. Seated at the pinnacle are the Creator God and the Earth Mother. The fairy goddess is that woman. The goddess is the daughter of the Creator God. And the menacing figure beside her is Satan, the Creator God's second son. The one adorned with pretentiousness is the God of light, the Creator God's first son. The youth kneeling is the Creator God's youngest son, known as Lucifer. Tianqi was profoundly astonished to learn that the fairy goddess was, in fact, the daughter of the Creator God. At that moment, the fairy goddess spoke. Father, mother, my little brother was merely indulging in folly this time. He shall not repeat such behavior. Satan chuckled coldly. Father, mother, I too believe that the fourth brother was simply momentarily confused. He will surely amend his ways. The god of light shook his head, momentarily confused. Merely playing around? Have you forgotten the monstrosities birthed from the experiments of the fourth brother? Merely a dozen unfinished creations, yet their power rivals that of the supreme deities. Have you forgotten how your commander fell? Dear second brother, Hemph, elder brother, it seems you too have forgotten how your thunder god and demon god met their demise, Satan retorted icily. The creator god and earth mother merely gazed upon Lucifer with indifference. Unfazed, Lucifer rose to his feet, declaring, Father, Mother, I have committed no wrong. The fault lies with you. I was merely enhancing the divine beings you created, advancing them further. I am not at fault. Seeing Lucifer's obstinate demeanor, the fairy goddess quickly urged, Fourth brother, what are you doing? Apologize to father and mother at once. Lucifer glanced at the fairy goddess. Third sister, I know you truly care for me, but I will not apologize. For I have done nothing wrong, he stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon the creator god and earth mother. The creator god stood, Lucifer, you have fused the souls of the divine and demonic beings and infused them into mortal bodies. Creating those dreadful monsters, does that not constitute a transgression? Must you wait until irreversible mistakes are made before you relent? Lucifer nodded heavily. Humph, do as you see fit. Very well, I shall personally bring about your destruction today. The creator god proclaimed, lightly waving his hand, and in an instant, the space where Lucifer stood was reduced to chaos. The fairy goddess immediately succumbed to tears, while the earth mother merely shook her head. None knew that when Lucifer had initially studied the technique of fusing divine and demonic beings, he had long hidden his soul and body in a place unbeknownst to anyone, and what disappeared within the creation temple was merely a projection of his own making. This was merely the beginning. Soon, true calamity would unfold. The tree of nature spoke gravely. Tianqi slowly absorbed the information he had just witnessed. Chapter 43. The Eternal Fall Within the Memory Realm of the Fairy Goddess. Tianqi was deep in contemplation regarding the scenes he had just observed. Suddenly, he inquired, Tree of Nature, since you say this is merely the beginning, what transpired afterward? Continue to observe, and all shall become clear. Replied the Tree of Nature. As it spoke, the scene before Tianqi transformed once more. The Creator God and Earth Mother remained seated upon their thrones, while Satan and the God of Light paced anxiously within the temple. The fairy goddess stood to the side, lost in thought. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted as the doors of the creation temple were flung open, and there stood Lucifer, though he had undergone a complete transformation. 8 pairs of black and white wings fluttered gently from his back, and his face was etched with profound hatred, a hatred that cut deep. Behind him stood a group of peculiar beings, akin to Lucifer. The Creator God observed the unfolding drama with a detached expression, while the God of Light rushed forward. Fourth brother, look at the chaos you have wrought upon the realms of divinity and darkness. Do you truly wish for Father to obliterate you once more? Satan, with a chilling smile, remarked, Fourth brother, though I harbor no affection for you, we are still sons of the Creator. Do you genuinely believe you can overpower Father? The fairy goddess gazed blankly at the unfolding scene. Humph, Father, Mother, the realms of divinity and darkness now lie under the dominion of my immortal kin. I advise you to remain uninvolved, lest you incur my wrath. A tear silently slipped from the corner of the Earth Mother's eye. The Creator God rose. Lucifer, since you have made your resolve, I shall show no mercy. It was my leniency that led to countless divine and demonic beings perishing by your hand. Today, I shall utterly destroy you. Ha 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 ha, is that all you can do? Father, your strength now merely matches my own, while I possess the immortal kin. What about you? The divine beings you crafted have now become my subordinates. Do you truly believe that your elder brother and second brother can confront me? Lucifer laughed maniacally. The Creator God smiled faintly, preparing to strike, when suddenly, the Earth Mother intervened. Lucifer, as your mother, I have failed to fulfill my responsibilities. Had I not restrained your father, we would not be confronted with this outcome today. Allow me to personally atone for my mistakes. As she spoke, a myriad of yellow rays erupted from her, enveloping Lucifer and his immortal kin in an instant. The fury of the earth transformed those yellow rays into colossal yellow arrows, hurtling towards Lucifer. Unprepared for his mother to assail him, Lucifer stood frozen in place. As danger loomed, the immortal kin rushed forward to shield him from the enormous yellow arrows. Though they succeeded in blocking the arrows, they perished in the process. Mother, you have even resorted to using your primal divine power. You risk your own demise, the Creator God exclaimed in shock. The Earth Mother shook her head. I must personally rectify my errors. Do not intervene. Leave everything to me. The Creator God, resigned, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lucifer regained his senses when suddenly 2 swords of light, one black and one white, materialized before him. The God of Light and Satan had launched a surprise attack, executing lethal moves. By the time Lucifer sought to evade, it was too late. He could only brace himself against the onslaught. Suddenly, a green figure appeared before Lucifer, and the black and white swords plunged into that petite form. The verdant blood was stunningly beautiful, and both Satan and the God of Light retreated. As Lucifer gazed down at the fairy goddess in his arms, tears streamed down his face. Third sister, why are you so foolish? They cannot kill me. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the creation temple, leaving the Creator God and Earth Mother in disbelief. The fairy goddess's exquisite visage bore no signs of pain, only profound concern. Little brother, I do this only to guide you back. Do not err again, I can no longer protect you. This is farewell. A soft green light illuminated the space, and the fairy goddess fell, leaving Lucifer engulfed in rage. His 8 pairs of wings transformed entirely to black. God of Light, Satan, I shall demand your lives. The Earth Mother exchanged glances with the Creator God and pointed to her chest. The Creator God, helpless, questioned, must it come to this? He is our child after all. The Earth Mother nodded solemnly. Indeed, Creator, we have indulged Lucifer for far too long. We can no longer annihilate him and his immortal kin. We can only seal them forever. The Creator God acquiesced, taking the Earth Mother's hand as they began to chant an incantation that had not been uttered since the dawn of creation. Eternal darkness, endless time, imprisoned space, descend upon me. I in the name of the Creator God, Earth Mother, I command, let the eternal fall commence. The vibrant hues of light instantly enveloped everything, sealing Lucifer and his immortal kin within the depths of the demonic realm. The price for this was the fall of countless gods and demons, alongside the demise of the goddess of elves and the Earth Mother. Once all was concluded, Satan returned to the abyss, tasked with overseeing the eternal domain of corruption, while the God of Light maintained vigilance over the divine realm. At that moment, I, as the sole deity of the elven goddess, was soon approached by the Creator God, who entrusted me with an egg, proclaiming that when someone could awaken this egg, that individual would be the Son of God, and I was to bestow the egg upon him, which, of course, refers to you. The ancient tree of nature gradually recounted everything that had transpired. At this juncture, Tianqi suddenly realized that he had returned to the fountain of life, now holding a green egg in his hand. Ancient tree of nature, what purpose does this egg serve? He inquired. That all depends on you. The immortal kin will rise again, and it will be upon you to confront them. All must rely on oneself. The voice of the ancient tree of nature faded away. Tianqi gazed intently at the egg in his grasp, while the various elves regarded him with curious expressions. Chapter 44. The sacred unicorn. The elves at the Fountain of Life were startled by Tianqi's sudden appearance. Brother Tianqi, where have you been? What kind of egg is that in your hand? Shar rushed over, grasping Tianqi's arm. The Elven Queen and the elders soon gathered around, astonished that His Highness the Prince could awaken the ancient tree of nature, which had remained in slumber since the fall of the elven goddess. Tianqi continued to observe the egg, feeling a gentle vibration emanating from it, which filled his heart with warmth. The ancient tree of nature had transported him into the memory realm of the elven goddess, revealing that in the near future, the entire world would face a calamity, one that would ensnare not only the divine and demonic realms, but also the human world, with the elven race being no exception. All races upon the continent would be unable to escape. Hence I resolved to assist Her Majesty the Queen in uniting the elven kin. The elven queen and the elders gasped in disbelief, quickly inquiring, Your Highness, What sort of disaster is it that is so terrifying? Tianqi shook his head, stating that it was not yet the time to disclose such matters, assuring them that they would come to know in due course. Now that the issue at the Fountain of Life is resolved, we must return to strategize on how to deal with the Dark Elf clan. He then turned to Shar and said, Shar, you should return and rest. As for the nature of this egg, I do not know. We will understand its significance once it hatches, and I will inform you then. Go on. Shar obediently nodded. Yes, don't forget. Brother Tianqi, before returning to the Queen's side. The Queen and the elders agreed. His Highness is correct. We shall return to formulate a plan against the Dark Elf clan. Kaisi, you take the princess back to rest. We have matters to discuss with His Highness. After placing the egg carefully in his arms, Tianqi followed the Queen and the elders into the conference room, where a massive map lay spread out before them. The Elven Queen pointed to a section of forest on the map. Your Highness, this forest marks the boundary between our Elven clan and the Dark Elf clan. Initially, they were weaker than us, but they have recently summoned formidable human warriors and now possess the blessing of the goddess. Consequently, we have suffered several defeats. However, with your Highness on our side, victory is assured. As Tianqi scrutinized the map, he suddenly noticed an unusual area devoid of markings. Your Majesty, what is this place? Why does it lack a designation? Could it be that it belongs neither to the elves nor the Dark Elves? The Queen nodded. Your Highness, that location is the territory of the divine beast, the sacred unicorn. Its might is formidable, and since it has long enjoyed the favor of the goddess, neither we nor the Dark Elves have dared to disturb it. Tianqi nodded thoughtfully. Let us commence our efforts from here. I shall assist Her Majesty in taming the sacred unicorn. This will not only bolster our strength, but also demoralize our foes. What do Your Majesty and the elders think? The Elven Queen and the elders deliberated carefully. Your Highness, while your plan is commendable, the power of the sacred unicorn is indeed fearsome. Its lightning magic, aside from forbidden spells, is instantaneous, and its physical attacks are remarkably potent. Moreover, it possesses the ability to fly, and the most challenging aspect lies in the unicorn's fierce temperament. Should it take a disliking to you, no amount of force will suffice to subdue it. The Queen remains somewhat skeptical of Tianqi's abilities. Fear not, Your Majesty, Tianqi replied with a smile. As long as you send someone to guide me, I shall handle the rest. Very well, since Your Highness is so confident. We shall not linger on this matter. This afternoon, we will send someone to accompany you, but please be cautious. The Queen and the elders resolved to allow Tianqi to attempt the endeavor. Thus, Tianqi returned to the old marshal and his companions, meticulously recounting the events of the day. Naturally, he omitted details from the goddess's memory. When the companions learned that Tianqi intended to challenge the sacred unicorn alone, they expressed their concerns. Tian'er, the strength of the sacred unicorn is terrifying. Even dragons fear it, the old marshal remarked with a furrowed brow. Indeed, Tian'er, it can unleash all lightning magic except for forbidden spells instantaneously, and it possesses the capacity to unleash the devastating forbidden spell, Cataclysmic Thunder, which is exceedingly fearsome, Luina added, visibly anxious. That's right, Tian'er. Grandfather and grandmother were right. You need not take this risk. Lanqing stood up to advise. However, Lanin shook his head. I believe in Tian'er's strength. Let us not forget that he vanquished an adult dragon at merely 12 years of age. And what of now? In the eyes of the Berserk warriors, Tianqi was everything. If their leader said it could be done, then it would indeed be accomplished. Right, brothers? They cheered. Tianqi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I fear not even the demon commander. How could a mere sacred unicorn pose a threat? I shall set forth this afternoon, so wait for me here. After a while, the elves brought lunch, and once they finished eating, the Elven Queen arrived with Kaisi and Shar. Your Highness, Kaisi will guide you. As for Shar, she insisted on accompanying you. What do you think? At that moment, Shar had already dashed to Tianqi's side. Brother Tianqi, please take me with you. I promise to wait outside with Sister Kaisi for your return. How about it? Unable to refuse Shar's playful demeanor, Tianqi assured the Queen, Your Majesty, you needn't worry. I will take good care of them. Kaisi, let us go. With that, he set off with Kaisi on the quest to find the sacred unicorn. Kaisi walked briskly, deep in thought, while Tianqi followed behind, holding Shar's hand. The journey that should have taken 2 hours was completed in just one. Upon reaching the dense forest, Tianqi turned to the two girls. Stay safe outside. If anyone approaches, hide immediately, understood? Wait until I come out before revealing yourselves. Both girls nodded and concealed themselves behind a large tree, while Tianqi stepped into the forest, where a thick stench of blood pervaded the air, causing him to furrow his brow as he began to attune to the sounds within. Chapter 45. Goddess Yue? At that moment, the sacred unicorn felt a profound ache, realizing that the Dark Elf clan, which had always revered it as a deity, had now turned against it. Gazing at the Dark Elves before it, the unicorn found them utterly unfamiliar. The once peaceful elven race had transformed into something so unrecognizable. Staring at the massive wound on its chest, golden blood oozed forth continuously, and the unicorn sorrowfully inquired, "Kaiser, why have you chosen this path against me?" The dark elf named Kaiser raised his black bow with a fierce determination. "Why? Ha, Lena, it is all because of you. If you would only agree to be my pet, we could unify the elven race. But since you refuse to submit, we must kill you. What we cannot possess. The elven queen shall not have either. You are now afflicted with the kiss of death. Your wound will never heal. Everyone, attack. Let us end this swiftly. Die in an instant." The dark elves behind Kaiser drew their bows. The unicorn, feeling a sense of despair, stomped its feet and soared high into the air, gathering violent lightning, evidently preparing for a desperate strike. The dark elves' arrows could not reach it. Noticing the unicorn casting a forbidden spell, Kaiser swiftly drew the kiss of death and activated wind wings, charging towards the unicorn as dark clouds obscured the sky, with furious lightning flashing intermittently. Just as Kaiser's kiss of death was about to pierce the unicorn, a flash of golden light intervened, as a hand blocked the impending strike. Kaiser looked up to see a human boy hovering in midair, one hand warding off the attack of the kiss of death. With a gentle smile, he declared, "I apologize, sacred unicorn, but I, Kate Tianqi, shall claim you." With a swift strike from the other hand, a fist struck Kathier's abdomen, causing her to tumble back to the ground. As she fell, her mind was preoccupied with the perplexing thought of how this Kate Tianqi could block the kiss of death with mere hands. With a resounding thud, she hit the ground and lost consciousness. Just as the unicorn's forbidden spell, the cataclysmic thunder, began to unfold. The raging lightning roared incessantly, leaving the entire forest in disarray. The dark elves hurriedly carried Kathier away. After more than 10 minutes, the tempest of lightning finally subsided, and Tianqi remained by the unicorn's side. Observing that the forbidden spell had concluded, Tianqi inquired, "Lena, greetings. I am Kate Tianqi." However, before Tianqi could complete his sentence, the unicorn fainted, leaving him no choice but to carry it back to the ground. Gazing at the unicorn's immense wound, which bled golden blood profusely, Tianqi felt an overwhelming urgency. How could he possibly save it? If it were to perish, what would he bring back? Just then, the green egg nestled in Tianqi's embrace suddenly soared into the air, releasing streams of green energy that continuously flowed into the unicorn's wound, which had been bleeding incessantly. Miraculously, the bleeding gradually ceased, and a dark energy emanated from the wound, hastening its recovery. Soon, the wound returned to its original state, while the green egg began to spin rapidly, voraciously drawing in all the surrounding energy, swiftly creating a void of energy above the forest, depleting the entire energy of the elven woods at an alarming rate. Tianqi stared in astonishment at the egg, which seemed to awaken the unicorn. "Kate Tianqi, thank you for saving me. What on earth is this egg?" The unicorn was equally taken aback by the sight of the egg. Tianqi managed a wry smile and shook his head. "Lena, it is this egg that saved you. I too am unaware of what this egg truly is. It was entrusted to me by the tree of nature. And I am just as puzzled. Despite the egg's relentless absorption of energy, it still felt as though something was lacking." Suddenly, the unicorn posed a question. "Kate Tianqi, do you think this egg requires the owner's blood to hatch? Much like hatching a pet?" Upon hearing the unicorn's suggestion, Tianqi nodded in agreement. "It is quite possible. Let me give it a try." He forced out a drop of golden blood, which was instantly absorbed. In an instant, The swirling energy ceased, and a brilliant green light illuminated the entire forest, shaking the very foundations of the world. The unicorn then bowed its front hooves, lowering its proud head, while Tianqi was taken aback by the egg's response. Then, a faint hissing sound filled the air as the eggshell began to crack, piece by piece, until a small creature, adorned with 8 pairs of green wings, emerged and zipped through the forest, only to fly directly back into Tianqi's embrace. "Daddy, I'm back!" The sweet voice unequivocally revealed that this little one was female. Upon closer inspection of the creature's features, Tianqi fainted, realizing that this little being bore an uncanny resemblance to the elven goddess of his memories. Seeing Tianqi faint, the little one grew anxious. "Daddy, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly faint?" The unicorn, sensing the rich life force radiating from the little one, was certain that even if she was not the elven goddess herself, she must be closely related to her. Thus, Lena approached Tianqi, assuring, "He is fine." "What is your name?" "My name is Lena." "And you?" The little one, upon hearing that her father was all right, turned to the beautiful unicorn and exclaimed, "Your name is Lena, right? I don't know what my name is, but I do know he is my daddy, daddy." At this, the little one flitted back to Tianqi's side, calling out affectionately. Meanwhile, in the creation temple, the creator god chuckled to himself, "Yue Wei, you have finally been reborn. My efforts in saving that lad were not in vain." In the light temple, however, the god of light furrowed his brow, sensing a surge of life energy that unmistakably belonged to his third sister. How could she have been revived? I, alongside Satan, personally ended her life. It should be impossible for her to return. Contemplating this, the god of light abruptly stood up. "Gabriel, come here." One of the 16 seraphim guards. Gabriel knelt respectfully before the god of light. "Gabriel, you shall descend upon the Pope of the Holy Empire. Although your powers will be restricted, it will suffice for you to operate in the mortal realm. You must investigate the source of this mysterious energy thoroughly." The god of light regarded Gabriel with a steady gaze, to which Gabriel nodded, assuring the completion of his task before departing the light temple. Chapter 46. Capturing Lena. Shar captured in the demon realm's demon lord's hall. Satan was engaged in a discussion with the king of the underworld regarding the Undying clan. Suddenly, he sensed the overwhelming life energy. Prompting a smile that it seems the old man has truly invested some effort. My third sister was killed by the god of light and myself. If she were to be revived, he would need to expend at least a third of his divine power. And even then, success is not guaranteed. That old fellow is surprisingly generous. Observing the respectful demeanor of the king of the underworld, Satan felt a pang of guilt but continued to deceive him. "My dear brother, I have many affairs to attend to. You must have sensed that life energy as well. I entrust this matter to you. The demon realm is in chaos. It appears I must take some time to restore order." The king of the underworld nodded. "Rest assured, my brother, I will uncover all the information regarding that energy." With that, he too departed. Yet, in the eternal fall of the demon realm, tranquility was far from the reality. Although the fallen land was sealed, Lucifer and his companions still moved freely, albeit unable to break the seal and leave. Upon the high throne rested those 8 pairs of peculiar wings, and that perfect visage erupted with manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, third sister, you have returned." The Undying clan below looked on in confusion at their leader's elation. "My king, why are you so joyful?" The leader of the Undying clan, the once-renowned dragon knight Alan Heber, knelt respectfully before Lucifer. With a smile, Lucifer replied, "Heber, our time to rise has come. How goes the progress of the seal's undoing?" Heber shook his head. "My king, the seal laid down by the Creator God and the Earth Mother is indeed formidable. To date, we have only managed to open a small gap, allowing only our weakest kin to pass through. Moreover, the seal continuously repairs itself. Thus, at the rate we are breaking it, it will take us 5 years to send just one individual through." Lucifer nodded. "Ha ha, indeed. I am aware that everyone has done their utmost. I have decided to send Vasher to the human realm to uncover the source of that life force. As long as we bring her here, the Undying clan shall be free." Vasher, the bloodthirsty warrior among the 12 heroes, knelt, sword in hand. "My king, Vasher shall complete this task." With that, Lucifer began sealing Vasher, suppressing her power to the peak of the holy level. And she commenced her journey to the human realm, at the center of the chaos. The elven goddess Yue and Tianqi were still in the forest. Tianqi had awakened and, looking at the adorable little one, asked with a smile, "What is your name, little one? Why do you call me Daddy?" The little one joyfully circled around Tianqi a few times before gently landing on his shoulder. "Daddy, I didn't know my name either. But just now, it seemed someone called me Yue. So, my name is Yue. As for why I call you Daddy, I don't know either." Yue affectionately stroked Tianqi's ear. At that moment, the unicorn Lina approached with a serious demeanor. "Kate Tianqi, Yue is the name of the elven goddess. Even if she is not the goddess herself, she is undoubtedly closely connected to her." Tianqi gazed at Yue's familiar visage and realized that Lina was correct. Regardless of who Yue truly was, she was now simply his daughter. "Isn't that right, Yue?" "Daddy is right." Yue happily perched on Tianqi's head, giggling. Tianqi then recalled his mission and turned to the unicorn Lina. "Lina, the reason for my visit is indeed you. The elven clan is embroiled in internal strife, and soon, a calamity will sweep across the entire world. Therefore, I am here to invite you to join the elven clan." Lina nodded. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I had already resolved to sign a contract with you. For the goddess is by your side." Observing Yue joyfully playing with her hair, Tianqi smiled. "Very well, Lina, let us commence." With that, a drop of golden Qilin blood fell upon Lina's forehead, and a peculiar symbol flickered briefly. Far away in the Kate Empire, Wan Xin sensed an additional strand of spiritual connection. Wan Xin looked at the increasingly haggard Star Princess with great sorrow. "Elder sister, let us set out for the misty forest tonight. Xiner will help you escape. Although I have yet to inherit our parents' memories, I can transform now. We shall fly directly to the misty forest. I believe we will surely meet the elder brother." The Star Princess's heart stirred. "Xiner, are you truly saying this?" Wan Xin nodded gently, and a peculiar radiance flickered, revealing an extraordinary dragon before the princess. With its elongated form, fearsome claws, menacing dragon head, and formidable horns, complemented by its unique luminous wings, the Star Princess was utterly astounded. "Elder sister, hurry up. I can conceal our presence. Even a saintly master would be unable to detect us." "Rest assured, elder sister." The Star Princess resolutely nodded. "Tianqi, I am coming. I have made up my mind. For you, I am willing to forsake everything." A few tears were whisked away by the wind. Subsequently, Wan Xin led the Star Princess on a quest to find Tianqi, while Tianqi was in a state of urgency. After riding out with Lina, he sensed neither Shar nor Kaishi's presence, and there were signs of a struggle outside the forest. It appeared that Shar and Kaishi had been captured by the Dark Elves. Just as Tianqi was anxiously pacing, Lina suddenly remarked, "Master, I can smell Kaishi's scent. They must have headed this way." With that, she soared in that direction, while Yue looked on curiously at Tianqi and Lina. Indeed, Shar and Kaishi had been taken by the Dark Elves, as explosions echoed from within the forest. Concerned, Shar decided to investigate, with Kaishi reluctantly trailing behind. At that moment, they encountered Kaishi and her companions, leading to their capture. Now, they were swiftly making their way toward the Dark Elf clan's stronghold. Chapter 47. The mysterious summons on the path to the Dark Elf stronghold. A contingent of Dark Elves was swiftly advancing, with Shar and Kaishi among them. Not far off, a sacred unicorn was approaching at great speed. "Master, they are almost home. Should we pursue?" Lina, noticing Kaishi and her group nearing their destination, asked with concern. Tianqi nodded. "Lina, continue the chase. Even if we reach their homeland, we must rescue Shar and the others." "Yes, master," Lina responded, accelerating once more. At this juncture, Kaishi and her companions finally returned to the Dark Elf territory. Observing Kaishi's injuries, several elder-looking Dark Elves rushed out. "Chief, what has happened? Wasn't there the kiss of death? It's impossible for a sacred unicorn to injure Kaishi." An elderly elf with a long beard inquired, leaning on his staff. "The elders cannot be blamed. It was my own carelessness. I hadn't anticipated Lina would be struck by the kiss of death and still manage to unleash a forbidden spell. By the way, elders, we have captured 2 enemy elves." Kaishi stood up, leading the elder to Shar and Qilin. At that moment, Shar felt no fear, for she believed Tianqi would surely come to her rescue. Qixi, however, was quite anxious. Knowing that both she and the princess were in enemy hands, they must not reveal their identities. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed. "Who are you?" "I am Princess Shar, daughter of the Elven Queen. You would do well to release me. Otherwise, when my brother Tianqi arrives, you shall face dire consequences," Shar declared, preempting Qix's words. Upon hearing Shar's proclamation, the Dark Elves were momentarily stunned. Qixi had not anticipated that her seemingly random capture would ensnare a princess. The elder burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha! Though we did not receive Lena's assistance this time, with Princess Shar and the blessings of the goddess, victory is assured." The Dark Elves erupted in cheers. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. The Dark Elves looked up to see a massive lightning orb plummeting toward Shar and Qixi. "Ah, that is a level 9 lightning magic thunderstorm. Everyone, flee!" the elder shouted. And the Dark Elves scrambled to escape as the lightning orb neared Shar and Qixi. It abruptly vanished, revealing a sacred unicorn before them. Tianqi leaped down, carefully unbinding the vines that ensnared Shar and Qixi. Helping them onto Lena's back. "Shar or Qixi, you must return at once. Lena will protect you. Inform Her Majesty the Queen to temporarily cease hostilities against the Dark Elves. We shall discuss everything upon my return." "Do you understand?" Shar and Qixi nodded. "Brother Tianqi, I will wait for your return. You must come back. I will always await your return. Prince, please ensure your safe return. Qixi will take the princess back now." "Be careful, Prince." Tianqi smiled and nodded. "Lena, take good care of them." Lena nodded and swiftly took to the skies. "Daddy, what is Yue going to do?" Little Yue had flown from Tianqi's head to his shoulder, softly inquiring in his ear. "Hee, Yue is here to watch Daddy fight." "How about that?" Tianqi chuckled as he stroked Yue's unique wings. "Hee, Daddy, that tickles. I will obediently watch Daddy fight, and if Daddy cannot win, Yue will help him." "Himph," Yue declared, brandishing her tiny fists. "Hee, all right, Dark Elves, I am Kate Tianqi, here on behalf of the Elven Queen. Now, Sacred Unicorn Lena is my pet, and the Elven Goddess stands with the Queen. I believe you all witnessed the Sacred Unicorn, so please think carefully." With that, Tianqi quietly observed the Dark Elves, waiting to see how they would react. The Dark Elves remained still, awaiting the elder's command. Qixi and several other elders looked to the elder, who stared blankly at Yue, then back at Tianqi. "That Kate Tianqi, does she call you Daddy?" Tianqi nodded in confusion. "Yes, Yue calls me Daddy." "You say her name is Yue?" Tianqi nodded again. "Ha ha ha ha, fellow Dark Elves, our opportunity has arrived. If we eliminate this man and his pet, we can awaken the slumbering tree demon, and the Dark Elves shall unify the continent." The elder's eyes gleamed with greed and madness. The Dark Elves slowly encircled Tianqi and Yue. Seeing their approach, Yue curiously asked, "Daddy, what do they want?" "Yue, today I will teach you a lesson. For those who wish to harm you, we must show no mercy and utterly destroy them. Remember this. Now, Daddy is about to begin. You must be careful." After saying this, Tianqi began to transform. The crimson Qilin flames ignited, only to extinguish immediately. Tianqi anxiously looked at Yue. "Yue, are you all right? Did the flames hurt you?" Yue giggled and shook her head. "No, Daddy, the flames felt warm. I want more." Seeing that the Qilin flames did not harm Yue in the slightest, Tianqi felt completely at ease. A cloud of mist arose beneath his feet, and with a swift motion, Tianqi vanished and reappeared beside a dark elf. With a sweeping motion of his massive Qilin claw, he took a life. The blood-red Qilin flames continuously engulfed the dark elves approaching Tianqi. Once ensnared by the Qilin flames, they could only watch helplessly as they were reduced to ashes. Water magic was utterly ineffective. As more and more dark elves fell before Tianqi, Qixi could no longer restrain herself. The kiss of death, glimmering coldly, aimed for Tianqi's chest, while the elder was busy arranging a colossal magic array with several other elders. Black light flickered within the magic array, and the blood of the dark elves flowed into it. A massive black column of light erupted, completing the grand summoning magic array. Chapter 48. The journey home. In the underworld's palace of the King of Hell, the king was conversing with Xiaohua. "Xiaohua, this time, The task in the human realm is entrusted to you. Remember to find the source of life energy, and while you're at it, check on that brat Tianqi. I won't be going. Just be careful. Although your power will be restricted, your body is sufficient to dominate the human realm. Now, I shall send you off. If anything arises, you can inform me through our mental connection, which reaches the human realm. Xiaohua nodded her 3 heads. I will accomplish the task. The king of hell smiled with satisfaction, then took out the sword of hell, preparing to tear through space when suddenly, a summoning array appeared in the palace. The king paused. What is this? Ah? It appears to be a magic array for summoning the flame giant, but how did it end up here? Xiaohua found it quite strange as well, master. Since there's this summoning array, I can directly go to the human realm through it. What do you think? The king of hell smiled and nodded. Yes, that's good. Xiaohua, you may go, but be careful. With that, Xiaohua stepped into the black summoning array, and a colossal black beam of light flashed. Back at the dark elf stronghold, Kaishi's kiss of death was once more blocked by Tianqi's hand, who chuckled softly, your dagger cannot harm me. Your elders are truly ruthless. Using so much dark elf blood to complete this summoning magic array, hee. Kaishi then noticed the dark aura emanating from the summoning magic array and shook her head. This is all because of you. She accelerated again, aiming the kiss of death directly at Tianqi's throat. Tianqi extended a hand to block the kiss of death once more. I told you, it won't work, yet you still don't believe me. With one hand, a fist struck towards Kai's, causing him to spit blood as he staggered backward. This moment, the Grand Elder and several other elders breathed a sigh of relief. Kai's, come back quickly. We have completed the summoning of the flame giant. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, Kai's cast a fierce glance at Tianqi before returning to the Grand Elder's side. The other dark elves also retreated to the elders, while Tianqi curiously observed the summoning magic circle, pondering the true nature of this flame giant. Kai's, you are doomed. The flame giant is a divine-level beast, and this is the fate of opposing my dark elf clan. Ha ha ha, thanks to the blessing of the goddess, otherwise, this magic circle would not have activated at all. The Grand Elder laughed maniacally. Tianqi chuckled softly. Grand Elder, I simply wish to ask you one question. Who helped you steal the goddess's blessing? Considering you are on the brink of death, I shall tell you. It was the continent's foremost mercenary group, the Dragon Sword Mercenary Corps, that aided us in the theft. What can you do about it? Ha ha ha! The Grand Elder's staff was indeed imbued with the goddess's blessing. That moment, a deafening roar erupted as a 3-headed canine creature burst forth from the magic circle. All the dark elves were momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? I clearly summoned a flame giant. How could it be this monster? Enraged, the Grand Elder immediately conjured a massive ice sphere aimed at the creature. Just as the creature, named Xiaohua, emerged from the summoning circle, an ice sphere struck her on the head, igniting her fury. With a notoriously volatile temperament, she instantly transformed into a colossal hellhound and devoured the Grand Elder in one swift motion. After a moment of chewing, she expelled the goddess's blessing, which fell right before Tianqi. Subsequently, Xiaohua began a frenzied slaughter. Having gone far too long without meat in the demon realm, she was driven nearly mad from absorbing dark elements day after day. This rare opportunity to feast was not one Xiaohua would squander. Upon witnessing Xiaohua's arrival, Tianqi couldn't help but smile. He picked up the goddess's blessing that lay before him when suddenly, Yue swooped down. Daddy, this seems to be mine, yet also not mine, and my head hurts so much. Daddy, why can't I remember? As she spoke, little Yue began to cry. Tianqi, filled with tenderness, gazed at Yue and gently stroked her small head. Yue, if you cannot remember, then do not force it. This is a gift from Daddy to you. Please do not cry any longer. Yue looked up at the enormous staff. As her tiny hand rested upon it, the goddess's blessing began to shrink until it became a perfect fit for her. Joyfully, Yue held the miniature version of the goddess's blessing, and a surge of life energy flowed from the staff into her body. Xiaohua, too, was awakened by this life energy, sparing Kai's, the last morsel before her, and turning to investigate the source of this vitality. Upon seeing Tianqi and Yue, she hurried over. Tianqi, how did you end up here? Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Tianqi smiled. Xiaohua, how is it that you are in the human realm again? Did the Demon King send you, or did you sneak out? Xiaohua shook her 3 heads. Neither. I am here because that little one. She gestured to Yuewei, was summoned by my master. For Yuewei? Why would the Demon King seek her? Tianqi found this puzzling. Wait a moment. I will report the situation to my master, Xiaohua said before closing her eyes. Yuewei gazed curiously at Xiaohua. Daddy, what kind of dog is this? Why does it have 3 heads? Her name is Xiaohua, a friend of Daddy's, Tianqi replied with a smile. Just then, Xiaohua opened her eyes. Tianqi, my master says that since we are here, he can rest easy. I must return immediately. Take care of yourself, and my master instructs me to ensure you protect this little one. With that, a black teleportation circle illuminated beneath Xiaohua's feet, and she began to fade away. As Tianqi watched Xiaohua depart, the dark elf clan lay in ruins, with only Kai's having fled to an unknown location. All right, Yuewei, Daddy will take you home and introduce you to many friends, including my parents, your grandparents. I am certain they will adore you, he said, and with that, he flew toward the Elven Temple. Chapter 49. The arrival of the stars and the emergence of the dragon clan. The elves guarding the misty forest suddenly discovered a tremendous explosion occurring at the forest's edge. The guards quickly dispatched someone to report to the queen while heading toward the explosion site. Meanwhile, Tianqi, who was flying back with Yuewei, hastened his pace, sensing the faint aura of Wan Xin. If Wan Xin was present, it surely meant that Xingqian was in trouble. With this thought, Tianqi quickened his speed, unknowingly activating the Qilin fire, which sent a flash of crimson light across the elven forest sky, at the edge of the misty forest. A battered Wan Xin stood protectively before Princess Xingqian, whose massive dragon form bore deep wounds that oozed golden dragon blood. Princess Xingqian had already fainted, and before them stood not only skilled warriors from the Holy Empire, but also the young lord of the dragon clan and 2 elder dragons, Wind Dragon and Thunder Dragon. Observing the injured Wan Xin, the young lord of the dragon clan, the golden sacred dragon Alces, approached her. Wan Xin, that is a fine name, but today you must return with us to Dragon Island. Your parents stole our dragon clan's sacred artifact, the heart of the dragon god. I advise you to surrender it willingly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivilized. The warriors sent by the Holy Empire included the Dragon Knight Kalyutes and the Saint-level assassin Shadow Escape. The Dragon Clan became aware of Wan Xin due to the giant dragon Seagull, a noble from the Frost Dragon lineage, who knew about the prior events involving Wan Xin's parents. When he discovered Wan Xin's peculiar form, he used secret methods to relay the information back to Dragon Island. Consequently, Wan Xin and her companions found themselves pursued by Dragon Knights, Saint-level assassins, and the Dragon Clan. After days of fleeing for their lives, they finally arrived at the edge of the misty forest, where Wan Xin was struck down by the Thunder Dragon and Wind Dragon, causing Princess Xingqian to faint from the violent impact while Wan Xin sustained even more injuries. I know nothing of this heart of the dragon god, nor do I know who my parents are, but today I will protect my sister-in-law. This is my promise to the boss, Wan Xin coughed, expelling several mouthfuls of golden blood. At that moment, Princess Xingqian slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the dire situation, she rushed to stand in front of Wan Xin. Wait, I will return with you, but please do not harm Wan Xin any further. Exioner, you have done your best. Tianqi will not blame you. This must all be fate. She chuckled softly, her laughter heartbreakingly tender. No, today, unless I die, you shall not take my sister-in-law. Tears streamed from Wan Xin's enormous dragon eyes. With a deafening crack of thunder, another bolt struck Wan Xin, causing her to revert to her original form as she collapsed. Wan Xin, are you all right? Wan Xin. Princess Xingqian hurried back to Wan Xin's side, cradling her in her arms. Exioner, it is all my fault for trying to escape. I am so sorry. Tears fell from her eyes onto Wan Xin's small head. Sister-in-law, I will protect you. I will. Wan Xin struggled to rise, attempting to transform once more when suddenly, a blue wave of water enveloped her. Water prison technique? Princess Xingqian slowly retracted her wand. Exioner, I must go. If you see Tianqi, tell him that Xingqian will always love him. With that, she turned, wiping away her tears, step by step, toward Kalyutes. With Wan Xin's current injuries, she could not break free from the water prison's confinement and could only watch helplessly as Princess Xingqian approached Kalyutes, slowly putting on the magic sealing collar. Seeing that Princess Xingqian had donned the collar, Alsace burst into laughter. If only you had done this earlier. Humph, foolish humans, even if you return with them, we will still take Wan Xin, for she is a sinner of our dragon clan. Alsace, along with the two elders, we shall take her back now. Wan Xin is in your hands. Kalyut's mounted seagull with Princess Xingqian, at that moment, Shadow Escape revealed himself, just as a terrifying pressure accompanied by a crimson light descended from above. A peculiar youth, engulfed in flames of blood, appeared before them, shattering Princess Xingqian's water prison. Wan Xin slowly floated to Tianqi's side. Boss, I failed to protect my sister-in-law. I am sorry. Tianqi smiled gently. Exiner, I know you have done your utmost. Rest assured, he cradled Wan Xin in his arms and lowered his head to little Yuewei, speaking softly. Yuewei, take good care of Wan Xin. Exiner, Yuewei is my daughter. You both may remain here in peace. Upon concluding his words, he placed Yuewei and Wan Xin gently onto the ground behind him, casting a cold gaze at the assembly before him. At this moment, Arces and his companions were also observing Tianqi, while Ingdun had already begun to cloak himself in invisibility. He had stealthily approached Tianqi from behind and, noticing Tianqi's unguarded demeanor, let out a chilling laugh as he thrust his dagger with lightning speed towards Tianqi's neck. Suddenly, Kalyutz exclaimed, Ingdun, run! This lad is Kaitian Tianqi, the God Slayer. Though Ingdun heard Kalyutz's warning, it was too late. A massive claw pierced through his chest, the blood-red Qilin fire transforming everything into ash. Subsequently, Tianqi let out a cold chuckle, shifting his legs slightly. And with a whoosh, another Tianqi appeared behind Kalyutz, while the original Tianqi gradually faded away, revealing merely an afterimage. With a swift swipe of his claws, Kalyutz was cleaved in two as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The Star Princess, however, showed no fear, staring blankly at Tianqi, exclaiming, Tianqi, I knew you would come to save me. As she spoke, she leaped into Tianqi's embrace. The blood-red Qilin fire had now dissipated, and Tianqi had torn apart Seagull's enormous dragon wings with a mere swipe. He then returned to the side of Yuewei and Wan Xin, saying, Xinger, let us rest here for a moment. Once I deal with those lizards, I will take everyone back. He gently set down the Star Princess and once more approached Arces and the Elder of the Dragon Clan. Faced with the pressure exerted by Tianqi, Arces and the Thunder Dragon Elder promptly reverted to their dragon forms, their immense draconic might surging forth along with their dragon breath towards Tianqi. Chapter 50. Fierce Battle. A turn of events. The battle in the Misty Forest had now alerted the adventurers in Qilin Town. Upon witnessing 3 colossal adult dragons, most of the adventurers fled in haste, leaving only a dozen of the strongest among them, who had been stationed in Qilin Town by various factions to await Tianqi. Now, they too began to hasten towards the dragons. The Elven Queen, upon receiving reports from her guards, hurriedly gathered several elders and rushed towards Tianqi. Meanwhile, the old marshal remained unaware of the unfolding events. At this moment, Lina also sensed the unusual activity among the elves and began to fly towards Tianqi. While Zhongping felt the gravity of the situation as well, the figure of the underworld dragon unfolded instantly and soared towards Tianqi. Seeing both Zhongping and Lina depart, the old marshal and his companions hastily followed suit. As Tianqi confronted the 3 dragons' breath, he merely waved his claw lightly, dispersing the 3 streams of dragon breath into nothingness. Observing this, the Wind Dragon Elder quickly positioned himself between the Thunder Dragon and Arces. Calmly addressing Tianqi, esteemed human warrior, our dragon clan harbors no enmity towards you. We merely wish to retrieve our clan sinner, and we hope you can understand. Humph, you wretched lizards truly believe yourselves to be dragons? Humph, even dragons before me are but insects. Moreover, you dare to harm Wan Xin and Xinger. Today, you shall meet your demise. Tianqi snorted disdainfully. Ha, very well. Since that is the case, we shall not hold back. The Wind Dragon laughed heartily, then began to chant a spell in the dragon tongue. Within the dragon hierarchy, the Wind Dragon was adept in magic, while the Thunder Dragon specialized in physical assaults. The Golden Dragon King excelled in both. As the Wind Dragon Elder chanted his spell, Arces positioned himself protectively beside him, while the Thunder Dragon charged fiercely towards Tianqi, its massive claws aimed at him. Rather than evading the approaching claws, Tianqi met them head-on with his own Qilin claws, producing a jarring sound of metal clashing. He was knocked back to the ground. Yet the Thunder Dragon's claws were left bloodied, a sorrowful dragon roar escaping its lips. It has been ages since I have been wounded. Today I am injured by a lowly human. Ah, I will kill you. The Thunder Dragon bellowed as it lunged towards Tianqi once more. Although Tianqi had been sent flying, he felt no pain, only surprise at the old lizard's considerable strength. Hearing the Thunder Dragon's words, Tianqi burst into laughter. Haha, old lizard, you have never been injured because you have never encountered me. Today, I will beat you so thoroughly that even your mother would not recognize you. Ha ha ha. With that, he charged towards the Thunder Dragon with his Qilin claws. Suddenly, a massive bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking Tianqi. While it did not inflict significant damage, it paralyzed his body momentarily. The Thunder Dragon, grinning maliciously, flew in, opening its enormous jaws to bite down on Tianqi. With a crisp sound, the Thunder Dragon's fangs shattered, and it was sent reeling back, Tianqi's body once more crashing into the ground, creating a colossal crater and sending dust flying. Then, a surge of bloodlight shot forth, instantly reaching the Thunder Dragon's side. You think I am so easy to bite? Humph! With a claw aimed at the Thunder Dragon's eye, the creature had not yet reacted, not anticipating Tianqi's swift return. Bloodlight flickered, and a heart-wrenching dragon roar echoed. As Tianqi grasped the massive dragon eye in one hand, a cold smirk gracing his lips, with a firm squeeze, a resounding crack sounded as the dragon eye was utterly obliterated. The Thunder Dragon was now completely deranged, its blood gushing forth, obscuring its vision. Another agonizing scream followed as Tianqi seized the other dragon eye, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, now you shall be a blind lizard." He lightly tossed the second dragon eye away, causing the Thunder Dragon to descend into utter madness, attacking the surrounding air wildly. Meanwhile, the Wind Dragon and Arses, standing not far away, began to feel fear. The incantation for the wind magic intensified, and Arses stealthily tore open a scroll from within his possession. Far away on Dragon Island, the Dragon Emperor was taken aback. When he had initially entrusted this scroll to Arses, he had cautioned him that it was a communication scroll, to be opened only in dire situations. It seemed Arses was in grave trouble, prompting all adult dragons of the clan to heed the Dragon Emperor's call and soar towards the misty forest, easily locating Arses using the coordinates provided by the scroll. Tianqi, observing the frenzied Thunder Dragon, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Thunder Dragon, I shall spare you this day. I hope not to encounter you again, for I would not hesitate to slay dragons once more, he stated coldly before turning and flying towards the Wind Dragon and the others. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the Thunder Dragon gradually calmed down, only to suddenly charge at Tianqi, laughing, "Ha ha, I, Thunder Dragon Ald, shall forever be an elder of the Dragon Clan. I will never compromise with a lowly human." With a thunderous explosion, the Thunder Dragon vanished, and Tianqi was startled by the violent shockwave, realizing the Thunder Dragon had self-destructed. Arses desperately shielded the Wind Dragon Elder to prevent any backlash from the magical energy. Despite his efforts, the Wind Dragon Elder still coughed up blood, then raised his dragon claw, summoning a rapidly spinning small tornado that formed within his grasp. Wind System Forbidden Spell. Reverse the winds. The Wind Dragon bellowed, hurling the tornado towards Tianqi. As the peculiar wind vortex detached from his claw, it inverted, continuously expanding and forming a massive funnel-shaped cone that enveloped Tianqi. Chaotic elemental forces poured in from the top, transforming into violent wind elements that relentlessly assaulted everything within the vortex. Chapter 51. Crisis. The Wind Dragon Elder's forbidden wind spell, Reverse the Winds, had been unleashed, trapping Tianqi within and subjecting him to a relentless barrage of wind elemental attacks. At this moment, Lina and Zhongping had arrived, witnessing Tianqi ensnared within the wind vortex. Though they wished to rescue him, Arses stood firmly in their path. "You must be the pets of this human. He is indeed formidable, but he shall still meet his end. This is the fate of opposing our dragon clan," he scoffed. "Regardless of your dragon lineage, I know that my boss's enemies are my enemies," Zhongping declared, charging forward and unleashing the underworld dragon-esque corrosive breath towards Arceus, while Lina followed suit, casting a level 9 lightning spell, Thunder Light Burst, aimed straight at Arceus. Facing the corrosive dragon breath and the level 9 lightning magic, Arceus was unperturbed, for the dragon race possessed high resistance to magic. He merely opened his mouth to counter the breath with his own, absorbing Zhongping's attack, then braving Lina's Thunder Light Burst. As lightning crackled, Lina was sent crashing to the ground by Arceus' claw, while Zhongping, lacking the strength of a saint level, found himself injured as Arceus clawed at his dragon wing, sending him tumbling back to the earth. Arceus erupted into maniacal laughter. "You think you can oppose our dragon clan with such strength? Humph! You are utterly deluded." With that, he returned to the side of the Wind Dragon Elder, gazing at Tianqi ensnared within the wind vortex. "Hee, the Elder's magic is indeed impressive. This lad, no matter how formidable, shall perish within." Arceus spoke with a sense of pride. However, Elder Wind Dragon remained silent, merely gazing intently at the Tianqi within the wind vortex. Before he let out a heavy sigh and spoke solemnly, "Young Patriarch, I fear that Kate Tianqi within is not injured. He is likely just curious, which is why he has not emerged. We must exercise caution. For his power is truly formidable. If His Majesty the Dragon Emperor does not arrive soon, we may all perish here." Arceus was momentarily taken aback, foolishly inquiring, "Elder, are you saying that this forbidden spell has no effect on him, and that he could emerge at any time if he wished?" Elder Wind Dragon nodded. At that moment, the Elven Queen and the elders arrived on the scene. Observing the situation, the Queen wrestled with her thoughts. Torn between aiding Tianqi and incurring the wrath of the Dragon Clan, or betraying Tianqi to maintain peace with the dragons, Char anxiously exclaimed, "Mother, hurry and save Brother Tianqi. He is in danger, Mother, please." The Queen gently grasped Char, raising her gaze to the sky. Upon seeing the Elven Queen's arrival, Arceus and Elder Wind Dragon transformed back into human form and descended, for the relationship between the Dragon and Elven clans was still amicable. "Your Majesty, this is our young patriarch, His Highness Arceus. I am Elder Wind Dragonborger of the Dragon Clan. We have come solely to retrieve a criminal from our clan, with no intention of disturbing the tranquility of the Elven people. We hope, Your Majesty, that you will not interfere," Elder Wind Dragon stated coolly. The Queen glanced at Tianqi still trapped within the wind vortex, then at the young patriarch and elder of the Dragon Clan before nodding gravely. Although Tianqi's strength was commendable, it was ultimately not worth making an enemy of the Dragon Clan. "Your Highness Arceus, Elder Borger, we elves shall not involve ourselves in your conflict." "Mother, how can you say that? Brother Tianqi has helped us so much. How can you do this?" Char's face was streaked with tears of sorrow. Observing her daughter's agitation, the Queen invoked the water magic, gentle touch of the water deity. Causing Char to fall asleep instantly, Kaisi took Char away from the scene. Arceus and Elder Wind Dragon nodded in satisfaction. "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the relationship between Kate Tianqi and the Elven clan?" The Queen gritted her teeth and shook her head. "He has no connection with us. He merely passed through the misty forest." The other elves, though saddened by the Queen's words, did not believe she had erred. For the might of the Dragon Clan was well known across the continent. At this juncture, the old marshal and his companions arrived at the scene. Upon hearing the Queen's words and surveying the situation, the old marshal approached Princess Xingqian. "Xinger, you have finally arrived. Tian'er is inside, isn't he?" the old marshal inquired softly. Wanxin and Yue were both anxiously watching Tianqi within the wind vortex. Princess Xingqian nodded. "Yes, Tianqi is trapped inside." The old marshal nodded and noticed the others were eager to rush in to rescue Tianqi. He waved his hand. "Everyone, do not act impulsively. Tian'er is certainly unharmed within. What we must do now is protect Zhongping and Lina, and wait for Tianqi to emerge." The group nodded and moved closer to Zhongping and Lina. Zhongping had transformed back into human form, with a massive wound on his left hand, while Lina bore a cut on her neck. Their wounds were beginning to heal. "Your Majesty, we understand your predicament. We only wish to take our friend away from this elven forest," the old marshal stated before the Queen. The Elven Queen nodded. "You may go. We will not hinder you. Your Majesty's non-interference does not imply that our Dragon Clan will also let you go." That little dragon is a criminal of our clan, and we must take her away. If you attempt to obstruct us, Arcees scoffed coldly. The warriors of the group immediately grew furious and attempted to charge forward, but were stopped by the old marshal. Given the circumstances, we shall not say more. Lanin, Qilin, Lake, you will be our main assault. Luina, prepare your magic. Blanxing and Quangzhan, you shall provide cover. The old marshal swiftly assigned tasks and then charged forward with Lanin, Qilin, and Lake. Luina began preparing the sub-forbidden spell, a level 10 magic. Ice Dragon's Destruction. Chapter 52. Mad Dragon's Flame. Within the colossal wind vortex, Tianqi was immersed in his own sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing the reversal of the wind and clouds from this wind-based forbidden spell, Tianqi felt a sudden clarity. Every phenomenon possesses both positive and negative aspects, and there are myriad methods to absorb energy. One might convert all energy into divine essence. But what if one were to reverse that process and convert divine essence into battle chi or elemental forces? As he pondered, the scene of the Pangu god creating the heavens and earth resurfaced in Tianqi's mind. The second acts of the Pangu god appeared vividly in his thoughts, and he meticulously observed each of Panga's movements. Deep in contemplation, suddenly, he recalled the reversal of wind and clouds, and his mind became clear. True power does not solely derive from external forces. The intrinsic strength of an entity is equally unparalleled. Indeed, the second acts of the Pangu god harnessed the very power of the earth itself. Enlightenment dawned upon Tianqi, and at that moment, a resonant voice echoed, "Kid, you are truly remarkable. You have comprehended the second form of earth cleaving. Keep up the good work. Ha ha ha." Then, the voice vanished without a trace. Tianqi opened his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the powers within the wind vortex and the surrounding air. Meanwhile, the battle between the old marshal and his companions against Arcees had commenced. Arcees and Elder Wind Dragon Borger reverted to their dragon forms. Despite Borger having expended considerable power in casting the forbidden spell, the dragon clan's physique allowed for rapid recovery. Borger was nearly back to full strength. The old marshal, Lanin, Qilin, and Lake all practiced the family's famed battle chi, Mad Dragon Battle Chi. The group split into two teams. The old marshal and Lanin faced off against Wind Dragon Borger, while Qilin and Lake surrounded Arcees. Each of their great swords radiated with holy level golden battle Qi. In response to the attacks from the old marshal and Lanin, Borger continuously evaded, utilizing the Wind Dragon's speed to dodge their strikes. Meanwhile, Arcees opted for a direct confrontation. The defense of the Golden Saint Dragon was extraordinarily formidable, leaving only faint marks from Qilin and Lake's assaults upon his skin. However, Arcees' dragon claws, tail, and terrifying dragon breath were all lethal. Though the four had entered the holy level and could continuously generate battle chi, maintaining aerial combat for an extended period proved challenging due to the rapid depletion of their energy. Before long, aside from the old marshal, who was holding up relatively well, Lanin and the others had begun to sweat profusely as the consumption of battle chi was exceedingly swift. Qilin and his companions faced Arcees' relentless onslaught. While Borger primarily evaded, he occasionally retaliated with a breath of dragon fire, placing the old marshal and his allies in a precarious situation. "Marshal, this way, fly towards us," Quangzhan suddenly shouted. The old marshal, Lanin, Qilin, and Lake quickly turned to fly back. And Borger, initially evading, followed suit upon seeing the old marshal and Lanin retreat. Arcees, noticing his opponents fleeing, had already begun to pursue. Seeing Arcees and Borger closely behind, the old marshal and his companions exchanged knowing smiles. Then dove directly towards the ground. A massive ice dragon charged toward Arcees and Borger, and before the ice dragon could close the distance, a fierce chill instantly froze Arcees and Borger, with a resounding crash. The ice dragon collided with the two encased in ice, and a thick mist enveloped the forest. Just as everyone presumed victory was at hand, a tremendous flapping sound echoed through the mist, and a violent wind dispersed the fog, revealing Arcees and Borger completely unscathed before them. "Ha ha! Foolish humans, do you truly believe that a mere level 10 magic could annihilate our magnificent dragon clan? Absurd! Even a forbidden spell may not be capable of vanquishing us, let alone your sub-forbidden spell. but you have successfully provoked my ire. I shall show you what a true forbidden spell entails." "Ha ha ha!" Arcees laughed maniacally, while Borger continued to watch Tianqi within the wind vortex, for he was the most formidable presence in Borger's heart. Arcees began to invoke the water-type forbidden spell. Absolute Zero, while Borger stood guard beside him. Upon witnessing Arcees preparing to cast the forbidden spell, the old marshal and his companions charged forward. Before they could approach, the wind dragon had already summoned the air barrier. A level 10 wind magic through the dragon language. In the continent's magic system, dragon language spells and ordinary spells function similarly, but dragon language spells possess significantly greater power. At this moment, the air barrier's defensive capabilities were among the highest, surpassed only by earth-type spells like Earth's Guardian. The old marshal and his companions' assaults were thwarted by the air barrier. Sensing the intensifying water element surrounding Arcees, the old marshal gritted his teeth. And a torrent of golden battle chi erupted forth, transforming his sword into pure gold. Upon witnessing the old marshal's transformation, Lan and the others were taken aback. "Father, you must stop. That move is forbidden." "Father," Lan attempted to rush forward to intervene, but with a resounding thud, he was struck back by the old marshal's fist. "Qilin, Lake, seize Lan at once. There must be no hesitation now. The day has yet to break, and he may have encountered trouble within. Moreover, Arceus's forbidden spell is on the verge of completion. If we do not act now, we shall all be doomed. Take Lan back immediately, if you still regard me as Katrine. Then heed my words." Qilin and Lake nodded solemnly, kneeling down. "You must be careful." With that, they pulled Lan back, running swiftly. "Uncle Qilin, Uncle Lake, do you not realize that this move requires a sacrifice of life? Are you truly willing to let my father perish before your eyes? Release me at once." Lan struggled relentlessly, tears of anguish brimming in his fierce eyes. Qilin and Lake shook their heads. It was too late. The dragon's fury had been unleashed and could not be halted. "We cannot let our master's sacrifice be in vain." Hearing Qilin and Lake's words, Lan was utterly stunned, thus being brought back to Luina and the others. "Son, stop crying. You're a grown man now. Your elder is a valiant soul." Luina gently caressed Lan's head. The old marshal in the sky was dazzling. With the dragon's fury unleashed, the great sword in the old marshal's hands gathered all his fighting spirit, transforming into a golden dragon that surged toward Borg's air barrier. Meanwhile, Borg had already reinforced his air barrier with an additional layer of water curtain. As the old marshal ignited his life force to unleash the dragon's fury, Arceus's Absolute Zero was completed, sending a crystal-clear water sphere hurtling toward the old marshal's golden dragon. Chapter 53. The Earth Split reveals the Dragon Emperor's arrival. At this moment, Qilin town on the edge of the misty forest was teeming with people, filled with adventurers who had come hoping to encounter the legendary dragons. Among them were skilled individuals seeking to uncover the reasons behind the dragon's appearance. In the skies not far from Qilin town, hundreds of adult dragons roared past. The crowd in the forest anxiously watched the old marshal, Arceus, and Borg above. The water-based forbidden spell, Absolute Zero, froze the space traversed by the old marshal's life-burning dragon's fury. The old marshal's fighting spirit had reached the level of a sword god, shining brilliantly with a hint of purple. Just as the two forces were about to collide, a tremendous roar erupted, and the nearby wind dragon was cleaved in two. Tianqi appeared before the crowd, gently raising the Pangu axe in his hand, and the words "split the earth" coldly escaped his lips. A peculiar shockwave surged through the old marshal, Arceus, Borg, and the elves behind them. The water sphere formed by Absolute Zero vanished in an instant, and Arceus and Borg spat blood as they fell back to the ground, while the golden light surrounding the old marshal flickered out, causing him to faint. The Elven Queen and her companions felt a wave of despair, unable to sense any power within themselves. Tianqi caught the unconscious old marshal and swiftly returned to the group, gently handing the old marshal over to Luina. "Oh, not worry, everyone. Grandfather is fine. I will deal with those two lizards first." With that, he returned to confront Arceus and Borg, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it puzzling?" Tianqi taunted. "How could you be injured by the power within yourselves? Why did the water-based forbidden spell, Absolute Zero, revert back to water elements after being completed? And why did you feel completely powerless just a moment ago? Am I right? Upon hearing Tianqi's words, Arceus and Borg nodded eagerly. Allow me to clarify. The strike I delivered can control any power, albeit within certain limits. With your energy, you could only be subject to my control. I manipulated the power within you, understand? He continued. It would be quite simple to eliminate you, but today, I wish to ensure your suffering. Before he could finish, the Qilin's claw pierced through one of Arceus's eyes, unleashing a heart-wrenching dragon's wail. The nearby Dragon Emperor and his kin hastened their pace. Tianqi observed the eye in his hand, smiling as he inquired, "How does it feel, Arceus?" Arceus glared furiously with his remaining eye. "You will pay for this. I am the young clan leader of the dragon race, and you dare to destroy one of my eyes. We shall not forgive you." After uttering this, he struggled to flee, only to be forcefully pinned down by Tianqi's foot. "It seems you have misunderstood my intentions." With another claw, Arceus lost his other eye, letting out another agonizing roar, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Tianqi scoffed. "Lizards are indeed pathetic creatures, lacking in courage. Now, it is your turn, old lizard." Borg was paralyzed with fear, unable to believe that this individual would truly dare to act so boldly, disregarding the dragon race entirely. Facing Tianqi, despair consumed him. A thunderous roar echoed as a multitude of dragons descended from above. The Dragon Emperor asset had finally arrived with numerous dragons. Upon seeing the blinded Arceus and Borg, the Dragon Emperor erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath upon Tianqi, followed by a chaotic fire snake spell. The Dragon Emperor sighed in relief, confident that these two attacks would severely injure even a saint-level expert. Approaching Borg, the other dragons followed suit. "Wind Elder, what has happened to you? What of Thunder Elder? Why are you in such a state?" The Fire Dragon Elder inquired upon noticing Borg's dazed demeanor. Borg, awakening from his stupor, replied, "Your Majesty, Old Fire, you have finally arrived. We encountered a demon, who forced Alder to self-destruct and destroyed the young clan leader's eye. Now he seeks to kill me." As he trembled with fear, the once mighty dragon leader now seemed utterly defeated. What manner of demon possesses such power? The dragons pondered, but before they could contemplate further, Borg let out a heart-rending scream. "He's coming back," and then fell unconscious. The Dragon Emperor and the others turned to see Tianqi slowly approaching them. The Dragon Emperor's demeanor shifted to seriousness. After being struck by his own dragon breath and fire snake, Tianqi showed no signs of injury. The Fire and Ice Dragon Elders stood beside the Dragon Emperor, while hundreds of adult dragons began to form an encirclement around Tianqi. The onlookers, including the elves, were left in shock, realizing that not only the Dragon Emperor, but all the adult dragons of Dragon Island had gathered, all to confront Tianqi. Lon and the others were increasingly anxious. "Is the boss going to be all right?" The Berserker couldn't help but ask. "He will be fine. The boss is the strongest. He will not come to harm." Icehan retorted, for in his eyes, Tianqi was a deity, and none wished to see their god toppled. Indeed, can these dragons collectively rival a true deity? The boss escaped from the Demon Lord. He will undoubtedly be safe. Fireflame added, reasoning with conviction. Yet, the worries of the group remained unmitigated. Meanwhile, Yue felt no fear. She was merely curious as to why her father had not yet returned. Wan Xin and the princess gazed anxiously at the encircling dragons, understanding that their intervention would only burden Tianqi further, so they stood by, watching with concern. As for Tianqi, he felt no apprehension. Although he had utilized the Pengu axe earlier, his divine energy had only slightly recovered. However, the third seal of the Yuan Dan left by his father, Qilin, was about to be unlocked. Chapter 54. The Seraphim, surrounded by numerous dragons, the Dragon Emperor asset, along with the Fire and Ice Dragon Elders, formed a triangle around Tianqi. The Fire Dragon and the Dragon Emperor charged forward, while the Ice Dragon Elder remained behind, preparing a dragon language spell. The two dragon breaths collided with Tianqi, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. As the dust settled, the Qilin's claws and flames re-emerged. A blood-curdling roar echoed. and a flash of crimson light appeared as the fire dragon elder suffered a grievous wound to the chest. A gaping hole from which blood-colored flames erupted. The anguished dragon's wail was deafening. Tianqi casually flicked his Qilin's claw, shaking off the dragon's blood. Lizards are indeed pitiful creatures, nothing more, he scoffed. The surrounding dragons looked upon the fire dragon elder's tragic state with growing trepidation. The dragon emperor relentlessly cast water-based magic upon the wound, but to no avail. The blood flames consumed rapidly, and the wails continued. Minutes later, the once mighty fire dragon elder was no more. The dragon emperor glared furiously at Tianqi, commanding, "Everyone, attack together. No matter how formidable he is, can one man withstand the breath of hundreds of dragons?" Upon hearing the words of the dragon emperor, the surrounding dragons took to the skies, unleashing hundreds of streams of dragon breath towards Tianqi. The dragon emperor himself invoked the forbidden spell, the thunder god's spear, as a colossal lightning spear surged forth alongside the torrents of dragon breath aimed at Tianqi in the face of the thunder god's spear and the onslaught of dragon breath. Tianqi did not evade. Instead, he stood with a serene smile as thunderous explosions echoed around him. When the dust settled, a vast pit, measuring several dozen meters in depth, lay before the onlookers, devoid of any trace of Tianqi. The dragon kin erupted into jubilant cheers, believing they had finally vanquished the demon. Only the dragon emperor remained skeptical, convinced that Tianqi could not be so easily defeated. He turned his head to signal the elder ice dragon to continue preparing the forbidden magic. While attentively observing his surroundings, suddenly, a massive blood-red vortex descended from the heavens, sucking in many dragons before they could react, tearing them to shreds. The other dragons, witnessing this, hastily retreated to the ground, and the dragon emperor was taken aback. Glancing at the elder ice dragon, the casting of the forbidden spell had reached a critical juncture and must not be interrupted. Thus, the dragon emperor shielded the elder ice dragon, a barrier of air. A curtain of water, and the guardianship of the earth formed a triad of protective magic in front of the dragon emperor and the elder ice dragon. The blood vortex spun with increasing velocity, reaching an apex of speed, as the chilling winds accompanied the terrifying vortex in its assault towards the dragon emperor and his Qilin. At this moment, the elder ice dragon's ice-based single-target attack spell. The sigh of the ice snow goddess was finally completed. A massive ice spear, spinning rapidly, hurtled towards the blood vortex. The dragon emperor hastily dismissed his protective magic and assisted the elder ice dragon back to the ground. The ice spear collided with the blood vortex, producing a piercing sound of friction as the spear began to shatter. Yet the blood vortex continued its relentless advance towards the dragons, the dragon emperor, elder ice dragon, and the remaining dragons felt a growing sense of despair as the blood vortex approached. Suddenly, the dragon emperor soared into the air, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, flee! Take Arceus back to Dragon Island. Hurry, I shall hold this off." The multitude of dragons felt a tumult of emotions. They had always been the ones to intimidate others, yet today they found themselves cornered by a mere human. With a collective roar, hundreds of dragons unleashed their battle cries and surged towards the blood vortex. Though they knew the outcome would be fatal, they charged forth without hesitation. The dragons' valorous actions astonished Tianqi, who observed as the dragons rushed into the blood vortex, one by one being torn apart. Their blood swirling through the air, their roars echoing tales of tragedy. The watching elves and adventurers from various nations stood in utter disbelief. Could these truly be the formidable dragon kin? A single human had managed to overpower the entire dragon race. A sight far too incredible to comprehend. The speed of the blood vortex began to wane, yet only a little over 100 dragons remained. Suddenly, a chain of light descended from above, swiftly ensnaring the blood vortex. The holy light chain emerged from the hands of a kindly old man wielding a staff. He floated before the blood vortex and spoke slowly. "You are the son of the demon. Are you not? My attendant, Saint Latte, must have met his demise at your hands. Today, I shall purify you, this demon, in the name of the god of light." The dragons looked at the old man with curiosity. And suddenly the dragon emperor gasped, "Are you not the Pope? What brings you here?" By now, the blood vortex had nearly come to a halt, having expended a significant amount of power due to the sacrifices of the dragons. And now bound by the Pope's holy light chain, it ceased its movement entirely. The chain now wrapped around Tianqi, who had fully depleted his divine energy. The Qilin fire and Qilin claw had vanished. Gazing at the Pope before him, Tianqi found it peculiar. "Old man, are you truly the Pope?" The so-called Pope chuckled. "Ha! I am one of the 16 seraphim under the God of Light, Gafet. Today, I come to annihilate this demon as per the divine decree of the God of Light." Upon finishing, the Pope's form began to transform, 3 pairs of pristine wings sprouting from his back, radiating an intense holy light. A colossal arrow, composed of pure light, hurtled towards Tianqi. However, devoid of divine energy and ensnared by the holy light chain, Tianqi could only brace himself against the impending strike. The arrow struck Tianqi squarely in the chest, yet it could advance no further, dissipating into light. Gafet, witnessing this, was taken aback. "Could it be that this is the body of a demon? Your bodily fortitude is quite impressive. However, let us see if you can withstand my destruction arrow. And just so you know, my destruction arrow does not target the flesh. It directly assaults the soul." A golden arrow of light materialized, swiftly flying towards Tianqi. The destruction arrow penetrated Tianqi's form, seeking his soul. Yet, as a member of the Qilin clan, his soul resided within his Yuan Dan, though Tianqi had yet to cultivate his Yuan Dan. The Yuan Dan of his father, the God Emperor Machi, resided within him. The destruction arrow struck Machi's Yuan Dan, almost breaching the 3rd seal entirely. Chapter 55. The domain reemerges. A thunderous roar echoed from the edge of the elven forest. As a peculiar magical beast's apparition manifested before all, the overwhelming pressure forced even the Dragon Emperor to kneel, and the remaining 100 dragons followed suit, bowing before the ethereal shadow of the God Emperor Machi that emerged behind Tianqi. The Qilin fire flared back to life on Tianqi, causing the holy light chain to vanish in an instant. Torrents of divine energy surged from Machi's Yuan Dan, as the shadow began to merge back into Tianqi's being. With a cold gaze fixed on Gafet, Tianqi made a swift movement, appearing before him in an instant. A claw pierced through Gafet's chest, the Qilin fire igniting upon contact, with a forceful toss. Gafet was sent crashing to the ground. Tianqi then unleashed the excess energy within him, and the remaining dragons faced his frenzied onslaught. Minutes later, only the Dragon Emperor, Arses, and the unconscious Borger and Elder Ice Dragon remained. All others had been completely obliterated. Yet Gafet, having returned to the ground, was not dead. The gaping wound on his chest healed almost instantaneously, and he began to cast a summoning spell, not summoning another, but himself. For he was currently bound to the Pope's form, his divine power largely restricted. At this moment, utilizing the Pope's body, he could summon his true form to the mortal realm, albeit at the cost of the Pope's life and for a limited duration of 30 minutes. Nevertheless, Gafet initiated this life-costing summoning spell. The wings of the seraphim die in the air. Tianqi observed the resigned expressions of the Dragon Emperor and Elder Ice Dragon. Feeling a twinge of pity, taking a deep breath, he declared, "I can spare you, but you must vow that as long as I remain alive, you shall never leave Dragon Island. Will you comply?" The Dragon Emperor, who had thought his fate sealed, quickly replied, "I promise you, we shall never leave Dragon Island again." Tianqi nodded and descended to the ground. Meanwhile, the God of Light's temple in the divine realm had also been stirred. A portal of light appeared before Gafet, and the God of Light descended from his throne, approaching Gafet. Gazing at the portal, he remarked, "This is the wings of the seraphim. Gafet requires the summoning of his true form. It seems he has encountered trouble. Sonia, you shall descend and assist Gafet." Another seraph, Sonia, knelt before the God of Light, replying, "As you command." Before soaring into the portal in the mortal realm, before the Pope, a dazzling portal materialized, from which a brilliant white light emerged, entering the portal. The true form of Gafet, alongside another seraph, Sonia, emerged from the portal. The 2 seraphs, closest to the god, appeared before everyone, their unmatched presence shaking the hearts of all. Tianqi merely smiled coldly, thinking to himself that this would be an intriguing challenge. The surrounding elves and adventurers were almost fainting. Not only had the entire dragon race mobilized today, but they were also facing defeat at the hands of the human Qilin Tianqi. Now, even seraphs, revered as gods, had descended. It seemed Qilin Tianqi was doomed. Though he was a godslayer, he had only slain a four-winged virtue angel. Yet now stood before him two six-winged seraphs. Seeing the two seraphs, Yue felt an inexplicable aversion rising within her. Little Yue, frightened, hid in the embrace of Princess Xingqian, while Wanxin gazed apprehensively at Gaffet and Sonia. The old marshal and others had succumbed to utter despair. Previously, Tianqi had managed to escape the demon commander once. It must have been luck. But now, although the two seraphs might not surpass the demon commander, their strength was undoubtedly beyond what the current Tianqi could withstand. Gaffet, surprised to see Sophia had also arrived, inquired, "Sophia, what brings you down? My master fears for your safety and sent me to assist." "Isn't he?" Sophia turned her gaze towards the enigmatic Tianqi before her. Garfield nodded gravely, stating, "This peculiar little fellow requires caution." Sophia chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Garfield, it appears your courage and prowess have diminished. To be intimidated by such a mere human. Very well, allow me to handle this." With that, Sophia raised her holy sword and made a delicate slash, activating the first layer of the gravity domain. Instantly, a peculiar energy enveloped Tianqi, who felt as though his body had suddenly become thousands of times heavier, forcing him down to the ground. Desperately, Tianqi attempted to channel the divine power within him, but within Sophia's domain, even his divine essence felt as if it had been weighed down 100-fold, rendering it ineffective. Sophia floated gracefully before Tianqi, observing his struggles with a gentle smile. "Futile effort. Within my domain, everything is under my control, Garfield. I shall take action now. If we eliminate him, we can return swiftly. The Lord of Light awaits our report." Garfield, resigned, entered Sophia's domain, addressing Tianqi with a smile. "Kate Tianqi, your strength is commendable. I had hoped to engage in a more entertaining contest with you, but it seems the opportunity has vanished. After all, Sophia ranks as the third most powerful among our 16 seraphim. To perish at her hands would indeed be a stroke of fortune for you. Sophia, proceed." Sophia raised her holy sword and aimed it at Tianqi's head. Thrusting downwards, the sword merely grazed his skin, leaving behind a mere red mark. After all, she was a peak divine seraphim. Although she did not exert her full strength, the mark on Tianqi's forehead attested to her power. Why is his head so resilient that even the holy sword fails to penetrate? Sophia marveled at Tianqi. Meanwhile, within Tianqi, a strange yet lethal energy surged forth, accompanied by a voice echoing in his mind. "Young one, you cannot afford to be so careless next time. This domain is rather impressive, but once you locate the Pango axe, will you still fear this domain? For now, relinquish control to me. Rest while I show these avian beings what a true domain looks like." With that, Tianqi succumbed to unconsciousness, and a blinding white light erupted from within him. Chapter 56. The terrifying white tiger. A brilliant white light radiated from Tianqi, and a terrifying oppressive force swept across the entire elven forest. A massive white tiger emerged, proudly lifting its head and casting a sideways glance at Garfield and Sophia. "What business do you birdfolk have with this lad? Never mind. That domain you just used looked entertaining. Allow me to introduce you to my own creation. Let us see how you fare." Before Garfield and Sophia could react, they were engulfed by the white tiger's domain, instantly rendered unable to perceive anything. All elements vanished from their senses, replaced by an overwhelming aura of death that eroded their very beings, causing their eyes to redden and their inner murderous intent to intensify. Last, they began to engage in combat. Driven purely by instinct, exchanging blows as feathers and golden blood filled the air, while the white tiger hovered above, observing the chaos. "This domain is quite enjoyable," the white tiger mused. "Now, let us not waste time. Quickly dispose of these two avian nuisances, and I shall return to my training." With that thought, the tiger swooped down. A series of pained screams echoed momentarily before silence fell. The tiger, adorned with feathers, returned Tianqi to the gathered crowd, remarking, "This time, though the avian beings lacked flavor, their energy was commendable. I shall take my leave now. Inform the lad upon his awakening not to forget his origins. With that, it vanished back into Tianqi's body. Only then did the assembled awaken to the reality of the terrifying beast that had reappeared, having devoured 2 seraphim. Adventurers from various factions began to retreat, while the Dragon Emperor and others had already commenced their escape. News of Tianqi's defeat of 2 seraphim spread rapidly across the major factions and organizations of the Tianya continent. Among the adventurers, a pair of peculiar purple eyes fixated on Tianqi. Their owner, Vasher of the Undying clan, had initially come to investigate Yue. However, unaware that Yue was her target due to the latter's energy being sealed, Vasher was astounded by the white tiger's display. She resolved to prioritize uncovering the nature of the white tiger before delving into the life energy matter, pondering what manner of beast could so effortlessly slay 2 seraphim. Meanwhile, the Elven Queen, aware that her previous actions had offended Tianqi, felt no remorse. She believed it was for the greater good of the entire Elven race. After all, no one had anticipated that Tianqi could single-handedly vanquish the Dragon Clan and defeat 2 godlike seraphim. Thus, she approached Tianqi slowly, stating, "If Prince wishes to seek revenge, let it be directed solely at me. Do not involve the Elven race, for they are blameless. The fault lies solely with me." At that moment, Tianqi regained consciousness, pondering the identity of the voice he had heard earlier. Upon hearing the Elven Queen's words, he lifted his gaze to her face, suddenly reminded of Shar, and sighed, "Your Majesty, I understand that your actions were compelled by necessity, so there is no need for such gravity." Suddenly recalling Garfield and Sophia, he sprang to his feet, asking, "Where are Garfield and Sophia? Why are they missing?" Seeing Tianqi's anxious demeanor, the crowd erupted in laughter. Princess Starlight, accompanied by Wanxin and Yue, approached Tianqi. Yue alighted on Tianqi's shoulder, affectionately rubbing her cheek against him. "Daddy, I'm so glad you're okay. That big tiger was terrifying. I thought it would eat you." Wanxin flew into Tianqi's embrace, adding, "Yes, boss, that white tiger was truly fearsome," instantaneously dispatching 2 seraphim, and then remarked that the taste was subpar. As she spoke, Wanxin erupted into laughter. Tianqi looked at Wanxin and Yue. Perplexed, the white tiger? Could it be that the Force Spirit Pearl has been activated again? Observing Tianqi's confusion, the old marshal chuckled and explained, "That was a colossal white tiger, extraordinarily powerful, and it resides within you. When it returned to your body, it advised you to remember your origins before vanishing. The white tiger must be the Western spirit of the Force Spirit Pearl. Remember my origins? My origin is the Qilin. Indeed, I have hardly practiced the Qilin technique lately, focusing solely on the Pango axe and the magic of this world. Seems I need to dedicate myself to cultivation." Tianqi mused inwardly, raising his gaze to Princess Starlight. Taking in the familiar visage he longed for daily, Tianqi gently embraced Princess Starlight, relishing the familiar warmth and scent. Shinger, I am sorry for the hardships you've endured. Upon hearing Tianqi's heartfelt words, Princess Starlight could no longer contain her tears. "Tianqi, it is my fault. If I had not hoped for my father's redemption, Wanxin would not have been harmed." Wanxin interjected with a smile, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm perfectly fine now. Look." With that, she spun through the air, eliciting laughter from the crowd. With matters resolved, the Elven Queen posed the question, "Prince, do you plan to remain with us or?" Tianqi nodded. "I have decided to depart for the Beast Clan tomorrow. You all should stay here. I will take Yue and Lina with me. It is essential that you continue your training here, so you can better face the calamities that lie ahead." The old marshal observed Tianqi with curiosity. "Tianqi, with your current strength, we need not worry. But what is your purpose in visiting the Beast Clan?" Tianqi smiled. "Grandfather, rest assured, I merely wish to take a look in the future. I plan to travel across the continent to enhance my strength." Then, Prince, why not return to our Elven clan with everyone for now? You are departing tomorrow, so let us host a farewell banquet for you today. What does everyone think?" the Queen proposed suddenly. The crowd erupted in cheers. After such a prolonged period of tension, it was indeed time to relax. Thus, they returned to the Elven clan's residence, awaiting the commencement of the evening's festivities. Chapter 57. The Night of Farewell. At that moment, a grand celebration unfolded in the open space outside the Elven temple, filled with joyous scenes. Yet, the protagonist of the evening, Tianqi, felt anything but cheerful. Gazing at Princess Starlight and Shar, he was overwhelmed with a sense of reluctance. In his heart, his feelings for Shar had transcended mere sibling affection, evolving into an uncertain love. Shinger, Shar, though I cannot foresee what the future holds, I promise to return, for you will always be paramount in my heart. Daddy, what about me? Little Yue interrupted, fluttering over. Yes, boss, don't forget about me. Wan Xin chimed in, joining the commotion. The sound of their playful banter. The three paused and then burst into laughter. Tianqi affectionately ruffled Yue and Wan Xin's hair. Heh, Yue and Xiner are also my treasures. Is that satisfactory? Princess Xingqian and Shar walked alongside Tianqi, exchanging a knowing smile before simultaneously declaring, Brother Tianqi, regardless of what happens in the future, we shall await your return. This is our eternal promise. Tianqi gently embraced Xingqian and Shar, responding, Yes, this is also my vow to you. Now, let us proceed. With that, he took their hands and made his way to the gala. Yue and Wan Xin stood gracefully on Tianqi's shoulders as they entered the venue. Observing the joyous faces around them, which seemed to diminish the bittersweet pang of parting, Boss, sister-in-law, why are you so late? Everyone has been waiting for you, roared Quangzhan, accompanied by his iron-willed companions, as they approached Tianqi. Feeling warmth in his heart at the sight of his brothers, Tianqi addressed them, Brothers, after I depart, please devote yourselves to your training. Your safety will be entrusted to you. Zhongping, you will temporarily oversee this place. Focus on enhancing your strength in preparation for the impending calamity. For now, let us indulge in merriment. Laughter erupted as they rejoined the vibrant crowd, while the old marshal found himself encircled by enthusiastic elves. Pray tell, how does your highness cultivate? How have you attained such prowess at such a young age? Inquired Elf A. And what of that terrifying white beast? What manner of creature is it? Asked Elf B. Pray, does your highness already have a girlfriend? Chimed in Elf C. The old marshal gazed at the frenzied elves with exasperation until he spotted Tianqi's arrival, his face lighting up. These questions are best directed to him. Look, he is here. The swarm of elves surged toward Tianqi, allowing the old marshal to breathe a sigh of relief. Father, your method is indeed ruthless, laughed Lannon. Alas, there is little I can do as a son to alleviate my father's burdens. I must rely on my grandson, the old marshal sighed. Lannon was momentarily taken aback, while Luina, Launching, and Canelake erupted in laughter. Come now, old man, do not tease Lannon further. Let us join them, Luina said with a smile. Startled by the throng of exuberant elves, Tianqi contemplated fleeing when suddenly, the Elven Queen appeared. What is the meaning of this? Where is your decorum as elves? Hearing the Queen's admonition, the elves reluctantly dispersed from Tianqi's side. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate their fervor, he said with a smile, shaking his head. It is of no consequence, Your Majesty. After my departure tomorrow, I hope you will look after my family and brothers. The Queen nodded, responding, It is only right that we assist and understand one another. As you leave tomorrow, please accept these 2 vials of life spring as a token of our elven kinship. Astonished by the sight of the green vials in the Queen's hands, Tianqi recognized their significance. The life spring, a source of life energy, could instantly restore the user's fighting spirit and magical power, healing all ailments and wounds, as long as one drew breath. Consuming the life spring would return them to their prime state. However, due to its origin from the Tree of Nature, the sacred birthplace of elves, the elven race could only gather a limited quantity each year. Thus, the life spring was highly coveted across the continent. The 2 vials in Tianqi's possession represented a decade's worth of the elves' harvest. Your Majesty, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it, he declared, attempting to return the vials. The Queen shook her head firmly. Your Highness, we elves do not retract gifts once given. If you refuse these vials, I shall dispose of them this instant. With that, she raised the vials to the ground. No, I shall take them. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty, he relented, reluctantly accepting the vials. The Queen and the elders chuckled at his predicament. The old marshal then approached, stating, Tianqi, your grandparents have not prepared any gifts for you. So please accept this spatial ring as a token. He handed Tianqi a ring, a spatial ring. How do you possess one? Grandfather? Hasn't spatial magic and its artifacts vanished with the fall of the god of space? Tianqi questioned, perplexed by the ring in his hand. The old marshal nodded. While spatial magic is indeed lost, a few artifacts remain. This ring has been passed down through our care family for generations. Simply place a drop of blood upon it, and you shall be able to use it. I have cleared its contents. But remember, living creatures cannot be stored within. There is no air. Tianqi nodded, applying a drop of his blood to the ring, which then glowed with a golden light. He attempted to store the 2 vials of life spring. And as he thought of them, they vanished from his grasp, now resting within the spacious interior of the ring. Chapter 58. Departure. A first experience. The night sky of the elven forest was breathtaking. With the moon shining brilliantly, lying in bed, Tianqi gazed out at the moon before suddenly deciding to rise. Rather than departing the following day, he thought it better to slip away unnoticed that very night, sparing Xinger and Shar from heartache. Yes, that would be best. True to his nature, he swiftly packed a change of clothes and the purple crystal card into the spatial ring before quietly entering Princess Xingqian's chamber. Gazing at the sleeping princess, he could not resist placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Grasping her small hand, he murmured, "Xinger, I am about to leave. Take care of yourself. Do not forget our promise. If, upon my return, you are to marry another, I shall surely scold you." A smile broke across his face at this thought. Turning to Wanxin beside her, he affectionately patted her head. "Xinger, you must grow up quickly. The boss is waiting for you and Xinger to become my brides." Chuckling at his own foolishness, he decided to check on Shar next. With that, he flew away. Shortly after Tianqi's departure, Princess Xingqian opened her eyes. Silently vowing, "Tianqi, I will wait for your return. This is my promise." Meanwhile, Wanxin also stirred, thinking, "I must grow up quickly and take human form so I can marry the boss." Tianqi soon arrived at Shar's room. Observing Shar and her companion Kashi, he sighed and spoke to Kashi, "Though I am uncertain of my feelings for you, I am aware of yours for me. When I return, I will provide both you and myself with a satisfactory answer." He then approached Shar, placing a soft kiss on her forehead and taking her hand. "Little Shar, after Tianqi departs, please take care of yourself and wait for your brother to return." With that, he turned to leave. Both Shar and Kashi had not been asleep, fully aware of the events that had transpired. Kashi was in tears, while Shar's face flushed red, marking the poignant end of their farewell. Lina carried Tianqi skyward, while little Yue remained blissfully asleep in his arms. Tianqi donned the silver mask gifted by the old marshal, finding it remarkably comfortable and without any discomfort. The mask, obtained by the old marshal during his own adventures, exuded a cool aura and adapted to the wearer's facial expressions, crafted by the renowned alchemist Master Qilin. Observing the unique mask on Tianqi's face, Lina gently inquired, "Master, is this truly all right?" Tianqi smiled and shook his head. "It is fine, Lina, by the way. Can you transform? Riding a unicorn seems rather conspicuous." He chuckled. "Certainly, Master, I can take on the appearance of an ordinary pet dog." "Very well, then transform, as I wish to practice my Qilin cloud." Tianqi replied. In an instant, an adorable white pet dog appeared before Tianqi. He nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Lina. Let us soar together." After Tianqi unlocked the 3rd seal of the Yuan Dan for the last time, the divine energy within him had reached sufficient levels. However, he was unable to transcend the realm of Qilin cloud, remaining stagnant at the 3rd layer, seemingly hitting a bottleneck. This was one of the reasons why Tianqi sought to undergo training. To break through the confines of his limitations, he needed to rely on his own understanding. Once he ascended to the realm of the 4th layer Qilin Thunder, he would manifest his own Yuan Dan within, resulting in a monumental transformation in his strength. And he would also gain access to certain powerful techniques exclusive to the Qilin clan. A Qilin with a Yuan Dan was the true embodiment of a Qilin. A handsome youth soared through the night sky with the wind, closely followed by a white pet dog on the ground below. A pair of violet eyes watched the sky intently, filled with deep resentment. "That little brat is up there soaring comfortably while I'm laboriously chasing after him. Just wait until you fall into my hands. You'll see what's in store for you," grumbled Vasher of the Undying clan. glaring fiercely at Tianqi above. Hours passed, and dawn approached. Tianqi took out a map and observed. Below should be the city of Gyre in the Fade Empire, relatively large city. Lena, let us land and take a break, perhaps grab a bite to eat. Lena nodded in agreement, on the bustling streets of Gyre. A richly dressed noble youth adorned with a silver mask appeared, accompanied by a charming pet dog. The city remained remarkably quiet at this early hour, well before 6 o'clock, with only a few pedestrians traversing the serene streets. Upon seeing Tianqi, they hurriedly made way, fearful of offending this noble young master. Tianqi had never before experienced the outside world. He had spent his childhood engrossed in books, entering the academy at 12 and participating in wars at 16. Thus, he had never had the chance to stroll through the streets, and his heart brimmed with excitement as he leisurely surveyed each shop. He halted in front of one called the Gyre Tavern. Retrieving another book from his ring, The Beginner's Guide for Adventurers of Tenya Continent, he flipped through its pages. The tavern was known as the most information-rich yet chaotic place on the continent. A haven for adventurers where bloodshed frequently occurred, and a place to dine. His eyes sparkled with realization. Lena, we can eat here. Ha ha, I've never dined in a tavern before. How thrilling! Lena smiled wryly at her master, who, despite his extraordinary strength, had nearly zero social experience. Upon entering the tavern, despite it being morning, a handful of adventurers were present. When they noticed Tianqi, they scoffed disdainfully. To them, nobles were mere parasites of the nation. Tianqi's attire, purchased at great expense in his home, was a clear indicator of his noble status, pieces costing thousands of gold coins, unaffordable for the average person. Chapter 59. The Dragon Sword Mercenary Group. The tavern attendant rushed over upon spotting Tianqi. Esteemed noble sir, what would you like to eat? He inquired. Tianqi, puzzled, smiled and asked, what do you have on the menu? The attendant was momentarily taken aback, for Tianqi's mask bore a friendly smile. He quickly led Tianqi to a table and presented a menu. Beaming, here is our menu at the Gyre Tavern. Please order whatever you fancy. Tianqi glanced at the menu and gently roused the sleeping Zuui. Zuui, it's time to wake up. We're going to eat. The adorable creature opened her eyes wide and flew out, causing a stir within the tavern. Daddy, where's the food? Daddy's lying. Humph. Her endearing demeanor elicited laughter from the patrons. Tianqi chuckled, placing the menu before Zuui. How could I ever deceive Zuui? Look, here is the menu. Order whatever you wish. Zuui fluttered over the menu, selecting 18 dishes before contentedly returning to Tianqi's embrace. The onlookers were astonished. This adorable magical beast could talk. Had it not been for Tianqi's noble status, the adventurers might have already acted. Vasher also took note of Zuui but did not connect her to her own past. In her eyes, she was merely an intriguing magical creature. Lena ordered 2 dishes, bringing the total to 20. The attendant, bewildered by the peculiar noble and his extraordinary pet, took the menu and went to the kitchen. Soon, the dishes arrived, and the tavern grew increasingly lively as more adventurers entered. Filling the establishment, except for Tianqi's table, which remained empty. At that moment, a unique group entered the Gyre Tavern, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent. Their garments bore a distinctive emblem, a massive sword piercing a dragon's skull. Isn't that the emblem of the Dragon Sword Mercenary Group, the top mercenary group in the continent? An adventurer exclaimed in astonishment. His companion quickly hushed him. Are you seeking death? They are indeed the Dragon Sword Mercenary Group. Do you see that middle-aged man? He is Astu, the vice-captain of the Dragon Sword Mercenary Group, and those 2 men behind him are the sons of the group's elders, while the 2 women are the daughters of the group's leader, the Thunder Sword Saint, Oster. Astu scanned the tavern and noted that only Tianqi's table remained unoccupied, so he led his companions to Tianqi. Upon seeing Tianqi's attire and mask, Astu was taken aback. He recognized the mask as one of only 3 in existence. One was in the hands of Qilin, while another had been gifted to Marshal Qilin of the Cade Empire, and the last to the Queen of the Magic Empire. Clearly, this young man was not ordinary. As Astu pondered, Tianqi regarded the group before him. May I assist you? Tianqi inquired politely. Just as Astu was about to respond, the girl behind him interjected, You need to vacate this table. It's reserved for the Dragon Sword Mercenary Group, understand? This was Osli, the girl speaking, who had long felt discomfort at Tianqi's presence, believing it inappropriate for a single noble to occupy such a large space while other adventurers stood. Upon hearing Asli's words, Astu realized the situation was dire. When I entered, no one informed me this was your group's table, so it is my table now. Do you understand? The smile on Tianqi's mask unnerved Astu and his companions. You best not provoke me, or I won't hesitate to annihilate you. The Dragon Sword mercenary group was the very one that assisted the Dark Elf clan in stealing the goddess's blessing. It appears they are not to be trifled with, Tianqi mused inwardly, then sat down calmly to eat, while Zuyuai curiously asked, Daddy, who are they? Do you know them? Lina kept a vigilant eye on Astu and his group. Upon hearing Zuyuai's voice, Astu and his companions were momentarily stunned. A magical beast that could talk was a known rarity, typically only found among saint-level beasts. Yet, this one could not possibly be a saint-level beast. It must be a uniquely evolved creature. If they captured it and sold it, their financial woes would be resolved. Greed stirred within Astu as he contemplated this. The other girl behind Astu, Asli, spoke up. Sir, my name is Asli. I sincerely apologize for my sister's rudeness. We meant no offense. We approached you simply because yours was the only table available. Seeing the sincerity in Asli's expression, Tianqi nodded. If that is the case, please join me. Astu, however, had already resolved to take action but needed an excuse. He drew his massive sword and smashed the table, declaring, You thief! You have stolen my niece's magical beast, and now you dare to show yourself here. If you do not return the beast, the Dragon Sword mercenary group will not let you go. Asli quickly grabbed Astu. Uncle, what are you saying? We just met, and I have no magical beast. You must be mistaken. Before Asli could finish, Astu knocked her unconscious. Asli raised her wand towards Tianqi. Yes, it is this magical beast, you shameless thief. The tavern erupted into chaos, with patrons aware that this was merely a pretext fabricated by the Dragon Sword mercenary group to seize the magical beast. Tianqi observed the unfolding drama coldly, gently placing Zuyuai in Lina's care. Lina, take good care of Zuyuai. Zuyuai, stay here and watch Daddy fight. I will take you to enjoy even better food afterward. Upon witnessing the delectable feast before her vanish, Yue was on the verge of tears. However, upon hearing Tianqi's words, she instantly broke into a smile, affirming that she would obediently watch her father engage in battle. Tianqi chuckled lightly, then turned to gaze at Astos and his companions. Hoping they would not come to regret their decisions, a bloodthirsty grin appeared on his mask, sending chills down the spines of those around him, causing the nearby adventurers to hastily retreat, while the owner of the Gal Tavern had already scurried off to seek the city guards. Chapter 60. A New Identity. Adventurer. The tavern in Gal City was now in utter disarray, as the Dragon Sword mercenary corps had finally taken action to capture Yue. Astos wielded his great sword, infused with his frenzied, thunderous energy, while the two men behind him drew their weapons. Australie was preparing her magic as a fire mage, gearing up for a level 4 fire spell, the explosive fireball. Tianqi coldly regarded the individuals before him, asking if they were prepared. I am about to commence. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Astos, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. The others, unable to comprehend Tianqi's swift movement, rushed to Astos's side, while Australie had completed her incantation. A fireball the size of a basketball hurtled towards Tianqi. With a swift motion, he sidestepped and stood beside Australie, whispering in her ear, I truly loathe girls like you, who are so self-righteous. However, for your sister's sake, I shall spare you this time. With that, he turned and departed. As Tianqi approached, Astos's heart was now filled not only with regret, but also a tinge of fear. He had been defeated in a single strike, realizing that this young man must possess at least the prowess of a sword saint at its peak. Perhaps he could be the second sword god the continent had seen in millennia. Astos recalled his elder brother's words, that once one transcended to the sword god level, one could alter their appearance. It became clear why the youth before him appeared as an aged sword god. In a rush of realization, Astos knelt before Tianqi. Predecessor sword god, today's events are my fault. If you wish to take my life, then do so, but please spare these children. Astos respectfully knelt before Tianqi. The surrounding adventurers were stunned, realizing that this young man was indeed a sword god, which explained his ability to defeat the Thunder Sword Saint with ease. Yet, how could a sword god be so young? The legendary Roaring Sword God had only entered the Sword God realm at 50. You are foolish. Upon reaching the Sword God realm, one acquires certain extraordinary abilities, such as altering one's appearance. Hearing the adventurers' discussions, a thought struck Tianqi. He was in need of a suitable guise, and the identity of the Sword God's disciple would be perfect. Slowly, he approached Astos. I am not a sword god. I am merely the disciple of the Roaring Sword God, currently possessing only the strength of a saint. I have yet to reach the level my master once attained, and I have never met him, as he merely provided me with training methods before vanishing. Since you have acknowledged your mistake, let today's incident be forgotten. With those words, Tianqi took Lina and Yue and soared into the sky, leaving behind a myriad of speculations among the adventurers. Regardless, the news of the Roaring Sword God's disciple, adorned with a peculiar mask and accompanied by 2 talking pets, began to spread across the continent. Meanwhile, Tianqi was soothing the upset Yue. Daddy is a liar. He said there would be delicious food. Little Yue pouted, sitting on Tianqi's shoulder. But just a moment ago, didn't he, Daddy, have something to attend to? Next time, I promise to take you for a feast, one that is far grander than this. All right, really? Then I shall forgive you this time, she huffed. Tianqi smiled wryly, suddenly realizing that this was the adventurers' guild mentioned in the guide. He led Yue and Lina into the guild. Inside the adventurers' guild, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Adventurers were everywhere. Many gathered around the task board, seeking missions, while others in the resting area sought companions or gathered information. Tianqi observed everything with curiosity, captivated by the vibrant scene. His arrival caught the attention of the guild's higher-ups. An elderly man approached Tianqi. Good sir, I am Amand, the president of the Gal City branch of the Adventurers Guild. How may I assist you? Tianqi greeted the self-proclaimed president with a noble bow. Excuse me, President. I wish to register as an adventurer. Could you guide me on how to proceed? Amand looked somewhat surprised at Tianqi's politeness, especially coming from the disciple of a sword god. That is quite simple. Just head to the counter to complete the registration. However, you will need a profession certification that verifies your strength. Given your ability to defeat the Thunder Sword Saint with a single blow, you must possess at least saint-level power, but our guild can only issue a certification for the Great Sword Master level. That is acceptable. A Great Sword Master certification will suffice. I can simply handle it at the counter. Correct? Amand nodded, and the crowd parted to allow Tianqi passage. He approached the counter, where a somewhat nervous receptionist stood. Please assist me with my registration. The receptionist quickly retrieved a prepared form and handed it to Tianqi. After reviewing the form, he altered his name to Xiaoye, and upon completion, submitted it back. A few moments later, a purple crystal card bearing the Adventurers Guild emblem and a Great Sword Master certification, essentially a metal badge, appeared before him. Tianqi picked up both the crystal card and the certification, which contained his name, adventurer level, and other pertinent information. You simply need to present this identity card to accept missions. As you are indeed a saint-level powerhouse. Our president has upgraded your adventurer level to C grade. The levels range from G, F, D, C, B, A, S, to Super S, and these upgrades have been provided to you free of charge. You may now accept tasks from the task board. Thank you, and my gratitude to you as well, President, he replied with a grin, his masked smile still ominous. Tianqi approached the task board, seeking missions related to the Beastmen, which would conveniently allow him to undertake tasks as well. Chapter 61. A 1 copper coin task. While Tianqi was perusing the task board, a cloaked figure tugged at his sleeve and beckoned him to follow. Intrigued, Tianqi followed the mysterious individual into a narrow alley. The figure stopped, removed the cloak, revealing a remarkably charming young girl. She stepped closer to Tianqi, saying, Sir, I harbor no ill intentions. We merely have a task we would like to entrust to you, and the rewards are undoubtedly generous. Tianqi smiled faintly at the girl. I will only say this once. If you seek my assistance, please disclose everything. Otherwise, we shall have nothing to discuss. The girl pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Yes, we indeed wish to seek your help, but may I ask you a question first? Tianqi nodded. Go ahead. Do you harbor any disdain for the Beastmen? She asked nervously. Tianqi chuckled lightly, I hold no racial biases. Whether human, beast, or any other race, we are all part of this world's tapestry. You need not worry. The girl visibly relaxed. My name is Ulla. I was a resident of the Taylor Fortress in the Kate Empire. But due to the actions of the demon Kate Tianqi, my family perished, leaving me all alone. Alongside other orphan children, I fled from the fortress, and just as we were on the brink of starvation, we encountered Princess Anna. Though she is of the Beastmen, she did not harm us. Instead, she generously shared her meager rations. I voluntarily stayed on as her maid, only to learn that she was seeking the Beast God. However, the four great empires have now united to attack the Beastmen, and the princess must return home, which is perilous. Her guards lack strength, so I suggested she recruit mercenaries and adventurers. That is why I came here. And upon seeing you, you bore a striking resemblance to the rumored disciple of the Sword God, prompting me to seek your assistance in escorting the princess home. With a pleading look, Ulla implored Tianqi. Very well then, I shall accept this task. Please proceed to post it, as I was indeed intending to visit the Beastmen. Tianqi replied with a smile. Ulla leaped with excitement. Really? You mean it? Great. I will go post the task right away. Upon concluding their conversation, they promptly escorted Tianqi back to the Adventurers Guild. Once their affairs were settled, Ulla led Tianqi to the residence of Princess Anna of the Beastmen. To their surprise, they discovered that she resided within the adventurers, and it seemed that wealth indeed held great power. Haha. The so-called Princess Anna of the Beastmen was, in fact, the granddaughter of the national master, Adolf. From the moment of her birth, she had been adopted as a daughter by the Beast Emperor, thereby earning the title of Princess Anna. This time, she had stealthily escaped, having overheard a conversation between Adolf and the Beast Emperor one fateful night. The Beastmen now faced a grave crisis, and only by locating the Beast God, who was none other than Tianqi, could they avert disaster. Adolf and his associates were unaware of Tianqi's identity. They only remembered the black axe he wielded. Thus, Princess Anna ventured out with a few guards, determined to find the Beast God with the black axe. Along their journey, they disguised themselves, selling off their magic crystals and various beast pelts, and encountered Ulla and her companions, which cost them a considerable amount of gold. Consequently, they found themselves temporarily residing in this inn. Ulla approached the door of the princess's quarters and gently knocked. A gruff voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, Ulla, that I have found an adventurer to protect the princess." Ulla hastily replied. The door swung open to reveal several formidable tiger warriors guarding a fox girl, none other than Princess Anna. Upon seeing Tianqi adorned with a peculiar mask, she stepped forward, her face lighting up with joy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed disciple of the Sword God. Although I believe you are already aware of my identity, I must ask once more, do you truly wish to escort me?" The princess of the Beastmen, back to our realm? Gazing into Anna's sparkling eyes, Tianqi smiled and replied, "Beautiful princess, my name is Xiaoye. I hold no prejudices regarding race, so I am indeed willing to escort you." Princess Anna, back to the Beastmen Empire. Anna nodded enthusiastically, then, somewhat awkwardly, continued, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xiaoye. However, we have already expended a significant amount of gold, leaving us somewhat financially constrained. I can only offer you a fee of 10 gold coins for your service. Yet, upon my return to the Beastmen, I promise to provide you with ample compensation. Haha, I require merely a single copper coin as my fee, for escorting you is merely a matter of convenience. I have my own affairs to attend to in the Beastmen Empire, so a single copper coin will suffice," Tianqi said with a smile, extending a finger. Ulla, Anna, and the tiger warriors were momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying you only desire a copper coin as your fee?" Anna asked incredulously. Tianqi nodded with a grin. "Indeed, merely a copper coin. When do we depart?" Ulla and the others erupted into laughter, while Anna let out a deep sigh. "The sooner, the better. If Mr. Xiaoye is available, it would be best to set off immediately, for we are running out of time. The war has already begun." Tianqi nodded in agreement. Soon, a carriage was prepared, housing 4 tiger warriors, a beastman princess, and a maid, while Tianqi proudly assumed the role of the coachman. Chapter 62. The Gale Thief Guild on the road to the Beastmen Empire. A carriage sped along, driven by an extraordinary young man whose silver mask obscured his true visage. Two adorable pets nestled quietly in his arms, while his attire of opulent fabrics drew attention. Unbeknownst to him, a powerful band of thieves had set their sights on him, attracted by his luxurious clothing and the charming pets he carried, though the thieves, such a figure could only be a mere coachman. And they dismissed recent rumors about the sword god's apprentice. In their eyes, Tianqi was simply another ostentatious nobleman. After all, why would a true disciple of the sword god be driving a carriage? This was the perspective of the Gale Thief Guild's leader. Meanwhile, Tianqi remained oblivious to the danger he was in due to his attire. After several days of travel, they were nearing the Tyrell fortress. They only needed to traverse the valley ahead to arrive before nightfall. The current Tyrell fortress was but a shadow of its former self, having been reduced to 1/10 of its original scale after reconstruction. Suddenly, the swiftly moving carriage came to a halt as Tianqi sensed a multitude of people ahead. He stopped the carriage, prompting Ulla to ask, "Mr. Xiaoye, what is the matter? Why have we stopped?" Tianqi carefully assessed the energy signatures of those ahead. Merely 3 grand swordsmen, a sorcerer, and a few insignificant minions wish to rob us, he replied with a resigned chuckle. There's nothing to worry about. Just a group of weaklings. Stay inside, and I will resolve the issue promptly. Ulla nodded and retreated into the carriage. Tianqi gently placed the sleeping Yue onto Lina's lap. "Lina, please look after Yue. I shall return shortly." With that, he slowly descended from the carriage, stepping towards the ambush set by the Gale Thief Guild. Observing Tianqi approach alone, the leader of the Gale Thief Guild, Lar, found it perplexing. "Brother, does he suspect us?" questioned Lar's younger brother, Labu. "Indeed, brother, the second brother may be right. This fellow might have truly noticed us," whispered the third brother. Lar closely monitored Tianqi's every move, filled with confusion. It was inconceivable that Tianqi could detect them from such a distance. Yet, if he had not discovered their presence, why would he stop the carriage and approach alone? Just as Lar pondered this, Tianqi, who had just been within the sight of the thieves, suddenly vanished. In his place stood a figure, gripping Lar's throat tightly, a terrifying smile evident on the silver mask. Your second and third brothers are correct. I have indeed discovered you." Labu and Lak gasped in shock. "How could you be here? Who are you?" "Quiet down, both of you. He is the disciple of the sword god." "What shall we do about today's situation?" Lar calmly replied. Tianqi gently released his grip on Lar's throat and asked with a smile, "I believe you know what to do." Lar, rubbing his throat, produced a purple crystal card. "This holds 100,000 gold coins. Please do not hold today's incident against us," he said as he approached Tianqi. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck Tianqi, prompting Lar to burst into laughter. So what if you are stronger than me? You will still perish by my hand. Caster, you may step forward now. You have done splendidly today. The boss will surely reward you well." At Lar's command, a lecherous old man staggered forward, panting. Thanks to the boss attracting his attention, I was able to hit him accurately. The taste of this level 9 magic, Thunder Serpent, is quite unpleasant. Lar raised his great sword, aiming it at Tianqi's neck. You cannot move, can you? You wish to resist? Even if you are a sword saint, the power of a level 9 magic is no trifling matter. While I may not severely injure you, I can paralyze you. Prepare to meet your end." He swung down his sword, but it was effortlessly halted by a single finger. A cold voice resonated. "I intended to see what tricks you possessed, but it appears I need not delay any longer." Crimson flames ignited, and a colossal Qilin claw materialized before Lar and his cohorts. "I am the son of the demon, Kate Tianqi." They shrieked in terror. "Everyone, run!" Upon witnessing Tianqi's transformation, the thieves fled in a frenzy. But it was too late. 3 minutes later, all that remained were ashes scattered by the wind as Tianqi retracted the Qilin flames and claw, returning to the carriage. "Mr. Xiaoye, are you unharmed?" Princess Anna inquired, her concern evident upon his return. Tianqi shook his head. "I am fine. Let us continue our journey. We will reach the fortress tonight, and by tomorrow, we can traverse the Frost Plains directly back to your territory." Currently, both the 4th Legion and the Beastmen army are stationed in the Frost Plains, and while neither side has yet engaged in battle, it is likely to occur soon. Princess, do rest well tonight. We shall set off in the morning. With that, the carriage resumed its journey. Upon their arrival at Tyrell City, Ula was in tears. Seeing her distress, Tianqi felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. After settling everyone into the inn, the night had fully descended. Despite having dined, Tianqi found it impossible to sleep. Little Yue fluttered before him. What troubles you, Daddy? Are you feeling unwell? Yue can help heal you. She chimed, gently waving her hand. Invoking the blessing of the goddess, a stream of green energy flowed into Tianqi, instantly uplifting his spirits. Observing Yue's effort, he felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, Yue. I am quite well now. You are remarkable, Tianqi smiled. Yue proudly lifted her head. Of course, Yue is amazing. He. After speaking, Tianqi returned to the embrace of Tianqi, who, at that moment, felt a sense of tranquility within. However, all of this was witnessed by a pair of eyes outside the window. The life energy emitted by Yue had been discovered by Vasher, who could now confirm that Yue was indeed her target. Yet, considering the terrifying white tiger, she decided to continue her surveillance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With this thought, Vasher felt somewhat fatigued and returned to her own chamber. Chapter 63. The war begins at dawn the next day. Tianqi, having just risen, heard a cacophony from the streets outside. Approaching the window, he gently pushed it open, only to see countless residents of the Taylor Fortress pouring into the streets, each fervently shouting slogans calling for the annihilation of the beast clans. While Tianqi pondered the situation, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted him. Come in, he called. Ola rushed in, exclaiming, Mr. Xiaoya, the princess is ready to depart. The war must have begun. These people below have heard the news of the conflict and are heading to the front lines. We can seize this opportunity to leave the city. Tianqi nodded, replying, Indeed, you are correct. Let us set off immediately. With that, he picked up Lina and Yue and made his way to Princess Anna's chamber. Mr. Xiaoya, I sincerely apologize for asking you to embark on this journey so soon, but time is of the essence. The front lines are already engaged in battle in the central part of the frozen plains. The coalition forces of 4 nations, numbering 8 million, are currently besieging our 2 million beast warriors. If these 2 million beast warriors are defeated, our clan will face total annihilation, vanishing from the continent forever. Therefore, Mr. Xiaoya, I implore you to assist us. I know you are the disciple of the sword god, and you must hold considerable influence among the human race. Anna begs you to save our beast clan. This is not merely a plea from one beast clan, the Fox tribe, but a request from all of us. Anna gently knelt before Tianqi, her tears reflecting her emotional turmoil, while Ola and several tiger warriors followed suit. Please rise. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall aid the beast clan, for I owe you a debt of gratitude. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the beast clan shall not perish. Now, let us go. With these words, Tianqi turned and departed. Anna and the others were left pondering the meaning of Tianqi's statements. Your Highness, do not overthink it. Since Mr. Xiaoya has promised to help us, you need not worry. Although he is but one man, I felt that he can accomplish whatever he sets his mind to when he spoke, Ola reassured. The princess nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ola, you are right. I felt the same way. As if Mr. Xiaoya were akin to a deity. In that moment, I sensed hope for our beast clan. Am I being foolish? Well then, let us not keep Mr. Xiaoya waiting. As the carriage set off once more, a brutal battle unfolded upon the frozen plains. The warriors of the beast clan, though valiant, faced overwhelming odds against an enemy 4 times their number, and casualties continued to mount in the beast clan's encampment. A crucial decision was being made. Beast King Buck, Supreme Leader Bart, National Master Adolf, and High Priest Azaf were present. The High Priest, responsible for the affairs of the Beast Goddess Temple, held a status second only to the Beast King and National Master in the Beast Empire. The leaders of the 3 primary tribes, wolves, tigers, and bears, along with the guardian tribe of the Beast Clan, the Behemoth tribe, were gathered. The Behemoth tribe, consisting of only 10 members, only emerged from the Beast Goddess Temple in times of dire need, and each member was of formidable holy rank. Your Majesty, we have reached the critical juncture. If we do not employ that method, our beast clan will face extinction, High Priest Azaf stated urgently. Do you wish to resort to that infernal gate once more? High Priest? Last time, we summoned Andre, who resurrected the demon commander, leading to the demise of tens of thousands of our warriors. Is that not enough? Adolf retorted coldly. You know nothing. If we do not follow my counsel, what do you propose? The coalition forces are immense, yet our warriors continue to perish. Provide us with a solution. Azaf shot back, cornered by the dire situation. At this moment, Beast King Buck stood up. Enough of this bickering. National Master and High Priest, I have made my decision. We shall open the infernal gate. This matter will be entrusted to the High Priest, and our task is to buy him as much time as possible. Do you all understand? Thus, the High Priest began preparations to open the so-called infernal gate, a magical artifact that allowed communication with demonic entities. It was with this that Azaf had previously contacted Andre, and it remained to be seen what demonic beings would be summoned this time. The war raged on. Although the Beast Clan suffered significant losses, the coalition forces incurred even greater casualties, and the brutal conflict continued. Meanwhile, Tianqi and his companions could now see the encampment of the coalition forces. The sounds of massive explosions and anguished cries filled the air. The battlefield lay ahead. Tio reached the Beast Clan's main camp. They would need to traverse the coalition's encampment and the fighting that ensued. The soldiers tasked with guarding the coalition's perimeter soon spotted Tianqi's carriage. Several soldiers approached, demanding, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" This is a military secret. We must speak with your commander." After deliberating, Tianqi invoked the notion of military confidentiality to intimidate the guards. Upon hearing the term military secret, the guards grew tense. "We will take you to meet the commander immediately." They complied, allowing Tianqi and his group to proceed toward the encampment, much to the astonishment of the princess and her companions, who had not anticipated such ease. However, Tianqi sensed that matters could not be so straightforward. The guards were undoubtedly suspect. As he had predicted, several hundred soldiers suddenly surged forth, surrounding the carriage, while the initial guards wore smug expressions. "Fool! Did you think you could deceive us? Military secret? Do you take us for fools? Brothers, seize them. They must be spies of the Beast Clan," one guard shouted. Seeing the situation unfold, Tianqi smiled faintly. "I hope you do not regret this." With a flourish, a golden aura ignited around him. Though he bore no weapon, a massive sword of pure golden energy materialized in his grasp, causing the surrounding soldiers to panic. "Ah, a holy ranked master. Quickly, alert commander," they cried. With a gentle swipe of the energy sword, a wave of golden energy surged forth, sending the soldiers flying, though they sustained only minor injuries. At that moment, the commander of the coalition forces finally arrived. Chapter 64. Divine Incantation. The commander of the coalition forces, wrote, was another dragon knight from the Holy Empire. Since the deaths of the 12 Zodiac warriors and the Pope, the Holy Empire's strength had waned significantly, and the nation was now entirely under the dominion of the Church of Light. Alexander had become a mere puppet, yet compared to the Kate Empire, which had lost its holy ranked masters, and the economically thriving Fed Empire, the Holy Empire still held considerable advantages. As for the Magic Empire, they had only dispatched a single magical regiment, comprising merely 10,000 troops. Thus the commander's position fell to Rote of the Holy Empire. Rote hurriedly exited the main camp, having received reports that a holy ranked master wearing a silver mask was currently within his encampment. Days prior, he had received news of the sword goddess disciple, Xiaoya, appearing, and now it seemed someone who could very well be Xiaoya was present. Upon arriving at the scene, Rote spotted the golden energy sword in Tianqi's hand and instantly recognized him as Xiaoya. "Withdraw those soldiers at once, Sir Xiaoya. I am Commander Rote. I sincerely apologize for our earlier rudeness. Please forgive us." The golden sword in Tianqi's hand gradually dissipated into the air as he spoke calmly. "Commander Rote, I am indeed Xiaoya, and I have come for a singular purpose. I hope you will withdraw your forces." The soldiers surrounding them and the generals behind Rote were taken aback. "You wish for us to withdraw? But the enemy is the Beast Clan." The commander of the Magic Empire's magical regiment interjected. Tianqi nodded. "Indeed, they are the Beast Clan. But are they not beings created by the Creator God? I have no wish to elaborate further. If you agree to withdraw, I, Xiaoya, would be immensely grateful." Should you choose not to, I will side with the Beast Clan. The decision lies with you." With that, he fell silent, observing Rote and the others. Inside the carriage, Princess Anna and Ola were deeply moved. "Your Highness, I never imagined Mr. Xiaoya would truly assist the Beast Clan. This is astonishing," Ola exclaimed, joyfully grasping Anna's hand. However, Princess Anna remained cautious, doubting the optimism of the situation. Though Xiaoya is the disciple of the sword god, he may very well be deceased. Would they truly abandon the opportunity to annihilate the Beast Clan for someone whose life and death are uncertain? This was also the thought of Luo Aote and his companions at that moment. Slowly, Luo Aote approached Tianqi, his expression grave as he spoke. "Your Excellency, Xiaoya, I sincerely apologize, but we cannot acquiesce to your demands. Should you insist on proceeding to the Orc tribe, we will be left with no choice but to take action. In that case, I shall not hold back." A series of eerie smiles manifested upon the silver mask. And once more, the golden aura sword materialized in Tianqi's hands. The roar of the Qilin reverberated again, and a peculiar shockwave left all present momentarily dazed. With Tianqi's current mastery of the third pinnacle of Qilin decision, even the mightiest of holy-level experts would find themselves momentarily stunned by the power of the Qilin song. Observing the multitude frozen in place, Tianqi smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yue was abruptly awakened by the commotion. She had been engaged in a pleasant conversation with Lina, but Tianqi's Qilin song had startled her from her dreams. "Daddy, why did you wake me? I was dreaming about food," she pouted. The aura sword in Tianqi's hand vanished in an instant as he hurriedly clarified. "It wasn't Timi who woke you, dear. It was these individuals obstructing our path. I had no choice but to stun them. Surely, I cannot slay them all." Only then did Yue relent, pointing at the bewildered figures before her and inquiring. "Silly daddy, can't we just make them stay still?" Tianqi nodded, looking at her quizzically. "Yes?" Yue's face lit up with glee. "Hee, leave this to me, daddy. Just watch." With a gentle lift of her hand, she invoked the blessing of the elven goddess. A language unfamiliar to Tianqi escaped her lips, intertwining with the final words of her spell. With a flourish of her wand, a wave of verdant energy emanated from her. Spreading throughout the entire military camp, vines of green sprouted from the earth, ensnaring the soldiers and rendering their struggles utterly futile. Exhausted, Yue returned to Tianqi's embrace. "Daddy, wasn't I amazing? Hee. This will hold them for 10 minutes, but now, I feel so tired." Before she could finish, she drifted off to sleep. What Yue had just unleashed, the natural entanglement, was a divine spell only wielded by those of godlike strength. It was the elven goddess's signature magic, capable of binding targets while simultaneously siphoning their energy to replenish its own. Thus, once ensnared, escape became exceedingly difficult, only dissipating once the vines had absorbed sufficient energy. Given Yue's current capabilities, the energy her vines could absorb was limited, allowing them to bind the soldiers for merely about 10 minutes, that moment, aside from the soldiers on the battlefield. Everyone else had been ensnared by Yue's magic. Noticing Yue's fatigue, Tianqi chuckled softly, shaking his head at the foolishness of the child. He then returned to the carriage, only to remember that the others within had also been rendered unconscious by his Qilin song. Upon opening the carriage door, Princess Anna and the others were just beginning to awaken, their eyes widening at the scene outside. Your Excellency Xiaoya, did you do all this?" Princess Anna stammered, somewhat at a loss for words. Soon, the others, including Ulla, also regained consciousness and were equally astonished by the spectacle outside. Tianqi nodded with a smile. "All right, let us proceed to the battlefield." With that, the still-dazed Princess Anna and the others urged the carriage onward, leaving Luo Aote and his companions to watch helplessly as Tianqi departed. Meanwhile, within the Orc encampment, a commotion erupted. High Priest Asaf had already set about opening the demon gate. Just then, as Tianqi's Qilin song echoed, the National Master Adolf and the Grand Commander Bart, along with the leaders of the 3 main warring factions, stood up in astonishment. Adolf, his face beaming, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, that was undeniably the voice of the beast god. How could we forget its resonance?" Bart and the three tribe leaders nodded in agreement. The Beast Emperor, too, felt a surge of excitement, suddenly recalling Asaf's task. He quickly instructed his guards, since the Beast God has arrived. We must prevent High Priest Asaf from opening the demon gate. It must not be unleashed. Go quickly. Two guards rushed off to thwart Asaf's efforts. But would everything proceed so smoothly? In a small valley several hundred meters away from the orc camp, a colossal black pillar of light ascended, exuding a terrifying aura filled with murderous intent that swept across the battlefield. The valley became saturated with dark elements as Asaf gazed maniacally at the demon he had summoned through the demon gate. The dense dark energy coiled tightly around the so-called demon, and suddenly, all surrounding dark elements began to contract sharply, being drawn into the demon's very being. At that moment, Tian-Chi, still in his carriage, sensed the dreadful killing intent that had just emerged. He sighed with a smile. It seems the orcs have unearthed someone formidable once again. Last time it was the demon commander. I wonder who it will be this time. Not far from Tian-Chi, Vasher felt a surge of anxiety. While others may have been oblivious, she recognized that aura. The 12 valiant warriors, in truth, the first batch of semi-finished products from the Undying clan, had vanquished 6 demon commanders. Yet those 6 were not the mightiest among the 12. The most powerful of the 16 demon commanders was none other than the leader of the fallen angel clan, Axter, followed closely by his brother, Alistair. After the defeat of the 6, the remaining 10 demon commanders had also been defeated, albeit heavily wounded. Vasher still felt trepidation recalling the battle, recognizing this aura as Alistair's. What a delight! It's been ages since I've had the chance to stretch my legs. A middle-aged man appeared before Asaf, gazing at him with a sly grin. I had no intention of harming you, considering you brought me out to play, but alas, my hunger overwhelms me. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Asaf, High Priest of the Orc tribe. I beseech you to save our kin from humanity. Before Asaf could finish, a flash of black light consumed him entirely. The middle-aged man stretched lazily. The air of the human realm is exquisite. I wonder why the Demon Lord chooses to remain in the demon realm. It seems there is plenty of food ahead. What a delightful feast awaits. With that, the vice leader of the fallen angel clan, Alistair, soared into the battlefield, 3 pairs of black wings unfurling behind him. Meanwhile, Tian-Chi had arrived at the battlefield, where human and orc soldiers clashed. The roar of the Qilin resounded once more, silencing the battlefield instantly. The carriage gradually approached the confrontation zone, and Tian-Chi softly uttered a spell, invoking stone pillars that lifted the entire carriage off the ground. Descending from the carriage, he addressed the assembled humans and orcs. I am Xiaoya. I come here with a singular purpose. To organize this war that should never have been. I wish to ask all present. What is it that drives you to battle here? You might argue that the orcs raid our supplies in winter, but have you ever considered that if you did not cling to your deep-seated prejudices and deliberately refuse to sell grain to the orcs, would they truly invade for it? All of this stems from your entrenched notions of racial superiority. Tiomi, every race upon this continent is equal. I implore you to reflect upon whether your actions are right or wrong. Having voiced his thoughts, Tian-Chi returned to the carriage, patiently awaiting the response below. You've got a character I admire, young man. Well said. Unfortunately, while I may spare you, I have no intention of relinquishing the food below. I mean the humans and orcs. Alistair finally materialized, his 3 pairs of black wings strikingly visible. Tian-Chi eyed Alistair nervously. Who are you? Are you of the demon race? How did you breach the seal? That aura earlier. It was indeed yours, wasn't it? Alistair nodded with a smile. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward him, revealing that the crowd had regained their senses and sought to eliminate both Tian-Chi and Alistair. I can't be blamed for this. I had hoped you would engage in conversation, but if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. With that, Alistair vanished from Tian-Chi's view, reappearing amidst the throng. Corrosion, first layer of the devouring domain, activate. A chilling voice echoed, and a black domain expanded around Alistair, enveloping all within a radius of several hundred meters. Those trapped inside began to melt, their bodies gradually corroding. Outside, A massive vortex formed, drawing both orcs and humans into the domain, while Alistair cackled maniacally within. Ha ha! It has been far too long since I feasted on such delectable souls. Suffer, despair, and lament. The more you writhe in agony, the more delicious your souls become. Ha ha ha! An increasing number of individuals have been drawn into Alistair's domain, where both orcs and humans alike find themselves engulfed in profound despair, yearning for escape. Yet the gravitational pull of the dark vortex is insurmountable, leaving no possibility for flight. The princess and her companions aboard the carriage are also gripped by fear, while Xiaowei, witnessing this tragic scene, cannot help but shed tears. She flies before Tianqi, pleading, "Father, please save them. They are far too pitiful." Observing her distress, Tianqi is filled with confusion but eventually nods in agreement. Xiaowei, remain here and do not wander off. Lena, take good care of everyone. With that, he descends, approaching the dark vortex. At this moment, the Orc Emperor, accompanied by Bart, Adolf, and the 3 clan leaders, arrives, as does Marshal Road of the Four-Nation Coalition, bringing with him the commanders from each nation. All are left dumbfounded by the grim sight before them. Upon noticing Tianqi's arrival, Alistair smirks and inquires, "Ha ha, little one. Your name is Xiaoya, is it not? Do you intend to thwart me?" Tianqi nods solemnly. Summoning the Qilin fire and Qilin claws, Vasher, observing this scene, realizes that the boy has finally taken action. Heh, Alistair, prepare for your demise. Should this lad summon that fearsome white tiger, not even your brother could save you. With this thought, Vasher feels a sense of relief. Chapter 66. Tianqi injured, unexpected results. Witnessing the Qilin fire and Qilin claws enveloping Tianqi, the Orc Emperor stands in stunned silence. National Master, it seems that the beast god underwent a similar transformation. Though the flames appear different, Bart points out, bewildered. Adolf nods resolutely, declaring, he is indeed our beast god, without a doubt. The beast god is currently fighting for our kind, and that black vortex must have been summoned by Azaf. At the same time, Rote and his companions are equally intimidated by Alistair's domain, watching as soldiers from both the human and beast races are gradually engulfed. Tianqi has summoned the Pango Axe, causing Alistair to pause momentarily. Heh, it appears your strength is commendable. This peculiar axe instills a hint of fear even in me. It must be a super artifact, so I shall not hold back. As Alistair advances towards Tianqi, his corrosive domain begins to erode Tianqi, yet the dark elements within have no effect on him. Tianqi raises the Pango Axe, and divine energy surges into it. Open the heavens. Alistair halts, sensing the immense power emanating from the axe. Second level of the devouring domain. Activate. Instantly, numerous small vortices appear within the corrosive realm, absorbing energy to feed Alistair, who subsequently summons a pitch-black great sword. Xiaoya, this sword in my hand is called Blood Soul. To have driven me to such measures. You have proven yourself quite formidable, but it ends here. With a clang, Tianqi's Pango Axe is intercepted by Alistair's Blood Soul. Tianqi stares in disbelief at Alistair, astonished that his axe could be blocked. Boy, I am merely a weapon, not invincible. Only when your strength matches that of Pango, the great god, can you truly open the heavens. You are still far from that point, Alistair states sagely. The Pango Axe vanishes from Tianqi's grasp, leaving him standing in shock. Xiaoya, is this truly all you can muster? I am disappointed, Alistair scoffs, with a swift motion. The blood soul thrusts towards Tianqi's chest, easily piercing through. Golden Qilin blood spills forth as Tianqi is left utterly stunned. How could this sword injure him? With a thud, he collapses, his wound healing rapidly yet still bleeding profusely. The Qilin fire and claws fade away. Xiaoya, is this your limit? How dull. I expected a worthy opponent, yet Blood Soul seems rather bored. Alistair remarks, retracting the sword and approaching Tianqi. The ability of Alistair's Blood Soul to harm Tianqi is primarily due to the disparity in their strengths. While Tianqi's physical fortitude is extraordinary, it has its limits. At that moment, a green light swiftly approaches Tianqi. Observing her father bleeding profusely, Xiaowei bursts into tears. Father, what has happened? Don't leave Xiaowei all alone. Struggling to open his eyes, Tianqi gazes at Xiao Wei, managing to rise. Xiao Wei, dear, do not cry that I am fine. He turns, fixing a steely glare at Alistair, the wound on his chest fully healed, leaving only a faint scar. Alistair, upon seeing Xiao Wei, freezes in place. When he hears Tianqi call her name, his mind goes blank. What did you just call her? Alistair stammers excitedly. Her name is Xiao Wei. She is my daughter, Tianqi replies. Xiao Wei circles Alistair. Puzzled, father, this fellow feels oddly familiar, as if I've seen him before. How strange. Alistair realizes that this diminutive figure before him is indeed the legendary elven goddess, Xiao Wei. He kneels, gazing at her with fervor. Your Highness Xiao Wei, I am your guardian knight. Alistair, do you not remember me? Alistair, guardian knight Alistair. I seem to recall something, Xiao Wei murmurs thoughtfully. Tianqi is left astounded. How could Alistair be Xiao Wei's guardian knight? Alistair, how is it possible that you are Xiao Wei's guardian knight? Sighing, Alistair recounts. When I was but a young scion of the fallen angel clan, I accompanied my father and Lord Satan to the creation temple. It was there that I first laid eyes upon your Highness Xiao Wei, and I beseeched the Creator to become her guardian knight, and my father was taken aback by my boldness. Yet to my astonishment, your Highness consented. Thus, I traveled alongside her throughout the realms of the divine. As she was the most beautiful goddess, the dream of countless deities and demons, I faced many challenges from those enamored with her beauty. Time flew by until my father summoned me back to the demon realm amidst the outbreak of the divine demon war. After the war, a dreadful calamity arose, as Lord Lucifer unleashed the Undying Clan, decimating both realms. When I learned of your Highness's fall, despair consumed me. Yet today, fate has smiled upon me, allowing me to see you once more. Upon hearing Alistair's tale, Tianqi begins to comprehend, while Xiao Wei, wielding her wand, playfully taps Alistair on the head. You troublesome knight! How dare you harm my father? I shall punish you. After a brief scolding, she returns to Tianqi's embrace. Alistair, smiling ruefully, stands. Your Highness Xiao Wei, since you are now the father of Xiao Wei, I shall refrain from further hostilities. Suddenly recalling matters of the demon realm, Tianqi inquires, by the way, Alistair, what is the current situation in the demon realm? Surely the Blood Clan's Lord Aubrey has been resurrected by now. Taken aback, Alistair responds, Aubrey? Wasn't he destroyed? How could he have returned? Tianqi then recounts the recent events in the demon realm, leaving Alistair in shock. In that case, your Highness Xiao Wei, young Master Xiaoya, I must return to the demon realm to address these matters. Once I have resolved them, I shall return to continue guarding your Highness. With that, he summons the Blood Soul Sword once more, tearing through space to return to the demon realm. Given his fully restored powers, this feat poses no challenge for him. Though Alistair departs, the aftermath of the battle now rests in Tianqi's hands. Chapter 67, Beast God City. The remnants of the Four-Nation Coalition and the beast soldiers on the Frost Plains have retreated to their respective sides. Rote leads the remaining coalition forces in withdrawal, and upon witnessing the retreat of the human soldiers, the remaining beast soldiers erupt in cheers. Tianqi returns to the carriage, driving it before the Orc Emperor and his kin. The Orc Emperor, Buck, is the first to kneel, followed by all the Orc clan members proclaiming, "We pay homage to the beast god." The thunderous roar startles Tianqi, who quickly dismounts and approaches the Orc Emperor. You must be mistaken. I am not the beast god you seek. My name is Xiaoya. Adolf remains kneeling, gazing at Tianqi with adoration. There is no mistake. Your transformation during the defeat of Lord Aubrey was identical to this. Although the flames differ, it is undoubtedly you. Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that they could discern his identity through such a detail. At that moment, the princess and her companions emerged from the carriage. Upon hearing Adolf's words, Princess Anna and the others knelt down, shocked to discover that Mr. Xiaoya was, in fact, the beast god himself. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Everyone, please rise. In truth, I am not your beast god. Although I am uncertain as to why you are convinced of my divine identity, I assure you, I am merely an ordinary human, not the deity you speak of. As for the transformation technique you witnessed earlier, it was taught to me by a remarkable young man who entrusted me with the task of rescuing the Beast Clan. And he is the true beast god you seek. Tianqi stated slowly. Xiaoya, upon hearing Tianqi's words, erupted into a fit of giggles. He, Daddy, you're so mischievous. While I do not understand why they refer to you as the beast god, I know what you just said isn't true, she laughed. Lena looked on with exasperation at both Tianqi and Xiaoya. It was only then that the beast men finally stood up. Adolf approached Tianqi and said, Mr. Xiaoya, if that is the case, it appears you are indeed the messenger of the beast god. Knowing that our clan is facing a dire calamity, the beast god must have sent you to save us. Surely, this must be so. Fellow clansmen, the beast god has not forsaken us. This Mr. Xiaoya is the beast god's envoy, and it was he who vanquished that demon. The beastmen erupted into cheers of long live the beast god's messenger. At this moment, the beast emperor Buck approached, saying, My lord Xiaoya, allow us to extend our hospitality to you. Following this, the beastmen began to retreat, returning to their grandest city, the beast god city. Tianqi, resigned, took his place in the carriage. Who would dare to make the divine envoy drive? The beast emperor, Adolf, and Princess Anna joined him inside, while Captain Bart took the reins, and the beastmen provided a tight guard around the carriage that bore their hopes. In Tianqi's mind, he sought to clarify why he had become the beast god of the beastmen, especially as it was linked to the prophecy of the creator god. Investigating this matter under the guise of the beast god's messenger would be significantly more convenient than as the beast god himself. And the only place to uncover the truth would be at the beast god's temple. The residents of Beast God City had long been aware of the impending arrival of the beast god's messenger and had formed a long queue outside the city. When the carriage appeared, thunderous cheers erupted. Tianqi opened the carriage window, gazing at the earnest faces outside. Though they belonged to the beastmen, they were nonetheless living beings. In his heart, Tianqi resolved to aid the beastmen in rising to prominence. Thus, the carriage proceeded directly to the palace of the beast emperor. The so-called Beast Emperor's palace was merely a larger house compared to the surrounding structures. As they approached this so-called palace, Tianqi was surprised to see it was not even a quarter the size of the marshal's residence. This revelation left him astonished. While he was aware of the beastmen's poor living conditions, he had not anticipated it to be this dire. Upon entering the grand hall of the Beast Emperor and his companions knelt before Tianqi once more. Why, Lord the Messenger, we beseech you to save our beast clan. Gazing into the earnest eyes before him, Tianqi reluctantly nodded. Rest assured, I shall assist you. After all, I am indeed the beast god's messenger. You need not worry. I will lead the beast men out of this predicament. Please, rise. Hearing Tianqi's words, Buck and the others finally stood up. Adolf then spoke. My lord the messenger, we were left with no choice but to act as we did. Tianqi nodded. From now on, do not refer to me as the Lord Messenger. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Xiaoya. By the way, logically speaking, although the climate here is not ideal, there should still be opportunities for food cultivation. Why is it that you resort to thievery when winter arrives? Adolf sighed. Since you prefer not to be addressed as Lord Messenger, we shall comply. Prince Xiaoya, it is not that we do not cultivate. The issue lies with a formidable race known as the Titans, who reside not far from our Beast God City. A significant portion of the grain we grow is seized by them each year. Initially, we resisted giving away the fruits of our labor, leading to war. The Titan clan, though only 50 strong, possesses individuals with saint-level prowess. Moreover, they appear as ordinary people, but when it comes to battle, they can transform, significantly enhancing their size and strength. Their transformations are categorized into 4 levels: initial transformation, fission, fusion, and the highest level, sacred transformation, which only the clan leader can achieve. Each transformation boosts their power by 20, 40, 60, and 80% respectively. Even more terrifying is their unique combination technique, Titan God, which allows all 50 Titans to merge into an immensely powerful Titan God. We, the Beastmen, have suffered tremendous losses and ultimately had no choice but to share our grain with them. Given this, if we can resolve the Titan issue, won't that also solve the food problem? Tianqi inquired, puzzled at that moment. Princess Anna shook her head. Prince Xiaoya, even if we deal with the Titan clan, the food we cultivate would only sustain our beast clan. The root cause lies with the humans. If they were not deliberately inflating the price of food tenfold while simultaneously undervaluing our magical crystals and beast skins by 10 times, we could undoubtedly sustain ourselves. Tianqi nodded. In that case, tomorrow we shall address the Titan issue, and I will establish a trade route between the beastmen and humans, thereby resolving the food crisis entirely. Hope rekindled in the hearts of the people as they looked at Tianqi with renewed optimism. Daddy, I'm so hungry, little Xiaoye suddenly exclaimed. The Beast Emperor and the others chuckled in response. Prince Xiaoye, allow us to take you to dine. Please, follow us. Thus, Tianqi, the divine messenger, embarked on his life among the beastmen. Chapter 68. The Prophecy of the Creator God. After dinner, Tianqi requested Adolf to lead him to the Beast God Temple. The two made their way to the most luxurious location within the Beast God Empire, where a magnificent temple stood before Tianqi. Within the temple, there were no statues of deities, only a piece of parchment lying quietly where a statue should have been. The temple, devoid of life except for the deceased high priest Asif, Adolf and the Guardian clan, Behemoth, was eerily quiet. Adolf guided Tianqi to the parchment. Prince Xiaoye, this parchment contains the prophecy of the Creator God, Adolf explained, pointing to the tattered piece. Tianqi studied the parchment closely, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. As he examined its contents, he was taken aback. There, drawn upon the parchment, were depictions of his father, the God Emperor Machi, and his mother, the Jade Qilin. This illustration was one his father had created shortly after his birth. But why had it ended up here as a prophecy? National Master, how did this prophecy come to be here? Please recount the details of the events, Tianqi implored anxiously. Adolf nodded, taking a moment before responding. Prince Xiaoye, the events unfolded approximately a decade ago. At that time, we were convening in the conference room of the Beast God Temple, discussing how to resolve the food crisis and re-establish the Beast Clan's presence on the continent. During our heated debate, the statue of the Beast God suddenly began to glow, and then the Creator God appeared, warning us of an impending catastrophe that would sweep across the continent, stating that only a new Beast God could save the Beast Clan. After this, everything returned to stillness, but the statue of the Beast God had vanished, leaving only this parchment. We had no idea where to find our Beast God until the battle at Taylor Fortress revealed his identity. Tianqi began to recall the moment he had drawn this picture. He had been merely days old. His father and grandfather had been away, while his mother had stayed by his side. Hunter, you are so clever. You can speak just days after your birth. How surprising. His mother, Lanqing, had cooed. Awakening from his reverie, Tianqi remembered the likeness of the Jade Qilin and the God Emperor Machi and reached out his tiny hand. Mama, Tianer wants to draw. Although surprised, Lanqing smiled and replied, You want to draw? How impressive. You truly are your mother's treasure. I shall fetch you some paper and a quill. She then handed him a feather quill and a piece of parchment. Tianqi began to draw, his mind filled with images of his parents. Once the figures of Machi and Yuchi appeared on the parchment, he paused. Lanqing, watching him closely, inquired, Tianer, why haven't you drawn their eyes? It was then that Tianqi realized he had forgotten to depict their eyes. He had drawn solely from the impressions in his mind. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not remember their eyes. The quill hovered above the parchment, hesitating to descend, as he felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Tianqi cast his feather quill to the ground, erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Father and mother, I cannot believe I have forgotten you. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Shortly thereafter, little Tianqi fainted. Lanqing hurriedly took Tianqi to find Grandma Luina. Just moments after Lanqing vanished, a peculiar light illuminated the surroundings. The Creator God, with a curious expression, picked up Tianqi's drawing, murmuring to himself, What manner of magical beasts are these? This little one is indeed strange. How could he create such creatures? Why are there no eyes drawn? The Creator God then gently lifted the quill and added eyes to the drawing, and instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from the paper. The Creator God was taken aback, gazing at the two peculiar magical beasts that seemed capable of exuding such presence even in mere illustration. It seems this little one is not to be underestimated. These beasts must be closely related to him. After all, the Beast God has already fallen, he mused. Thus began the prophecies and omens from the Creator God, a preparation for the calamities to come. though his true intention was for the creatures in the drawing to become the beast gods. Unbeknownst to him, these magical beasts were, in fact, Tianqi's parents, leading to a misunderstanding among the beastmen. When Tianqi broke the Yuan Dan seal at Tyler Fortress, the ethereal shadow of the Machi Divine Emperor appeared behind him, transforming the Beast Emperor into the Qilin. Yet, all of this was beyond Tianqi's comprehension. His memories halted at the moment he fainted, leaving him unaware of why he had become the beast god. Nevertheless, he attributed all his troubles to the creator god, whom he perceived as a meddlesome old pervert. Just wait until I reach the divine realm. I shall see how I deal with you, he thought. Since this was the creator god's prophecy, it seemed immutable. All right, that's enough for today. Tomorrow we shall address the Titan clan's issues, Tianqi said with resignation. Adolf nodded. In that case, Your Highness Xiaoya, allow me to escort you to your chamber. Thus, Tianqi followed Adolf to his room. In truth, Tianqi possessed a significant flaw. He was directionally challenged. Without someone to guide him, he would surely become lost. Upon entering his room, he continued to ponder the creator goddess matters. Xiao Wei had long since fallen asleep, and the night passed quietly. Chapter 69. An awkward moment, setting out for the Titans the following morning. As Tianqi awoke, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisite face looming before him. He let out a piercing scream and jumped out of bed, only to realize he was clad in nothing but his undergarments. He hastily dressed. That moment, the enchanting figure was none other than Princess Anna, who seemed to be wearing only her nightgown. Tianqi, still in shock, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Had something untoward happened last night? Surely not. He distinctly remembered falling asleep early. How, then, had Princess Anna entered his room and taken to his bed? What on earth was he to do? In despair, Tianqi tugged at his hair. Seeing Tianqi's panic, Princess Anna felt equally flustered. Last night, she had intended to return to her own chamber, but upon discovering Tianqi already asleep in her bed, she had decided not to disturb him and slipped under the covers. However, she had not anticipated that this would lead to such an awkward situation. The mere thought made her face burn crimson. Realizing that it was up to him to break the silence, Tianqi awkwardly scratched the back of his head and approached Princess Anna. Your Highness, how is it that you find yourself in my room and, in my bed? He stammered, finally managing to convey his meaning. At that moment, Xiao Wei awoke and, upon seeing the scene before her, flew over to Tianqi with a mischievous grin. Hee, it seems Daddy has found a new mommy for me. I wonder how Mama Xingqian and Mama Shar will react. She giggled. Your Highness, I assure you, nothing untoward occurred between us. This was originally my room. When I returned last night, you were already asleep, Princess Anna hastily clarified, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, though she withheld certain details from her heart. Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, Really, Princess? Princess Anna nodded. It was then that Tianqi recalled the true instigator of this predicament, Adolf. Were it not for his leading him to Princess Anna's chamber, none of this would have transpired. Then I shall take my leave. Please, rest well, Your Highness, he said, his anger simmering as he stormed out of the princess's room with Xiao Wei and Lina in tow. Although the Beast Emperor's palace was rather modest, it still stood as the second largest structure in the Beastmen realm after the Beast Goddess Temple. Thus, our Tianqi found himself honorably lost within the Beast Emperor's palace. Faced with the surrounding guards, he felt too embarrassed to ask for directions, until, fortunately, he encountered the Grand Commander Bart. Your Highness Xiaoya, what brings you up so early? Bart inquired, puzzled, as Adolf had already shared his plans with them the previous night. Noticing Bart's astonished expression, Tianqi smiled and asked, Grand Commander, I presume you know the whereabouts of the National Master? Bart nodded. The National Master is currently in the Great Hall, discussing strategies against the Titan clan with His Majesty. Oh, in that case, please escort me to the Great Hall. I wish to discuss the Titan clan matters with His Majesty as well, Tianqi replied nonchalantly. Thus, Bart guided Tianqi to the Great Hall, where Adolf was engaged in conversation with Beast Emperor Buck regarding the previous night's plans. It turned out that Adolf had intentionally led Tianqi to Princess Anna's chamber, seeking to firmly bind Tianqi to the Beastman's cause. Little did they know, Tianqi despised the feeling of being manipulated. National Master, though Anna is not my biological daughter, I have always treated her as my own. Why did you not consult me before giving her away? It is truly disappointing, Beast Emperor Buck expressed his anger. The National Master Adolf listened quietly to the Emperor's words without a hint of tension. Once the Emperor finished, he spoke, Your Majesty, perhaps you are unaware that Anna has long harbored feelings for His Highness Xiaoya. She merely lacked the courage to express them, and my actions were merely a means to stoke the flames, solidifying their bond while ensuring His Highness would dedicate himself to our cause. Is there anything wrong with that? Suddenly, applause echoed through the hall. The National Master is not at fault for his actions. However, I despise the sensation of being used, and I assure you, I did not engage in the activities you anticipated with Princess Anna last night. Now, I shall state this clearly. I will fulfill my promises, but the moment I do so, I will take my leave. Now, I request that the Emperor and the National Master send someone to escort me to the Titan clan. I wish to fulfill my promise post-haste, Tianqi declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon the National Master and the Beast Emperor. Adolf was taken aback by the turn of events. Beast Emperor Buck inhaled deeply, then descended from his throne, kneeling before Tianqi. Your Highness Xiaoya, this is not a request for you to remain. It is simply my expression of apology on behalf of the Beastmen. I will personally escort you to the Titan clan. No one else shall accompany us, just the two of us. Hearing the Emperor's words, Tianqi's anger dissipated significantly. He gently helped the Emperor to his feet. Very well, let us go, just the two of us. Thus, Beast Emperor Buck and Tianqi set forth on the path to conquer the Titan clan. Chapter 70. A Fracture. Nothing more. The territory of the Titans lay within a valley just 500 meters from the Beast Emperor's city. At that moment, Beast Emperor Buck, Tianqi, Xiaowei, and Lina had arrived at the entrance of the Titan Valley. Although the Emperor had declared that no other beastmen were to follow, Bart and the National Master stealthily trailed behind. National Master, do you think His Highness Xiaoya can defeat the formidable Titan clan? Bart suddenly asked. Adolf pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot say for certain. If it were the beast god, I would be confident in his ability to vanquish the Titans. As for His Highness Xiaoya, I remain uncertain, as we do not yet know his true strength. While that demon did retreat from the battlefield, we all know it was due to the peculiar pet in His Highness's possession, so I cannot ascertain whether he can emerge victorious. Bart nodded, his expression downcast. National Master, why was His Highness so enraged today? It seems quite peculiar. Surely he does not dislike Princess Anna? That cannot be, for she is the most beautiful among us beastmen. Adolf sighed. Alas, this is my fault for being too hasty. I must apologize to His Highness upon his return. Otherwise, he may truly depart. I wonder how Anna is faring right now. As Tianqi and the Beast Emperor stepped into Titan Valley, 4 guards from the Titan clan suddenly emerged, demanding, Who are you? Is that not the Beast Emperor? Do you intend to fight once more? Ha ha ha. It seems the lesson from last time was insufficient. What do you say, brothers? The strongest among them, upon recognizing the Beast Emperor, burst into laughter, and the other guards joined in. Tianqi coldly regarded these 4 so-called Titans, noting that they bore no significant difference from humans, save for their imposing stature, each standing around 2 meters tall. The Beast Emperor, incensed by their taunts, felt he might have charged at them had Tianqi not been present. You are the Titan tribe. I am Xiaoya, here to seek an audience with your chieftain. It was only then that the guards took notice of Tianqi. You wish to see our chieftain? Do you think he would grant you an audience? A fool and an idiot wanting to meet our great chieftain? Ha ha ha. The leader of the guards laughed maniacally. In the eyes of the Titans, only the strong commanded respect, and Tianqi and the Beast Emperor were perceived as weaklings. Tianqi smiled faintly. Very well. Before he could finish the word well, his fist had already crashed into the guard leader's face, sending the latter sprawling. The other guards rushed over, exclaiming, Captain, are you all right? The captain slowly rose, shaking his head and wiping the blood from his lips. Brothers, fear not. I am unscathed. Today, I shall teach this brat a lesson for daring to ambush me. With that, the captain initiated his transformation. His already formidable 2-meter frame doubled in size. And despite his increased bulk, he maintained remarkable speed, swiftly closing in on Tianqi to deliver a powerful punch. The Beast Emperor, intending to assist, was pushed aside by Tianqi, who placed Yue on Lina's back and instructed her to move aside. The captain's massive fist came crashing down upon Tianqi, who was momentarily driven into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. The captain, nursing his hand while hopping about in pain, shouted, "What on earth is this? Why does my hand hurt so much?" With a furious roar, he activated his further transformation, growing from 4 to 6 meters in height, enhancing his strength by an additional 20%, and unleashed another colossal fist towards Tianqi's head. With only his head remaining above ground, Tianqi yawned in boredom. "Child, this is a game. You lack vigor. Perhaps it would be best to summon your chieftain." Upon hearing Tianqi's audacious words, the captain quickened his attack. This time, however, his punch was intercepted by Tianqi's left hand. "As I mentioned, fighting you is unexciting. Is this what you call transformation? Hardly impressive," he remarked, before unleashing a right hook that sent the captain's massive form soaring into the air. While the remaining guards finally realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to summon reinforcements, the captain crashed to the ground, unconscious, his enormous frame reverting to its original size. Tianqi withdrew his fist and returned to the side of the Beast Emperor. "Your Majesty, I apologize for my earlier actions. I promise to assist you in resolving the issues with the Titan clan. Allow me to handle this matter. Your task here is complete." After saying this, he lifted Yue and Lina, preparing to await the arrival of the Titan clan's main forces. The Beast Emperor, astonished, marveled at Xiaoya's prowess. To defeat a Titan in transformation with sheer physical might was nothing short of astounding. Bart and Adolf were similarly stunned, fully aware of the terror the transformed Titans could unleash. Countless beast warriors had perished at the hands of such Titans in previous battles, yet here stood Xiaoya, capable of matching their strength. "Master, it seems the beast god has not abandoned us. He has sent a formidable envoy to aid our cause." Adolf nodded in agreement. "Indeed, when Xiaoya returns, I must personally apologize. Whatever the cost, I shall ensure he remains with us." The cunning old fox firmly resolved to do so. The astonishment was not limited to the Beast Emperor and his allies. The Titan clan's chieftain, upon receiving reports from the guards, felt a tempest brewing within to think that sheer physical strength could defeat the transformed Lunyan, the captain, was a sign that the beastmen had indeed recruited a remarkable expert. "Warriors, follow me into battle. Let those barbaric beastmen witness the greatness of our Titan clan once more." With that, aside from the unconscious Lunyan, the remaining 49 Titans surged forward towards Tianqi. Chapter 71. The Four Gods Unite. The Titan's secret technique at the entrance of Titan Valley. Tianqi awaited the Titan's arrival. Little Yue, growing restless, bounced about on Lina's back. "Daddy, how much longer must we wait? I'm hungry." "Yue, be a good girl and wait over there with Lina. I promise I will finish this fight quickly, and then we can go enjoy some delicious food." "All right." Tianqi gently stroked her little head. Yue nodded eagerly. "I'll listen to Daddy." "Lina, let us move away so we don't disturb Daddy with that." Yue and Lina retreated a short distance, while the Beast Emperor awkwardly observed Tianqi, unsure whether to stay or assist. Noticing the Beast Emperor's discomfort, Tianqi smiled. "Your Majesty, why not join my daughter? Help me look after them." Grateful for the opportunity to assist, the Beast Emperor joyfully approached Yue. With that, Tianqi began to focus, keenly sensing the approaching energy from within the valley. 49. "It seems they have all arrived," he mused with a hint of amusement. Indeed, 49 towering figures, led by the Titan clan's chieftain, charged towards Tianqi. Gazing upon this seemingly frail youth who had defeated Lunyan in transformation, Chieftain Tej found it hard to believe. "I am Tej, the chieftain of the Titan clan. What brings you here?" Tianqi, observing the Titan's strength, responded, "I seek no conflict. I merely ask that you refrain from raiding the beastmen's food supplies. With your capabilities, you could hunt magical beasts for sustenance. Why resort to thievery?" Upon hearing this, the Titans erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, young one, the weak do not require sustenance. Only the strong can survive in this world, and in my eyes, you are not strong enough to warrant consideration. Do you understand?" Tej chuckled. "Oh, if that is the case, should I defeat all of you, would I then be considered strong in your eyes?" Tianqi inquired nonchalantly. The Titans erupted into even more raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, If you truly manage to defeat all of us, we shall heed your commands." Tej laughed once more. Tianqi nodded, smiling. "Very well, let us begin." Before his words could fully dissipate, he had already dashed into the midst of the Titans. The Titans could hardly keep up with his pace, and the sounds of impacts echoed as Titans were sent flying. In the end, only Tej and 3 elders who had reached the fusion stage remained. While the rest of the Titans were sent sprawling, the 3 elders stared at Tianqi in disbelief before glancing at Tej, who was equally astonished by Tianqi's prowess, though think that this mere saint-level human possessed such speed and strength. Seemingly without utilizing any battle aura, it appears we must unleash our full power. "Everyone, transform," Tej commanded, activating his holy transformation. A blinding golden light radiated from him as his stature increased from 2 meters to over 10. His skin taking on a golden hue. The 3 elders initiated their fusion, and as the silver light dissipated, 3 8-meter giants stood before Tianqi. The remaining Titans, either in transformation or initial change, displayed their attire. Crafted from a unique material that expanded with their bodies. With the exception of the injured Lunyan, all 49 Titans had transformed. Surrounded by the 49 giants, Tianqi remained unfazed, excitement coursing through him. "Tej, I acknowledge your strength, but this concerns the future of our Titan clan. Thus, we must fight to the end. If you surrender now, we may let you leave unharmed." Before Tej could finish, Tianqi interjected, "No need for further discussion. Let the battle commence." Tianqi let out a cold, mocking smile, the mask upon his face adorned with a peculiar grin. With a wave of his hand, Tej summoned the Titans, who rushed forward with tremendous force. Their colossal fists aimed at Tianqi. Before their fists even reached him, the sound of rushing wind and immense pressure assaulted Tianqi. In a swift motion, he evaded, finding himself atop the Titan that charged the fastest. With a powerful strike, he sent that Titan crashing to the ground, its form reverting back to its original state. The remaining Titans charged once more, yet their speed was utterly insufficient to catch up with Tianqi. In the air, he moved with a grace surpassing that of birds, a delicate layer of white cloud forming beneath his feet as he effortlessly dispatched one Titan after another, while they could barely graze his garments, a testament to the advantage of speed. At that moment, Tej and the 3 elders began to grow anxious, observing their dwindling numbers. Tej let out a cold huff, saying to the elders, "It seems this young man is quite formidable. We must utilize absolute strength to defeat him. Let us unite and invoke the 4 divine fusion. We shall ensure he is thoroughly convinced of his defeat." With that, Tej and the 3 elders began to chant an unusual incantation, a massive magic circle glowing with earthy hues materializing beneath their feet. Rich elemental earth was drawn from the ground into the magic circle, and their bodies became increasingly indistinct within the golden glow. After knocking out the last Titan, Tianqi approached the magic circle. Filled with curiosity, to him, magic and magic circles were merely methods of arranging the elements in the air to create resonance, unleashing tremendous power. However, this magic circle was peculiar, as it did not merely resonate through arrangement but consumed directly. The earth elements within the circle continuously devoured one another. When all was said and done, the magic circle vanished, the golden light dissipating, leaving even Tianqi momentarily startled by the spectacle. Chapter 72. Battle. Super forbidden spell. The vast magic circle in the Titan Valley disappeared, its golden luminescence fading, revealing a colossal figure entirely composed of earth elements before Tianqi's eyes. Its skin radiated a golden glow, towering at 20 meters. Most astonishing were its head and arms. Tej and the 3 elders' heads were now part of this massive form, and 8 enormous arms swung wildly, each grasping a gigantic earth sword forged from elemental earth. The entire body was clad in a thick layer of armor, with the 4 heads facing different directions. Observing Tianqi's dazed expression, the 3 elders burst into triumphant laughter, exclaiming in unison, "Ha! Young one, this is the secret technique of our Titan clan. The 4 divine fusion. Are you astonished? Ha!" At that moment, Tianqi was indeed taken aback, yet not by the 4 divine fusion, but rather by the earlier peculiar magic circle. Contemplating the strange principle of devouring, he felt as though he grasped something elusive. However, He could not quite articulate it. Noticing Tianqi lost in thought, Tej grew irate. Elders, let us all attack together. This brat looks down upon us. We must show him our might. The four heads nodded in agreement, and then the 8 colossal earth swords descended towards the oblivious Tianqi. With a height of 20 meters and swords measuring 6 meters, coupled with overwhelming inertia, this combination resulted in a horrifying force, the might of the four divine. Meanwhile, Tianqi remained immersed in his own world, the thunderous sounds of the 8 swords slicing through the air surrounding him. After several resounding impacts, the swords remained unscathed, while Tianqi was entirely buried in the earth. These swords were reinforced with elemental earth and continuously self-repaired, as long as the four divines stood upon the ground. The earth elements would be inexhaustibly absorbed to mend their form. In the instant the sword struck Tianqi, they shattered simultaneously, only to immediately restore themselves. Thus, onlookers could not perceive what had transpired. Only Tej and the 3 elders were aware of the true events. Leader, this boy is truly a monster. Not only did he withstand our immense force, but he also shattered our swords, one elder exclaimed. Indeed, leader, I am certain this boy was unharmed. It seems our attacks are ineffective. That last strike was the limit of our strength, yet it still bore no fruit. Alas, Tej said, his brow furrowed in deep thought. This boy appears to possess an extraordinary resilience. With our current power, we cannot inflict harm upon him. Yet, he cannot contend with us either. With the self-repairing ability of the four divine, even a god-level master would find it impossible to defeat us. The 4 immense heads continued to deliberate on Tianqi. While he had already roused from his introspection, since I cannot grasp it, I shall let it be. Allowing things to unfold naturally is my ultimate answer, Tianqi resolved. Thus, he soared from the earth, the colossal claws of the Qilin and the Qilin fire manifesting. With a flick of his claw, a bloodthirsty smile crossed Tianqi's mask. Witnessing Tianqi's current state, Tej and the others were momentarily stunned. Leader, this boy is indeed a monster. What on earth is he? Despite having a 360-degree field of vision, the 4 colossal heads lost sight of Tianqi, who reappeared with 4 arms remaining, the crimson Qilin fire searing his wounds and spreading along them. The body of the 4 divine desperately absorbed earth elements to counter the assault of the Qilin fire. Minutes later, the 8 arms of the 4 divine were reduced to ash, leaving them dumbfounded before Tianqi. Although the terrifying flames had dissipated, the monsters still bore an abundance of power. What were they to do? Tianqi coldly regarded the colossal form before him. Now, the 4 divine, lacking 8 arms, seemed less peculiar than before, though the 4 heads remained prominent. At that moment, Tej and the 3 elders exchanged knowing nods. Tej, the foremost elder, spoke resolutely, "Let us all employ that technique. If that does not suffice, we shall have no choice but to invoke the Titan god." Then, for golden beams of light shot forth from the 4 heads, ascending into the sky before vanishing from sight. Just as Tianqi felt bewildered, Tej and the 3 elders began to chant incantations in unison. Merciful Earth Mother, the Titan clan beseeches you to unleash divine retribution upon our foes. To sweep away the enemy before us, the roar of the earth. As they chanted, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Tianqi, forcing him down from the sky back to the ground. A colossal meteor plummeted towards them, not an ordinary stone, but a golden meteor composed entirely of gold, matching the size of the 4 divine. Most fearsome of all, this golden meteor contained a sliver of domain power, a peculiar gravitational domain. The 20-meter wide and 20-meter high golden meteor, with its tremendous weight and speed from such a height, combined with the gravitational domain, would amplify its weight exponentially. The immense pressure drove Tianqi back to the ground, while Tej and the others reverted to their original forms. Relieved to see Tianqi in disarray, "Leader, it seems this boy is doomed. The roar of the earth surpasses forbidden spells, even if only slightly. It belongs to the realm of divine magic." "Ha!" The other elders and Tej erupted in laughter. With a resounding crash, the enormous golden meteor finally struck down. Chapter 73. Titan God. A tremendous tremor emanated from the Titan Valley, felt even by Adolf and Bart, who were hiding outside. Bart, gripped with concern, pointed at the massive golden meteor, asking, "Master, what do you think has become of Prince Xiaoya? That golden stone looks capable of killing someone. I wonder if he is unharmed. If he is defeated, our orc clan will face the Titan's terrifying vengeance." Oh heavens! The more Bart pondered, the more his head throbbed, unable to suppress his exclamations. Adolf, however, remained fixated on the immense golden meteor. Although he believed Tianqi would be fine, his confidence was not unwavering, and he could only hoping that Tianqi might suddenly emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the Beast King Bart was engulfed in despair, for he was close enough to perceive the dreadful pressure emanating from the golden meteor. Seeing Tianqi struck by the meteor, Bart attempted to rush forward. But a green vine suddenly sprouted from beneath his feet, tightly binding him. A clear voice rang in Bart's ears, saying, "This great lion, my father is fine. You need not worry. I sense that he is about to unleash a terrifying spell. So do not interfere. Understood?" Yue, akin to a mother chastising her wayward child, admonished the Beast Emperor. Buck gazed blankly at the adorable Yue, astonished that such hurtful words could emanate from such a charming mouth. Moreover, the vine seemed remarkably tenacious. Despite his peak saint-level prowess, he found himself unable to break free, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. Upon witnessing Buck's acquiescence, Yue's face broke into a smile, declaring, "The great lion is indeed obedient. I shall release you now." As the vines retracted, a tempestuous aura engulfed the arena, and the colossal golden meteorite disintegrated into fragments, giving rise to a fearsome blood tornado before the onlookers. The already weakened Tiger and the three elders struggled to rise. Tiger retrieved a peculiar statue from his bosom, then fashioned a dagger from earthen elements to slice his finger, allowing a drop of yellow blood to fall upon the statue, which was immediately absorbed. Subsequently, the three elders also contributed a drop of their blood to the statue. With a furious roar from Tiger, yellow orbs of light erupted from the unconscious Titans, coalescing around the statue in his grasp. A blinding golden radiance emanated from the statue, and the 47 fallen Titans vanished, along with Tiger and the three elders. The golden light intensified, resembling a radiant sun, casting out dazzling beams, while the blood tornado of Tianqi swelled in size and accelerated in its rotation. At this moment, the Beast Emperor Buck stood motionless, not solely due to Tianqi, but primarily because of the Titan god of the Titan clan. He vividly recalled how, during the conflict between the orcs and Titans, the Titans had unleashed this very power. The Titan god towered at a height of 100 meters, capable of crushing hundreds of orc warriors with a single step. This memory was deeply ingrained in Buck's mind. Ordinarily, the Titans would not require the invocation of the Titan god due to their strength. However, with merely 50 Titans against millions of orc warriors, it was imperative to invoke such formidable might to intimidate the orcs and secure victory in battle. As the golden light dissipated, a towering figure of 100 meters appeared before the assembly. The blood tornado of Tianqi seemed diminutive in comparison, for the Titan god was, in essence, the aggregation of the strength of 50 Titans. Yet, this formidable technique bore a grave cost. Once expended, the Titan clan would lose their powers entirely within a day, unable to transform and left vulnerable. This was the very reason for the delayed invocation of the Titan god. As Tiger and the three elders harbored no confidence against the blood tornado of Tianqi and had no choice but to summon the Titan god, the golden giant stood, its form entirely transmuted into gold. In the heavens above, the colossal head belonged solely to Tiger, indicating that the Titan god's very body was under his control, in its left hand. The Titan god wielded a massive golden hammer, while the right clutched a shield that as he beheld the minuscule blood tornado, Tiger erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "Since you have compelled me to summon the Titan god, prepare to face my wrath, ha ha ha." In response to Tiger's proclamation, the blood tornado merely spun silently, continuously absorbing every ounce of power from the surrounding air, growing ever stronger. Observing the expanding vortex, Tiger finally made his move, bringing the colossal hammer, crackling with electricity, down upon the center of the blood tornado. Just as the golden hammer was about to descend, Tianqi finally stirred, the wind swirling violently as the blood tornado surged forward at astonishing speed. The two forces collided, unleashing a torrent of wild lightning that coursed from the hammer into the tornado, which felt the immense power emanating from the storm-hammered. Tiger's shield followed suit, crashing towards the blood tornado. Suddenly, Tiger halted, for the storm hammer in his grasp had shattered into fragments, and the terrifying blood tornado now surged towards his chest. In despair, Tiger closed his eyes, awaiting the imminent death and destruction of his race. For should the Titan god perish, all Titans constituting its essence would succumb as well. This was another grave consequence of this dreadful technique. Do not remain in daze any longer. It is time to concede. Tiger, a voice echoed in his ear. Tianqi's. Tiger hastily opened his eyes, only to find that the fearsome blood tornado had vanished, leaving Tianqi perched upon his shoulder, gazing down at him. Tiger knelt, solemnly declaring, I, Tiger, hereby pledge my allegiance to you. Young sir, in the name of the Titan clan's chieftain, Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, rise. I believe you can revert to your true form now. Before Tianqi could finish, the Titan god's immense form transformed back into the 50 Titans, all collapsing to the ground, leaving only Tiger standing, exclaiming, Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Well, you all should rest well. I shall return to you in a few days, Tianqi said hurriedly before taking flight, accompanied by Yue and Lina. Resuming their journey back with the Beast Emperor, Chapter 74, The Holy Light Night. Upon returning to the Beast Emperor's palace, the Beast Emperor announced the news of Tianqi's victory over the Titan clan. Henceforth, the orcs would no longer face the Titans' plunder. Upon hearing this news, a wave of jubilation swept through the palace, and soon it spread throughout Beast God City and the entire orc race. The name of the Howling Moon Envoy became known to all. Meanwhile, Tianqi was enjoying a grand feast of the orcs, which was essentially roasted meat, as the orcs were skilled only in this culinary art. Although it was merely roasted meat, their mastery had reached astonishing heights after years of practice, which explained Yue's constant hunger. At this moment, Chief Advisor Adolf arrived with Princess Anna before Tianqi, kneeling as he spoke. Your Highness, Howling Moon, I hope you will hold me solely accountable for my presumptuous actions last night, and spare Princess Anna and the orc race from your ire. Adolf is willing to offer my life as recompense. With that, Adolf drew a dagger, aiming it at his chest. Tianqi was taken aback and swiftly unleashed an energy wave that sent the dagger flying from Adolf's grasp. Anna, in turn, began to weep, positioning herself before Adolf. Your Highness, this was all my doing. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Seeing the tearful visage of the fox girl, Tianqi felt a surge of guilt, realizing that Anna was indeed the greatest victim of the previous night. Sighing, he helped both Anna and the chief advisor to their feet, gently saying, Rise, Anna. Do not cry any longer. Chief advisor, let us leave the past behind. With that, he approached the Beast Emperor. Your Majesty, I wish to depart for Tyler City immediately. I intend to establish a trade route with the orcs, which will fundamentally resolve our food issues. As for the personnel, I have already chosen Anna's maid, Ula. The rationale for my choice is her humanity, which will facilitate various tasks. We will establish a merchant association in Tyler City to transport food to Beast God City and subsequently sell magic crystals and beast furs from there to Tyler Fortress. As for the protection of the merchant convoy, you must manage that yourself. Tianqi articulated his plan slowly. Very well, everything shall be as you say, Your Highness Howling Moon, the Beast Emperor Buck replied with delighted laughter. Thus, the same carriage, now occupied solely by Ula, Yue, and Lina, made its way to the gates of Tyler Fortress, with Tianqi leisurely driving. The guards at the gate spotted the peculiar carriage from afar, and upon recognizing Tianqi, swiftly dispatched a messenger to Marshal Rote. Although the joint forces of the four nations had retreated, with the armies of the Fate Empire and the Magical Empire returning to their homelands, the army of the Cade Empire, now wholly subservient to the Holy Empire, remained alongside the forces of the Holy Empire. This was due to Rote's prior report to the current leader of the Church of Light, the High Elder, regarding the Howling Moon, resulting in Rote being ordered to remain and attempt to recruit Howling Moon as a holy knight of the Church. Upon receiving the guard's report, Rote burst into laughter, exclaiming, Howling Moon, you have finally arrived. Ha ha, I have waited long and patiently. He then personally went to welcome Tianqi. By the time Tianqi reached the gates, the guard approached respectfully, saying, "Your Highness Howling Moon, our marshal has come to receive you. Please wait here a moment." Recalling Rote, Tianqi inquired, "Is it Rote?" "Indeed, the marshal is already here," the guard confirmed. Soon, Rote, accompanied by several guards, approached Tianqi with joy, exclaiming, "Your Highness Howling Moon, you have made me wait for so long." "Ha ha ha." Noticing Tianqi's confusion, Rote explained, "You see, as the disciple of the sword god, you managed to confine us, but it was merely to prevent us from charging to our doom. For this, we are immensely grateful. Moreover, the dreadful demon you repelled saved millions of our soldiers. Therefore, the Council of Elders of the Church of Light has decided to bestow upon you the title of Holy Light Knight. Tomorrow, the Saintess will come to crown you. Congratulations, Holy Light Knight." Ha ha. At this moment, Tianqi had fully comprehended the intentions of the Holy See. It seemed they were attempting to win him over. He chuckled, pondering how he might inadvertently reveal his identity as the son of the demon, Kate Tianqi, and what actions the Church of Light would take in response. Amused by the thought, Tianqi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Observing Tianqi's demeanor, Rote mistakenly assumed that he was captivated by the title of the Holy Light Knight, and thus joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Holy Light Knight, please follow me. I have prepared a banquet at the Lord's mansion." Consequently, Tianqi and Aura made their way to the Lord's mansion of Tyler Fortress, greeted along the way by residents who welcomed them with open arms, fully believing the rumors spread by the Holy See. After dining at the Lord's mansion, Tianqi suddenly inquired about the establishment of a trading association. Marshal wrote, "May I ask what procedures I would need to follow to establish a trading association in Tyler City dedicated to the sale of magic crystals and beast skins?" Rote gazed at Tianqi in astonishment before breaking into laughter. "The Holy Light Knight wishes to establish a trading association. Ha! Since it is you who desires to set it up, what formalities could possibly be required? Just tell me where you wish to establish it." Tianqi contemplated for a moment and decided on a location near the city gate, where merchants and adventurers frequently passed, making it convenient for business. "Very well, since the Holy Light Knight has spoken, this land is now yours. Here is the magical land deed. Please take it." Rote promptly drew a plot on the map and handed the magical deed to Tianqi. Suddenly recalling that he did not yet know the name of the association, he asked, "By the way, what will your trading association be called?" "Tianyue Trading Association," Tianqi replied. Thus, the first trading association on the continent was established, all merely as a means for Tianqi to assist the Orc clan in resolving their food shortages. Chapter 75. Yue has grown following the formal establishment of the Tianyue Trading Association. Tianqi brought Aura to the location of the association, where he discovered a surprisingly large estate before him. Although there were no servants present at the moment, a visit to the slave market would easily remedy that. The interior of the estate was quite well arranged, with courtyards artfully designed and flowers blooming abundantly, creating an incredibly warm atmosphere. "Daddy, this place feels so comfortable. It seems so familiar," said Yue, who began to flutter around excitedly. Tianqi observed Yue's every movement with curiosity until she suddenly halted beside a large tree. Daddy, there is something of Yue's here. It must be the place. Come quickly," Yue called out urgently. Tianqi hurried over, wondering if her belongings were the artifacts of the elven goddess. This thought crossed his mind. Tianqi conjured a golden sword of energy and struck downwards. The blade clashed against a green energy shield that emerged to protect the area, revealing that the entire courtyard was safeguarded by a peculiar magical array centered around this spot. "Humph, did you think this would deter me?" Tianqi increased his energy output and unleashed the Qilin, the blood-red flame swiftly consuming the energy shield. At that moment, a small green box appeared before them. Unable to contain her excitement, Yue darted forward as the box slowly opened, releasing a profound life energy. A set of green armor emerged, enveloping Yue, who gradually shrank as her body began to grow. Once the green light faded, a 10-year-old princess appeared before them, with perfect features, green hair, and clad in exquisite green armor, resembling an adorable porcelain doll. Suddenly, the little girl leaped into Tianqi's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, Yue has grown. He. At that moment, both Tianqi and Aura realized that this was indeed Yue. By the way, Yue, Why have you grown? What must you do to grow further? Tianqi suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Hearing Tianqi's question, Yue beamed with pride. Hee, it seems Daddy wishes for Yue to grow quickly. Since that is the case, I shall tell you. After obtaining this magic wand last time, I sensed my body was capable of growth, but a peculiar force sealed it. This time, with the help of this set of armor, I finally broke that seal, so I've grown. If I wish to grow again, I'll need to gather my complete set of equipment. Although Yue was unaware that these were the elven goddess's artifacts, she knew they belonged to her Dado, so that's how it is. The elven goddess's set consists of 5 pieces. 2 are in Yue's possession, 1 is on me, namely the elven goddess's redemption, the necklace gifted to Tianqi by the Star Princess, and the elven goddess's blessing at the sacred land of the elves, the fountain of life. The final piece, the elven goddess's punishment, appears to be a set of bow and arrows. Though I am uncertain of its current whereabouts, to help Yue grow, I must gather these artifacts. Tianqi mused internally. In fact, there was one other crucial artifact related to the essence of the elven goddess, the heart of life, but Tianqi was unaware of this. Yue, since that is the case, I have your necklace here. Allow me to give it to you now. With that, Tianqi retrieved the elven goddess's redemption. Lying in Tianqi's embrace, Yue gazed at the necklace he offered, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Slowly, she accepted the necklace and flew behind Tianqi, fastening it around his neck. Daddy, this necklace is a gift from Star Mother to you. How could I possibly take it? Besides, Yue is already quite content, for I have grown. Tianqi held Yue tightly in his arms, and a warm evening passed peacefully. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Road arrived. Holy Light Night, the Holy Maiden will arrive in an hour. Would you like to accompany me to greet her? At that moment, Tianqi felt quite unsettled, realizing that he had been roused so early for such a trivial matter. With a languid yawn, he replied, Marshal, since the Holy Maiden is soon to arrive, please bring her here for my coronation. When she does, I shall return to sleep now. With that, he left Rote, who was left dumbfounded, and retreated to his room to rest. Did this Xiaoya not recognize who the Holy Maiden was? The Holy Maiden Selena of the Church of Light was renowned as the most beautiful woman on the continent. She always wore a veil when out in public, yet even with her veil, her beauty was enchanting. Moreover, her strength had reached the realm of a magic tutor, mere steps away from the exalted rank of a grand mage. Rote sighed helplessly as he departed from the Tianyue Trading Association, leading his subordinates to the city gate to await the arrival of Holy Maiden Selena. Meanwhile, the Holy Maiden was in her carriage, perusing information regarding Tianqi. This was solely based on Xiaoya's details. Xiaoya had recently appeared in the Gal city of the Fate Empire, where he had effortlessly defeated the Thunder Sword Saint, the deputy commander of the Dragon Sword Mercenary Corps, at the Gal Tavern. He then set forth in a carriage towards Tyler Fortress, easily annihilating the Gale Bandit group along the way, before appearing on the battlefield between the Four Nations Alliance and the Orcs, single-handedly halting the war. As she read, the Holy Maiden pondered what kind of person this Xiaoya truly was. Unable to contain her curiosity, she spoke aloud, Holy Maiden, why are you so concerned about this Xiaoya? Seated across from the Saintess, a young man, brimming with jealousy, questioned her. This lad was the illegitimate son of the Grand Elder of the Church of Light and one of the 16 Holy Knights of Light. Though with the addition of Tianqi, he should now be regarded as the 17th. Despite holding the title of Holy Knight, their powers had not yet ascended to the saintly level. They remained at the pinnacle of the great swordmaster rank. Apart from the Pope, the most formidable power within the Church consisted of 6 Elders of Light and the head of the Heresy Tribunal, followed by 12 cardinals in crimson robes. In reality, the Church's headquarters housed a particularly fearsome entity known as the Left Hand of God, composed entirely of the previous generation's popes and elders, totaling 35 members. Their continued existence was attributed to the presence of the luminous artifact, the sacred beetle, within their sanctuary, which perpetually transformed their bodies with light elements. Upon reaching a certain threshold, their physical forms would be entirely transmuted into light elements. Chapter 77. The Curse of Necromancy and the Orc Crisis. The Saintess of the Church of Light, Selena, had chosen the disciple of the sword god, Xiaoya, recently crowned as the Holy Light Knight, as her personal knight. This news had swiftly traversed the entire continent, and as a result, Tianqi's Tianyue Chamber of Commerce, benefiting from these connections, was experiencing a thriving business. Subsequently, Tianqi visited the slave market to procure several slaves for the daily affairs of his estate, delegating all matters of the Chamber of Commerce to Ula. As for the saintess, with Tianqi now genuinely becoming her personal angel, her initial curiosity had gradually evolved into a palpable fondness, although it had yet to reach the level of affection. Nonetheless, she felt an undeniable attraction, prompting her to visit the chamber daily to seek out Tianqi. This, in turn, inadvertently elevated the chamber's reputation. Tianqi had come to understand the implications of being a personal knight, leading him to concoct various excuses to evade Selena whenever she visited. However, he ultimately found himself compelled to meet her, as Selena threatened that if he continued to avoid her, she would accuse him of impropriety. Thus, the days passed in a repetitive cycle. Tianqi's feelings for Selena gradually shifted, and they began addressing each other by name, their relationship evolving into a bond more intimate than mere friendship. At long last, the day arrived to transport the first batch of provisions to Beast God City. Early in the morning, Tianqi, accompanied by Yue and Lina, prepared to set off with the hired caravan. Bulla, I am about to depart. You have managed the affairs of the chamber exceptionally well during this time. Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out Marshal Rote. I trust he will assist you. Now, I must be on my way. Just as Tianqi took his seat in the carriage, a voice called out, Tianqi, wait. I wish to accompany you. It was Selena, who swiftly flew onto Tianqi's carriage. What are you doing, Selena? Tianqi inquired, puzzled by her sudden appearance. Breathlessly, Selena replied, Tianqi, I have already spoken with the Grand Elder about following you, and he has consented. I hadn't anticipated your departure today. I merely wanted to inform you of this news sooner. Fortune smiled upon me, and I arrived just in time. With a light-hearted chuckle, Selena laughed, inadvertently allowing her veil to slip away. Before Tianqi's eyes appeared a breathtakingly beautiful face, one that defied description. Even Yue rushed to gaze intently at Selena. Selena, puzzled by their reactions, suddenly felt a breeze against her face, causing her to blush deeply as she hurriedly retrieved her fallen veil, concealing her visage once more. Sister Selena, why do you cover your face when you are so stunning? Yue asked, perplexed. Selena awkwardly explained. Well, it's because, if I were to remove my veil, it would attract a great deal of trouble. All right, Yue, when you grow older, you will understand we must set off. Since Selena is coming along, you can keep her company while I handle the carriage. Tianqi instructed. The grand caravan, comprising 50 carriages, commenced its journey. Tianqi, along with Selena and Yue, led the way, swiftly passing through the city gates and heading deep into the frost plains. Not far from the caravan, a pair of eyes watched intently. One belonged to a holy knight who had accompanied Selena to Tianqi's coronation, while further back, another set of eyes was fixated upon them, none other than Vasher, who had been shadowing Tianqi and Yue. Suddenly, the entire caravan came to a halt as an orc lay bloodied before Tianqi's carriage. Upon closer inspection, Tianqi recognized him as Bart and quickly brought him into the carriage. Though Selena was a saintess, she harbored no prejudice against races. Rather, her compassionate nature was one of the reasons for her widespread adoration. Seeing Tianqi carry an injured orc inside, she immediately began casting healing spells. Through her diligent efforts, Bart's wounds gradually healed, yet Selena did not cease her attempts. Casting the 9th-level holy healing spell, a blinding white light enveloped Bart's body. After a moment, the light dissipated, but Bart remained unconscious. A weary Selena sighed and explained, Tianqi, this is the most advanced healing magic I can muster. It seems to be ineffective. There appears to be a peculiar force within your friend that is continuously ravaging his body, siphoning off his energy. If memory serves, this must be the curse of necromancy. This insidious curse, unique to necromancers, manifests a necromantic entity within the target's body, perpetually draining all forms of energy, including external sources. Until the target perishes, only then does this entity emerge, and its strength is entirely contingent upon the energy of its host. It seems your friend has fallen victim to such a curse. Upon hearing Selena's words, Tianqi grew anxious. Selena, how can we break this curse of necromancy? Selena shook her head. Only a saint-level light mage or the Fountain of Life can achieve that. The Fountain of Life? Tianqi's face brightened as he hastily produced a vial of the precious liquid from his ring. Selena, is this what you mean? Staring at the Fountain of Life in Tianqi's hand, Selena was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the Fountain of Life a sacred artifact of the elven race? How could you possess a vial so casually? It's astonishing. Yes, that is indeed it. Just a single drop is sufficient to dispel the curse of necromancy. She confirmed that a drop of the Fountain of Life was administered to Bart, and a cloud of dark energy dissipated. Miraculously, Bart awakened, gripping Tianqi's hand in a panic. Your Highness Xiaoye, you must return quickly, shortly after your departure. A dark elf appeared in Beast God City, accompanied by dozens of necromancers. They are terrifyingly powerful. If it weren't for the Titan's assistance, our race would have faced annihilation. The National Advisor sent me to find you. But I was discovered on my way and ended up here. I never expected to encounter you, Your Highness. This is truly fortuitous. Please, hurry back with me, Tianqi nodded. All right, Bart, do not panic. I will go immediately. You rest here. I entrust these 50 carriages of provisions to you. They represent the hope of the orc race. I must depart now. Lena, transform. Selena and Yue, come with me. Without question, Selena and Yue complied. Yue positioned herself before Tianqi, while Selena settled behind him. With a powerful leap, Lena soared into the air. Selena, experiencing this mode of flight for the first time, felt a twinge of fear. As Lena took off, she wobbled slightly, but a warm arm encircled her. Selena, be careful, hold on tight, Tianqi instructed. Blushing, Selena nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Lena carried Tianqi, Selena, and Yue swiftly toward Beast God City. Selena's arms were firmly wrapped around Tianqi's waist as they sped toward their destination. Chapter 78. The Blessing of the Titans. At this moment, Beast God City, the heart of the Orc Empire, faced a relentless onslaught from necromantic creatures. Countless skeletons assaulted the low walls of the city, while orc warriors valiantly defended the gates. Among them were formidable necromantic entities: bloodthirsty knights, bone dragons, liches, and wraiths. Over 10 bone dragons circled ominously above the city, their sights set on the titans within. The titans, empowered by their transformations, possessed the capability to vanquish the bone dragons. However, the dragons circled above, avoiding close proximity while launching fiery breath attacks upon the titans. Chief, these bone dragons are exceedingly cunning. It appears the necromancers controlling them are exceptionally powerful. Should we employ that tactic? The elder spoke gravely. At this moment, Tage was also contemplating whether this course of action was truly worthwhile. If he were to summon the Titan God now and failed to eradicate the necromancers completely, the entire Titan clan would face annihilation at his hands. Yet, should he choose not to act, the Beast God City would likely succumb to an imminent breach. Nevertheless, he trusted that their master, as the envoy of the Beastmen, would surely arrive. His sole task was to buy time until the Master's arrival. Everyone, gather and prepare to invoke the Titan God, he commanded. Upon hearing Tage's words, the Titans swiftly assembled. Tage retrieved the statue once more, and the colossal form of the Titan God finally manifested. With a mighty swing of the golden greatsword, the unsuspecting skeletal dragons were instantly struck down. 6 of them were cleaved in twain, crashing to the ground, while the others began to retreat in the skies above the Beast God City. A skeletal dragon of immense size, far larger than the others, hovered in the air. Upon its back, the necromancers were engaged in a fierce argument with a dark elf woman, none other than Kai's, the former leader of the Dark Elf clan. After the devastation wrought by Xiaohua, she was the sole survivor in her quest for vengeance. Kai's had sought information regarding Tianqi. By chance, she encountered the necromancers, who were also in search of Tianqi. These necromancers hailed from the Necromancer Sanctuary in the Valley of the Undead, having been dispatched by their ruler, the Lord of the Undead, who had commanded them to seek out Tianqi. The Lord of the Undead had long attained god-level power but lacked a divine spark, which prevented him from ascending to godhood. The eruption of life energy from Yue had drawn his attention, for in the eyes of a god-level expert, her life energy represented a quintessential divine spark. Consequently, He sent his necromancers to investigate the source of this life energy, believing that by acquiring it, he could obtain the divine spark he sought. The necromancers, through various channels, discovered that this life energy was connected to Tianqi and thus initiated their search for him. Their encounter with Kai's was purely coincidental, as they had learned of a prophecy left by the creator god within the beast god temple and intended to seize it. However, Kai's insisted on finding Tianqi first, which was the root of their quarrel. Elder, is your mission not to locate Kate Tianqi? If so, why are we attacking the beastmen? Kai's paced anxiously on the back of the skeletal dragon. The elder, shrouded in a long black robe that concealed all but his eyes, replied, "Our assault on the beastmen is also to find Kate Tianqi. Do not concern yourself with matters beyond that. Our relationship is merely one of alliance. If it weren't for your possession of useful information, I would have little reason to tolerate your presence." He chuckled ominously, the sound awakening Kai's to the reality of her situation. Indeed, these were the most ruthless necromancers on the continent. Tej, meanwhile, leaped high into the air and crashed out of the beast god city with a resounding thud. His enormous feet crushed countless skeletons beneath them, as Tej the tank began to unleash his wrath. The most rudimentary skeletons had no chance to retaliate, being reduced to fragments, while even the higher-ranking skeletal knights met the same fate. Soon, an open space had formed around Tej, the center of which was marked by his towering presence. Seeing Tej's might, the beastmen warriors rallied and counterattacked. "Your Majesty, we owe a great debt to the Titan clan. Otherwise, the beast god city would have surely fallen by now. Thank goodness His Highness Xiaoya has allied with the Titans. I wonder if Captain Bart has found His Highness Xiaoya," sighed Adolf heavily. Nearby, the beast emperor furrowed his brow, gazing anxiously at the sky outside the beast god city, silently praying for the swift arrival of that crimson figure. "Master, we must have faith in His Highness Xiaoya. As the envoy sent by the beast god to aid us, he will undoubtedly come." Under Tej's and the beastmen warriors' counteroffensive, the skeletal soldiers were largely vanquished. Just as relief washed over the defenders, an army of skeletal warriors erupted from the ground once more. Your attacks are futile. You may as well surrender. Otherwise, prepare to join the ranks of the skeletons. Rise, undead. At that moment, the slain beastmen warriors transformed into skeletal soldiers, and despair gripped the hearts of the living as they realized they could neither slay them nor halt their relentless multiplication. Tej, too, found himself in a precarious state, on the verge of reverting from his transformed state. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light emanated from Tej, forming a massive golden orb above his head. His colossal form began to shrink, revealing the Titans once more. When only Tej remained, the golden orb had grown to a diameter of over 10 meters. "The Titan's blessing," he declared, and with that, he fainted. The enormous golden orb soared into the sky and exploded with a resounding boom, showering golden energy rain upon the beastmen warriors. Chapter 79. Frenzy. Holy Light Arrow. The Titan's blessing is a special technique of the Titan clan, allowing for the temporary transfer of Titan abilities to others. The energy rain generated by Tej's invocation of the Titan's blessing bestowed Titan power upon the beastmen warriors. Though temporary and lacking the strength of the original, their numbers had significantly increased. As the golden energy rain dissipated, the bodies of the beastmen warriors began to swell, fully transforming from their humanoid forms into that of wild beasts, their power and speed multiplying several times over. As the furious roars of beasts reverberated throughout the beast god city, within the city, the beast emperor stood in stunned silence, while Adolf turned to him, bewildered. "Your Majesty, this resembles our racial talent for frenzy. In the past, our clan could all enter a frenzied state, but ever since the war of gods and demons, our talent has been sealed within us, and no beastmen warriors have exhibited this ability since. I can hardly believe it is manifesting again today." The beast emperor, Buck, nodded. "Indeed, this is our racial talent for frenzy. Ha ha ha, the beast god has truly returned." The 160 beastmen warriors who had undergone the Titan's blessing collectively entered a frenzied state. Frenzy had always been a racial talent of the beastmen. When they were consumed by anger, they would transform, dramatically enhancing their power. However, this came with certain drawbacks. They would be unable to distinguish friend from foe, and their bodies would be left exceedingly weak after the frenzy, a state that would last a full week. Following the war of gods and demons, the beast god had offended the god of light, leading to the sealing of their frenzy talent by the latter. Breaking the seal would require either reaching god-level power or a significant external force, although the seal placed upon the beastmen had been laid casually by the god of light, and its power had diminished over generations. Breaking it remained a formidable task. Yet, due to the potent Titan power granted by the Titan's blessing, combined with the fury of the beastmen warriors, these 160 individuals successfully entered a frenzied state, temporarily inheriting Titan strength. Now transformed into massive beasts, their blood-red eyes glinting with madness, the 160 frenzied beastmen warriors began a relentless slaughter, swiftly diminishing the ranks of skeletal soldiers and other lower undead. Meanwhile, the other beastmen warriors retreated into the city alongside the Titans. The elder of the undead, observing the unfolding scene, let out a chilling laugh. "Do you truly believe that these beasts can contend with my undead army? How woefully ignorant you are." Behind the skeletal soldiers, thousands of bloodthirsty knights and malevolent knights had formed a standard battle formation, their sharp bone lances gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, the flames of souls flickering eerily within their hollow eye sockets. As the last skeletal soldier fell, the elder waved his hand lightly, and the thousands of bloodthirsty and malevolent knights charged forward. The frenzied warriors, having returned to normal, now lay weakly upon the ground. The inhabitants of the beast god city bowed their heads in silence, as Princess Anna burst into tears. The beast emperor and Adolf stared intently at the now exhausted warriors. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon the elder's concealed face. Hee, just like that, trample the entire beast god city. The bloodthirsty knights and malevolent knights continued their advance, and while the beastmen warriors understood the grim fate awaiting them, they felt no fear. They had just witnessed the resurgence of their clan's former glory, frenzy. "Old wolf, old bear, do you think we will perish?" The chieftain of the Tiger clan, known as the Tiger Slayer, let out a deep sigh and addressed the leaders of the wolf and bear clans beside him, revealing that among the 160 frenzied warriors, there were indeed chieftains from the three major warring races. "I believe that is quite sufficient," he chuckled. "We just entered a frenzy, and I dare say that sensation we just experienced was undoubtedly that of true madness." "Ha ha!" The bear clan leader responded with a hearty laugh. The wolf clan leader nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely right, my friend. This has all been worthwhile." Suddenly, the old wolf came to a halt and burst into wild laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I may not know much, but I am certain we will survive this. Ha ha!" The Tiger Slayer and the old bear exchanged puzzled glances at the old wolf's exuberance. Just then, a peculiar roar echoed through the air as a majestic unicorn appeared before everyone's eyes, prompting all the beastmen warriors to erupt in cheers. The roar of the Qilin resounded once more, this time targeting the bloodthirsty knights and the wraith knights charging forward. The soul fire in the eyes of all the knights flickered momentarily before they came to a sudden halt. And then a colossal holy sword composed of light elements descended from the heavens. The holy light judgment cast by Selena unleashed an 8th-level light-based spell, which posed the greatest threat to these undead beings. Hissing sounds filled the air as a vast void formed among the knights, mirroring the void created by the holy light judgment. At this moment, Tianqi was also preparing his unique light-based magic. He extended his left hand slowly while drawing back his right hand as if to draw a bow, softly uttering 3 words. "Holy light arrow." Nearby light elements swiftly converged around Tianqi at a terrifying speed. Manifesting into an arrow formed of pure light in his grasp, he delicately held the holy light arrow with his right hand, resting it upon his left arm. As he released it, the diminutive arrow began to spin wildly, rapidly absorbing all surrounding elements and continuously transforming them into light elements, causing the holy light arrow to grow in size. It was only then that Selena realized the extent of Tianqi's formidable magical prowess. A blinding white light flashed, and the once densely packed knights had vanished, leaving behind a vast crater. Chapter 80. Path of the Beast God. The battle for Beast God City raged on. As Tianqi's holy light arrow obliterated tens of thousands of bloodthirsty knights and wraith knights, leaving the necromancers astonished, yet not fearful, the beastmen of Beast God City surged forward upon witnessing Tianqi's arrival. The Beast Emperor and Adolf were the first to charge out, while Princess Anna stood joyfully atop the city walls, watching Tianqi with fervent admiration. Feeling the intensity of Princess Anna's gaze, Tianqi quickly diverted his eyes. "Your Highness Xiaoye, you have finally arrived. Ha ha ha," exclaimed Buck with delight. "Your Highness Xiaoye, it seems that these necromancers and that dark elf have set their sights on our beast god temple. Thankfully, the Baiman clan is guarding it, and no incidents have occurred thus far. We owe our ability to hold out until your arrival to our friends from the Titan clan." Adolf calmly articulated his speculation. Tianqi nodded, addressing them. "Your Majesty, National Master, please escort these injured warriors into the city. I shall take care of things here." He then turned to Yue and Selena, instructing Yue, "Selena, you should also head inside the city and wait for me there." "Understood." After ensuring their safety atop the city walls, he returned outside, gazing at the enormous Bone Dragon Emperor and other high-ranking undead beings, while the Beast Emperor and others had already retreated into the city. The Undead Elder and the Necromancers observed Tianqi closely, with Kaiser feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered the silver-masked youth before, but could not recall where. "Elder, this youth seems to be the recently renowned disciple of the Sword God. Xiaoye, who is also the exclusive knight of this generation's saintess, isn't he?" Kaiser shared his knowledge. The elders suddenly recalled the details about Xiaoye, donning a silver mask and accompanied by two peculiar pets, realizing that the holy unicorn must be one of them. With a cold smile, he mounted a smaller bone dragon and flew before Tianqi, saying, "So, your name is Xiaoye. I am the elder of the Valley of the Undead. Regardless of your identity, should you dare oppose us, you shall meet your demise." Hearing the elder's words, Tianqi merely smiled faintly. "Old monster, do you truly believe that I would come here without opposing you? How foolish, ha ha. Very well, I hope you won't regret this later." The elder scoffed before retreating on his bone dragon. "Lena, you should also go into the city and protect Yue, Selena, and Princess Anna well." After saying this, Tianqi took to the skies, while Lena transformed back into her small dog form and nestled into Yue's embrace. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the back of the Bone Dragon Emperor. "Xiaoye, since you are so oblivious, we shall not hold back. Himph, Spear of Death." The necromantic 9th level spell was unleashed, sending dozens of pitch-black arrows composed of dark elements flying toward Tianqi. "Old monster, did you really think these petty tricks could defeat me?" Tianqi scoffed, effortlessly dodging the Spear of Death. However, just as he returned to his original position, the arrows veered back and accurately struck him, creating a massive explosion. "Ha ha ha ha. Whether you are the Sword God's disciple or a holy light knight, you shall still perish by my hand. Did you not expect that spells could be controlled after being cast? This is the power of magical control. Ha ha ha. You are truly the one who is ignorant." The elder laughed triumphantly. "Is that so? Old monster, I previously mentioned that your little tricks would be futile against me. Yet you did not believe it. Ha ha." The crimson flames of the Qilin ignited once more, as a gigantic Qilin claw sliced through the air, emitting a glimmer of cold light, with a flash of blood-red light. A small bone dragon was torn asunder, crashing to the ground as the fiery crimson flames consumed it, swiftly reducing it to ashes. The necromancers were struck by Tianqi's speed and the eerie flames. Hastily conjuring magical shields, each necromancer was soon encased in a black magical barrier, hoping to withstand Tianqi's onslaught, while the dark elf clan leader was shielded by the elder. At this moment, Tianqi had no intention of attacking the necromancers, for he had noticed Kaiser standing beside the undead elder. Ever since hearing from Bart that a dark elf was leading necromancers to assault Beast God City, Tianqi had been pondering the identity of this dark elf. Now that he recognized it was Kaiser, his curiosity deepened. Why had Kaiser allied with the necromancers to attack Beast God City? With this thought in mind, Tianqi slowly approached the Bone Dragon Emperor. Old monster, may I ask you a question before we continue this battle?" Tianqi inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing Tianqi's words, the elder regarded him with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that the young man did not appear to be awaiting reinforcements. but rather genuinely wished to pose a question. This presented an opportunity for him to extract information. With a nod, the elder asked, "What would you like to inquire about? Why do you seek to attack the beastmen?" The elder replied, "I can divulge that, but in turn, you must answer one of my questions." "What do you say?" Tianqi nodded. "All right, you may go first. We have come here in pursuit of the Creator Goddess Divine Decree. Once we obtain the decree, we shall locate Kate Tianqi." "That is my answer. Now it is my turn to ask, who exactly are you?" "As far as I know, the sword god has not perished. Yet I am aware that his disciple is not you, for his disciple wields his sword, so I ask again, who are you?" The elder spoke gradually. Tianqi chuckled lightly. "Old monster, it is said across the continent that necromancers are the least trustworthy beings. I never expected you to be so candid, ha ha. Since you have shared your reason, I shall reveal my true identity as well." With that, Tianqi slowly removed his mask. Chapter 76. The Saintess's exclusive night. The Saintess and her entourage finally arrived at the gates of Tyler Fortress, where the ceremony was to be overseen by one of the 12 cardinals of the church, none other than Cardinal Sartor, who had previously assessed Tianqi's physique. Upon seeing Rao Te and the others waiting eagerly to greet them, Sartor expressed his delight. "This must be Cardinal Sartor. The Saintess must surely be in the carriage, correct?" "Ha ha, I am Rao Te, currently overseeing all matters concerning Tyler Fortress. We have been waiting for quite some time." Rao Te promptly greeted. Cardinal Sartor nodded appreciatively. "General Rao Te, I sincerely thank you for your warm welcome." Suddenly, Sartor inquired, "By the way, where is the Holy Light Knight?" Rao Te was momentarily at a loss for words. Hastily explaining, well, the Holy Light Knight seems to be unwell and is currently resting at home." "What? Being unwell is a sufficient excuse to not welcome the Saintess? That is utterly ridiculous." "Humph. What else did he say?" Sartre was on the verge of losing his sanity, his address to Tianqi shifting from Lord of the Holy Light Knights to simply a T. That moment, the Saintess unexpectedly emerged from the carriage. "Your Excellency Sartre, since the Lord of the Holy Light Knights is unwell, we shall personally visit his residence to crown him." "Very well," Marshal wrote. "Please lead the way. Let us proceed to the home of the Lord of the Holy Light Knights to perform the coronation." The Saintess's voice, akin to a gentle stream echoing through a secluded valley, caressed the hearts of all present. Her voice seemed imbued with a peculiar enchantment, leaving Marshal Rote in a daze as he led the way. Earlier, Selena had employed a unique form of magic, psychic magic, which is entirely determined by one's mental strength. As psychic magic, much like spatial magic, is an ancient art long lost to time. None could fathom Selena's secret. This type of magic has always belonged to the Soulwalker clan, a lineage that venerates the god of souls. Currently, Selena stands as the sole survivor of her kind, a fact attributed to her affinity for light magic. When the Pope, accompanied by the Inquisition, sought to eradicate the Soulwalker clan, he recognized Selena's potential as an infant and took her to the Holy See to raise, adopting her as his goddaughter and nurturing her into the Saintess. As Catherine grew, her innate gifts as a Soulwalker began to manifest gradually, and apart from the Pope, none were privy to Selena's true identity. Thus, this party arrived at the Tianjue Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, Tianqi was still slumbering in his chamber, while Aura had begun preparing breakfast. Zuai remained nestled in Tianqi's embrace. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Tianqi opened his eyes and, clad in his pajamas, stepped out of his room to see Aura about to open the door. "Aura, please continue with breakfast. Let me handle the door. It should be wrote again." With that, he approached the entrance. Upon seeing Tianqi in his pajamas, Aura's face flushed crimson as she hurried back to the kitchen. Tianqi slowly opened the door, and a fragrant breeze accompanied the soft body that collided with him, instinctively drawing him to embrace this figure. A piercing scream erupted as Selena felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She was mortified to find herself in the arms of a stranger. Incensed that he was masked. Earlier, Selena had knocked politely, yet no one had answered. Had it not been for her expectation of the Saintess's identity, she would have unleashed a fireball in frustration. After a few more knocks yielded no response, she couldn't contain herself and nearly destroyed the door, opting instead to channel magic in secret. Just then, as the door swung open, her body tumbled into Tianqi's arms due to the lack of support. Tianqi quickly released his hold, awkwardly standing to the side, captivated by the veiled maiden before him. His heart raced, the thrill of the moment leaving him blushing. Meanwhile, Selena scrutinized Tianqi, noticing his flushed cheeks and the fact that he was still in pajamas, which prompted her to giggle softly. Hee hee, hee hee. The sound of her laughter drew the attention of those around her, and she quickly stifled it. Lord of the Holy Light Knights, may I inquire when we might commence the coronation ceremony? Finally regaining his composure, Tianqi nodded. Your Highness, we may begin at any time. All the while, one of Selena's accompanying Holy Light Knights, Cao, observed this interaction with keen interest. In his heart, Selena had always been his dream girl. And witnessing her with Tianqi, he mentally blacklisted him. Humph, let him enjoy his moment. I shall see how he fares at the Holy See. The group then followed Tianqi to the hall, where the coronation ceremony officially commenced. Tianqi, with no other choice, knelt at Selena's feet, reciting the paladin's oath he had memorized long ago. Selena raised her staff, pointing it at Tianqi's forehead. May the glory of the God of Light forever accompany you. Light's benediction, the beam of white light, descended from the heavens, enveloping Tianqi, before dissipating. He received the paladin's armor and the holy sword from Selena's hands, marking the completion of the coronation. As Tianqi prepared to rise, Selena spoke once more, a devilish smile emerging from behind her veil. Holy Light Knight Xiaoya, do you wish to become my exclusive knight? The crowd fell into stunned silence at her words. An exclusive knight in Tianya continent is a unique expression of affection. When a lady harbors deep feelings for a gentleman, she may extend an invitation for him to become her exclusive knight. If he accepts, it signifies mutual affection, often leading to marriage, making such knights exceedingly rare on the continent. However, Tianqi was oblivious to the significance of the invitation, interpreting it merely as a means for the Holy See to court him. Selena's intention was to intimidate him, for should he accept, he would become the target of all the Saintess's admirers. Conversely, if he declined, she would seize the opportunity to humiliate him. To her astonishment, Tianqi agreed. Beautiful Saintess, I, Xiaoya, am willing to become your exclusive knight. What did you just say? Did you say you were willing? Selena inquired again. Her surprise palpable. Tianqi nodded earnestly, leaving Selena in disbelief. The news of the Holy Light Knight becoming the exclusive knight of Saintess Selena began to spread across the continent. Chapter 81. The Path of the Beast God. Tianqi slowly removed his mask, prompting Catherine to exclaim, You are Kate Tianqi, the one who destroyed our Dark Elf clan, you fiend. The necromancers fell silent at Catherine's outburst, while Selena found herself at a loss on how to confront Tianqi. Realizing that Xiaoya was indeed the son of the demon, Kate Tianqi, Adolf suddenly recalled that during their encounter at Taylor Fortress, someone had referred to the beast god Tianqi. Could it be that Xiaoya was indeed Kate Tianqi? The beast god? Adolf's heart raced with excitement as he scrutinized Tianqi's every move. Think you are Kate Tianqi. We have searched high and low for you, the elder chuckled. We come at the behest of the Lord of the Undead to invite you to the Valley of the Undead. We hope you will accompany us. After all, you belong to the darkness. Old fool, you must be mistaken. Who said I belong to the darkness? Tianqi retorted. Just because I have slain a few birdmen does not brand me as dark. Ha ha ha. Whether they be birdmen or others, all my enemies shall be utterly annihilated, and as of now, you stand as my foes. With that, the Qilin fire on Tianqi flared brightly, and he mounted the back of the Bone Dragon King, its crimson flames scorching the beast's spine. The elder sighed in resignation. If that is the case, we shall not hold back. Attack. As his words fell, over 30 levels of necromantic curse magic surged forth toward Tianqi. The Void Curse, capable of diminishing the target's power significantly, boasted a low success rate, contingent upon the caster's mental strength and the target's resilience. Given Tianqi's current mental fortitude, these curses were easily dismissed. As the dark beams approached him, they were absorbed and transformed into energy by the Qilin fire. With Tianqi's mastery of the Qilin technique advancing, the power of the fire grew, and this devouring trait had only recently been discovered. Realizing their void curses were ineffective, the elder gritted his teeth, brandishing his skeletal staff while chanting incantations. A black portal materialized above his head. A terrifying aura coalescing as a blood-red figure emerged before them. Tianqi was taken aback by the sight of this blood figure, composed entirely of blood, its essence flowing ceaselessly. In its grasp was a colossal sword forged from blood, and the most chilling aspect was its eyes, two spheres of concentrated blood surveying the crowd. After appraising everyone present, it approached the elder. Crower. He, what sacrifices have you prepared for me this time? I am positively eager. The elder, Crower, nodded nervously. Blood slaughter. Should you slay this young man, all the orcs in the city behind him shall be your offerings. Is that not sufficient? In truth, this blood slaughter is also a master of divine caliber. In the realm of Tianya, such masters are not merely confined to the likes of Guangxiao. Upon reaching the divine level, one is summoned by the Lord of the Undead to the Valley of the Undead for a contest. Divine masters can sense each other's presence. Should one be defeated, they are destined to become a puppet of the Undead Lord, while a draw elevates them to esteemed guests. Victory, however, grants one complete dominion over the Undead Lord, a creature whose existence has long surpassed the ages and whose strength has reached the pinnacle of divinity, yet remains earthbound due to the absence of a divine essence. Thus, only a handful have managed to reach a stalemate with the Undead Lord since the valley's inception, including Guangxiao, whilst blood slaughter fell to the Undead Lord, becoming a blood puppet as a result. Blood slaughter turned to glance at Tianqi, cackling, "Ah, young one, it seems your prowess is commendable. You must be on the verge of breaking through to the divine realm. However, until you attain the zenith of divine power, it would be prudent to conceal your abilities, keeping them restrained at the peak of the saintly level. Otherwise, you may find yourself transformed into my current state." Ha! Had I not paraded my recent breakthrough to divinity, I would not have been summoned to the Valley of the Undead, thus becoming what I am now. Alas, enough of idle chatter. It is time for action. Before Tianqi could fully grasp Blood Slaughter's words, a blood sword had already materialized before him, its tip poised against his chest. The fiery essence of Qilin began to scorch the blood sword, prompting Blood Slaughter to retreat hastily, channeling his blood-infused energy into the weapon, watching as the crimson flames gradually dissipated. Releasing a sigh of relief, he looked up at Tianqi. "Young one, that peculiar flame is quite formidable. Indeed, however, I must now take this seriously. Be wary." With that, he charged once more towards Tianqi. At this moment, Tianqi regained his composure, observing Blood Slaughter rushing towards him. With a swift motion, he appeared beside the elder. "Senior Blood Slaughter, why must we resort to such measures?" Blood Slaughter, startled by Tianqi's sudden disappearance and reappearance at his side, swung the blood sword, only to have it parried by Tianqi's Qilin claw. The two maintained their stance and Blood Slaughter remarked, "Young one, I sense your curiosity. Defeat me, and I shall divulge all that I know. But you must promise me one thing. Once I have finished speaking, you must end my life. Should you refuse, I shall remain tight-lipped." Tianqi, increasingly perplexed, inquired, "Senior, why must I kill you? Ha! Do you think I relish this monstrous form? Were it not for the Undead Lord's necromantic control, I would have self-destructed long ago." As he spoke, tears of blood welled in Blood Slaughter's eyes. Seeing the elder's plight, Tianqi nodded resolutely. "Senior, I shall do my utmost to free you." Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, conversing amidst their battle, while onlookers could only perceive two streaks of crimson light flashing through the air. Chapter 82. The Path of the Beast God. End.